Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What happened, Dell? It seems like you're a little bit frustrated there.
Every time you leave a place and then come back, your audio's lower than when you left.
What? It's lower? I mean, I got it up as high as possible.
It's on you, Dell.
No, it's not. I can only raise the level so high.
It kind of is on you. I mean, I got it up as high as it can go.
Happens every time.
That is true.
What are you talking about?
Sounds fine.
Okay, I just got to talk like this?
Well,
That's
just
what I
can't
gotta
whisper.
do?
You just can't whisper.
Okay, no whispering.
Yeah, emote.
No,
Hey, guys, hope everything's okay.
I don't even see Lance. Is he even there?
What is it, Quiet Storm?
Is Lance even there? That's what people want to know.
I'm right here.
All right.
You and the 7 people streaming.
So the lead story from yesterday, Christian Gonzalez practiced a limited practice while Nico Collins did not. That's a problem.
Yeah, Christian Gonzalez is going to play.
Yeah.
He didn't practice, but he walked through everything with the team. It's expected that he will practice. Nico Collins has basically no shot. I mean, that was pretty, he grabbed his head. He couldn't make it into the tent. There's no way Nico's playing.
No.
No way.
Carted off the field with the towel over the head.
It's just not even close. And Christian Gonzalez, I thought, might miss too because he was, he had an injury just a day before, a concussion, and usually you don't, usually it takes more than a week, it seems like, for these concussions. CJ took 3 weeks. But this is not a second concussion for Nico Collins in the year. So not great for him year-wise and maybe career-wise. We'll have to see if he goes to a guardian cap. But I don't think he'll play. And so you've now lost a possession receiver. You've now lost a go-to target. You've now lost a guy who can work down the field. And everyone's got to step up. Jaden Higgins, Xavier Hutchinson, Christian Kirk, those are your big 3 for this game. And they got to do their job. Woody, you're going to have to find a way to run the football a second time. I mean, a second game in a row. You gotta get after him like you did last game. That's what you got to do. And then your defense has to play great. I mean, it's not a different formula than anything else all year.
Yeah, no, this is listen.
But not having Nico is like you are much better with Nico Collins.
Oh yeah, you are. But it's not like that's something that you can't make up. That's not you can. Guys got to step up. Jalen Noel has to step. Christian Kirk stepped up. I mean, we have not given him enough love. Listen, if you just got that out of him this season, he was almost worth it. You got a playoff win out of Christian Kirk after you got very little out of him all season long.
Very little.
Very little. But you know what? You got a playoff win in large part because of him. And now he's got to play again like that. This is what you paid him for.
Yeah.
This is why he got that nice contract, and he needs to step up again. That's all there is to it.
Yep. And CJ's got to get the guy to the ball to the right guys at the right time.
Yeah.
I mean, but that goes without saying.
Did you see holy crap. I saw a stat yesterday. In the Texans' 3 playoff wins, CJ has 5 touchdowns and 4 turnovers.
No.
5 touchdowns in the 3 playoff wins. He's got 5 touchdowns and 4 turnovers. The defense in those same wins has 5 touchdowns.
Holy crap.
The defense has as many touchdowns as CJ does. Not as the offense, as CJ.
Wow, that's incredible.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah. Speaks to the defense for one.
The defense has given up 32 points and scored 32 points in the 3 wins.
It's
unbelievable.
How they scored 32?
A
safety?
No, a blocked extra point returned. I guess that's special teams.
That's DST.
Yeah. That's defense special teams. Yeah. I guess in fantasy points that would be 2 points. I don't believe they've had a safety in the playoffs.
I don't think
but
so either.
Yeah, they got a block extra point and returned it for the score. Anyway, even if you don't give that to them, they've got 5 touchdowns. 5.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Just incredible. That game against the Browns where you had 2 returns for touchdowns. Christian Harris had that one that was beautiful. You had, whatever. You've had 5. You had the Bills as well. They scored a touchdown defensively. Just fantastic. Just fantastic defense. And now you just got to get – so the question was, is CJ a winning quarterback in the postseason?
Yes, he's 3-0.
No, he's 3-2.
No, I don't count the second games.
You don't count the second
No,
game,
the
so
second
this one won't
games
count.
are way harder.
So this one won't count
Yeah,
if
he's
they
3-0,
win.
and he's 3-0 in the general playoffs.
Oh, in the general
Yeah.
wild card playoffs, yes.
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 So he is they were talking about, is he a bus driver or is he – this was on Fox, and it was clear that he's just driving this thing along and not all that great. He's not driving it all along.
No, this is
all
not.
that great either.
I mean, you just have to get past the CJ people who will then hit you with, what's his record in the playoffs? That's all that matters. Well, it's 3-2.
3-2.
Which is fine. It's better than Mike Tomlin's playoff record is. But it's fine. It's fine. But it's not. It's actually not fine enough. If your goal is to win a championship, you've got to really drive the bus efficiently and effectively, and that's not really what's happening. All the data would tell you that. Your human eyes would tell you that. Got to play better. He knows it. Nothing else you can do until you just play the games and see what happens. You got one coming up. I mean, he'll have to play well. This game, if they win, CJ will play a large part in that. I don't see the defense just winning this game for you. To me, he is going to have to. CJ didn't win the last game for you. You won it despite CJ Stroud. If you beat New England this next one, I think it's almost going to be a given that he played pretty well.
Yeah. Yep.
On the road, second game again. A New England team that's been consistent pretty much throughout the year. I don't care who they played against. They've been a consistent team. They're well coached. Even if your defense plays well, offensively, you don't have your wide receiver 1. They have their cornerback 1 coming back, and he's a good one. And Carlton Davis is a bully on the other side. So you got 2 bigs who match up with your bigs, a wide receiver. So and they got a good defensive front that's probably better than the Texans' offensive line. If you win, C.J. Stroud played well. More than likely, C.J. Stroud played at least above average for you to win, and it took a really good defensive performance. If your defense doesn't play well, I don't know that you have a shot in this one.
We got earlier this week, maybe Monday, we had a caller, I forget who, was it Gary that called in and said it was the offensive line's fault?
It wasn't Gary. It was somebody else. So
Yeah, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
Somebody called in and said it was the offensive line's fault. McAfee had a guy, A.Q. Shipley. You know
yeah.
who A.Q.
My dad, he played for my dad at Pittsburgh.
Okay.
He's famous for being one of the shortest arm centers in the history of football. T-Rex. Played at Penn State.
Who took over from him from LSU?
Ethan Posich?
No. Maybe he was a guard, the LSU guy that ate salads and wouldn't eat.
In Pittsburgh. No, you're talking about Cleveland, Jeff Fain.
Oh, yeah, Jeff Fain.
That was Notre Dame. That was Cleveland. That was a different team.
No, I was talking about was it Fain? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Jeff Fain was. It wasn't that he ate salads. He just was lean. He wanted to eat all protein so he could lean down and, what are you doing? You're a center in the NFL.
Eat.
Eat.
You get fat.
What are we doing? I'm going to walk to burn some of these fat off. No.
Anyway, he ranked all the offensive lines in Wild Card Weekend, and guess who finished first?
Texans.
Oh,
Texans were all over people.
Texans, with that running game, CJ had time to throw, although the stats said that he was pressured 46% of the time, which was, one of his highest. He held on to the ball.
Yeah.
Or couldn't catch the ball. I saw somewhere, too, that they were like, yeah, listen, they got to get this center thing worked out. The snaps were rocketing back there. And, low. And what?
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Rocketed back there. The one where CJ was looking where it was, I'm assuming the injury shouldn't have. CJ knows when it's supposed to be snapped. I assume that's on center. The other one's he just took his eye off of it.
He just dropped him. They were decent. They were fine.
Sometimes I just think
snaps were
people
fine.
just decide that they're gonna.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, what kind of narrative are we gonna? You saw the first snap in slow mo. You saw the snap that was in slow motion. It hit CJ in the chest or in the stomach when he was not looking. He's
Right.
oh man, he's rocking him. They got to stop this. Like that's one. Look at all of them. That the other two were not that. So don't just be lazy and say that. Take a look at all of them.
Right.
Yeah, he just. I don't know. He just took his eye off. I don't know any other way to say it. It's not like that's a consistent problem. It was just a consistent problem in one game.
Yeah. No, it's not been a problem. All of a sudden, he's dropping snaps. What the hell in that situation?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I mean, just creating new things to worry about, as if the false starts and the holds down in the red zone and everything else. As if that isn't enough. Now we got to worry about him catching the snap.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, think
Hopefully
about
not.
me for a second,
Hopefully
CJ.
not.
Think about me for a second.
Hopefully we're not going to have to worry about that.
I'm not. I don't want that to worry about as well. I got enough to worry about right now.
This will be – I've seen it with Warren Moon where once people went against him in the playoffs, it didn't change. I saw it with Matt Schaub. Not really Deshaun so much. Deshaun had some moments in the playoffs. But, and Warren Moon did too. It's just the losses. He just lost some horrific games, had a bad second half against Buffalo. But, Warren I thought was kind of unfairly castigated personally. But CJ's in that territory where, with James Harden, with Biggio and Bagwell, you have to – you need to step up in certain moments to avoid having people view you negatively, and you have to switch it to the positive. Really, I mean, that's kind of what's happening here is that once you get this far in, that's what happens. Bagwell and Biggio, after the third playoffs, really is after the second playoffs, after 98. Everyone was like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Bagwell, Biggio, and it never got better.
Well,
not for a long time. It did for Biggio, I guess.
The pressure compounds itself.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Really does.
And you have to get out of it. And James, would have really good games in the playoffs, and they'd have the absolute stinkers in the elimination games, and it was like that's what you get known for. And CJ has to avoid that. And really, there's no other player other than a kicker who will get known for that. It's the quarterback. Quarterback gets $50-60 million. That's your benefit. The downside is you're going to get a lot of blame, and all of the eyes are going to be on you in those situations. You can't have it both ways. Like, if you want to make a much smaller salary, then, well, but guess what? It wouldn't matter. You'd still get the same amount. You'd still get a disproportionate amount of eyes on you. But I don't think it's disproportionate. Quarterbacks are that important. That's why they get drafted earlier than they should. That's why they make more money than they should. I'm talking about average quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Because you got to, you have to play to a level.
Well, it's proven. Quarterback plays well, you got a really good chance to win football games.
Absolutely.
That's it. Now, it's a little different in Houston, as it has been with certain football teams when they have extremely dominant defenses.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, it's almost impossible to have that kind of dominant defense and be efficient offensively. For whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't. It's like
It's
that
crazy.
in sports.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why you can't be dominant on defense and good on offense? I guess if you're that, you're a dominant team. Period.
Yeah, I guess the 17-0 Patriots.
Yeah,
were a bit like that. Although their defense, their offense was incredible.
Their offense was dominant. The defense was good.
It was really good.
But if you have one unit that's dominant and one unit that's good, you're probably one of the best teams in a long time in your sport.
Yep.
Because it doesn't happen very much. Warriors had some of that.
All right, 7:14 here.
Astros had some of that.
Yeah.
Dominant pitching, good hitting.
Defense.
Yeah.
And they couldn't hit in the aughts.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the championship era. They had both. They had hitters and pitchers.
Yeah.
They had a dominant run.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, if you can hit and pitch.
That's what I mean. If you have both, you're probably a dominant team. The Chiefs had both at times. We just want the Texans to be average, and they got a chance to win it this year.
Okay, we got Jake Spavital's going to join us in about a half an hour. He coached Johnny. He coached Kyler. He coached Mendoza as well. We'll get his thoughts on Mendoza. He's also worked with Shannon Dawson. We'll get his thoughts on that. And Josh Pate is going to join us at 9 o'clock. So we got a lot of college football to talk, along with your Texans at 713-780-3776. Right now, Lance has Underdog.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy. It was a good weekend for a lot of people. I had somebody reach out, sent me a screenshot of what they made. They made $670 on a $10 play on Underdog Fantasy. How did they do that? They picked correctly on I think it was five different plays on high or low on statistics. That's it. Now, they had a couple of them that were, no pun intended, underdogs. They had ones that they kind of figured out, oh, this one's going higher. People don't expect it to go higher. It's going higher. But they hit every single one of them. That's how it works. You can go as low as two picks. A lot of people like to do 3, 4, 5, even 6 or 7 to really go for the big payouts. This is, by the way, completely legal in the state of Texas, and it's real money, and you get your money when you ask for your money. But Underdog Fantasy is just about, downloading the app, using promo code Lance on your first deposit. After you play your first $5 play, you're going to get $75 in bonus entries. But the cool part is you are going to be able to analyze the games and look at all these different stats, pick ones that you like, and go higher or lower on them. And if you hit all of them, you get a big payout. If you play the flex option where the payouts are a little lower, but you can miss one, you can still make money on that too. So it's a fun way to play along with the games you're watching during the playoff season. And all you do is start today by downloading the Underdog Fantasy app and using promo code Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us, there are people that want to get in. So we'll go right to the phones. If you guys want to, this is your show. Whatever you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. It's probably going to be mostly about the Texans. 713-780-3776. Stafford is first up. Hey, Stafford.
Hey, good morning, y'all. I wanted to chime in about, I just noticed, like, over the last few years, these coaches are going for it on fourth down in these playoff games. They're not getting it. Jacksonville, the difference in that game was the 3 points that they didn't take when they were, like, on the 4-yard line. And the Chargers, early in the game, when it wasn't out of reach for them, went for it, missed points, and did not take the points early in the game. It turned out to not be, the difference, but, I called in about the
Chicago Bears, by the way, Stafford, could have easily lost with all the points they left on the field. Yeah.
Yeah. So, are we gonna? Is this the new thing, or is this just a trend, or is this here to stay? And I want to take back what I said about the Nico Ryan conservativeness. I live with it, because I would be really upset if we lost because he went for it on fourth down, and when we could have took points. But I hang up and listen.
Yeah, listen. Our coach kicks field goals. Okay.
We don't have a lot of decisions to make, though, John.
No, we kick field goals.
We don't have decisions to make. It's usually and 11 and 7 and 9, fourth and.
Right.
Fourth, and a lot of 4th and 1, 4th and 2. We're sitting on the, if we're sitting on the 40, that ain't a go for it. That's a 57-yard field goal, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. No. Well, and
he's gone for it, and and they haven't been successful typically when he does.
We're not great on 4th and.
We're not great on fourth down.
We don't. 4th and 1.
No.
We ain't about that.
We don't really dial up the winners.
We ain't the 24 Eagles. That's for sure. Nope. We are who we are. Let's be who we are. Let's kick field goals. Like I said, we were going to kick a boatload in that game.
Four
I
touchdowns.
Knew that we were going to score
4 touchdowns. 2 on defense.
I knew we were going to score a lot of points that weren't offensive points. I didn't think it was going to be the defense.
Well, field goals are considered offensive points.
Yeah.
I thought maybe Kaimi might contribute more.
I think you said he might kick like 14 field goals.
14. So you
missed
guys
an
went
extra
under
point.
and won.
Yeah.
You got there. You got there. That's okay. But I'm okay with my kicker. I'm okay with kicking field.
You know what I'm not okay with?
I get so pissed off in the first half. They're going for it on 4th and 2. I mean, take the damn point.
Well, play to your team, or play to the game. Sense what the game's going to be, and know that the points are probably going to matter in a playoff game. Maybe don't. Maybe take the points and see how it plays out. And if you have to go for it later, all right. But as it was pointed out on the call and by Lance, plenty of games this weekend where teams wound up regretting not taking points. You know what I don't like? John's back to soft talking again.
Is he?
I am not soft talking.
There it is.
Put the mic by your mouth. What are you?
Get as close as you can.
Well, I got a spit thing here.
Well, maybe take that. Well, take the spit filter or whatever you want to call that off and get closer to that microphone.
That shouldn't be it, though. But no, this isn't a trend. It's not changing. This is what it is now. And don't forget, a lot of these guys did grow up playing Madden. You don't punt on Madden. You don't kick field goals on Madden. Go. The more young head coaches you have, the more they are going to be aggressive, either baked in through just growing up that way, or it's just the mentality that it's always push forward, not not hold back. That's an entire mentality of generations coming up. Or, they lay heavy on the analytics, and it just says if you don't get it, it's not as penal as if you do get it. That's ultimately what analytics tells you is if you don't get something, for you to risk it and not get it, it's not as bad as it is powerful to go for it and get it. So the risk is less than the reward is what they tell you. And so they're just gonna keep doing it. But to me, I just think you have to judge the situation, man. How are you playing? What are the matchups? What's the weather? How is the game flow? Is it a tight game where points matter more? Is it a high-scoring game where you're going to have to score a lot more? Like, your decisions have to come off of that. They cannot just be automatically on a card where you go or you don't go. Like, judge it based on the factors of the game.
Andy Reid lost a chance at the playoffs in a defensive game. He goes for it on 4th and 1 from his own 30.
Yeah. When the offense wasn't playing, the Texans offense was doing nothing.
It was terrible. It was terrible.
Yeah, that was a huge. I mean, what a terrible mistake that was for Andy Reid, because that's game flow says punt and defend. Texans can't beat you.
How many times Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell, all the Dans. That's all they do.
Dan Rivera, Riverboat Dan.
Yeah,
Dan Rivera, Dan Johnson with the Bears.
Dan Hampton.
All of the Dans. All the Dan coaches. Dan McVay.
Dan Reeves.
Mm-hmm. He was a gunslinger. That's all he did.
What's Dan Jeremiah up to? Would he be a gunslinger too?
No, I don't think so. I think he would. I think he played a little close to the vest.
I'm not sure about Dan Jeremiah and his. He ain't like those.
He's a close to the vest type guy.
Okay.
Yeah. His dad's one of the biggest. His dad's one of the biggest pastors in the world.
Is he a megachurch guy?
Yeah, but not like it's not like Joel Osteen. It's like his is more. It's a little different. It's a little more subdued. It's a little more.
I'm going to send
but
you
he's
to.
He's a monster. He's a monster on the West Coast.
I'm going to send you to Drewski's latest sketch
I've seen it.
where he just mimics it's a black megachurch this time, but it's just like apparently he found the actual
the one flying around.
Yeah, he's like on a harness flying around, and he's playing Kirk Franklin. And there's a real guy he's mimicking. He found the actual suit that the guy wore and put it on. John, I'll send it to you.
That's not Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, it could be, but in this case, it's based off a real person, and it's like he's talking about we're not letting you leave until this congregation comes up with $4 million. No one's leaving this. No one's leaving. And at the very end, he goes, Pastor, can you pray for me? He goes, take your hand off my effing car. Get your hand off my effing car. I'm out of here. I'll send it to you, John.
Get your hand off my car.
That's all he cares about is the congregation. That's it.
And the $4 million they have to come up with.
Well, that's
congregation's pockets.
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, just a small part, though. Other than the kidnapping and of everyone until they come up, that is actually is he not? That's
it's a skit that's based on real life.
Right.
There is that guy. I saw the guy who's just said, who really was upset that the numbers weren't as high as he wanted it to, and that he had to explain that. When I have the luxury car, when I have these watches, this is a symbol of the church, of all of our prosperity. I am a mechanism of prosperity that Jesus has put on the earth, and I live through you. And I was like, man, I'd love to be able to sell my wife on stuff like that.
Well, didn't he? Isn't it the same one that said, God said I need another plane?
Yeah. Oh, that guy was unbelievable.
He was great. I love that guy. I need another plane. Oh, okay. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number. Ownwell is what I'm talking about right now. Ownwell.com. Ownwell. What is Ownwell? Ownwell is a company that is going to fight your property taxes. I don't own a home anymore in Texas, but when I did, I did it myself. And, boy, I wish I'd have known about Ownwell. I say that about a lot of the clients. that I wish I'd have known when I was buying a house, or I wish I'd have known when I was fighting my property taxes. I wish I'd have known about Ownwell, because it takes 3 minutes to sign up. You don't have to do anything after that. They fight for you, okay? You don't want to go up against the government. The government wins, and not against Ownwell. Ownwell wins 86% of the time, which is an unbelievable number to me, because that means that the government is wrong at least that much. And they save, on average, $1,102 for all of their clients. Does that mean to you? More money in your pocket, okay? And they take a lower percentage of the other guys. Listen, there are other companies out there, but Ownwell is one of them that is going to take less of a percentage. You don't pay them unless you win. Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here. John and Lance, along with Dell at 713-780-3776. If you got a call, Dell, let me know if we got any callers so we can get them in here. Jaylen Reed of the Texans was targeted in a robbery. This is just, it's unbelievable how it's gotten out of control. Athletes getting, of course, it's always been a thing, right? I mean, let's get the athlete, let's get the guys with the money, but he lost what, $1 million, or there was something like $1 million that was taken from him.
I believe the story is the bail is that because
that's
of
right. That's
why
right.
because
That's
of
right.
him being specifically targeted, so they upped the bail on that one.
Right. I knew, I read the story and I knew there was $1 million. And yes, the bail was $1 million for the guy that they caught, which is good. Nice. Way to go, Judge. That's a way we should do things around here. So that's just horrible for these guys. They got to have extra security while they're playing football games.
Jaylen Reed was the target. What was he, was he a day 2 or day 3 pick, Lance?
Jaylen Reed from Penn State.
Yeah.
He was a 4th rounder.
So a day 3 pick, they decided to look. I'm not telling people how to do their crimes.
Right.
But I would probably have gone after someone who maybe was on a second contract.
Probably doesn't have the security that those guys have.
You got to take that into account. But what are you actually taking? What is Jaylen Reed?
Xbox.
Yeah, his PS5? What are we doing?
Rookie? Yeah. So playing by the way, breaking news, John Harbaugh looks like he's finalizing a deal with the Giants. John Harbaugh to the Giants.
He canceled meeting in person with the Titans. He was expected to have the Titans come to his home to work some things out, and he said, after meeting with the Giants, he said, "Nah,
that's toxic over there. You don't want
don't want Harbaugh with the Titans."
Well, so what job is that? What's the number one job right now?
Well, the Giants have a young quarterback if you believe in him, so you always like that. Maybe you like New York. You know, I guess it's a decision about the division. You think about that. Could be a pretty sporty division. You just never know what the Cowboys are going to be year to year. I don't know moving forward are we going to see the same Jaden Daniels? Is he going to stay healthy? Philadelphia could implode at any time. They're kind of imploding right now. I don't know. Maybe he looks at that as I got Malik Neighbors, I got Jackson Dart, I've got some rush off the edge. I've got a stable ownership.
OC, so.
I got stable ownership. So you may say, yeah, but those players don't really love Jalen Hurts either. A lot of them. So there's some stuff going on. They got a lot of talent. But
that's as tough a job. I mean, that OC job is about as tough a job. But that's not what John Harbaugh would take, is all I'm saying. So what head coaching job is the Giants? The Giants isn't the number one job.
Well, that's a pretty good job if you think about it. You got a star receiver. You got a young quarterback who showed some promise. You got really good pass rush. You got stable ownership. Not great media. You're going to deal with a lot of heckling media, which he's probably okay with that. What are the other jobs? I mean, I don't know how Miami is.
Baltimore, Pittsburgh.
Baltimore, you're going to be dealing with a cap situation with Lamar that they got to figure out. Well, first of all, it doesn't matter on Baltimore. That's where he's gone from. Pittsburgh is not a good job right now.
No,
they're in a reset mode. Dolphins, it's kind of tough to tell. I mean, there's some pieces there,
there's some cap space issues there.
Yeah,
but the owner's willing to give you whatever you want to make things happen. But right now,
it's really humid.
Next,
very humid.
Okay, next year, no matter what, it's going to be a reset year. So you'll get some patience. You're not going to be expected to win next year.
What else? Falcons. You got a situation with the quarterback where you may be locked into a quarterback that's not good enough. He's had 4 season-ending injuries over the last 7 years. What other jobs? What other jobs are out there?
Carolina.
No, they're in the playoffs. They didn't fire their coach.
No, not Carolina.
The Cardinals.
Ugh. No quarterback.
Dry heat.
Yeah, it's a dry heat.
It's a dry heat.
Yeah, but you got no quarterback. Everyone wants to get rid of Kyler. You don't have a quarterback there. That's not a good one. And
Tennessee.
It's cheap ownership.
Vegas.
Toxic ownership. Vegas, Vegas is actually – I don't think Vegas is terrible. You got Ashton Genty, who I think is going to be a special talent, but you really do need help on the offensive line. Like there's a lot of build-outs to do. Is Tom Brady is that a guy that you look to like, hey, this is a big positive, Tom Brady's here? I don't know how much weight that carries. I'd have to look at they have some pass rush. I'd have to look at what their draft capital looks like. But it's not great. I mean, you want to go somewhere you have a quarterback. That would be.
Will that be Fernando Mendoza?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah, I guess Fernando Mendoza. They got the first pick, right? Raiders.
Yes.
Yeah, I tell you what, I looked at Ty Simpson yesterday, and I was looking at some statistics. Like I can filter when you're pressured in the red zone on third and between 5 and 12 yards. All these different, and Fernando Mendoza is exceptional on all of them. I haven't watched him throw, but his data points are really, really good on pretty much every. There's only a couple throws where it looks shaky, and they're really, really good on a lot of these.
Cleveland's the last job.
Yeah, ownership. I don't know. Well, Titans have a young quarterback. Cleveland, unless you believe in Shedeur Sanders. I mean, if you don't have a quarterback, the Steelers, that's tough action. Yeah, when it comes to ownership and quarterback, the Giants actually are one of the ones that you look at and say, okay, steady ownership, young quarterback, we can roll. Titans have young quarterback with talent, yucky ownership. Dolphins, depends on what you think about Tua.
I think they're done with him, period.
With Tua?
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
Well, they'll eat it a year like Russell Wilson and the Broncos.
Well, are they going to move him?
They will try, and if not, they'll have to suffer through a year of him on the.
Yeah, then that's not an ideal situation either.
No, I think that. Well,
these situations aren't great. The Cardinals, cheap ownership, no quarterback situation. You just have a capped out Kyler Murray.
Here's how SI ranks the jobs: Ravens, Falcons, Giants, Steelers, Titans, Dolphins, Raiders, Cardinals, Browns. I think the Raiders is up there higher too with Mendoza. You're starting with Mendoza. You're going to have a year grace period because you got a rookie quarterback. Plus, you're a brand new coach. They were terrible. You got a roster to build, but you know what? I think the Raiders are a much better job than that with Mendoza.
well, let's talk to a guy who coached Mendoza.
That's right. We'll do that on the other side. Jake Spavital, who coached Francisco Mendoza. We will talk to him about him.
Fernando Mendoza.
What did I say?
Francisco, yeah.
Oh, Fernando Mendoza. We'll talk about that with Jake next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now we're talking about GimmeTheVin.com. I'm talking about John Clay Wolf. I'm talking about a guy who has created a monster business, started it with nothing, and has built it into one of, if not the biggest car buyer in America. GimmeTheVin.com is all over. He's got radio in every city. It's just incredible. If you listen to him here on Saturdays, he's our longest-running show here on the station. If you listen to him, you know he's nuts. He is a little bit nuts. But you know what? He's been nuts in how much he spends on cars. You know, he just had a different philosophy than everybody else. I'm going to give the most for the car, and I'll make less when I sell it at auction. That's all. I'll still make money, but I'm going to make less. But I'm going to do higher volume, and that's exactly what he does. You know why? Because you know why he does higher volume? Because everybody wants more for their car, and he gives them more. So if you're going to sell your car, there's one place that you have to go to establish the market. GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. GimmeTheVin.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back. John and Lance, along with Dell, bringing in Jake Spavital. He is an old friend of the show. An old friend of Houston, too. He is now the Baylor offensive coordinator. He is the head coach at Texas State. He has coached the likes of Brandon Whedon, Geno Smith, Johnny Manziel, Kyler Murray, Kyle Allen, and last year, Fernando Mendoza. So I wanted to talk to him about Mendoza and get his thoughts. And also, he's coached with Shannon Dawson, so we'll get that perspective as well. Jake, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, man. It's good to be back on the show, and it's good to have these conversations with you guys. It's been a while.
Well, let's start with Mendoza. You coached him last year. He threw for 3,000 yards, 16 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. This year, he threw for 300 more yards, but he had 41 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Quite a jump there. What did you see? Did you see this coming? Did you see Heisman Trophy in this guy?
I got him as a redshirt freshman, and when I got to Cal, they talked about just how phenomenal of a person this kid is, how great of a worker he is, and how everybody on the team just absolutely loved him. And he ended up starting versus Oregon State week 6. And went out there and, did everything that you asked him to do. He competed. He prepared the right way. And it was just awesome to watch. And you just saw, what type of person he is. You've seen the interviews. He's a very authentic person. He's very consistent in who he is. And it's just been fun to watch him just progress because I believe he just keeps getting better and better every single week. And I don't even think he's close to playing his best ball yet.
No, but man, he is he's really taken a step. He's very accurate. He's very poised. He's got great composure, which is what you need against that Miami rush. And I think that, he's in command, Jake. He's in command of the offense, and that's something that is really underrated on the collegiate level with so few with players being, kind of rushed through. They start their freshman year and all that. You don't always see a guy who has command of the offense. That's something that stood out to me is that as the season's progressed, he really has command of the offense. And I think that goes back to the head coach has clearly defined our philosophy is going to be we're going to hit you in the mouth with the running game and we're going to be efficient with the passing game. So he kind of he drives the bus, but he makes throws. He still makes plays.
Yeah, I bet that's the best way to explain it. He just seems so comfortable, in command of what he's doing. I've studied a lot of their tape this year, and I believe he's one of the more efficient offenses, but I think he's one of the more efficient players. His stat line is ridiculous after every game. Like last week was 5 touchdowns, 4 incompletions. You're just sitting there watching it. They don't ask him to do a lot. He's throwing it around 20 times a game, but he's capable of putting the game on his shoulders. And if they ask him to throw 40 times, I still think he'd be very efficient in what he does, complete control of the game and understanding what needs to be accomplished. I think just the game management side of him has just been something where you've seen just huge growth of him over the years. And I think that's one of the main reasons why they're having a lot of success.
Jake Spavital with us here, offensive coordinator, Baylor, on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just to be clear, Jake coached him in 23. He had the 16-6 last year. As a matter of fact, when you coached him, he was 14-10, but that's a redshirt freshman playing, and look at how he has progressed. We call him AI here because the kid is unbelievable, Jake. I mean, so you obviously saw that too. Just the kind of kid that every single answer can't be more perfect. He praises the Lord. I mean, there's everything about this kid it's almost unreal.
Yeah, and what's crazy is just being around him. It's just not that is who he is. I've been talking NFL scouts will call me about him and ask about how is this actually real, and that's what you get on a day-by-day basis with the kid. He's one of the most authentic kids I've ever been around. He's very consistent who he is. He's very like he's such a good person and a great teammate as well. And like you see, like just the excitement that those guys have for him, how they rally around him. Yeah, he's like the complete package right now. But like I just love it because he's always been authentic and he stays true to who he is. He never changes.
Well, there's a lot of talk about. We're doing a lot of talk about Fernando Mendoza, Heisman winner. He'll be the first pick of the draft. But Carson Beck, the game could hinge on Carson Beck. Are we going to get the good Carson Beck or the one who, makes the critical mistakes? Carson Beck has played well lately, and Carson Beck has a lot of talent. There's no question about it. It's the biggest differentiator between those two quarterbacks sometimes is the decision-making in critical moments. What are your thoughts on Carson Beck, the talent that you saw at Georgia, then at Miami, the highs, the lows, where he is right now in the postseason? Like, what are your thoughts on Carson Beck?
Jake, you there?
Yeah, I'm
there
here.
it is.
You got
Okay,
me?
go ahead. Sorry, start over,
Yeah,
Jake.
No, like I was just talking about how Carson, watching, his career at Georgia and watching him be put on a platform and like just, really everything that he does is dissected, and criticized and just watching his story and like starting back over and working with Shannon Dawson and some of the big time throws that he's had. It's just a great story of adversity and the ups and downs and the highs and lows of this game, and he stayed true to it, and he's out there having a ton of success, and he gets to play in the national championship. And, I think this is going to be a great game to watch with two just like NFL quarterbacks I think will play for a while.
You guys are all, from the same school, the Leach Holgerson school, you, Shannon. How about seeing – and there's a lot of guys, Eric Morris, all those guys. I mean, there's a lot of success going on around with that group of coaches. What about seeing what Shannon is doing this year? How neat is that?
Dude, I'm so fired up for him. Shannon's, I ended up living with him out in West Virginia and just watching his success and watching how he's evolved. I watch his stuff every single week and just to watch him just, progress and change from like the true air raid system of when he was calling it back in Stephen F. Austin a long time ago and was throwing it around. And now you're watching him on 4th down and 2 in the national semifinal game, just, absolutely mauling the defensive line and just handing the ball off on 4th and 2 and getting a first down, and just shows you that he's evolved. He's done a ton more formations and motions and shifts and has really kind of evolved really the offense is still keeping the same principles of the air raid as he does it as well. So, fired up for Shannon to be able to play in this national championship game. I think he's probably the first one of the air raid system to actually play in this game.
We've got Jake Spavital here with us. And I would be remiss. Johnny was back in the news again last week as he had said something or somebody, I don't know what the deal is, but you saw the documentary. You saw, Johnny's addictions, his extracurricular activities, all of that stuff. We have a text stream that asked, as Jake, you coached all of these guys, and you, and as a coach, to have a guy that's as undisciplined as Johnny, you would think the coaching staff would be like, wow, what a headache, or what. You really like Johnny still, right?
Yeah, I've been fortunate to coach a lot of great, quarterbacks, but Johnny just had this presence that when he crossed the white lines, like everybody wanted to play for him because he was going to give everything that he had. He was going to sacrifice everything. Wasn't afraid of, getting hit. He was going to compete. He just had this presence that kind of made everybody else around him better. And there was a lot of NFL talent on that A&M team, and just to watch him just be in control of it and go out there and play at a high level. I just love watching Johnny play, and I think there's a lot of people out there that just love watching Johnny in his college days.
Was he the most talented guy you coached?
He's arguably up there. I thought his ability to scramble and extend plays that just made him one of the most exciting players in really college football history, and just his competitive edge, he was going to compete at everything that he did. And when he got him out there, he was going to find a way to try to go and score.
Yeah, it's funny. John mentioned the word talent. I just had this conversation online with people where I think there's confusion about the word talent sometimes. Talent to me, somebody tried to argue, because I said Aaron Rodgers is the most talented quarterback that I've ever watched. Pure talent. And then Joe Montana. Like, Joe Montana wasn't super talented. He was a great competitor. Talent doesn't necessarily make you a great quarterback. Jeff George, Jay Cutler, those are really talented quarterbacks. Doesn't necessarily make you a great quarterback. You got to have that competitiveness, and and there's the mental part of it as well. But in terms of pure talent, like, how much do you think, as you've been in this job for a long time, do you think talent sometimes is a little overrated relative to competitiveness and intelligence at the position?
Yeah, when we're evaluating quarterbacks, you're going to have the quarterback that's going to be able to make the throws and be able to play at a high level just from the physical attributes. But I think what separates all quarterback play is the intangibles, just kind of like the leadership qualities and the competitive edge that they have, and really just the football IQ. That's the stuff that we pay attention to more when we're evaluating quarterbacks. Is do they love football? Are they going to be a guy that's going to go out there and compete, or are they going to rally the troops? And I thought Johnny was definitely one of those guys. And when you got him out there on the field, there was a confidence that he brought that everybody on the field knew that we can go down and score because we had Johnny football out there.
Jake Spavital, before we go, Baylor offensive coordinator. We won't mention names, but it looked like you were going to have a quarterback, and then you didn't have a quarterback, and then you did have a quarterback. As a coach right now, try to tell people what it's like to, and you guys have all got it good and all of that, but how difficult this portal and NIL situation is, and how different it is than it has been.
Yeah, it's there's so many unique conversations because every single person on your team is really going to try to get more money or go explore new opportunities, and that's great for them. Where it's hard is how do you build a roster? And I think where they've had the one portal window now has kind of cleared up a lot more. When you had the second portal window out there in May, that got very difficult. But right now I just think with how college football is, you're looking at a new roster really for every single team in the country, and I just can't wait for this thing the portal window to close, for us to figure out who our roster is so we can get back to work, because we're actually changing up how we do our off season, and we're going to do really a month of just culture building, just trying to figure out for our team to get to know each other, because I think every team in the country is really going to have a new core of people in, which, you got to really, strip it all down and start from day one and actually start to get to know who you got on your roster and get to know each other before you actually start getting into the football side of things. So it's a very unique time, but it's not going away, and you got to adapt and you got to figure it out.
Jake Spavital, offensive coordinator, Baylor, with us here on ESPN 97.5. Jake, man, we really appreciate it. I know you got meetings, so go get it. We appreciate your time. And so who you rooting for, Shannon or Mendoza?
I was thinking about this. Fernando won the Heisman. He's got a lot of great accolades right now. It would be awesome for Shannon to go get him a national championship.
Yeah, once a coach, once a player. That's a no contest.
Well, yeah, you lived with him, too.
Yeah.
And you lived with him.
Yeah, I'm saying I would love to see Shannon go win.
He's about to step into a multi-million-dollar contract.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they both are. If they win, they both.
Yeah, but one
are.
has to coach with Mario, so
Yeah, there's that. All right, Jake. As always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
All right, great talking with you guys.
Thanks, Jake.
Talk to you soon.
There's Jake Spavital, offensive coordinator, Baylor Bears, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.4. All right, we got Josh Pate joining us top of the
Did
well,
Jake
9 o'clock.
coach Kenny Thrill Hill?
Did Jake?
Do you remember the great Kenny Hill who had that one
yeah.
game that one time?
I don't know. Was he gone already?
Remember that TCU game? I don't know.
No, it was the South Carolina game.
Was it
to
South
open
Carolina?
the season.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
South Carolina. Yeah.
I hope he didn't coach him. That really turned out
Well,
terribly
that one
after
game
that
was
first
good.
game.
Yeah, that's right. Kenny transferred to TCU.
Yeah.
He did. Kenny Hill's now a coach.
Is he?
Is he?
Yes.
Good for Kenny. Good
Yes,
for Kenny.
Jake Spavital did coach Kenny Thrill Hill.
Yes.
And he had the one moment. He was the next guy after Johnny, and we're like, hey, how are they going to replace Johnny? And then Kenny Hill had the great game, and things didn't go well after that, really.
Not after that.
He's currently the co-offensive coordinator at Incarnate Word, where
nice.
Cam Ward came from.
Uh-huh. He's got a draftable wide
And he
receiver.
coached under Jake at Cal as an offensive quality control coach.
Oh,
Okay.
did he? Nice.
That's when he's just getting into the biz.
Actually, let me take that back. He was at Cal, but Jake had gone to Texas State. But they've crossed paths a couple times, it looks like.
Oh, neat. All right, time to talk HR&P. You need to cross your T's and dot your I's. You need to be better. You need to be a better business, okay? Your people depend on it. You're feeding families, okay? Are you the CEO, the CFO? Are you a decision maker? Are you doing as well as you possibly can? Are you getting your people their payroll as efficiently, technologically, economically? Are you doing this because it's important that you keep that business rolling, that you do it as well as possible? Okay, there's a lot of places that, a lot of things that cost money. This is an asset. This is not a liability. This is an asset because they are making you money. They are doing it more efficiently. They are doing it at a better price than you can do it. They're doing their HR and payroll and taxes. When you combine those three and what HR&P does for you, you're saving money. And that's the bottom line. It goes to your bottom line, not to whomever you're paying to do it now. If you are with an admin company, chances are HR&P can do it better. If you're doing it yourself, HR&P for sure can do it better. So you're looking for the best way to get that payroll and that HR. Let them take a look at your business and figure it out what's best for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Welcome back, ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776, to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5. We said if you call in, we'll get you in right away. Darrell, you're first up. What do you think, Darrell?
Yes. Hey, I want to talk about the Texans. Hey, look, if I'm Nick Caley and Gerard Johnson, I'm having a conversation with Jake Andrews and CJ Stroud right before the game, and here's what the conversation should be. Hey, we need you to dial in and focus. We need you guys to be, all in, try to play mistake-free football, because we can't have the same mistakes that we had against Pittsburgh. If we do, this team is going to make us pay. I get that we got a Super Bowl caliber defense, but we have to be dialed in. And CJ has to understand, hey, if you go through your progression and read and it's not there, hell, get rid of the ball. Don't try to force something and make something happen. Just get rid of the ball, either take off or throw it away, one of the two. But we have to cut down the turnovers. And that will be the conversation I will have with Jake Andrews and CJ. I'll get off here and get you guys thoughts.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think it's pretty obvious. You can't turn the ball over 3 times, fumble 5 times in a game, turn it over 3, and expect to win. It was amazing the Texans won 30-6 with those turnovers. I don't know that has that team ever fumbled 5 times and won, and by 24 points?
Just no way.
I don't think so. I
There's
don't
no
think that's
way.
possible. No. Yeah, and listen, if he just drives the bus, puts up 23, 24 points, the Texans win this football game.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't drive the bus off the road. Right?
That's how you got to do.
Right? So let's not turn the bus over. Let's not crash. Let's just drive the bus, drive me smooth.
Can he be Sandra Bullock?
That bus couldn't stop.
Well,
Or it had to stay at a certain
we don't
speed.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want the bus to stop. We want it to stay at a certain speed. We don't want any swerving.
Yeah.
We don't want any. We don't want it. We can't hit the brakes because the bus will blow up. Can he stay at 55? Can he stay at 55 no matter
That's
what?
all we need.
That's on a highway. That's kind of slow, but it's a speed that gets you to where you need to go without much danger.
Yeah.
Can I get CJ Stroud to be Sandra Bullock?
Was it Keanu?
He wasn't the one driving. He was the one making sure no one died. But she was driving the bus. Nick Caley is Keanu in this scenario.
We want CJ to be Sandra Bullock.
I need CJ to be to Sandra in Speed 1, not so much Speed 2, because I was on a boat. All I need from you is to stay at 55. If he stays at 55, this team can make a Super Bowl. But can he do that?
Can he
Can he stay on the road at 55, no matter what happens around him? If Nick Caley's talking to CJ, forget about all that, hey, Jake and CJ, stop dropping snaps. Hey, you know how they put inspirational movies in before big games, like Remember the Titans? Get CJ to sit down and watch Speed.
That's what we need. That's what we need. Speed. Sandra Bullock. I never thought I'd say I want CJ to be more like Sandra
You know
Bullock.
how she handled all those situations,
Yeah.
like dealing with Dennis Hopper's madness, got people dying around her and all the people on the bus freaking out. She handled that in a superb way. So good, it got her a second movie.
Well, it looked like the other night he was more like Sandra Bullock in the blindfold.
Yeah, Bird Box.
Yeah. We don't want that Sandra
I don't
Bullock.
want that CJ taking snaps
But
like
even
he's got the blindfold on.
But she navigated Bird Box pretty well too.
She actually did.
I need him to channel. I don't need him to channel Tom Brady. I don't need him to channel Matt Stafford. All quarterbacks he likes. Channel Sandy. And I think we got a shot here.
All right. Who's next?
LSU Brian.
LSU Brian, what up?
Morning, fellas. Lance, I got a draft question for you. Well, first, if we're going to talk about quarterbacks, John, how about that LSU quarterback room now? Looking good.
Oh yeah.
Who did LSU get?
Sam Levitt.
Oh, that's right.
Sam, what? And then they got the redshirt freshman from USC. Supposed to be, he's a 5-star. He's going to sit for a year
and then
come in
transfer
and blow it
portal.
up.
And
He'll
then
sit
Um,
for a year and then portal out and get another payday. More than likely.
Probably so. Well, one of those backups is going to be gone next year. So, but as far as the draft, man, it's not a great one. Probably one of the most down quarterback drafts I can remember
Since
but
last year.
You got a couple guys going into last year or going into the beginning of this year that, I mean, Nuss was projected at one point, number one overall pick. You got Beck. You got guys in there that are that were projected to go really high in this draft. So kind of specifically on Nuss, how does that work, Lance? He was hurt all year. So what is your evaluation going to be on him with the oblique injury? I mean, obviously it affected him. There's no way he could have progressed or regressed that much. I mean, the guy's, like I said, was projected number one.
Yeah, but he's not a good decision maker. Like, you can't, just because you're projected number one, that doesn't mean anything. You're projected number one by the media and draft media. It doesn't mean the NFL teams have weighed in and projected him. So you always have to take where you see media-based rankings with a huge grain of salt. Number two, he is not a good decision maker. He doesn't take care of the football. He can make some incredible throws. He'll make throws that you go, wow. But he's also more than willing to make throws where you go, wow, what were you doing? So I think not taking care of the football, he is lazy with his mechanics at times. He's an arm talent player. He's a guy with arm talent who is more than likely going to hurt his own team at inconvenient times. And it happens more in the pros than it will in college. So if you're doing it a lot in college, it's typically you see it even more in the pros where the windows get tighter, the athletes are faster, the game speeds up. So with Nussmeier, like, I see all the talent. I mean, I see all the talent. It's there. But at some point, you just have to care enough about the football that you don't make those throws. And it's hard to get out of that. It's hard to coach guys out of that because that's internally they're a no break type of player. I always call it a casino. So the blackjack mentality. Are they going to be the one who presses all the time? Because those guys can hit it big, but they also can have, disastrous results. Or are they going to be somebody who plays it real safe? Those guys don't make as many big plays, but they're more likely to have a better touchdown interception ratio, but they may not hit the critical plays. I just think Nussmeier, for me, and Carson Beck, they're going to be judged as much by how they hurt their team as much as how they can help their team. Because in today's football, everything is about eliminating interceptions if you can. And he doesn't do that. So, I don't know. I mean, I like him, John. You've seen plenty of them. I like the talent.
You asked me about him last year. I've never – I don't know where this number one overall thing came from.
Yeah, I don't know that.
I've never seen that. Never.
Nah,
I mean, last year he wasn't very – I don't know. He does. He's got some arm talent, but – he has not shown.
And if you were projected that high and now you're not, now injury stuff, with Quinn Ewers, I watched the games. He was healthy last year and then leaned heavily on his tape the year before. I will lean more heavily on tape where you're not injured. So I watched 24 anyway. I watched last year anyway, but I'm watching some of us like he wasn't hurt the entire year with every snap. That's not, and even if you are, you still are expected to make certain throws.
Listen. This is the year of what we thought quarterback wasn't. Drew Aller, Nussmeier, Lagway. I mean, it goes. Arch wasn't for the first half of the season.
Lagway, Lenore Sellers.
Sellers
is going back in the draft. Dante Moore. The big news was Dante Moore went back. He was expected to go in the top 5 picks. He did not end the season very strongly. He went back, and that's just a testament to how much money he is going to make in college football, and then being able to smooth it over for him because he made a football decision. He said, I've got enough money that I'll make on this, from NIL or whatever I do, portal, NIL, Oregon. I'm sure Oregon will just pony up. I'm going to make enough money that it makes more sense for me in the long term to go develop myself as a quarterback with another
That's
year.
smart.
It is smart.
That's smart.
It is smart. And in the past, it would not have been smart.
No.
Without the ability to make this amount of money, it would have been one of those situations where you say, man, not everyone – let me put it this way. Not everyone could have taken that chance.
Yep.
Some people financially, you come from families where you got a chance to take care of family. It may not be best for you from a quarterback development standpoint, but now it's making it easier. A lot of good players are going back. And these quarterbacks who – man, what a disappointing year. What a disappointing year for the quarterbacks. Nussmeier's going to fall. Carson Beck's going to fall. Beck has got a chance to rehabilitate that image a little bit here in the postseason, though. And maybe he is.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. What do you want to bring to the show? You're more than welcome to 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Kent Jones. Now, he is a broker. When do you ever hear, oh, man, got to go with that broker? You never hear that because a broker usually costs you money. He's the middleman. Well, this middleman saves you money. He has saved thousands and tens and in 30 years, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands because he knows the game. If you are someone that is looking for a mortgage or a refi, Kent Jones is here for you. Dream Rate Mortgage. 30 years. Better Business Bureau. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. He just continues, and he works so, I'm telling you, so hard for you to make sure that every single thing. You don't know, you don't have a title company. You might not have a realtor. You don't know about which loan to get. You don't know when to lock in. Everything about this dude, he knows there is nothing that he hasn't seen in 30 years. Nothing. So he knows how to save you money. He knows how to get you that best mortgage that he could possibly get you. He knows when to lock in. He knows how to refi. He knows it all. So you're looking for a best way to get this done mortgage-wise. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOANS, or 975loans.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back. We got a couple of callers. There's something that we want to get to, and it's Dan Orlovsky. We'll get you guys in. But, Keith, if you're bringing that OBJ thoughts that you brought to Dell's show yesterday, we don't need that here, just so you know. Don't bring that here. OBJ to sign with the Bills right now, okay? So if that's your call
what does
tomorrow.
that mean?
Call
The
us
Bills
tomorrow
are
about something
really banged
else.
up at receiver.
I know, but
At the moment, they have like 3 guys.
I know.
And Keith suggested, wouldn't OBJ start for the Bills right now if they signed him?
No.
Well, he hasn't
Okay.
played all year.
I'd rather
Doesn't know the
listen to Dan
offense.
Orlovsky talk about – listen, just 3 years ago – after we hear Orlovsky, I'm going to have a question for you guys. Just 3 years ago, the Texans were the doldrums of the NFL. The doldrums, the worst. Couldn't win. They were just awful, awful, awful. Now they're in the Final 8, hopefully in the Final 4 after this weekend. And it just an incredible turnaround, not only over the 3 years, but even this season after going 0-3. Here is Dan Orlovsky explaining the Texans' rebuild.
Yeah, I think it's one of the better rebuilds in modern NFL history. And if you go back to 2021, okay, they hired Nick Caserio as their general manager. They draft Nico Collins. That's the only guy that hits. They're bad that year. They fire their coach, David Culley. 22. They trade in March Deshaun Watson. They draft Stingley and Jalen Petrie. They were bad again. They fire their coach, Lovie Smith. Then you go to 2023. They hired D'Amico Ryans in January, right? Since then, this is an absolute rocket ship when it comes to player acquisition and success. 3 years ago, since then, in 23, they go Stroud, Anderson, Tank Dell, Henry To'o, Xavier Hutchinson, and then free agency, Dalton Schultz and Sheldon Rankins. The following year, in 24, they had Lassiter, Blake Fisher, who's their 6th offensive lineman, Kalen Bullock, Kate Stover, tight end, and free agency, Hunter, Autry, and Derek Barnett. And then this year, Aziz Al-Shaair, Jaden Higgins, Ursary, who's a free agent, by the way, Noel, Marks, and Christian Kirk in a trade. Do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. In the last 3 years, this team's basically added 20 starters. We only play with 22. A couple injuries changed that, but the fact that Nick Caserio, and let's be honest, Houston 3 years ago, 4 years ago, they were a little bit of a disaster with a lot of the things that were going on in conversation off the field, let alone being terrible in 21 and 22 from a football team perspective.
It's amazing.
Ever since that 2023 January, when they hired D'Amico Ryans, it has become a rocket ship, and now they're legit Super Bowl contenders. It's been a 3-year, just one of the more impressive rebuilds we've seen in the NFL.
All right, first of all, he's just wrong about Aziz Al-Shaair, but that's okay. Aziz has been here for a couple of years, not just this year.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I don't know why he said Ursary is a free agent. He said, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I think he meant like he brought it as a rookie, a draft pick. He probably meant as a draft pick.
Yeah. So,
This is a first-year player.
But, say my question is to you. If you were to give credit in order, ownership, GM, coach.
Well, I'm starting coach because coach has got to get these guys all lined up and in alignment with who he is and who his structure is. And then he's also partially responsible for the personnel too because he has to say so in personnel. So I would say coach one for me. Well, I'd say GM second, and I'd say ownership third.
Yeah, the ownership had to get the house right. There's no question.
They just made one good hire.
But it was their own doing that had it, as bad a situation as it was.
It's true. It's just like they were walked on.
I think it's D'Amico, too, because I think he's helping Caserio and the kind of player that he wants. And the kind of player that I'm sure Caserio goes to him and says, what about this guy? He wanted Lassiter. He wanted Christian Harris.
He demanded Will Harris. I mean, not Will Harris. I'm sorry. Will Anderson. He demanded Will Anderson, and so Nick made it happen. So Nick deserves credit for getting that done.
Yep. I would agree with you. I think, D'Amico changed the entire culture here. Dell, is that the order?
Yeah, I don't know the actual D'Amico versus Nick Caserio talent acquisition part of it. I imagine they just work in concert. D'Amico says, this is the type of guy I want. Caserio and him go back and forth and make a decision. So with that being part of the my determination, I would go with D'Amico first because if he has enough of a hand in personnel to maybe shape his roster, then you add the coaching aspect of it, how the team plays, their attitude. Much as I make fun of Swarm because it should be Swarm, they play to the coach's mindset, and that's hard to do. And this has taken a relatively short amount of time because I know Orlovsky's talking about Super Bowl contender. They were a playoff team immediately when D'Amico Ryans took over.
Yep.
After being awful.
Yep.
So that's a Caserio D'Amico thing to get that turnaround quickly, but to sustain it and play to how your coach wants you to play over and over and over again to where they are now the most feared defense in football because of him. He's number one.
No, I agree. 713-780-3776. Guys, we'll get you in on the other side. That was, it's good. You know what? Real recognize real. Dan Orlovsky. Recognize
one of the realists. That's what I think about when I think about the realist, Dan Orlovsky.
Real.
I mean,
no,
sure he'll
real.
cry after criticism about the quarterbacks, and then back it up and then be positive. But he's a realist going.
That's it. You know who's real? Billy texted me during the show yesterday, Lance. He said, that ring when Dell called you, that's like 25 years old. Billy's all about technology, okay?
Oh, is he?
Yeah. He's all about technology and getting the technology to your home to get your water to you in the best possible way, be it through whatever piping that you have. And if you need to repipe, if it's old, you've got old piping, better think about it because you could have a freeze here and destroy your home. Think about it. If your pipes are old, this is something that you really, really need to think about so that you add value to your home. When you repipe, you add value to your home, by the way.
Yeah.
Plus
you
she'll
should
give you a free water heater just for repiping.
Yeah, repiping. If you haven't repiped your home, you got a home that was built in the 50s or 60s, and you've never done it. You're like everyone, like literally 100% of the people. That cast iron is going to erode, and you are going to have leakage under your foundation. It's 100%. And so if you haven't done it, sometimes it's best to do it before it happens. And if you're not sure if it's happening, have them come out and run a hydrostatic test, run their cameras down there. They can tell you, find out. And then they offer the option of being able to either fix it for you or to completely repipe it. So it's just one company that I would trust because they're trustworthy, they have fair pricing, and they get out there and do it right the first time in a really quick manner. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Julian is first up here. I guess Keith did want to talk about OBJ. We ain't bringing that.
What's going on, gentlemen?
We ain't doing
so
that here. What's
I'm
going
curious,
on, Julian?
dude. Hey, so if CJ doesn't have a good game and they lose, what's the contract looking like? And the opposite side, what if they win, but, you know, he does good, but it's not really because of him? What's the contract look like on both sides?
Doesn't matter. It looks the same. There's no difference. That's the sucky-ass reality of football right now with an average quarterback is with David Mulligetta, it is not going to change. He is not going to go, CJ wasn't good. Let's shave some money off this. You know what? This isn't fair. Let's knock $6 million a year off this. That's the right thing to do for the Texans. Doesn't change. Whatever Mulligetta says the contract number is, that's the contract number. That's the reality because quarterbacks have all the leverage. And unless a team wants to hit reset, and name the last team, John, that how many teams hit reset from a rookie contract when they are having relative success? Relative success. Nobody. They all pay it. Kyler Murray, pay it. Give him his money. But he doesn't study his film, and he plays video games. We got to put a video game clause in. Give him his money. We can't do anything without him. We're going to go to hell without him. You signed him, you went to hell with him. You just got cap strapped. So it isn't going to matter. This idea that somehow his contract will vary based on his play, that's not how it works. Because the quarterbacks have all the leverage because no one wants to hit reset, especially if you're winning games and get in the playoffs. And David Mulligetta, he doesn't care what CJ does. The only thing he'll do is push it higher. He's never going to reset to a lower target. Never, never, never. And then he'll make you really uncomfortable with leaking stuff publicly and doing all that crap. So the number is the number. It's whatever Mulligetta says it is. And then it's a matter of the Texans figuring out how to work around that. You disagree at all?
No, I would agree. But if he doesn't, I mean, I think there is going to be a difference between if he plays really well, I think yes. If he plays really well,
it's going to go
60.
Up.
If he doesn't play really well, it could be low 50s.
Oh, thank God.
Well,
Sigh
I
of
mean,
relief.
there is a little bit of a
like
difference.
I said, it can only go up. Whatever he says, whatever he thinks the number is right now, whatever is his internal number, he's never going to go down.
Yeah, he's a quarterback of a team who has made the playoffs 3 years in a row with him at the helm. It's 50 plus. And the question will be, as you guys have talked about, if they win big, even if he's not the bus driver, he's more of the rider, he's still going to get his $60 million. Because the Texans, and no one, it's not me blaming them, no one in the NFL has the ability to go pull a Rafael Stone and go, you know what, actually, we like to negotiate here. We actually like to have a real conversation. You know, we're not going to call it arbitration, but let's have a real negotiation about what this quarterback is worth. You can't do it because the agent will tell the player, and now you're bleeped because the player won't ever treat you the same way again. They're stuck. You just have to hope that you're right, because if we get the last 2 years of CJ and you're going to be cash strapped because the players making the money, your other portions of the team will suffer. It's a tough place to be in, but that's what the NFL is.
Yep. Yeah, sorry. We're gonna have to pay for it.
It is what it is.
Yeah, there's just no way around it. I mean, we've got tons of examples. You know, the Kyler Murray is the most glaring one to me. We all knew what would happen. He's not a winner. He makes some splash plays here and there. He wasn't as committed as he needed to be, so much so that they put something in his about studying film, watching tape, playing video games. That was in a contract. I mean, what more did you need to know than? And it's the worst thing you can have as an average quarterback.
You know,
because average quarterbacks get paid like elite quarterbacks.
You started the show talking about being able to evaluate CJ's play fairly, unless you're one of just the CJ truthers who doesn't matter what happens, CJ's the guy. I can't look. I want it to work, obviously, but you know what will happen. The same people you're talking about, once CJ's paid $55 to $60 million a year, and he's still hovering around this level of play, they'll turn on him.
Yeah,
they'll turn on him.
Yeah, then it doesn't matter. Like you guys should be punished with a taser. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, if you back somebody that everyone else isn't sure about, and you're the one who's the biggest pain in the ass, pains in all of our asses collectively, and then if your guy doesn't do well, you have to pay a price. Now, it could be, well, it doesn't need to be like something from a Japanese game show. It could be getting whacked into privates with a leather strap.
I think I'd rather
get
tased.
It could be, Japanese game shows get pretty creative.
Yeah.
It get pretty creative. You could get hit in the face with a bucket of milk, curdled milk. I don't know. Something
Smother
like
your lower half with honey and just lay in a pile of ants.
Yeah, man, that's hardcore. But what I'm saying is forces you to be realistic about stuff, to be more pragmatic. That's all. It's just going to force you to say, is this a good idea? Should I be saying this right now? Or should they really be more cautious in their like, to give the man his money, like pay him. That's always the dumbest thing in the world. Jim Crane, I don't love that Jim Crane lets everybody on the planet walk, but the fact is, the pay him stuff, no, you can't just give them whatever they want, or you won't have a team anymore. You have to dismantle your team, and then that person who gets paid that amount of money must stay healthy and must play at a really high level. And that's what's going to happen at quarterback. CJ must stay healthy and play at a high level.
He's been right most of the time. Would you pay Bregman $35 million a year? No. Tucker $50 million a year?
Well, I would
no.
Not
Carlos,
50.
would you have paid him $35 a year?
No, but I would pay for short years.
Well, but they don't take short years, Lance. That's great.
I know.
No, they're not taking them.
So it's not the AAV. It's the duration. That's my problem. And I think it's, frankly, Jim Crane's problem, too, is the duration.
That's right.
Not the AAV, but that's the way the game is played. So at some point, you have to sit down and say, okay, with this player, we're going to play the game that we have to play because we're trying to keep everything intact. And up to this point, Jim Crane says, nope. If you get to the market, you're gone.
Right. Well, I mean, to me, the one that was Garrett Cole. Would have really liked
that would have been huge, but Garrett Cole knew he was gone already.
Yeah,
like he acted like he was gone after the playoffs.
I think probably they had some negotiations behind the scene, and he knew they weren't signing him.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All right, who's next, Del?
Let's go to Gary. He wants to talk some Texans.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, what's up, guys? Two things. I do agree with you guys on the quarterback situation. It just kind of is how it is. One caveat, though, obviously this team is built around his defense. Also, like, we had our backup quarterback go 3-0 this year. Not saying that Davis Mills do what CJ does, but I do feel like that's a bit of leverage. We're not always going to have, like, the number one defense in the freaking league. But, like, if he wants $65 million, I feel like we can, like, draw a line and get, like, a Mac Jones-type guy in here. Not saying that's perfect, but I don't think CJ has all the leverage due to the construction of the team. The other piece I really wanted to talk about, I actually think D'Amico saved Casario's vacant. If you look at his, like, I always felt like he should have been fired for hiring David Coley. Just that one singular decision. David Coley may have been the worst head coach hire in NFL history, and that is not hyperbole. Right? Look at his decision-making prior to D'Amico, and then look at the draft record, specifically on defense after D'Amico. I feel like this is like 75% D'Amico, and I'm not saying Casario's bad, but he was not trending in the right direction prior to D'Amico, and things have looked very good after. And I think that he's most responsible for this turnaround for this team.
That's fair. It's
all
I think
fair.
So.
Yeah,
it's all fair.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I still give Nick credit for the picks he makes, though, and the moves he makes. Like, a guy can't just live off of. Fans do this with offense coordinators suck when the quarterback doesn't execute, and then when he does execute, he's a great quarterback. Like, it can't be both. You gotta maintain consistency, and if you want to get after Caserio for the picks you don't like, you have to give him credit for the things he does well. Because he's done some things well. He hasn't been perfect, far from it. But he's done some things well that have put them in this position.
Let's not forget either that it was a Brian Flores lawsuit, or we might have had Josh McCown as our head coach.
There's no telling if Josh McCown would have been a head coach, but the reality is the dude had zero. You would have been following up David Culley, who had never even sniffed a head coaching interview, I don't think, unless there was a Rooney Rule interview, because he was.
Or did they get Culley because they couldn't get McCown?
No. McCown was the second one. That was the Lovey one.
Yeah, because Flores, his last year in Miami was 21.
At least that I know of. What I know to be true is that they were going to go McCown, and then the Flores stuff happened, and they just thought it was a bad look, and it was a bad look. And the guy did. It was a bad idea. I don't know. It might have worked, but you're hiring a guy with no experience as a pro coach at all.
Would McCown have been an upgrade over Culley?
Yeah, but who cares? Your roster sucked. It wouldn't have mattered.
You know what, Gary? After that Sterling breakdown, 90% D'Amico, 10% Caserio. I forgot about what a disaster some of that stuff was. And if Caserio was pushing for a potential McCown thing.
Yeah, I mean, I know that was an Easterby thing, but yeah, if that was also a Caserio thing, that's a problem.
Hey, let's get out of here because we got Josh Pate, top of the hour. So let's get to him.
We got a full board.
Yeah, we got a full board. We will get to your calls on the other side, but first, John Daspit.
John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer of the people, passionately pursuing justice for the injured. Who are the injured? Well, people at the workplace who are injured, people who can be at a store, or one time he had like a chandelier, like one of those, candelabra chandelier, I don't know, something like that, fall at a restaurant and clock this lady on the head. That didn't go well for her, but John Daspit was there to fight the good fight for her as well. When people get injured on the roadways, there's a lot of confusion, a lot of concern. You may end up in the hospital. Sometime that your adrenaline gets pumping and you don't feel the pain until later on. Make sure that you call John Daspit at 713-CALL-NOW and his law firm. They'll walk you through the process. You need to go. You need to get your x-rays. You need to get your MRIs. You need to get CAT scans and see if there's anything wrong. If not, good. If there is something wrong, you need to get it looked at, and in some cases, you need to get it corrected, like when there's fractures in the back and neck, and that happens a lot. That's frequently happens. You don't find it out until a little later on when the pain really starts to set in. You want someone who's going to fight for you on those hospital bills and for you to get the settlements that you deserve for time missed from work and for your pain and suffering. They do an amazing job. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, we got some calls here. We got to rifle through because we got Josh Pate, premier college football guy in the country, joining us once again. And we don't know how long that'll be because he's a big cheese now. We don't know. We'll see. He's in high demand.
I feel like this might be the final hurrah, not necessarily with us, because I've seen him everywhere. I think he's getting it all in with all his people.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna. Well, he and his wife, when football's over, he likes to roll out.
Mm-hmm.
So you could be right on that one.
Yep. All right, let's get Michael in here first. Hey, Michael.
What up, fellas? Hey, man, you guys kind of touched on it, but I got two questions. How do you? I mean, Nick Caserio and D'Amico, I guess the draft. I mean, dude, he drafted like 3 All-Pros. I mean, you could argue Kamari Lassiter is borderline All-Pro, and then we got Sting, and then we got Will Anderson. So I was a little harsh on him. I
and
mean,
Nico.
The Kendrick Green, or what was the lineman that we just cut? I mean, that was a whiff, and I think that one kind of hurts him. But Kenyon, and then I mean, isn't Ursery is doing pretty well at left tackle? I mean, I wouldn't say he's like elite, but I mean, he's very serviceable, and I mean, overall, I mean, I'm pretty pleased with it. But look up. There's an interview with Kalen Bullock. And on the Sam Acho podcast, it's like 7 minutes long. Look it up. There's some really good sound bites in there. And it's like, man, I think our defense, man, they're like a bunch of wild dogs, man. I love it. I love defensive teams. But so Sean Pendergast did an interview with some Boston radio like the day after the Steelers game. And the host is so arrogant. They're such little jerks. They're like, we're just a bunch of tomato cans and no one wants to see the Texans and all this stuff. And I was like, I hope D'Amico finds that clip and plays it, so we go and stomp them and just shut them up because, you know, they just think Tom Brady is back there again and they're just going to win 10 more Super Bowls and all this crap, and it's ridiculous, man. But I think that's fuel for the fire, guys.
Yeah, I got a buddy, my college roommates from Boston, and we've been going at it. They really think they're going to beat the Texans, which is so stupid.
Well, they're favored, right?
Yeah, but they're stupid anyway. I mean, it's just stupid to think that that team is beating this team. I mean, we got recent history. The Texans beat their ass last year.
I felt like pointing to a team from last year with a different coach altogether and different coordinators.
That doesn't matter.
It kind of matters. They signed a lot of players this offseason.
It doesn't. That really doesn't matter either.
It didn't matter to them. They went from an awful team to winning the AFC East.
The Texans will put 41 on them again. Oh. Watch this. Watch this. Okay?
Okay.
Watch and learn. La Salsa is next. La Salsa.
Hey, what's going on, Juanito? Hey, Schnitzel and Deli Belly. Anyways, I was wondering, man, because every time I look at CJ, you know, and I think he's between his ears. I think he's in his head. I think he's carrying like a huge weight. You know, maybe we should get him a psychiatrist or something. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm not paying for it. I'm not paying for a sports psychologist. I don't mind sports. It helped Fromber.
Yeah.
It helps golfers. I don't mind a sports psychologist for a quarterback at all.
Yeah.
So, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it for any player who is in a position where he can be impacted by confidence if your confidence is greatly impacted by things that happen on the field, you need to get it to where it's not impacted as greatly.
Yeah.
And I think
that's on him if he wants to have a
they call cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, John. That's what they're looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Albert. Okay. No, Albert. So we're getting to Josh Pate on time. Yeah, if CJ needs some mental help, then you know what? I'll call my daughter. She can come. And then, you know what? We'll see if she won't do it,
How much would it cost?
A little pro bono.
For free? For Steffi?
Yeah.
What kind of father are you?
He makes a ton of money. Why are we giving the richest people the freest stuff?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Why do we do that?
Because he won't do it if you don't understand rich people. They're rich because they don't spend money.
Guys, can you comp Elon's drinks. That's on us, Elon.
No,
we're
they
struggling.
won't go
We're
there. They
struggling.
won't. They
We're
won't.
struggling as a bar to make it, but we want to make sure your drinks are taken care of.
Yes.
Oh, an athlete's in. Oh, a movie star's in. Make sure that food's on us.
Because he might Instagram about you.
Your money's no good here.
Yeah.
Then if he doesn't Instagram about you, then what?
People will flock to your bar.
No, if they don't.
Oh,
If
well,
he
then
doesn't.
You say,
then
hey,
never again.
How about a little Insta here? Let's go.
Hey, put it on a story.
He's gonna be like, I don't handle my own social media.
Yeah, talk to my.
That's my social media director.
All right, well, get your social media director. Now we can order him around.
Well,
usually a her.
I'm trying to order you around so we can go to break so we can get to Josh.
Go to break. Time to talk about Craig the Surf.
Craig the Surf is the general manager of Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. He is also a personal friend. I've gotten to know Craig over the years. I've spoken for him for a long time. I'm speaking for. Look, I can speak for the Chevy. I drove the Traverse, love the Traverse. I equally love the Buick Enclave I'm driving. I have driven, Buick, Chevy, GMC. I've driven GMC as well. That's what they've got, Chevy, Buick, GMC, those three. But I speak for the person as much as the products he has, because you're going to be able to find these products at different dealerships. You'll be able to find some similar dealer incentives and things, and factory incentives, things like that. The big difference is at Craig the Surf's place, you're going to get more for your trade-in, so that's going to be lower prices for you to pay on a monthly basis. And then he is going to make sure that he gives you the best price right up front. He doesn't want you having to play your little games where you go in and then you got to negotiate and it turns into an acrimonious situation. He never wants that to be the case. He wants you to enjoy the situation. He wants you to enjoy the process. He wants you to love the car you're getting, love the deal you're getting, and then do business with him again down the road. And that's why I speak for Craig the Surf, because he makes the difference with the car buying experience. And all the people who work with him, like Jeff, like Rick, like everyone in the service department, they make a huge difference. They're in Angleton. That drive will be a few extra minutes, but it'll also save you a few extra thousands in your pockets. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, bringing in one of the premier guys in college football, Josh Pate, who had himself a great, and he's almost at the finish line here. Monday night, the championship game. It's going to be Indiana and Miami. And Josh, you've been on this Miami team all season long. You just said it just looks different. It has looked different, but I'm not sure it looks different enough for this Indiana team. This is a pretty good matchup, even though it's a 7.5-point game. Where are you on the game and the line?
I think the line's right, which sounds very hypocritical once I tell you I'm taking Miami. But even I admit that I'm pretty much on an island when I'm taking Miami. And I understand that. That's okay. If you live on an island, you kind of want to be alone. That's the nature of being an introvert. However, I do understand that what I'm banking on basically is understanding Indiana flies at 39,000 feet, and they don't really go up or down very often. They're just 39,000 feet steady as they go. So what I'm hoping is Miami's best is good enough to get up to 40,000 feet for a few quarters, and I'm hoping they play their best. So it's one thing to have the capability. A lot of teams have had capability this year, and Indiana has completely put the pillow over their face and refused to even let them get off the ground, which they're very great at doing. So I really think you'll be able to feel it out pretty early, like, obviously first half being pretty early. And I think one of the things I'll watch for is what is Indiana facing on third down? Because they've been 3rd and 2 all year. They're number one by probably as big a margin as I've ever seen in college football at third down offensive conversion rate. They're way ahead of whoever number 2 was. And that's because they're so good at staying on schedule, and it's because they're just technicians on the offensive line, but they're technicians systematically too, and they just stay on schedule. And if Miami possesses the ability, which I think they do, to limit the run and to do it with 4, kind of like Indiana does, and they're able to earn the right to rush the passer on third downs, Mendoza may still carve you up, but at least you put yourself in position to test your strength against their strength. So I'm kind of banking on a lot of that. And then on the other side, I need Carson Beck to kind of play the way he played against Ohio State. And that doesn't mean throwing for 300, because that's not the kind of game he needs here. Frankly, if Carson Beck's throwing for that many yards, it's probably a bad sign for how the game went. But I need him to be razor-sharp efficient. I need him to make a couple of plays with his legs, and I need them to take advantage of opportunities when they get them. And, again, I don't need him to do it for a whole season. I need him to do it for a few quarters here. And I'm kind of banking on the fact that they peak at the right time and their best is good enough to get over the finish line.
This is a really interesting matchup because, as you said, that's very well put. They fly at 39,000 feet all the time, meaning there's very little variance with Indiana. Their run pass, I looked at the Ohio State game last year and this year, very similar run pass splits. They are who they are. Now, they are who they are, so you're going to get a consistent effort, and they're extremely confident right now. Something people aren't really talking about is I love their offensive line was a Joe Moore Award finalist, one of the 3. They're very tough. 3 of them were portal guys at some point. They're all redshirt juniors or redshirt seniors. However, it's not the most talented group. They're a tough unit. They play well together, but they're going to face exceptional rush talent from Bain and Mesidor off the edges. That's going to be something that they haven't seen that level of rush talent all year long. So talent on talent, if Miami can get them playing behind the sticks a little bit, it's going to be a little uncomfortable for Indiana because they haven't had to play behind the sticks a whole lot this year.
Yeah, and earlier in the year, there were some examples of some teams putting pressure on Fernando Mendoza. I mean, think about the Big Ten title game. Yeah, like Penn State, I think, is the best comparative game, period, for this one in a couple of ways. I'll get back to that in a second. I'm actually glad you said that. Ohio State, the first play of the game, just rocked Mendoza to the point where you thought he's probably going to leave the game. And, I think about the concept of just getting pressure on him, just getting in his face, making him uncomfortable. What you have to avoid here at all costs is letting him get in the kind of zone he got in against Oregon. Because everyone kind of thinks about the Oregon game, and they say, the turnovers. And, yeah, the turnovers tilted the game early, but with the way Mendoza was throwing the ball and how efficient they were on third down, I could even out the turnover battle, and I still love Indiana to win that game and probably win it by 10+. But to go back to the Penn State thing for a second, I think two ways that applies. Firstly, yes, they got pressure on Mendoza, and that's a while back, but I still think there's a lot to be learned from it. But the other part of it, Lance, is that game never got out of hand like most Indiana games do. Most of the time, Indiana gets up on you, and they force you off your game script, and you got to throw the ball a lot more than you're comfortable doing, and you never really find out over a four-quarter approach if you could have broken their will, if you could have turned 3 into 7 in terms of yards gained on runs and stuff like that. And, look, maybe they do it here, but Penn State was able to run it for 116, I think, on them. Not a huge day, but they were able to be efficient enough on the ground, and they were able to sustain that kind of game script through 4 quarters. And I think that's the kind of game that Miami needs. That's the style of game they need. And then, if you get it, you got to make sure that Fernando Mendoza doesn't just go into full-on hero mode against you in the fourth quarter.
He's on a heater right now. I mean, he's playing really exceptional football.
I don't think we've seen anybody as accurate since Joe Burrow.
I think that's a good comparison because I think with both of those guys, but especially Mendoza here lately, it's one thing to win the Heisman Trophy as a quarterback, justifiably so. Like, I'm not arguing at all with the vote. It's one thing to win the Heisman. It's another thing to improve after you've won it. He's played his best football after he won the trophy, which is normally the opposite way of the way it's worked in college football. Like, I got to see him in person for the first time against Oregon. I couldn't have been more impressed, man. I'm not the biggest, NFL draft guy. I leave that to Lance. But I know from my very, very simple eyeball, that guy, I didn't think low of him to begin with, but he exceeded what I expected him to look like in person. Just overly impressive.
Dude, incredible. Josh Pate with us here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's say Cignetti finishes this off. They win the game. Is this I don't even, maybe even if they lose the game, this is one of the greatest turnarounds in college football history. I don't remember a program in doldrums like this, like Indiana was before Cignetti got there, that has been able to do anything close to this.
I don't think there's a close second. I think the closest you could come to describing this for my generation is if you properly tell the Florida State story under Bobby Bowden. And these aren't apples to apples, but I remember, when I was a kid, Florida State was a superpower under Bobby Bowden. And I remember my dad would always tell me about how this is your normal. Right? You're 5, 10 years old. You think this is normal. When I was younger, or maybe even just 20 years ago, Florida State was nothing. No one even knew what the university was, much less that they had a football team. And he taught me about how Bobby Bowden kind of just put them on the map. Well, I kind of have grown up through my adulthood and thought that concept is bygone. That can't happen again. And I'm not saying Indiana didn't exist. Obviously they've existed. But in terms of being a player at all, being a blip on the radar screen, they've never existed my entire life. And not only do they exist now, and not only did this happen virtually overnight, in the past 36 months this has happened, they are the touchdown plus favorite in someone else's building to win a national championship. And we're sitting here talking about Miami, a bona fide top 5 recruiter. They are one of if not the biggest portal spenders in the country. And we're trying to find glimpses of sunshine. We're trying to find rays of light to shine through the Indiana veneer to make a case for Miami to win. So, yeah, I don't ever do the whole team versus team comparison across eras and stuff because I always thought that's unfair. But if you're talking about the best story, I don't know that I've ever seen a better one in my life when it comes to college football.
It's truly incredible because. And this is a guy who doubled down and signed a long-term deal, and you wonder if he's going to, coaches. That's not even worth the paper it's written on any longer. But it's funny because what they've done, and this is a separate conversation we can have, Josh. It's really fun to watch different teams use the portal. Daniel Jeremiah used the phrase, "You let another team pay the boy, and then you pay the man," meaning the development of Mendoza had already been done at Cal previously. So what you're getting is a more finished product. If you look at the Indiana roster, it's an older roster because they understand, I know what I'm looking for now. Oregon, too. If you look at Oregon, I know what I just wrote up 3 Oregon offensive linemen. All 3 of them, I think, were 24 years old that I wrote up, and they've had 6 years in college football. And one of them started at Nevada, one of them started at Wyoming. There's an understanding of build up until we get the grown men, and once we've got the grown men who have gone through the football cycle, Kirk can coach him up. And Cignetti will tell you, I learned to evaluate under Nick Saban at Alabama.
Yep. Yep. And the other thing that I'm noticing is if you're going to take that approach, right, if you're going to let someone else develop the boy and then you get the man, you kind of got to know the conditions. You've got to know which programs out there have sort of the same ethos as you. In other words, whose garden do you trust? That when you go and you pluck that vegetable or you pluck that fruit from it and then you bring it home to eat, you trust the way it was grown. And I'll just throw one out randomly. NC State is a team we don't talk about a whole lot. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen NC State in the headlines in portal season for people taking their players. Big-time programs fighting over their players. And so what it sits there and makes me wonder is, wow, like what is it? What kind of value system, what kind of principles and belief systems are they putting in place at NC State? Because a lot of these folks seem to love their players, even if the result on the field isn't panning out. Like that's the part B of that approach. If we're going to go get the men, do we just randomly look at a talented player no matter where he's coming from, or do we have to trust the environment that he was cultivated in?
Josh Pate with us here. Josh Pate on YouTube. On ESPN, there's a lot of rumors that things are happening, big things. Are we going to see more of Josh Pate in 2026?
Apparently so. That's what the internet said. I had no clue that whole thing was coming the other day. And some people say that sometimes, as both of you know, and they're lying. I'm saying that to you right now in a sense that once that article was sent to me, I asked all of my people. I hit up ESPN and said, did you guys know this was coming? And so, yeah, look, it's been a really good year. You know that anyone who's interested in emphasizing college football has my attention. And they are very, very interested in turning the volume up to 11 on college football right now, which is a good thing for all of us. So I'm happy to talk to them about it.
That's great. That is great. What's going to, Josh, not what do we want to happen. It looks like we could have a 16-team playoff next year, as soon as next year. What is going to happen with the portal and NIL? Anything this offseason?
I think a lot of people will talk and a lot of people will complain. We know that happens every year. Anything above and beyond that, it really takes folks not being scared. And I was having a conversation yesterday about a version of this, and the way it was put to me is you just have too many people in leadership positions who really aren't cut out to be leaders. It's not that they're bad people. They happen to be the best fundraiser, and they got elevated above and beyond where they should have been elevated. And these are all people scared to make the move. These are all people, scared to throw out the proposal. Now, like a bunch of sheep, they're perfectly willing to get in line behind someone who makes the proposal or who offers a solution, but they are not solution people themselves. And even if they had one, they're not brave enough to throw it out there. So I'm always skeptical that we're going to see major movement, but I will encourage you to check out what Ross Dellinger wrote in the last day or so. He tweeted it out. I think it's on Yahoo. And it's talking about a lot of these meetings that have happened lately and how big a mess the portal is, NIL is, no guardrails, blah, blah, blah. And he said something I've been waiting to hear someone say. He said, for the first time, there's really, really serious traction in the conferences looking at themselves and saying, if we're not going to get help from the NCAA, if it looks like it's a dead end to try and get help from Congress, well, then the only recourse we have left is to police ourselves. And I think we understand, if you read between the lines on that, that probably entails at least exploring the concept of breaking away from the NCAA. Now, that's certainly not something that happens over the span of a few months, but I think that'll end up being one of the big talking points over the spring and summer months.
That's, even if you do that, though, Josh, I wonder, there's still a court, and there's still agents who are going to go immediately to lawyers because they want no guardrails. This is what happens when you move too fast. You can't rein it in. So you'd rather have a slow growth, which didn't have the exact opposite happened. And so now anything that prevents the player from getting everything they want when they want is going to be challenged, and up to this point has been challenged successfully.
Yep, I agree with you. I don't think there's a clear path. I think you look down every road, and it's all foggy down every road. I will say I mean, knowing you like I do, I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me. So let me know if I'm wrong, but I'll just speak for both of us here.
Okay.
The term agent should not even be what we're using. There are some reputable people who are representing college football players. That's the minority. The majority are just – I'm not going to question their integrity as people, but as far as representative, it's just garbage. It's just a bunch of garbage. And you'll notice that when people take issue with any of this, when people push back on it, it is never players themselves. You never hear a quote from them. I don't know that I've listened all year and heard a single player talk about any gripe they have. It's people representing the player. Now, in the NFL, that's okay because in the NFL you have a collectively bargained ecosystem and there's a pay scale and you got to be certified and everything's on the up and up as much as it can be. In college football, I don't even think the Wild West looks at this and recognizes it. I think the Wild West looks and says, guys, you got to get that in order just a little bit, at least get some semblance of order.
Well,
and you're right. Those people, you're talking about a group of folks who are jackals. You're talking about a group of folks who probably understand this is a window that they can use to enrich themselves. It's probably not going to last forever, but they're going to fight tooth and nail to make it last as long as they can because this is sort of an exit strategy. You know, this is a retirement strategy for some of these people.
Yeah, and certified agents, you know, you have to be certified to work in the NFL. Certified agents understand this is the long game. They're going to have multiple negotiations. You saw I can't remember Doug Hendricks. I can't remember who the agent was who dropped the Washington quarterback last week. Now, he also represented Jed Fish, which is the head coach. But he dropped the quarterback because he understands that really makes the agent look bad when a guy agrees to a deal, signs a deal, and then hits the portal after that. Really a bad look. And agents understand, hey, I've got, you know, this is my job. This is my business. I can't crap where I sleep. I need to make sure that I'm working with integrity. If you're not a certified agent, and like you said, this is a window for you to enrich yourselves as much as possible, then you're just going gas to the, you know, you're going pedal to the floor, and you really do, and everything else be damned.
Yeah, let me put it to you like this. I mean, anyone driving around right now, think about the way things are at the moment. Do you really, in your right mind, think that most of these people are willing to look a college football player in the eye and suggest that they take less money on the front end because they think they're in a situation to better their career in the long run? The reputable ones will do that. Most of them have no interest in that. Most of them even put it in a player's mind that it's an insult that someone's only offering you 70% of what the highest bidder out there is offering. And there's really no care about the recourse because they don't plan on being around to suffer the consequences. The player and the player's family suffer the consequences in the long run.
Yeah. That's Josh Pate. He's here every week, and we hope we do it again next year. Getting bigger and better every year. So congratulations on your success again this year, Josh. Congratulations. But just to be clear, you have Miami plus 7.5, or you got Miami money line?
It was 9 yesterday, John.
Hey, look, give me the points, yes, but I am taking them on the money line. I'm taking them outright. So I'm going down with the ship. I'm Leo, right on the stern, and here comes the ocean, and I'm holding my breath, and we'll see if I surface.
Wow.
Dell, you heard that?
You hear that, Dell?
You heard that, Dell? You're not even that confident.
Yes, I am. I heard it a couple days ago or whenever he did his preview.
That's my boy.
He's a Miami guy, but he also is not a Mario Chris. Like, he's not all in on Miami.
No, he's not there. Fisher and the rest of those guys, meet Inez Cooper in the A-gap. That's all. Let's see what you got.
I tell you what now, Miami is flying around like a pack of dogs too. So you better, and you got the most dynamic playmaker on the field is on Miami side of the ball. No offense to Mendoza, but Malachi Toney, and then Mark Fletcher has been phenomenal in these playoffs. Really I had to go move his draft grade because I'm like, man, I'm too low on Mark Fletcher.
Yeah. Josh, we appreciate it, man. Have fun on Monday night, and thanks for all you did for us this football season. It's been great.
Hey, it's always fun, man. I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, there's Josh Pate right here, ESPN 97.5 all year long. Good stuff. Great to have him on. We appreciate him. Time to talk a little. You know who else I appreciate? Robin from Houston Powder Coaters. She's unbelievable.
And the Cougs, John.
Well, and she's a Coug fan. I'm a Coug. Yeah, that's right, the Cougs. I'm a Coug. That's what she said. And you know what? It has lived here in infamy. Well, it's lived here, and we love it. We love what Robin brings to the table for us because she brings your metal looking good again. I don't know what your metal is. It could be anything that you got that's metal, that's older. You want to keep it. Is it a keepsake? Is it been in the family? Is it an heirloom? Is it something that you just want to? You don't want to buy new stuff. And oh, by the way, patio furniture. If you've got older patio furniture, you're better off because that metal is better than the metal that they use in patio furniture now. So you are better off. Otherwise, you could end up spending a lot of money replacing, if you want really good stuff, replacing that patio furniture. Why not have it powder coated and look new again? And you can do it in your team's colors. That's what Robin said. She's a kook. She wants red. You want blue and orange. You want red, white, and blue. You want red. Whatever it is. Whatever your team is. Burnt orange, maroon, whatever your team is. Okay? And Houston Powder Coaters can do that. Doesn't matter. They got all the colors. They got everything. Pick up and delivery absolutely free. If you've got anything metal that is getting older and looking shabby, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
John Chill joining us bottom of the hour. This is a quick segment here so we could get to see what all the lines are. How about that? Texans, you saw up to 9 yesterday?
Not Indiana.
I mean, Indiana, Texans.
Yeah.
Indiana up to 9 yesterday?
Up to 9.
Holy crap. That's a little much.
Don't worry, the money will come in. The smart money will come in Miami right before the game.
I think it will.
It'll probably drop to 7 or 6.
I think it will.
Probably 7.
I think Miami gets beat 10 or more personally, but
they haven't been beat 10 or more.
That's what I'm saying.
Fact, they haven't been beat 10 or more since 2023.
Really?
They've never. No.
Wow.
Even what happened last year with that bad defense, they haven't been beat by 10
From
or
a
more.
value proposition standpoint, you almost like this is. I think the game's going to go a certain way. I think like LSU, they're on like that 19 LSU team. They're on a trajectory that I don't think you're going to stop
with this.
No, they're not as talented.
The 2019 LSU team,
yeah, that was special.
Even in the Sugar Bowl, they smacked Georgia around by 27 points. And 2 games ago, they're fighting and clawing against Ohio State. Well,
it was a conference championship game.
Yeah, they only won by 3.
In a knockdown, drag-out conference championship game against a team, by the way, Dell, that is going to have like 5 first-rounders.
Yeah, and what did Miami do to that same team? They have a common opponent.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and Oregon, they just slapped the snot out of them.
An Oregon team dealing
and
with 2
Oregon's
OCs
got pros on their team, too.
An OC and a DC who weren't all in, and they had guys
they
in the
beat them
portal.
twice. They beat them in Oregon, and
that's
then they
fine.
smacked them
I'm
this
just
time.
telling you.
But I think they're playing their best football right now. I think Mendoza's playing his best
They played 2
football.
games, and they've been great. I'm just telling you, that as far as physically, this will be the most physical team they've had to go up against.
All that's true. But you know what? Here's the thing. Indiana's Indiana. There's not much variance, as we talked about. Carson Beck is the one X factor. If he plays well, Miami's got a shot to win. If he plays
well, they're beating Indiana.
Okay. If he doesn't play well, which is also distinctly possible, because when he doesn't play he plays bad.
We're talking about the last time he has not played well in the football game is like as far as when the weather wasn't 40-mile-per-hour gusts, actual gusts as opposed to what John's reporting. He hasn't played well in like 2 months. That's the last time he hasn't played well.
The Louisville game was a high-leverage game.
And he's played high-leverage games the last 2 months because if they
understand,
lost, they're out.
It's in his background, too, at Georgia. Like, he does have that in his background.
Understood. I understand that. I wasn't a big Carson Beck fan, but we have gone over half a season at this point, and that has not shown up.
And maybe it won't. But I think to me, that's the area of variance, much more so than how Indiana plays is how Carson Beck will play. So.
Might have got off the meth.
Maybe, but the variance of Indiana is
might have got off the meth.
He's been saying this for a little bit now.
He does look a little bit like a.
See,
tweaker.
now you're.
Well,
co-signing.
if we're looking at the kind of the haircut and the eyes.
The eyes
do look kind of tweaky.
The variance of Indiana is the fact that you can't. It's very rarely they've been dragged into a game where it's the fourth quarter stuff. Now they've come through.
Penn State.
Yeah, but that's a long
Ohio
time ago
State.
now. But in those games, that as Josh said. Penn State and Ohio State are very similar to how Miami likes to play football.
What are the Miami games where they were in those games?
I mean, A&M, Ohio State,
A&M,
Ole Miss, all of the whole playoffs they've been playing.
Yeah, that's true.
Deep in the deep water and come out with winners.
Louisville was the loser, and what was the other game they lost?
SMU. But we're talking about 7 games ago. So the question is, can Miami drag Indiana to one of those games? And if they do, I feel pretty good. Notre Dame the same way. Your question, would Carson Beck come through? He led a game-winning drive.
I don't see this as a higher-scoring game. If Indiana gets their run game stopped, then I really do believe these tackles are going to have problems against Miami. So, but Indiana also isn't going to get away from the run game. They're not going to. And then Mario's not going to get away from the run game. These are 2 teams that are going to try to run the football at each other. They both have good defensive fronts. They both have physical offensive lines. They're actually fairly similar, except one quarterback is a man of God, and the other one is Carson Beck.
Carson Beck has crosses on his cheeks. Mendoza doesn't do
but
that.
Are they upside
with the eye
down?
Black? No, they're not upside down.
Okay.
He puts the cross of the eye black on his eyes.
What about that one guy, Keith, from Righteous Gemstones?
What about
Remember
him?
Keith? Remember he
No.
used to be – remember the –
He used to be a devil worshiper? Yeah.
Yeah, he used
satanic.
to be – I don't know if he was satanic somewhat. Yeah, he was just kind of –
So he's Keith from Righteous Gemstones now? He's a meth head and Keith from Righteous Gemstones?
He might be Keith.
Okay.
Keith was bad and he became good, but he was always tempted to throw interceptions.
Okay.
Keith was always tempted by the power of the poor decision making.
Well, he's thrown 2 picks in the last 7 games, and
Keith didn't always make good decisions either.
Well, I know we're all waiting for the moment, but it hasn't happened in over 2 months. We'll see. We got to go to John Chill.
Yep, we got John Chill on the other side, but first we got a little woo.
Hey, Greenlight Offer. If you didn't hear, maybe you didn't hear. You've been shining shoes. Because Sean doesn't shine shoes anymore. He's not screaming and threatening people and all that stuff. It's a calmer Sean from Greenlight Offer. He's helping people. He always has helped people, to be honest with you. He just gets hyped. He just gets hyped. That's all it is. He believes in what he does. He knows he has a great business model, because it is a great business model. People who want to sell their home for cash, and they don't want to mess with it getting turnkey ready with making all the changes in the house that are going to cost tens and thousands of dollars. It could cost sometimes up to $60,000 to get a house ready to sell. And then you've got to have it sitting on the market. And is the market going to say, is it going to sell? Are you going to keep paying for your mortgage? The showings. This is a big pain in the butt. I got to do all these showings, and I got to get out of my house. Skip all that. Sell your house to Greenlight Offer, and Sean will buy it for cash, closing generally in 7 to 10 days. And you don't have to do any of that. You just get your money. It's great for people who are in divorces, for people who are relocating, for people who have received a home through a will, or for people who have rental properties that they just don't want to mess with it anymore and they just want to get their cash. Greenlight Offer is your solution. Greenlightoffer.com. Hit them up right now, and they can give you an estimate of what you can make on your home. It's greenlightoffer.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Wow. There is a big story breaking right now with college players and point shaving. And several teams, according to Pete Thamel, schools included in this indictment include Nicholls State, Tulane, who once had the death penalty because of point shaving. And now I got to read up on this. This could be just, some of the highs and lows, the prop bets. Northwestern State, those are all in Louisiana.
Hey, it sounds like it's a Louisiana thing.
I'm not done. St. Louis, LaSalle, Fordham, DePaul, there's your state. Robert Morris, Southern Miss, North Carolina A&T, Kennesaw State, Coppin State, New Orleans, Abilene Christian, Eastern Michigan, and Alabama State.
Wow, sounds like a lot of small schools.
Actually, there's a ton of stuff. So
all right,
20 have been charged in that point-shaving scheme involving more than 39 college basketball players on more than 17 Division I teams.
We got the perfect guy to ask. Has he seen some weird
John
stuff
Chill.
happening?
Yeah, John Chill joining us from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, in Louisiana, where there's all kinds of point shaving going on, apparently. John, you guys, do you get alerts? Do you give alerts when you see some crazy bets going off?
Yeah, we work with DraftKings, and they definitely alert us if we start to see trends that are coming in, and it's going against the norm. We talk a lot about where handle is and all that, but they definitely give us alerts, and then they'll alert the right officials to if they're seeing things that kind of look funny. The prop bets have been big the last couple of years, and now we're hearing that news with the small schools. It's definitely gets looked at, and we get alerts when we see things. So you go back to the old ASU one. Was that back in the 90s? How they got caught because everybody wore ASU shirts and they were driving to Vegas to bet it. So it's interesting. Yeah, so yeah, we do look at that. We do look at trends. You look at, especially with smaller schools, the amount of money, like if you're starting to see big bets that usually, like take Nicholls State, usually it's $500, and all of a sudden you're seeing 20,000 on it. Okay, yeah, something's going on, or they'll take a look at it. So.
Do you want to, before we begin looking at the games this week, do you want to thank the Houston Texans for helping Mike Tomlin go out the door?
Yes, I want to thank the Texans, for finally putting a nail in the coffin with what we've gone through in the last, 7 years, and, going to the playoffs and being down by 21 points or more. And, it's kind of funny you say that, John. What it really happened, I was like, oh, what are we going to do? It could get worse, And it's kind of funny. I've been listening to Pittsburgh talk radio, and everybody's been wanting it, but it's like, okay, did he make chicken salad out of, the saying, and it's an interesting. I'm shocked how quick he did it. And I think he kind of, careful what you wish for. But yeah, I am. It's time for a change in Pittsburgh. It was time, and I think, Monday was after Rodgers fumbled, and he looked like he needed the. I saw him and I can't get up charm. I turned it off and put Law and Order SVU on. I knew it was over, and but I, to kind of go into the segue into the playoffs, the Texans look. I mean, they just men against boys. I mean, as far as their defense, I just love the way they hit. The, old school tackle. You just see them. You just don't get those extra yards with them. And with our offense, it definitely showed we needed a number 2 receiver. And
did you guys get inundated with Texans money Monday night?
Yeah, we did. At the end, it started to get heavy on Texas, and as far as the book, we will be rooting against the Texans here in the next 3 weeks. So, for everybody here at Golden Nugget was definitely Steeler fans at the book. So, yeah, we are definitely rooting against the Texans as far as a book perspective here in the next couple of weeks. So.
What's the money like right now in the New England game?
Right now, it's interesting. Nationally, it's about 77%. It just jumped to 3.5, probably about a half hour ago. So DK's carrying at 3.5. Some books are still at 3, just increasing the juice. But so
77% New England.
Yes, and then about 50-50 locally here. So yeah, but I think the Collins injury. I was looking at prop bets. I don't even think they posted anything for the receivers for the Texans. I think they're waiting to see what's going on there. I was looking, at some of the prop bets there. So, yeah, I definitely see some movement on New England. And, Yeah, I like Stroud. Going back to the game, he tried everything to give it to the Steelers, and not to talk about that game too much, but he did everything he could for us to win, and that's why I was like, oh, Tomlin's just going to win this at the end. It's going to be ugly, and we'll find a way to score a touchdown. But as far as him, I kind of like him this week. At 207, I think it's minus 108. I think he might throw for like 240, 250. I think New England's going to score. The over-under's at 40. The Texans, I think they're 10-2 against the spread in road games when the totals are between 38 and 43. So I think there's going to be a little bit more points. I think there's going to be some turnovers. That'll flip the field, get some easy scores. So I kind of like Stroud to rebound and go over that 207-yard prop total. And I like the Texans. I have a future ticket. I think I took it in week 12 or 13 at 14-1 to make it to the Super Bowl. So I'm kind of a Texans fan, but as far as my employment, I got to root against the Texans, but I got a Texans future out there. So that'll be a good game. We'll see what happens on Sunday, and that'll be an interesting. I know you guys have probably been talking about it all week. But, yeah, definitely seeing national money on New England. It seems like it keeps on going as that point spread's moving up to 3.5. So. Well, I don't see it going to 4. So if you want to bet the Texans, I'd come on down and get them at 3.5, and get that hook. That's a big number, that half point.
Absolutely,
especially for a game like that. Yep,
absolutely.
So,
John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's stay with the pros since. Any trends you're seeing? What about the 49ers, Seahawks, or Bills and Broncos, Rams and Bears? What kind of trends are you seeing on those games?
It was interesting. Bills flipped to minus 1.5 Monday, and then went right back to them being a dog at 1.5. So that was wild to see that type of flip that quick in one day. But it's back to Bills plus 1.5. Over 60% on the Bills, 50-50 on the over/under, 45.5 there. Another one. Allen's banged up a little bit. Denver's got the number 1 defense. Interesting, some divisional trends in the last 5 years. Home teams are only 8-12 against the spread. So it seems like home field advantage, isn't a big part in the divisional round. So, we're seeing that. Niners, Seahawks, that's been flat. That's basically around 50-50. Seven's a lot of points. We've talked about it before. It's kind of like Indiana, get another college. I just haven't bought into Seattle. It's just like they're the number 1 seed, and but they're a good team. So we'll see what happens there. Rams, Bears, a lot of money on the Bears, over 60, close to 70%.
Wow!
And they're like 3.5. Yeah, I was shocked to see that one as well.
It's up to 4. I got it here at 4. Yeah,
you got a 4. Yeah. So it's interesting to see that. The weather, I think it's 10 degrees, in Chicago. So it'll be interesting to see where.
So on the news yesterday, they showed L.A. practicing here in L.A. and the Bears practicing out in the 10-degree weather. There was a difference of, I think, a 70-degree difference in the two places that are practicing. That's a big advantage, Bears, no? Huge advantage, Bears.
I agree. And come from Pittsburgh, it's cold. It's a different cold in Chicago. I've been there a couple of times. It's a brutal cold that just hits your bones. So, yeah, I think definitely weather will play a part in this. I'm kind of leaning Chicago on it just because of the weather and the home field. I know the stats don't show it, but Chicago's kind of that Cinderella team, to get, yeah, I think the weather will definitely play a factor with the Rams. In this game as well. So, but yeah, the over/under is 48.5. That's a 50-50. So you're getting both sides at 48. So I didn't look at the wind. That always plays a part in the over/under for me when I take a look at these as well.
Yeah.
So
more so than rain, John, is the wind, right?
Wind, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, rain's not great either. Snow is almost people overreact to snow. Snow doesn't really impact totals like people think.
No, and I think advantage in snow goes to the offense. They'll be able to, But yeah, I think wind and definitely if it's a hard rain,
especially in Chicago, that wind is just that can be brutal.
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 Yeah.
All right.
I'm in Louisiana. All right, good. So we got the final game. That's
Yep.
84% on Indiana, and that's what, like I was talking. I watched that game Friday, and I mean, he's just throwing balls that are windows of 6 inches. I mean, he's proven himself to me, since the Ohio State game. I think for Miami, the keys to it is, for me, they got to stop the third downs. Indiana converts at 58%. And they have a 74% touchdown percentage in the red zone. So if Miami can make them, kick field goals, get them off the field on third down, I think Miami has a shot. That went up to 8.5. I think that opened up at 7. So, but 84% on Indiana. So everybody's loving Indiana Monday night. So,
it's a great
and then
story.
the over, 80% on the over at 47. But I think Miami's just, I think Miami will be able to hang in there with 8.5 points. Like I said, those are my keys. They just got to stop third down and not let them score touchdowns. So
that's crazy.
But,
8.5 points against this Miami team with all that talent. Holy crap!
Yeah,
that's how good they've been playing, though. That is it. All
Yes.
right.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
John Chill, as always, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. If you're looking for a great little getaway, you can do it same day, just 2 hours down the road. And go see John, go gamble, come on back that night or stay a night. And beautiful, just beautiful. You guys should have some beautiful weather this week, play golf or go out by the pool, John. So this is the place to get to if you're looking for just a quick little getaway. It's not a big commitment like Vegas. It's right there down the road on I-10. John, as always, we appreciate it, man, and we will talk to you again next week for the championship games.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. There's John Chill every week right here, ESPN 97.5. All right, Lance, time to talk. You were talking Green Light. What about a little Green Street?
Well, that's Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street. That's what we're doing. We're watching the hometown basketball team is what we're doing. And every Friday and Saturday when there is a game, Tom's Watch Bar wants you to come out and be part of the Red Nation Rallies at Green Street. So this is going to be really cool. On Fridays and Saturday home games, head on out there maybe a couple hours before tip-off because they're going to have live DJs. They're going to have team swag giveaways, themed cocktails, and then surprise guest appearances all season long. And then if you head to the game, you can come early and park free at Green Street with Tom's Validation. How about that? You get the validation. You get to park free. It's hard finding parking downtown. Well, I mean, it's not hard. Just get ready to pay. You're going to get validation to park free at Green Street. That's awesome just by itself. And then you can walk over with the crowd to go watch a game, come back, and post-game over at Tom's Watch Bar. So you're pre-gaming, you're post-gaming, or you're watching a game there with a bunch of fans if you're not going to the game itself. It's Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar presented by Green Street. Find the full schedule at tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
Bo Bichette is a free agent. A Toronto steakhouse, Animi Steakhouse, promised him free steak for life if he re-signs with the Blue Jays. PETA, that's right, that PETA, countered with a lifetime supply of Viagra if he doesn't. First of all, why is PETA offering Viagra instead of like cauliflower or spinach?
Well, they know their
because
audience.
this is, because actually.
What are they saying about Bo Bichette that he needs a lifetime supply of Viagra?
He just wants
in
to
case,
keep,
but they know he's not going to go for the cauliflower.
Yeah.
Why? I mean.
Would you?
I don't know if I'd go, okay, which would you rather have? A lifetime supply of steak or a lifetime supply of Viagra?
Well,
How much do you love beef?
But steak, but they can't offer
Steak.
that. So they can't offer that. So it's not about steak. It's about
No, but why are they offering Viagra?
Because it's better than offering cauliflower.
Well, I guess.
You try to put them on
but what do
cauliflower.
they have to
they're
do
like,
with
what?
Viagra? A steakhouse has to do with steak.
So what? The only way they can counter
They're just trying
they can't come with a protein, so they're just going to come with
sex.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
sex sells. We know
well,
that.
But Bo's a young. I mean,
I don't
lifetime
care.
supply.
It's not a lifetime supply.
Young guys take it.
They don't look that far in the
Young
future.
guys take
Young
it because
guys
they're
take it.
trying to knock
Bo's like, I ain't never gonna need that. Give me
Go
them
on.
steaks.
Go on.
By the way,
Say what you want to say, Lance.
No,
But
I was going
I don't
to.
know why young guys will take it.
Yeah.
To boost the performance.
oh yeah, it's for sport.
Yeah.
For sport, yeah. I get that, but I mean, steak is so much more expensive. Are you kidding me? That's not. Hey, a little something better, PETA. By the way, PETA, get out. What are you doing? Okay. Apparently, OnlyFans stars. Are they stars? But I guess we always say porn stars. I guess that's the only way to describe them. OnlyFans workers are moaning about a proposed 50% Florida sin tax. As poll says, I don't want them selling their bodies. Do you think that they should pay a 50% sales tax because, they're doing stuff?
Yeah. Yeah,
They
take
should?
their money. Yeah, why not? It's not my money. Take their money. I'm tired of them making so much money.
Yeah, but they
Off of just
what?
Simpletons.
The poor OnlyFans accounts in
Most of
Florida
them
are like,
most
wait
of
a
them aren't
minute.
poor.
What are we doing?
Most of them aren't poor, and their tax structure there in Florida is very, very easy on them.
Yeah,
general.
doesn't every OnlyFans star make like $9 billion a year?
No, they
Not
don't.
everyone,
but it just
but
feels like it.
a
We
lot of
just
them
hear
make-
about all of them.
Lots of money. Lots and lots of money.
Lots of money. They just throw money
You
at
know,
it.
you look and then you see the girl who made the money. You're like, I grew up in a time when like Carmen Electra was on the cover of men's magazines, and how much could she have made if you're making that?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Like she was on like FHM and stuff.
And you
those
don't even have to
magazines.
do stuff on there, right?
You just be pretty if you want. Yeah.
You can just be pretty?
If-
yeah, but
yeah.
don't you?
And
Aren't
people
people
will
going to
pay for
go,
that.
nah?
Well, you be pretty in less and less clothes, but you don't actually have to do stuff.
You don't have to do stuff?
You just be, look, pretty naked girl, and that'll get you paid.
Yeah. All right. Apparently, now there's a story out. Nuclear weapons are now environmental, socially, and government compliant. Do you think everyone should get a nuclear weapon now since they're ESG compliant?
What could possibly go wrong with everyone having nukes?
Why are they when it's all they do is just? I don't get how they're ESG.
Well, the thing is, you could hand someone a nuke, but not, how many people can deploy it? Like, if I gave you a nuke, John, would you know how to use it?
No, but that's the storyline right now in
Landman?
Pluribus. So
I know, yeah. Part of the whole thing is, hey, whatever you ask for, because that was set up very early.
Yeah.
If I asked for this, would you get it? I mean, we would probably not want to, but if you did ask for it, we do it. And at the very end,
I'd forgotten about it.
And then they brought it back.
Is Pluribus? Is there a new episode out?
No, it's new next. They're waiting for a new
next season. Yeah.
Oh God, a whole season? That's
Yeah.
it? That was the end of the season?
Yeah, it's the end of the season.
You don't know. You
for
don't.
Crap.
You don't know when the final episode airs. You don't know when seasons are ending.
What the hell's wrong with you?
No, I don't know. I just wait till it comes out. That's all.
No.
Where are we on
Atomic-
Landman? Is it over?
No
God,
idea.
Hopefully.
I know. Have you seen the casino episode yet?
No, I can't get through that.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
watching
hard.
Breakdown 1975, which is kind of wild how movies just turned into. It's interesting how 1975 was some pivotal year in culture.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty good. It's actually a pretty good. Like movies literally exploded with stuff they had never done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, like you had
music
Vietnam.
too.
You had Vietnam.
Music, like 1975 is
Post-
allegedly the greatest music year ever.
Okay, post-Vietnam. So post-Vietnam, there was a lot of different energy that was popping up.
Yeah.
Like it was big cultural changes.
Yep. All right, we are done. Mopey and Mapes are next.
Supposedly.
No, aren't they? They're going to do something, aren't they?
Yeah.
Aren't they actually going to do a show?
Yep.
Are
Could
you
go
doing a
either
show?
way, John.
Are Mopey and Mapes doing a show or not? That's
We'll
what we
see.
need. Hey, we got Rockets, Oklahoma City tonight, bro. Let's go. It is on. We can't beat crappy teams. Let's see if we can beat a really good one.
Great.
On Prime Video tonight. Let's go.
Amazon. That's the only way you can see it, right?
Yeah, Amazon's the only way. Prime
Oh,
Video.
that's it. It's a Prime game?
Prime game. Yep, nationally
That's
televised.
why they
Prime
paid
game.
all that money.
Yeah. All right. Let's go Rockets. See if they can't beat that Oklahoma City butt. But first, Lance, you, my friend, need to talk about a little schooling.
I assume we're talking Sanjac, and that's the school I'm talking about. Let me focus on those of you listening right now that have a job but not a career, and you want a career. You're like, man, I'm tired of this. I'm going paycheck to paycheck, and it's not even pulling me through, man. I don't like where I'm working. I'm having to, to cut all the things that I would like to do just to stay under budget. It may be time for you to get a different job. Get a job that can become a career. And the best way to do that is you've got to go to school and get a certificate or get a degree. And they have over 200 different certificates and degrees at Sanjac so that you can change your career. You can change your life. Do the things you want to do. Enjoy your career. Having a career, first of all, is great. There's a lot of benefits that come with it. But one of them is just your general happiness. And if you're ready to make that move and be fearless, Sanjac is there for you. 6 locations where you can go in person around the city of Houston and surrounding areas. And, of course, they also have remote learning as well. So jump in on it. Change your course of action. Change your life. Be fearless. Sanjac.edu.
So we started Monday's show with a conversation about the weekend, the NFL weekend, of course. Tuesday show was the Texans. Wednesday, about the Rockets. You know, they got a win, thankfully, against the Bulls. Today, nothing really to direct the conversation, at least to start. So I'll let you guys know right now. If you decide you want to call in about what's going on at Real Madrid, today I got time for it. Or Man U, whatever it is, today's the day. Maybe you want to commiserate with me that Nigeria lost in the AFCON semifinal on penalties. We can do that too. Whatever it might be, open forum. That's a lot of soccer-directed stuff. Maybe I'm Soccer Matters. But either way, open forum, whatever you want to talk about. Maybe Texas and beating Vanderbilt. Look at that. Look at the horns. Not dead. Not dead as a basketball program. Sean shrugs his shoulders.
I mean, not dead. I'll give you not dead.
Yeah. On the respirator,
They
at
were
least for this year.
11-6.
But you beat
I
Vanderbilt.
saw a lot of people throw around the word resume. I'm like, oh, resume for what exactly? But
I don't know. Hosting an NIT game? Who knows?
NIT champs 2019.
I'm saying it happens sometimes, but they did beat Vanderbilt, so you know what time we're on today. It could be anything, but we will get to this to start until you guys change the direction of the show. The Texans and their injury report came out, of course, as expected. Nico Collins did not practice. Somehow Christian Gonzalez did. They suffered concussions one day apart, less than 24 hours, actually, because it was a Sunday night game where Christian Gonzalez had to leave the game. Nico Collins suffered his the next night. Nico doesn't practice. Christian Gonzalez does. Christian Gonzalez, the star corner for the Patriots. He did it in a limited way, but he's expected to play. And Adam Schefter went on WEEI in Boston and told them that I think he was just like basing it off the timeline. I don't know what information he actually gleaned, but he's telling people, at least the people in Boston, that Nico's not going to play. He doesn't expect him to play, mostly because with the protocol, it's a short window to try to get him cleared. So I wouldn't expect Nico Collins to play on Sunday. Another receiver that, well, at least was a Texan was Stephon Diggs. He was asked about his time in Houston, of course, because of, they've got a game on Sunday. But CJ Stroud was also asked about Stephon Diggs. Now, we're going to play this, and I'm going to respond, and Sean will too, after the clip. CJ, very effusive in his praise of Stephon Diggs. But something caught me, and I simply hope, let's get to it, and we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, Steph is one of the best teammates I've ever had in my career, in my life. Like, he's been amazing to my life, not just on the field but off as well. I think he's, super, teammate-oriented. He wants to be around the guys. He wants to, do stuff for the guys. He wants to be, one of the captains in the room. And I don't know if he's a captain or not. I'm sure he is. But, he's one of the best teammates I've ever had. So he's brought that swag there, and he got the guys rolling around him. But, will always be a brother of mine, always be a friend. And I'm just, excited to see his career, go where it's gone. And, for him to get paid like he did is dope to see. So, I think, he has a lot of great ball ahead of him. So it's always be a brother of mine.
Not a captain for the Patriots. I did not know beforehand, but I looked it up as he said it. Not a captain. He was going through some things at the time. And that brings me to this. This is a strictly football-related friendship, right? Or is it with CJ? Or is it do as I say, not as I do when they talk about off-the-field stuff?
It's definitely not strictly football because he says off the field.
Then we have to hope it's do as I say, right? Not as I do, considering what Stephon Diggs is going through currently.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
The news reports would suggest otherwise.
But nobody want me to do this, is it?
No. Your teammates in Minnesota? No. I got to hope that whatever conversation Stephon Diggs and CJ are having, it's Stephon Diggs telling CJ, hey, I made a lot of mistakes, and I'm currently making mistakes or alleged mistakes. Don't do what I do. Because if I got to run down what Stephon Diggs is up to right now, I don't think that sounder is going to make anyone feel better about whatever influence he might have. What did he say again?
Amazing to my life, not just on the field but off as well.
Oh, no. This is worse than when people were wondering whether KPJ would have a bad influence on Jalen Green. Remember that? Hey, we don't want those two together because KPJ seems like he's going to be a bad influence.
Jalen Green, what do you think of Kevin Porter Jr.?
amazing to my life. Not just on the field but off as well.
Oh man, look, when you're teammates, I get it. You play football, and he's one of your guys, and you develop a bond. Let's be honest. Aren't we a little happy he was only here a year, considering what he's on, the time he's on right now?
It would be tough in the TMZ headlines for Texans wide receiver Stephon Diggs.
That would be bad.
I feel like it would tarnish
it
the brand
feels
a
much
little.
better that it's Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Even in the offseason before he had played a game, but he had already signed to Patriots before some stuff came out. So it wasn't like, I guess you could say former Texan, which is fine, but the headline was Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs, not impending free agent former Texan receiver.
Yeah, no. Some of the behavior, I'll just come out and say, not Texans worthy.
Certainly not what we
historically below the bar.
Yeah, Stephon Diggs 10 years ago would not have been signed by the Texans if this offseason had happened when he was approaching free agency.
But Bob McNair,
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
That might be true in some ways, but there are a lot of people on the other side saying no. Look, fine. Your third down your third down receiver, the guy you focused on for the time when he was healthy, cool. But I'm going to need that to be strictly do as I say, not as I do, when it comes to how he's an influence on his life.
hey, CJ, so whenever you have 3 different baby mamas you have to visit on the same holiday.
You want to do that? Fine. That's not a crime. People can have their morality about that. But there's been some things where he's facing time, right? Like the morality of the athlete who decides, doesn't have to be an athlete, the man who decides he wants to procreate a lot. Shout out Nick Cannon. And of course, Stephon Diggs would have the means. He can get into, how much time can he spend with each kid? That's a different conversation. But he spent time in court just a couple weeks ago. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I don't want my quarterback.
Stephon, what do I do with my...
Nope. No questions like that. Whatever you're about to ask, no. Hey, Stephon, when it's cover 3 and it's a fire zone, where do I go? If he's got an answer for that, cool.
Not like, hey, my chef that lives in my house got a little upset at me. How do you think I de-escalate the situation, Stephon Diggs?
Oh, you mean when you're being accused of strangulation and battery?
Yeah.
How do I de-escalate? Don't get accused of strangulation and battery. Okay. That's how you de-escalate.
Okay.
I don't know what's real and what's not. We know times come where the alleged incident isn't true. Of course, he's a very wealthy man. Who knows what this comes to? I want it to be a football thing with those two. Great guy or not, Stephon Diggs. There's evidence piling up to say not that great.
Well, CJ.
No,
you don't just have white cocaine.
Don't start with that.
Come in different colors.
Don't start with CJ, unless it's CJ. When you're playing into the boundary, that's all. I need and then a football thing to come next. Man, I heard that. I was like, what?
He went out of his way to be like, not just on the field.
Man.
As a man.
Look, I guess you can compartmentalize, and maybe when Stephon Diggs is talking about CJ as he continues his path to not just being a football player, but his growth as a man, maybe he has words of wisdom. But just ignore my own words of wisdom to do what I want. That's all. That's what Stephon Diggs is on. And now we got to deal with him on Sunday in Foxborough. Jeez. What a shock. It wasn't shocking because you hear football players do that all the time where a guy, at least in the public eye, isn't looked at as a bastion of what you want a young person to be, and they'll just big him up. They'll hype him up. So it happens all the time. I just did not know that the less than a year that Stephon Diggs was here had that big of an impact.
6 games he played.
Well, that's football, but he was around the team for longer than that. I didn't know that was such a big thing for CJ Stroud.
Yeah. The it was like April to October.
I guess.
Was a very important.
Wow. All right.
Not just on the field, Dell.
I don't like the other part. The on the field stuff I would love. At least he's a vet. He's played in a lot of big games. He understands the NFL. and what it means to. Well, he doesn't win the big games as often as Josh Allen would have liked, but he's played in a lot of those games. That's cool.
Ask Case Keenum if I won the big game.
Yes, what a misplay by that Saints safety. Was it Marcus Williams?
I think so.
Yeah.
Was one of them.
That's,
one of those guys.
Yeah, you know what? Whatever. Influence CJ from Foxborough.
No, don't influence him. Don't influence him at all.
At least it's not. At least they can't meet up in places.
They can't hang out.
Yeah, he can't go. Stephon Diggs can't take CJ to a spot during the season.
Oh, man.
That's all.
Jeez. Hey, CJ, I know this one place. It's great. You'll love it. I love it.
Yeah. Of all the Patriot receivers, maybe Butte is wasn't he involved in that gambling thing?
Yeah. He had he just had like a FanDuel account.
Yeah,
like
when
under
he
his own name
in college when he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
He didn't do a great job hiding it. I remember that story.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
Matt Collins, the guy who walks around barefoot.
I would prefer that. Yes. Or
actually,
Pop Douglas. Can Pop Douglas be an influence? I don't know what time he's on off the field, but I feel like I got a better shot. If I just picked the Patriots wide receiver core blind, because I don't know much about those guys outside of Stephon Diggs, I would say pick any of those guys. What's Austin Hooper up to? Isn't he on that roster, or is it Hunter Henry? Whichever one it is. Allow that guy to influence you.
Demario Douglas, Patriots wide receiver from 3 days ago. Quote, humbly trust God's plan.
We got a connection right there. Talk to Pop Douglas. All right, we'll go to break. Jeez. We'll get into some actual football stuff when we come back, because D'Amico Ryans talked about CJ and what the team has done, when CJ has struggled to uplift him. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from a non-Texan who ripped apart offensive lineman in a very funny way. Cam Jordan, the Saint legend. He has some thoughts on offensive linemen. Just one clue: he doesn't think any of them are athletic. When he hears the word athletic lineman, he laughs. So we'll hear from him on that. So we're just getting started here. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. We got some NFL news to get to. A NBA, let's just say, starter. I think that's the right level to describe him as. Has asked for a trade. In fact, demanded a trade. You could have all seen this coming from the summer, coming out of Golden State. So we got a lot of stuff to get to. Sean and I just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
We talked yesterday about the Giants being the one team who could hire Harbaugh immediately because they had gone through the necessary steps, interviewing outside candidates that were minorities, of course, fulfilling the Rooney Rule stuff. Well, apparently everything went so well that Harbaugh told the Titans, yeah, I know we're scheduled to meet at my home to talk about a potential coming together. Nah, I'm not interested. Whatever happened in the Giants facility, it's good enough for Harbaugh. So the reporting was early this morning and last night that they were close to finalizing a deal. All that continues to be the case. No official word, I imagine. Just the Giants will. I wonder who breaks it, since everyone knows this is coming to the Giants. Tweeted from one of their accounts, and Harbaugh's our guy, or does Schefter get a little, hey, it's now final? But either way, John Harbaugh to the Giants, better than John Harbaugh to the Titans. There's no guarantee that it would work out there. Of course, Pete Carroll, established coach, winning coach. It was a disaster for the Raiders. But you'd rather have the Titans picking someone I would rather have the uncertainty for the Titans than the knowing that you have a guy who at least knows how to win. So we'll see. Of course, D'Amico had never coached at that level before, and things have gone great for the Texans. We'll hear from Dan Orlovsky on some of that in a little bit. He was on ESPN talking about the Texans rebuild, but let's hear from D'Amico Ryans himself. He don't have to deal with Harbaugh in the division, but he does have a game against a guy who used to coach for the Titans, and Mike Vrabel. But after CJ's performance, which now is being retconned into a good one by some people, look at the throws he made. That continues to be a thing today. But I think the player himself knew he didn't play well. And here's D'Amico Ryans on the team and how they surrounded CJ to uplift him after Monday night.
It's definitely the culture that we built. It's built on, it's not about one person. And it's about the team, and it's about everybody truly caring for each other. And that's the relationships that we build in the offseason, the depth of our relationships that we continue to expound upon throughout training camp. You hope those relationships help you in times of adversity, like when we have a bad play. It's not a bad game, it's a bad play. Understand it's just a bad play. There are many more plays to be played in the game, and we just got to handle it that way. You can't let one bad play become another bad play. And so having teammates to support each other through the bad I love that, because that's what true team sports is all about. You can't do it by yourself. You can't win by yourself. We need the help of others. Same for all of us in life. We don't go through life alone. We go through life by the support of others. And that's what our team is about, man. I love it.
D'Amico very eloquently talking about, culture. That is what people say when they mean culture. Of course, culture is a word that gets thrown around. And is your culture bad if you're losing, but all those things remain the same? People would say from the outside the culture is bad. Winning always is the salve to anything in sports, because all we actually care about is if you win games, and Texans have done a lot of that. I guess the word I was looking for was balm to people questioning your culture. Go win games, and everyone thinks you got a great culture. And I would say, from what we can tell from the outside, that team is together. The DBs always are hyping each other up. They're always together. You see a team that did not break when they were 0-3. That's an easy thing to happen. You're 0-3. You had high expectations. Will Anderson talking in the offseason about putting the bull in the ring, which simply means getting yourself a Super Bowl ring and have that Texans logo on it. And so those were the expectations, and they were not meeting them. Sean and I talked quite a bit about what they had to do to overcome history going 0-3. All the numbers were stacked against them. It did not matter. You lose your quarterback for several games. Did not matter. They kept winning, and now what are they on, a 10-game winning streak going into New England, despite not having Nico Collins? A very winnable game. That's a game I don't feel as strongly about it as I did the Steeler game, where
it would be one of their more disappointing losses, not beating the Steelers. And they were trying me a little bit. It was 7-6 going in the fourth quarter. It's interesting to not remember that unless you try hard to think about it, because the game ended 30-6. It was 7-6 in the fourth quarter. All it would take was, and the way CJ was playing at the time, one more drop snap or strip sack, and all of a sudden the Steelers are in position to kick a field goal to go. They weren't scoring a touchdown, but kick a field goal to go up 9-7. Who knows what happens the rest of the fourth quarter? But that's a disaster scenario that didn't take place, and they win that game 30-6. So I don't feel as strongly about their chances to win on Sunday. I do think they have a real shot because they have, I would say, one of the most feared defenses in maybe the last 5 years as far as narratives, because the Broncos sack the quarterback far better than the Texans do. Points per game, the Seahawks are better than the Texans, partly because of actually pretty much all because of what happened the last week of the year, where the Seahawks only gave up 3 to the 49ers, and the Texans gave up what they gave up to the Colts. Was it 30?
Something like that.
So I think it might have been 38-30 the final, something like that. I don't remember exactly. Whatever. That was the difference between the Texans leading the league in yards given up and also points. So the Seattle has that points per game. They also have the DVOA thing, and yet no one talks about those two defenses the way people talk about the Texans. The Texans and the way they play, I don't know, tickle something in everyone's brain.
I was going to say it's a little bit of the advanced stats, yada, yada, yada.
Look what these guys.
When you turn on the games, you're
they hit really hard, and they can't be blocked.
Else.
Yeah, no matter what.
This is just a completely different thing. And just like personnel-wise, like it just kind of makes sense in everyone's brains that it's like they have 2 awesome edge rushers, they have 2 awesome corners, they have a good safety, they have a nickel that is an insane person.
Yeah. I think
it's just like and Aziz Al-Shair is also an insane person.
Yeah.
It's like very like, yeah, if you're to make cast a movie and this team has an awesome defense, this is what you would do. Just an insane middle linebacker, 2 edge rushers that you're terrified of that are built like gods.
The hard-hitting safety.
Yeah, a hard-hitting safety.
And your lockdown corners. And every time one of them makes a play, Stingley doesn't do it so much, but every time all these insane people you're talking about make a play, they're banging their heads as hard as they can with their hands. It's all fits. Like, I think we've talked about it, but Mike McDonald gets the genius stuff, and that's why Seattle is great. And of course, I mean, Surtain's a great corner, maybe the best corner in football. Riley Moss, when he's not getting called for pass interferences, is good too. But it don't feel the same way. Yeah. And that's why the Texans going in New England doesn't scare me. Of course, historically, and the Texans are bucking trends this entire run. Historically, going into New England for Houston is a blowout. Yeah. No one expects that this time around. Different personnel, different franchises altogether at this point as far as how they're all run.
I was going to say, historically, it also meant you're playing Tom Brady.
Bill Belichick. Now you have a former Patriot who has turned that thing around really quickly.
Yeah.
Very similar to what DeMeco did. Former Texan who was, DeMeco was a much better DC than Mike Vrabel, but Mike Vrabel had the experience of being a head coach with the Titans. Their stories aren't that different. Hey, let's hire the guy, not native son, but, bring him back into the fold, a guy we had a lot of success with, or at least was very successful in ways. DeMeco never reached the level of Vrabel did it as a winner on the field, but 2 guys we know played at a high level at their positions on defense, to bring them back to, I guess, save the franchise when it comes to the Texans. And Vrabel gave the Patriots, after a year of Mayo, some stability. And look where they are, playing each other for a chance at the AFC title. The AFC title.
There's a little bit, because I agree with you that it's like, it's kind of a coin flippy kind of a game to me, where it's just like, there's a lot of, it really is going to come down to like, can Drake May connect on deep shots? Will he have time? Will he have time? And then can he connect on deep balls? That's kind of like all right. That's the one thing. The one, the way you blow up the Death Star is just deep shot.
Keep your quarterback upright and let him throw the ball down the field.
Yeah, that's the way. And it's not even really like beating the guy one-on-one. It's like running some sort of beater to beat the coverage.
Cause a coverage to be blown or something like that. Yeah.
So it's like that's what you need to do. And it's like, it's not as easy as just run a go route against Kamari Lassiter. We'll throw it over him. Like it's very much, no, you have to do like 2 different things to then do this.
Scheme it up is what we're saying. Yeah.
And then you also just have a team in New England that's like not tested really at all. Like, not just being a young team, but just this young team isn't especially tested. It's a couple Bills games, and then last week is really the resume on the Patriots that isn't, beating the top 10 of the draft.
Sure. So the Texans will provide more. They will their tackles, at least, even though we certainly had questions about them, will be a bigger challenge to the Patriots and their pass rush than what they saw last week against the Chargers. So, what we expect another defensive game, and we'll see. We'll see what defense causes a critical mistake, because despite all of CJ's issues, the mistakes weren't critical enough because of what the defense was able to do to back him up. But the defense, that strip sack fumble broke the dam. The return for a touchdown broke the dam, and then they ran away with it. I don't see that name, so we'll find out the name. Wants to talk some Astros. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to follow up? 713-780-3776. So we'll talk some Astros, courtesy of this caller, when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Sean, do you remember the last time the Texans played a snow game?
Was it like 2016 in Green Bay? 2016 range?
Maybe. I know. It might be.
Like
And
where there's actual
snow on the ground,
'cause
sticking to the ground,
there's
not
a
like
lot
a
of
flurry,
yeah.
and the
Like
ground is still green.
The Bears game was supposed to be a snow game, and it snowed all day in Chicago, and then you watch the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 2016 Texans Packers snow game.
Yeah.
I just typed in Texans snow game, and that's the one game that's popped up. Brock Osweiler was in that game.
Hell yeah. That you know where that team's season ended? In New England?
It did, and I'm asking that question because we are getting closer to a snow game on Sunday. It's going to snow. It looks like it's going to snow Saturday night, some of it Sunday morning, and the models are suggesting that snow may not be stopping into game time. So that even adds to the thought that, field goals 10-9, that might be the type of score we're looking at. The Texans were just fine in relatively, it wasn't that cold for this time of the year. It was about 30-something degrees in Pittsburgh. We may be taking it to another level on Sunday, so we'll see how they respond there. Texans, Patriots, real chance that we see snow on the ground and it's snowing during the game.
We're all white, Texans. Blend in with the snow.
Is that good for CJ?
No, but it's good for the defense.
Okay, but what about the offense? That doesn't matter, right? We're not expecting much from them anyway.
Six is the best way to score in this game.
apparently. So just be on the lookout. We may be dealing with the Texans' first snow playoff game, right? The Chiefs game didn't get there.
No,
it was
last
cold.
Year's, no.
Or even the one where they're up 20-0. It was cold, but it didn't get to snow.
I
Right?
don't remember it snowing, but
Yeah. So, well, something unique may be in store for us on Sunday. Let's talk to Eric. He wants to talk some Astros. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, I heard Kyle Tucker think about joining the Yankees or maybe the Astros, and maybe we could trade Christian Walker to the Mets, free up some money. Also, the Longhorns offense is going to look pretty good next year with Cam Coleman transferring from Auburn to UT. And they got Malik Brown as a running back and Hollywood Smothers. And you think the Texans will wear their varsity letterman to New England if it's that cold? I'll hang up and listen.
I don't know that those jackets are great for warmth, at least if snow's in the forecast, because they wore those to a Monday night game and the weather was mild. I don't think the jackets will be in play. Yes, the Longhorns have accrued or collected plenty of skill position talent this offseason in the portal. The problem for them last year wasn't really skill. It was the trenches. I know they're in on Jordan Seaton, the Colorado offensive tackle. They call him a 5-star plus, which all that means is all the recruiting sites rated him as a 5-star. So they're in on that. I think I would point to offensive line help as the next step for a potential title run. I don't know how you feel about this, Sean, but because Danny Cannell is one of those voices when it comes to college football, with Dante Moore coming back for Oregon, he has Texas, Oregon in the national title game. So whatever that makes you feel like, that's out there, I bet.
I hate that so much.
Texas paying up for skills, talent. We'll see if they can get that big-time offensive lineman.
They did get an offensive lineman from A&M yesterday.
Is he a good player?
I have no idea.
Okay, so
Jonte Newman.
Did he play for A&M?
No, he was a true freshman.
Okay, so maybe we'll have to wait on him. Also, I did not hear that Kyle Tucker is going to be Yankee. I have seen, and we didn't get to it yesterday, that the Mets are offering him a short-term deal with an AAV of $50 million. The Blue Jays offered him a longer-term deal, but not at that price tag as far as per year. So does he want to join the Mets for maybe a year and get paid $50 million, or does he want more long-term stability with the Blue Jays? So that's out there. I have not heard about Kyle Tucker rejoining the Astros. In fact, that's where I'm going to end me addressing what Eric said, because he got me the last time on something. I'm not doing that again. I don't remember anything else he said. Did you mentally note anything else?
No.
Okay.
I forgot what the last thing was, but
probably not that important. It is Eric. Yeah, I can't remember it. Oh, well. Eric, if I was going to tell you, hey, call the intern and let him know, but it's not that important. I'm not going to address it. All right. Thank you for the call, Eric. Appreciate it. If you want to follow that up, 713-780-3776. So let's get to Cam Jordan, since we were talking about the offensive line. Cam Jordan, Saint legend, probably a Hall of Famer, I would imagine. He was on with Draymond Green, and the discussion got to offensive linemen. And we have questioned the Texans' offensive line, but they played well against the Steelers. We need another one of those performances, particularly running the football against the Patriots. But no matter what they do, even if it leads to a Super Bowl, Cam Jordan's not going to respect them or any other offensive lineman that much. Here's Cam Jordan on O-lineman.
A guy who ain't seen his toes in 10 years, you're telling me I can't beat him off the edge? Stop. There's the offensive linemen that they swear are athletic, and they are athletic. You're not. No, you're not.
Is Trent Williams athletic?
No, he's hella strong, no, and he makes hella highlights off of getting to the second level.
But he's not athletic?
He's a dog.
Tristan Wirfs is athletic.
He's fat as hell. Stop. Shout out to Tristan Wirfs for being a hell of a
so athletic, though.
The only one that you could say was athletic was probably Teron Armstead. The man ran a 4.6 40. Windmill dunk, standing.
Yeah.
That's athletic. When you can go across different sports and be athletic, no.
Did you always think that they were some of the best athletes at that size to be that nimble?
Hey, that offensive lineman has really good feet compared to who? The other fat ones. Because at no one point could you see them backpedaling, crossover, and be able to. No. Maybe Penei Sewell. Another one that's on the cusp of being an athlete. But compared to who? Not the tight end. Not the D end. The nose tackle?
When you have 132 sacks, you can say that.
Hey, and I've been saying it when I had 0 sacks. So look, I said, ain't no way I can't get sacked off of you.
An offensive lineman has not been destroyed like this in the history of the position.
Cam Jordan on offensive lineman. I mean, for the common man watching a 330-pound man move like some offensive linemen do, okay, I'm going to say they're athletic, but I don't have the athletic ability that a guy who's accrued 132 sacks has. So I'm gonna go with Cam. If he doesn't think offensive linemen are athletic, but he's doing it in comparison to some of the best athletes in the world.
Yeah, he's saying like they're not like, fast is really what he's saying.
Pretty much. If you can't run fast, then maybe you're not that athletic.
Because the one that he gave athlete status to was
Teron
Armstead.
Former teammate.
Former teammate,
and
Teron immediately
Armstead.
cited his 40
4.6.
time.
Yeah. If you can't run, you're not athletic, according to Cam Jordan. Okay. It'd be like that sometimes.
Tristan Wirfs jumped out of a pool.
Fat ass. Pretty much what he called him.
He jumped out of
you heard him.
I know.
He's fat, is what he said.
My favorite part about this was watching the clip and how much joy Draymond Green got from all of this. Like he really didn't say much in the clip, and it's because he was just like smiling and laughing like the entire time.
Yeah.
He just loved the negativity.
Yes. He loves someone else bringing it to the podcast.
Normally what I have to do.
Yeah, when I got to talk about, well, at one point, Dylan Brooks. Yeah. He did very similar to what he did to Dylan Brooks. Now, Dylan Brooks will certainly bounce back. But, yeah, Cam Jordan, not a lot of respect for offensive linemen. I understand it. He's a defensive end. And I wouldn't want to give them any respect either, considering I make my money beating them around the edge. Yeah.
I will say that they're, like, defensive ends are more athletic.
Yes. Would Laremy Tunsil classify? He was considered athletic. Still is.
It goes into like what do you classify as athleticism? Like is being strong athletic? Like
lifting weights and getting strong.
Yeah.
Laremy Tunsil, I gotta look for his 40 time. Maybe Cam Jordan ain't aware.
He might. Yeah. No, he probably ran one, right?
Let's see. No, he opted out of running. He didn't want to be considered slow, I guess.
I was like that. He's like on the cusp of like guys that were so highly touted
that he didn't have to.
They didn't have to run.
Yeah, and if not for the video, the bong mask video, he would have been probably a top 5 pick. Instead, he fell to the Dolphins, then eventually got traded here.
That one thing.
Yeah, remember that day?
I do. I distinctly
it was
remember
nuts.
that day.
And people were trying. We got to find the source of the video. we swear this is a year old or whatever, and then we found out it was like, was it his
There's like
stepfather
his
or something?
stepdad who wanted to be his agent,
Yeah.
but he signed with a real agency, and so
he used
as revenge.
He waited for draft day or
Yeah.
draft night to.
It's like something like that.
Yeah, Larry Tunsil.
How's that not been made into a very crappy 8-episode Ryan Murphy TV show?
Got to talk to Ryan Murphy about that one.
If I knew Ryan Murphy personally, I would only tell him stories like this and just
see what he would come up with.
Yeah, just make it a 8-episode thing.
If he wanted to dive into the realm of sports.
Yeah, with Drewski starring as Larry Tunsil.
Well, but how are you going to put Kim Kardashian in this one?
She can be an agent or something.
Sure. Or the wife
It's
of
not-
the
it's-
wife of the stepdad, or no, it couldn't be because that
Wife
would be
of the GM or something.
Maybe of who? What GM
Howie
has Kim
Roseman.
Kardashian? as?
Howie
Howie Roseman's wife, Kim Kardashian.
Right? That was the 16 draft, so
Yes.
they had the number 2 pick Carson Wentz.
Let me find out the actual draft.
It was either 16 or 17.
Yeah, you're right. 2016.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to say it was the Jared Goff, Carson Wentz draft.
2016 draft class. It was the Goff, Wentz, and then Joey Bosa went third.
Pretty good top 3, and then
and Zeke
then
was
Larry
good.
Tunsil.
Well, Zeke was good. Ramsey, Stanley
Zeke-
can't
oh
stay
my
healthy.
God.
Buckner, Conklin.
You know what? I see why he dropped from the cast mask. These
Yeah.
guys are all good.
Texas-
Conklin's the only one that I'm like, I would take.
Well, there's an
weed
Eli.
addict.
There's
Larry
a
Tunsil.
Leonard Floyd, Eli Apple in there too, and Vernon
There always-
Hargraves
there
the
always
third.
is.
Yeah,
There always is.
couple corners that aren't great, and Leonard Floyd's been around a long time. Credit to him. Sheldon Rankins was the guy drafted right ahead of Larry Tunsil.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, considered-
Touchdowns.
Yeah, winning playoff games for the Texans. What has Larry Tunsil done? Yeah, he was there for a couple too.
Yeah, didn't score though. Didn't score a touchdown.
That's true.
Pull up his stats.
Now he's playing for the Commanders.
Yeah, some fat unathletic guy.
According to Cam,
According to Cam Jordan.
yeah, not me, Larry, not Sean either. We don't think
No.
that way.
He is huge though. If you've ever seen him in real life,
Larry Tunsil in person.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thank you to Cam Jordan and Eric for their contributions to the segment. We'll come back with more. Love you to join us. 713-780-3776. We'll hear from CJ Stroud himself. We'll do that in the second hour. He talks about what winning on Sunday would mean. And also Reed Shepard. At least Fred VanVleet gave his thoughts on Reed Shepard. I wonder what he thinks of Jordan Davis and getting more minutes. I know what the fans think. We'll talk some Rockets at some point as well. Also, we actually have some news on a Texan, and it's not great. He's fine, but Jaylen Reed was targeted in a robbery. We'll talk about that too. So we're getting close to the end of hour 1. Jump in, and then we'll get to hour 2 as well. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So a tweet just came across my timeline that said, the worst person you know is planning a trip to Japan right now. And I was like, some tweets just hit because Lance is planning a trip to Japan right now. I was like, you know what? Sometimes Twitter is there for a reason. It's not for him. It's for his wife. She's going to run in the Tokyo Marathon, I think is what's going to happen. Yeah, Twitter. Sometimes you're good for something. All right, let's get to – we got a call, so let's get to that. Let's get to Joe. He wants to talk some Rockets. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how you doing? I'm calling. One question. I'm a big fan of Ime, but I want to ask a question. Do you all think is he the right coach to get the Rockets over the top? And the reason I'm saying that is, the standard is OKC. And I happened to be at the game the other night, and as an ex-coach myself, I'm wondering, we were in second place last year, and now you're in seventh, and we bring in Kevin Durant. And there's some, coaching things that I've noticing that I think we can do better. The other day he mentioned how the team is soft, not playing hard. Well, to me, that has a lot to do with the coaching. So, I'll stop and listen. But, there's players like Jabari I'm watching. He sells for jump shots. I also watched, I remember back in the day when he was coaching in Boston, Jason Tatum. He used to sell a lot for jump shots. And they started making him go to the basket. So I think something could be improved with the coaching that could help some of these players, player involvement. I think a lot more players need to be played. They're in the pros for a reason. And you look at San Antonio Spurs, you look at OKC, they run at least 10 to 12 players. And I think the Rockets, sometimes you lose confidence when you're not playing guys that's sitting on the bench a lot. So I'm going to sit and listen, and you tell me what you all think. Thank you.
This has been now a topic of conversation for a little bit now. People are done with hey, look, the Rockets are a great story. They won 50 games last year. Look at the turnaround. We'll actually play a clip from Dan Orlovsky regarding the Texans rebuild. I think people are done positioning the Rockets in that conversation about the rebuild. When you trade for Kevin Durant, things change about what you can accomplish. Is he the right coach for that? I mean, we are just a couple years removed from him taking a team to the finals. They did not beat the Warriors. I heard you mention Jason Tatum and allowing him to settle for jump shots. That's a team who went to the finals. A team who couldn't get over the hump. I won't explicitly blame that on like Brad Stevens, but that was a team who had not been to the finals and had been knocking on the door. And in Ime's first year, they get to the finals. So is he the right coach for the Rockets? All I can say, because how do I know that at the moment? I don't know that at the moment. At least I don't have a definitive answer on that. I know he has done it before. Can he do it with the Rockets is what's most important to us. Are the Rockets fully formed? That would be my question. Do we believe that just because they have Kevin Durant and he's surrounded by all these 23-year-olds or younger, should this team make the finals this year? And you mentioned OKC is the standard. They didn't have a lot of the traditional, hey, we got to lose in the playoffs, we got to learn our lessons, but they had a little bit of it. And eventually, I say that like it took a long time, but they got over the hump and they're the best team in basketball last year. But even that run where they won it, they could have been knocked out a couple times. Of course, who knows what happens if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't get hurt. And in the Denver series, how does that go if Aaron Gordon doesn't get hurt? So Ime has that Celtics year to tell you, I've done it before. I wouldn't say it can't happen here, but it's hard to put a team together who's that young and say, go make the finals, go be a real contender.
And then your starting point guard tears his ACL in September.
And one of your other big contributors can't stay healthy in Tari Eason.
Yeah.
So I understand some of the concern because you think this team, and you throw the hype around them coming into the year, and even how they started. You think this team can do something big, and they're floating around the 7th seed, the play-in right now. but we have talked about how quickly that can change. You put 4 wins together in a row, and you may be the 4 seed very quickly.
Yeah, like right now they're the 6 seed.
Yeah, so
just they moved, but
by
not
winning
playing.
the game and not playing. So I wouldn't look at this current, and it's been disappointing. They'll get a chance to test themselves tonight against the OKC on Amazon Prime. I wouldn't use this recent run of poor performances to really make a determination on what they're going to be. You have 20-something years old, 20-something-year-olds trying to figure their way during a season, and let's give them at least another postseason before we start to really dive deep into whether Ime can be the guy.
Yeah, and like they're the 2 seed like last month, and so what has he been the wrong coach for the last 3 weeks when they had a? Do you know like the amount of road games they've played like since the middle of January or since the middle of December? It's like it was something like 12 out of the last like 15 games have been on the road, and now that they will have a 5-game homestand, or they have 4 more remaining of a 5-game homestand left. So yeah, I think some of that is like you're just catching them at a bad time in the season, and also about the effort thing, because we actually talked about this on Rocket Power.
Yeah, he mentioned and Ime talked about lack of effort.
That we recorded yesterday. You can hear it Friday at 6. Do we think that the Rockets like are a low effort team, or do we think that they're not to the standard that Ime Udoka has, and his standard might be
maniacal?
Like, he has a quote of, I think it was last year in a profile. I forgot who wrote it. I want to say it was Kelly Iko, but I forgot. It might have been Tim McMahon, where he says that I think it was Amin Thompson was like, every time someone like I'm guarding a guy who scores, Ime Udoka gets mad at me. He's like, every single time. He's like,
I remember that.
He's like, there shouldn't Ime Udoka's eyes, no one should ever score when Amin Thompson is on them.
And
seems like a high standard.
We see some of those reactions on the bench, particularly if the Rockets are defending the basket on their end of the bench or end of the court. I don't see them as a low effort team. And once again, we talked about it earlier in the week where I don't want to give John credit, but if you're not making shots and you're not winning games, you can see a team and say they're not playing hard because knocking down shots makes it look like everything is going the way it should.
And they had the worst 5-game 3-point shooting stretch.
And then you look at Jabari Smith knock down some shots late, and all of a sudden, hey, the energy's up, they're playing hard, stuff like that. Yeah. And that was in the course of a game where they were struggling with the Bulls, but then they pulled away because they started to knock down some shots late. Yeah. I don't think it's a team who doesn't play hard. I think it's a team who has a coach who has a standard that's so high that any slip or perceived slip is something he's going to comment on. If you ask their opponents, I don't think people come out of games playing the Rockets thinking loafers. That team lets us walk to the basket. I don't think that's how they're perceived by anyone, even if Kevin O'Connor is suggesting that Ime isn't the right guy. Can we get more than 50 games into the first season with Kevin Durant before we start to make wide sweeping assumptions about what this team can be? When I imagine 15 games ago, Kevin O'Connor had a different opinion.
And again, over the course of the 15 games, they played like almost all of them on the road.
Yeah, it's fine. We want them to play better. They have a tough challenge tonight. I think they'll rise to the challenge whether they win the game or not. That's a different story. OKC is really good, but I don't think we're going to look at the team tonight and go, man, they just let OKC walk all over them. It's not their personality.
Yeah. They have a tough stretch. OKC and then a back-to-back with Minnesota, or not a back-to-back. Like they play OKC tonight, Minnesota Friday, and then I think Pelicans and then Spurs. Pelicans, toughest game of the week.
Well, let's not forget, they did blow a giant lead to the Pelicans and lose.
Yeah, no, I feel better about the OKC game.
Well, I imagine, although they have lost to the Kings twice, right? I would imagine, and the Mavericks, I would think that the loss to the Pelicans would be a bit motivating. Well, let's see what the Clippers are doing right now.
Yeah. You know what? Clippers lost, resume loss. Good loss.
Like
playoff committee is going to look on that.
There's
favorably.
A quote from Ty Lue when the Clippers were really struggling. He goes, look, as long we can go like 35 and something, it'll be right back in. Everyone's like, shut up, 35 and something. Like they're 11-2 since he said it.
Yeah, I think it was like 35 and
Was it 20, 35 and 20? I forgot what it was, but it was something nuts considering
35
how
and like 15.
like
I forgot.
like
I'm trying to do the math of how many games are left.
well, it was nuts considering how they were playing.
Yeah.
And they're on pace.
Yeah.
They're well above the pace to reach that record he was talking about. Helps that Kawhi is playing and playing great. All right. Thanks for the call, Joe. In fact, we won't abandon the Rockets completely. We'll come back and hear from Fred VanVleet talking about one of the Rockets' young players who I would say show some patience to as they try to find their way. He's talking about Reed Shepherd, who was supposed to be the heir apparent, and now Jordan Davidson gets minutes, and sometimes Aaron Holiday starts ahead of him. It's the Ime way. We'll hear from Fred VanVleet when we come back. Sean, are you a Verizon customer?
Nope, T-Mobile.
I used to be a T-Mobile guy. I'm back with Verizon. I wasn't affected by the outage. I must have been napping. When did it happen? Do you know? I know it was yesterday.
Also wasn't affected. I think during the afternoon.
Yeah, I was probably napping.
When
Sometimes it pays.
Recall seeing people tweet.
Sometimes it pays to nap.
And I was loading up those tweets, lightning fast as always on T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Actually, I was probably here on Wi-Fi.
Probably. So I don't know how. And when if I'm at home, I got Wi-Fi going too. So even if I was awake, I wouldn't have been affected. But that happened. So if you are a Verizon customer and it affected the city of Houston, look out for a $20 credit for your troubles.
Wow.
That's what Verizon's going to do to make good, make you whole, I guess is what they would say.
Can you hear me now?
Where's that guy at? Did he
He
show up
switched
in
sides, remember?
Yeah, he wound up in a different
Sprint?
cell carrier commercial. Was it Sprint? I don't remember where he was, but he showed up there. Hey man, good bad afternoon, but if you want to send a $20 credit people's way, it probably will not stop people from complaining, but at least they did something. So if you were affected by that, look out for that $20 credit from Verizon. All right,
Sprint or Verizon to Sprint.
Okay.
Was how Paul Marchielli. Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder what that guy does when he's not in commercials.
Looks like
I know he's an actor, but I don't know that I've seen him anywhere else. Of course, he will always be the "Can you hear me now?" But I don't know that I've seen him in anything. Yeah, producing stuff, but as far as an actor, he hasn't been in a lot of things.
Oh, and then he went back to Verizon in 2025 to be in a commercial with Buzz Aldrin. That has to have been a Super Bowl commercial.
Likely, whatever. Keep cashing checks, Paul.
Wow, but he's
What are you upset by something?
the lack of loyalty. Verizon gave you a career. I mean, gave you a lot of money, I'm guessing, or at least decent amount of money for almost a decade. Then you go to Sprint, and you go back like nothing ever happened. Man,
no loyalty.
Transfer portals ruin everything.
He has been in I'm trying to see if he was in other stuff besides Sprint or Verizon. He was in the Sprint campaign. Of course, you know what the Verizon history. I don't know that he was. I was thinking if he's because I went to his IMDb and there's not a lot there as far as acting is concerned. So maybe he was just strictly a commercial actor.
He has a very short Wikipedia page, considering how many people have seen his face.
Yeah. Either way, team cash those checks. So if he can continue to do those.
Just imagine if Flo went to Geico and then went back.
Sacrilegious is what it is.
Be messed up.
What the hell, Flo? Progressive is who you.
There's only certain things that we can hang our hat on in this country, and it's Flo and her merry band of insurance adjusters. I don't know, that wear aprons.
Whatever their official title is.
Yeah, Mayhem from Allstate.
Love Mayhem.
Yeah, so Mayhem has it so he's got the game in such a stranglehold. We forget that Dennis Haysbert used to be the Allstate guy.
It's true. Well, there's a history of that happening in this country. Stealing. I don't even want to finish the sentence.
It's a hard work. And here comes Mayhem.
Yeah, look at that.
Everyone loves Mayhem.
I know. Let's go to Fred VanVleet. Fred was of course everyone's got a podcast. Fred's got time. I don't think it was his podcast, but he was asked about Reed Sheppard. It is one of the questions. Fred was always, it felt like, at least for some people, to be the caretaker until the Rockets got a younger point guard. He was on all the smoke. And because it is all the smoke, now I question whether we should play it because I did not listen to it beforehand. I heard a bit of it, but I didn't hear the entire thing. So
we can go
let
to
Sean.
break
Yeah, we are already close to a break. Sean will do a quick listen.
This segment was about mayhem.
Well, and we don't want any.
Verizon.
We don't want any mayhem because you quickly have to hit the dump button because it is all the smoke. So we'll hear from Fred when we come back. Talk about Reed Sheppard, just backing or continuing the conversation that we just had with Joe about the Rockets and Ime. So we'll go to break with that. We'll get into some more NBA news because the Ja Morant stuff continues to percolate as he gets closer and closer to a trade. It's at the point where Memphis people are saying he's healthy to play. They're just not putting him in games because they want to get this trade done. So we'll get to some NBA stuff when we come back, starting with Fred VanVleet.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
All right, Sean took a listen to Fred VanVleet on All the Smoke with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. We're good. So here's Fred VanVleet on Reed Shepherd and his development.
He's taken a jump this year. It's been great to see more opportunity, obviously with me being out. But he's got all the tools. He's got the skills. He got the athleticism. He can really shoot the ball. Like, he's up there. He's up there with some of the top shooters that I've seen with my own two eyes. So all of our conversations have nothing to do with any of that. It's just like, it's dog eat dog out there. And, what do you want to be? Who do you want to be in this league? You got to take matters into your own hands. So I'm trying to give him more of that and let him go out there and let his nuts hang a little bit more. Because when he does, he'll give you 25, he'll give you 30.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has that capability, but it's just a matter of being a young guy in this league and kind of finding out, who you want to be. And I think some guys, it takes a little bit longer for them to realize that the power is really in their own hands and not waiting on somebody else to do it for you. So he's taken a jump. We've seen some flashes. I think he can do it more. I think there's more that he can give. And, I'm right there with him, every day.
Sean, when explaining what I was going to hear during the break, said Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson don't curse, but there's one moment where you're going to, take, oh, okay. And it was, and it was there.
Liz nuts.
It was certainly there.
I had a split second where I was like, I don't think I have to.
I don't think you have to bleep
I think
that.
that's
No.
good.
No.
I mean, it's definitely like by the book good, but it's also like pretty coarse.
Yes. Huh. Interesting. So I was looking while Fred was talking eloquently as he did. I was looking at the roster for the Rockets when we start to allow expectations to maybe cloud, or at least kind of accelerate what we think they should accomplish. Of course, Kevin Durant, we know, 37 years old. Steven Adams in his 30s. But other than that, with Fred not being able to play.
Jeff Green.
Once-ish, older, but not a rotation player.
Basically an assistant coach.
There is no one who's part of the rotation outside of, at least the current rotation, outside of Steven Adams and Kevin Durant. Forget about not even hitting 30. There's no one older than 24?
Yeah, I guess DFS has played like 5 games.
Yeah, if he ever actually was a consistent part of the team. But yeah, he's 32. But 24, Tari Eason, the oldest player on the roster. You throw in Aaron Holiday, but he can be a DMP depending on the night. But as far as guys, when healthy, we expect to play every night. Tari Eason, 24 years old, is the oldest player. This is why when the frustration builds, I'm like, okay, understood. It was 3 years of terrible basketball. A year where there was big-time improvement, and then last year you win your 50 games and you make the playoffs, and then this year you've acquired a superstar. But the rest of the roster, who's to say they're ready, even if the questions that with Ime Udoka hanging over this whole thing for people, we're talking 21, 22, 22, 23, 24. You know that core 7, it's not a 7 anymore, but that core 7 everyone was talking about, now a core 5 or so. If this team makes the second round and gives whoever a fight, considering what they have not accomplished in the league, that should be something to say, okay, that's a big step. Don't nobody know anything about winning playoff series outside of your old guys. They got to learn. Traditionally, it takes a while. The unfortunate part is you have the Spurs there who are just as young as you are, but have the unicorn that is Wemby. And then, of course, the Thunder. And the Nuggets are hanging around waiting for Jokic to come back. So there are a lot of obstacles. Supremely talented this Rockets team is. I'm just maybe a little bit more patient just because I look at the history of the NBA. And them winning big this year would be an upset if I just go by historically speaking, in the teams that eventually do get over the hump. That Celtic team that Ime took to the finals, years of not making the finals. And then when they finally got there, they lost to a very experienced Warriors team. And it took, Ime, let's just say his off-the-court things, leading to him becoming the Rockets coach. Sean, he's like, what off-the-court things? That, and then Joe Mazzulla, a couple years later, they finally get over the hump. But Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were knocking on the door for at least half a decade. Even before the COVID year where they lost in the conference finals to the Heat, we remember them losing to the last vestiges of those Cavs teams when Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were very young and they made the finals, conference finals. So they were knocking on the door a long time. They just started knocking like when they were in their early 20s. So now when they were 26, 27, it felt like, is this Celtics team ever going to get it done? They had to go through a couple coaching changes, and then they eventually win it all. So I know the thought of having to wait 4 or 5 years to watch this team figure it out, and that be at the time where Kevin Durant's no longer on the roster probably, ain't a thought anyone wants to have. But it's a real possibility if they keep them all together that maybe it doesn't happen till these guys are 27 years old, 28.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because we are talking about like 3 60-loss seasons, 41-41, and then last year.
Yeah.
That is the, like, we're running out of patience. And eBay jumps in at 41-41. That smooth, like, 18-win improvement or 20-win improvement that they had. That was Ime Udoka. And then
another jump to the 2 seed.
Also, last year's Rockets, I just looked up just to see like how their season went. January 30th to February 8th, they had a 6-game losing streak where they lost to the Nets twice.
D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah.
And that shot he made. Yeah.
So, things happen in the NBA. That's what I'm saying.
It does.
It's just like when we're I'm sure we can pull up the like February 9th show. And I don't think we were like,
because it was a Knicks loss in there as well, right?
It was at Grizzlies, Nets, at Knicks, at Nets, at T-Wolves, and then at Dallas. No Luka.
Sean, you got your wish outside. Sorry, tangent away from the Rockets. You got your wish. Now the Texans don't wear a white helmet, but they are going all white.
They are going all white. Okay.
Yes, they are going all white.
There we go. Blend in with the snow.
I'm sure
Drake May won't even see Aziz Al-Shaair.
I don't think that it matters, honestly. With that pass rush, I'm not sure whether he sees them or not. It's going to matter. He'll just be flat on his back and running for his life anyway. Seeing them or not.
Yeah. I mean, the man put up 9 points in 3 quarters against the Chargers when the Chargers had 0 offense.
Correct, and then finally a touchdown to put it away. He didn't play particularly well, and that was some of the defensive CJ. Look at Drake May; he turned the ball over too. And I went through why I would ask you not to compare your now experienced playoff starter to the guy making his first start. But hey, do what you like. Drake May is not the standard of performance when you think you have a quarterback who could take you to a Super Bowl.
I just meant that in
not you. I wasn't directing that at you, but yeah. Drake May did not play particularly well against that Chargers team.
Not scared, Drake May.
I'm not either.
I'm not. Well, he lost to NC State a bunch. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not Wake Forest. I'm not scared of Drake May.
Yeah, you're not a mid-level ACC team that he barely scrapes by.
Yeah.
Against. Yeah, we're not one of those teams. We're not rooting for one of those teams.
Not Boston College.
Just keep ripping them off. Not Louisville. All the teams
Not Syracuse.
Georgia Tech.
Fran Brown.
Georgia Tech. Miami pre-2024. I'm not them. We're the Texans. I ain't afraid of Drake May. All right, so did some Rockets. So my final thought on that, they're just fine. They'll figure it out. They're too talented not to. And if they don't, we can have a much different conversation. But different and later in the year. As far as teams who are dealing with more urgent things, we got a couple things in the Western Conference going on. Jonathan Kuminga's demanded a trade. That felt like it was always going to be the case. If we remember back to last offseason, the Warriors and he could not figure out a proper contract that they could both agree on. So they decided on the deal where he could be tradable this year and also where the Warriors could have some control over potentially where he went, and because of his salary, they could bring back players that would help. With I forgot, is he in the $20 million range or something as far as his salary this year? And then of course the John Morant thing as he gets held out of games. I'm trying to think at this point because Ja has been so ineffectual. Who would be more impactful at this point? That's the value of John Morant now. Where I'm actually thinking with Kuminga
making 23 for this year and next.
Yeah.
Well,
Would
with the club option.
Is Jonathan Kuminga going to draw more in return than John Morant? Because
probably
the deal right now I'm hearing it with the most likely team, if you go by the betting odds and the fact that Ja bought a house in Miami like a month ago or something like that, is that it would be expirings and maybe a Heat recent draft pick like Kasper Jakachonis, who was the 20th pick overall. We're talking about Simone Fontecchio, Terry Rozier's contract, something else to get it over the line, and maybe the Heat are willing to give up their recent first-round pick point guard. And the Grizzlies were like, you know what? Cool.
Yeah.
Get this guy out of our franchise and out of our city.
Like, you can make the direct comparison, the Trae Young trade that we've already seen. Trae Young.
Corey Kispert and CJ McCollum.
Yeah, and Trae Young has a player option after the season. John Morant, it's worse. He's under contract for 2 more years.
I'll ask you right now.
After this one.
Trae
Young.
No, not that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about team building or insert this guy on a contender. Just say all things are even.
Okay.
And I said, hey, whatever you think about team building and whatever you think about the current team you have, would you give up more for Jonathan Kuminga to add to your team or John Morant? If both were, they're both actually on the table.
Yeah, but like just a hypothetical, they cost the same.
Or, and the other team, and which team, like you have a set price and it's even.
Yeah.
But the other team is driving and saying, or the other team is kind of saying, you know what, that's not enough. Which team would you more quickly go, you know what, you guys are right, let me throw in a little bit more for Kuminga or for John Morant at this point?
I think Kuminga.
He's younger, he's cheaper, and
there's an element of like, maybe he just wasn't a Steve Kerr player because the Warriors are like a very specific
That's
fit.
True. That's true.
Where it's like, I don't know, just give this guy the ball a bunch and just tell him to go score. I think you would get something out of it. Like, could he be like, I don't know, Jalen Johnson from Atlanta? Like, could he be like that level of like, pseudo all-star?
If you gave him more room to operate.
Yeah, Eastern Conference all-star. Like, I think he could do that.
I would agree. I think if it came down to it, and
John Morant's like on the decline. Like, he's like physically declining.
He's a smaller,
and he can't shoot.
Guy who can't shoot the basketball and is actually finishing worse around the rim. Now, the only thing you would, if you are on the John Morant side, is he doesn't want to be in Memphis, although he does apparently. It's Memphis driving these talks. He didn't actually ask for the trade.
But if I'm on the John Morant side,
but you're going to say, hey, this is a bad situation. If you put him in a good situation, he'll flourish. But this is not a good spot for him. He doesn't like the coach. He doesn't like the plan for how they want to run their offense. Get him someplace else, and he'll turn back into the guy who everyone thought was going to be a superstar.
I think I'm just done with.
There's a lot there.
With like Morant, Zion.
That draft class.
Just like,
let's look at the rest of that draft class.
RJ Barrett, I'm good. Cam Reddish, I'm good.
RJ Barrett in
RJ
Toronto,
Barrett's actually
Toronto's having a pretty good year.
Yeah, RJ Barrett. Okay, 2019 draft class, is RJ Barrett the best?
Going forward, who would you rather? Yeah, that's the question. He's not the best player, but considering what they've accomplished, but going forward,
current form and projecting out,
would I rather have RJ Barrett?
Okay, so Zion, Ja, RJ Barrett, DeAndre Hunter, Darius Garland.
Culver was a bust. Kobe White. At the top 10, we don't have to go further. Like Tyler Hero's in there, and that's kind of splitting hairs. Tyler Hero, RJ Barrett going forward. PJ Washington. As far as
Grant Williams.
Grant Williams' claim to fame currently is some streamer telling everyone he keeps inviting her to games, and once, I guess you know what that's about. It's another version of another version of flying someone out. Let's see. Going forward, let's just stick with the top 5.
Top
Garland,
5.
Hunter, Barrett, Morant, Zion.
Or Barrett easily.
Easily.
Like, without even thinking. Like, Darius Garland's the only one where I'm like, he is good. Like, he is a good basketball player. He just gets hurt. And the way he gets hurt are often, like, pretty fluky ways of, like, he breaks his face or something. Yeah. But
I'll take the 25-year-old wing over the smallish point guard who can't play defense.
That's where
and gets hurt.
That's where it like turns into of just like, do I want a 6'1" guy or a 6'8" guy? Like that. The NBA is quickly just turning into like, if you're not 6'4", like don't even bother.
Yeah. What do I want to do with you? Yeah. And the Raptors having a good year. 4 seed, 25-17. RJ Barrett's has been dealing with some injury stuff, but he's part of a pretty good basketball team right now. So yeah, I'm taking Barrett in that top 5.
Yeah.
And who would have thought?
Yeah.
Barrett already been traded away from the team who originally drafted him.
Barrett. Yeah, Barrett and Hero as far as like the top whatever. I mean,
top 15
I can just do
the lottery or
30.
whatever.
Like,
Yeah.
it's not like there's a lot. There's not like there's a Draymond Green in this group. There, Nikhil Alexander-Walker,
Okay.
sure.
There's
Keldon Johnson, bench guy. I like.
There's a Kevin Porter Jr. in there.
Yeah, there is.
A Jordan Poole.
Bull, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Bull, Zion Williamson, or John Morant.
I think Bull for the vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I think people would like to see Bull come off my bench. The John Morant thing, Zion Williamson.
I just think we're good.
We're good.
We're just good.
Yeah,
we're good.
And the team I root for may be trading for him, and I'm like, you know what? I think giving up a point guard who fell in the draft, it's a little too much for my blood when it comes to too rich for my blood when it comes to John Morant. That's where I am.
We're like 6 months ago, people were like, "Can you believe that Kasparas Giacochonis
fell
went
all the way to 20?" Yeah, the perfect fit.
And now
like
we're
that.
trading him for a guy who there's some stat. I think it was like out of 215 players that have taken at least 100 jump shots, John Morant ranks like 214th out of them.
He's been out of kind of out of the spotlight as far as people focusing on his game, and good for him because if a lot of people knew how bad he's played, it'd be so much worse.
You can still just go, man, it's messed up that they get mad at him for celebrations. It's like there's the reason you haven't seen a lot of that because there hasn't been a lot of reason for him to celebrate as of very recent.
It would benefit Ja for people to focus on the gun celebration as opposed to actually watching how he's played.
Make it a culture war thing.
Yeah, don't look at the actual play on the court because it has not been good when he's actually been available. All right, we'll go to break with that. Good friend Kevin Joseph says, didn't the Rockets also have a double-digit losing streak when FVV was out in Udoka's first season? We'll have an answer for you when we come back. Yeah, Fred overpriced for some people, although the contract has lessened in a year where he's not playing. Fred's value increases for this particular team quite a bit as we go forward, with the Rockets still struggling to initiate offense sometimes without an actual point guard. And of course, what he did in the back half of that Warrior series kept them alive as well. All right, we'll go to break with that. A couple more segments to go. 713-780-3776. We have some pseudo Game of Thrones news to talk about, or at least mention. Of course, we love talking about TV and movies. We'll do that tomorrow with Michael Carroll. He hosts Comicast. He'll have some recommendations for what you should or shouldn't watch. I don't know that he was at, I think he might have been at another movie this week, so we'll find out what movie it was. We'll talk to him about that as well. But we'll get to some Game of Thrones stuff because the writer has some things to say about his series and also about some of the properties and spinoffs from Game of Thrones. We'll get to that and more when we come back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
Sean, are you going to watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms starting Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, it is a half-hour show.
Yeah,
It's a little-
it's set over like a tournament, attorney, in the Game of Thrones world. So it'll all be in one place. It looks like, and you said like 30 minutes or so per episode.
I don't know the last time I've watched like a weekly half-hour show.
Yeah, it's usually comedies, and I don't generally watch TV comedies.
Or if it's a half-hour show, you just kind of like binge it, and you're just kind of
it's
done.
like that.
Yeah.
But it's in the HBO Prestige Sunday nighttime slot, so it'll be every week for the next, I guess, 6 weeks. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's what you would call a novella from the Game of Thrones world, written by George R.R. Martin. He's written a couple of those, and in a recent article, he said he's got a couple more that he needs to write. And I don't want to give too much away, but you will see the Targaryen name, all the names you recognize from the previous shows, and there is a dynamic between a knight and a kid, and the kid has, let's just say, a background that will be revealed later that will be of great importance. So you can watch that show if you are all about that Game of Thrones life, starting Sunday. Yeah, and it's a quick watch, 30 minutes per week. Speaking of that, our guy who won't ever write a book that anyone cares about, again, it feels like, was talking to, I forgot which outlet, and said he and the creator of House of the Dragon don't have a great relationship. Had a good one in season 1. Season 2 got a little more frosty, and season 3 pretty much has nothing to do with the show. Apparently, the guy Ryan Condal doesn't take George's notes anymore. If I'm Ryan Condal, let me see the next chapter of Winds of Winter, and then I'll take your notes. That would be my ploy to George R.R. Martin. If you want more input on the a thing you created, keep going on with the thing you haven't finished.
Has George R.R. Martin, like, since, let's say, like 2018, he has to have had like some of the biggest stock drop of any like famous person that didn't commit heinous crimes, right? Just as far as like, sure thing, old man, is now just basically what he gets every time. Like, he just gets hit with like, finish your books, huh?
Like he talks about feeling locked in to this world, and he knows people have high expectations, and all they want from him is to do this thing, even though he wants to kind of branch out and do other projects, and he's done that. And yeah, everyone is like, hey,
you just lose every argument.
The fact that you didn't finish the books led to the disaster of season 8 for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Just do your job. I know it's your thing. Just write the books, George. Is all everyone really cares about.
Like he can have, perfectly fine reasons for why he doesn't like the adaptation of season 2 of House of the Dragon. He can, not like how the original show ended. It all boils down to just like finish the damn book, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
if you finish, as I said, if you had finished the books, maybe the show, and of course the creators of the show were like, hey, we got a Star Wars deal we got to do, and that didn't work out for them. So they certainly have stuff to be blamed for.
Star Wars is up there as far as biggest stock drops.
That too, yeah. Star Wars.
Just
yeah.
No,
those guys.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Weiss and
Benioff.
Yeah.
Those guys, their stock has dropped quite a bit. George is there too, but mostly because he just won't do the thing we all want him to do.
Book, babe.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, that's not a bad pull insight on your part. I was trying to figure out the last time one of his Game of Thrones books was published, just to tell you how long.
Yeah,
it's been.
I was thinking that too. Like, when's the last time? Because it'd be one thing if, like, I get writer's block.
Yeah.
Or I understand the concept.
Sure.
If he was like churning out some other stuff
that people liked,
or even that
he's involved in other things, but
even if it was like stuff that people don't like, but it was all the understanding of like, hey, he just kind of like needs to, put his mind to something else and come back to Game of Thrones with some fresh eyes,
Sure.
like just take a little break, gets a creative release doing something else, and then comes back and it's like, no, just,
I mean,
he doesn't.
No, I don't want to shoot him any bail because I just want him to write the book.
That's why George R. R. Martin wrote one of the greatest stories.
But it's not finished, Sean.
Yes,
it's not finished.
And so now you're like, I don't actually want to give him any credit.
So he's been involved in other things. Like he had a part in Elden Ring, of course, that famous game. He helped write some of the stories for that. And he's done other things. It's just that he hasn't published a Game of Thrones book or its official title, Song of Ice and Fire book, since 2011. 2011.
So since the show came out, dude.
Yes, he has not written, or at least not completed a book since 2011 in regards to the thing that made him the most famous.
They did the entire show, and he just, for like the first 5 years, he was probably
riding high,
just living it up.
Yeah, he had never known that type of fame. Like nerds, I didn't even the first book came out in '96. I had never heard of it until I read a live spot way back when for HBO because the series was coming out. I had never heard of it until I read the spot, and then of course I read not of course, but I did read all the books and I enjoyed them a lot. Of course, the show came out. The first book is 1996. Of course, he's going to enjoy the fame that came with it, but that was 15 years ago, man. 15, and we're still waiting. There's another guy who I got some smoke for, Patrick Rothfuss. He wrote 2 books, The King Killer Chronicles. I'm still waiting on the third. I've been hearing about the third one being ready to be released for years. And he's at least closer. I've seen a cover. They actually have a cover for that book.
Okay. So George R. R. Martin is the John Morant of I don't know, literary fiction.
Sure.
And the King Killer book guy, I forgot his name.
Patrick Rothfuss.
Patrick Rothfuss is like the LaMelo Ball, where it's like, hey, at least you're out there, man. Like, I have some questions, but at least I see flashes of
and he's written
of talent.
And much like George R. R. Martin, he's written novellas around the story, but he hasn't gotten to the final book that everyone's waiting for. I mean, come on, man. Like you guys, this is what the Duffer Brothers got from all this stuff. Hey, we can take forever. Just take forever. And when we're ready, we're ready.
It's a bad example. Is George R. R. Martin setting a bad example for people that
much
have,
like Stephon Diggs is setting a bad example for
one
CJ?
Good idea.
Yeah. Do not take forever. And there's always a concern. He's an older man. Is he gonna die? That's the other thing. The dark thing that we don't like to mention. Everyone's like, hey, is George gonna make it to be able to write these books? Let alone the writer's block and trying to put this complicated story together. Is he gonna be alive?
It is indelicate.
Yes.
Oh, he's 77.
Come on now.
I thought he was 80. I thought it was, or in his 80s. 77. That helps.
The last time a book was published, he was a spry young man in the 60s. In his early 60s. Now look at him.
I am. I'm looking at him right now because when I Google him to look up his age, there's 4 pictures of him.
Yeah. So I just need Patrick Rothfuss to finish his book. And I need George. He's got 2 more to pump out.
It is funny that we've never done anything close to what these guys have done.
No.
But we still just get to be like, chop, chop, buddy.
I'm aware of I'm just being an a-hole in regards to this. So I am not, if he never writes another word, it's like, look.
One of the GOATs.
You've done remarkable things. And if it ends with the 4th book in the series or the 5th book in the series, cool. You know what?
But
if not for you, I would have never gotten those books.
Yeah.
But honestly, let's go.
To me, this is why Tolkien's the GOAT.
Yeah, he wrote so much. And
Tolkien versus Martin. Who you got?
Well,
next on First Take.
I know what story I like more, but at least Tolkien finished.
Rings.
Actually, yes. He's the Lord of them, actually. He's the Lord. Yeah.
Rings.
He's actually the
Of
Lord.
power.
He's actually the Lord. And he's written enough that they can complete this other spinoff that
Tolkien,
he's doing.
King.
That they're doing. King's one of the GOATs.
Yeah. C.S. Lewis.
They are rebooting movie wise the Narnia stuff as well.
And then Martin, if you finish, maybe you. Maybe
hey, get on the Mount Rushmore.
Rufio.
Rothfuss.
Rothfuss.
Patrick Rothfuss.
Yeah. Spot's open.
I don't know that he will make it.
Actually, Homer. Homer's got it. Never mind. Homer should have been one.
Gonna
Homer's on a different list.
Yeah, Matt Damon's going to help that cause.
Homer's the super goat.
This year. All right, that's book corner for us.
Yep.
We'll
in July we'll actually do just like call in. Who's your goat
of sci-fi fantasy?
Yeah.
We're not looking.
And
for
then
that.
LeBron versus MJ.
Will this be the last summer
that we do LeBron MJ?
No. Will it be the last summer that we could pretend to do it while LeBron's an active player?
I think so.
Yeah, you think he's done after this?
I think he's done next season.
Oh, next season. Probably. Farewell tour and all that stuff. Georges feel like he's getting close to a farewell tour. No, I'm not saying by this mortal coil. I'm just saying he's done. He feels like he's getting close to be done writing stuff.
He did a farewell tour while the show was on, basically. He just got to sit there and just be like, all the bad stuff, that's them. All the good stuff, that's me.
It's a nice place to be in.
And then never write a word.
I mean, he did write stuff, but not stuff I care about.
Not write a word about finishing the story. He never has to finish the story.
He keeps talking about ideas he has, but they're not on paper, at least not published paper as of yet. All right, we'll go to break with that. Airing my grievances. Hey, I love a story. I'm just not getting a complete one from either of those two guys I mentioned. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment to go. Sean and I will take you to Rich Eisen. But before we get to that, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Had lunch with them earlier in the week, and they're on it. And they understand the car buying business, got lots of insight on the business and what it means to get a great car at a great price from them. And the big thing about them is when you see their price on the car, it's not something where they're throwing in add-ons to make this giant profit. The deals and the prices you see are what the car pretty much is worth. So when you see a car, know that the Monument Chevrolet people aren't trying to take advantage of you. They want to get you into a car at a price that you're going to love. And if you've got any questions, ask for Jeff. That's what he told me. We sat down with Jeff, Adam, and Chris, and Jeff said, hey, if they got something they need to get figured out, tell them to ask for me. So if you go on out there, they're in Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225, ask for Jeff, and they'll get you set up. Don't worry about anything. Don't worry about any problems that you think may be on the horizon. There won't be any, and then you can talk to Jeff about some of your concerns. All right, so beyond the people, the cars are great too. Whether you're looking for a Silverado, maybe you're looking for a Blazer, or something a little bit more compact like a Trax. It's all there for you in their new inventory. And, of course, they've got pre-owned vehicles as well if you're looking for something, if that's more in line with what you're looking for. So great cars, great people, and you got a name to ask for if you got an issue. Remember the name Jeff. And remember Monument Chevrolet. Go on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Bellway 8. The website, monumentchevrolet.com. The great people and the great cars from Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Now back to the Del Olaleya Show. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So Sean did the research because we had a tweet about a Rockets double-digit losing streak when Fred was out. I didn't remember it. Turns out they had a 5-game losing streak, and that was with Fred being out?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't great, and I remember they were struggling without Fred.
And Fred missed 9 games, and I would guess that they're like 1-8 in those games.
It was in Ime Udoka's first season. Yeah, we forget that Fred VanVleet, more important than maybe we assumed he would be, and some people would like, because a lot of people wanted to move on and just hand the reins over to Reed Shepherd, and that has not been the case. He's got to play his way into that role, and Ime says, nah, not yet. I'll give J.D. Davidson time, and Aaron Holiday will get spot starts as well. Well, come back with that factoid, and we're done. As we get ever closer to Texans versus Patriots, we'll see if there's some good news involving Nico Collins that feels like a foregone conclusion that we won't see him unless they win the game. And maybe we see him in their next game, which could possibly be a home game, depending on what happens in Denver against the Buffalo Bills when they play each other. So, concussion for Nico. We'll get another practice report today and see if we catch a break there. All right. That music means we're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what do you feel like playing?
Well, nobody want me to do this, is it?
No.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
CJ certainly thinks so. We heard from CJ Stroud about Stephon Diggs earlier. The internet feels differently, it seems like. All right, Rich Eisen up next. He's followed by Jeremy and Joe. We're done. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
This Saturday, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Texas Longhorns. Game coverage begins Saturday at 4:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Bluebonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, as was the case last year, overseas markets are beginning to outperform the United States once again, and PIMCO's chief investment strategist suggesting that diversifying away from the U.S., given the unpredictability of policies in the United States, may be a good idea. So tilting towards overseas markets, which outperformed the U.S. by nearly double last year and are showing signs of outperformance again this year, may offer investors an opportunity likely to shift away from the U.S. for a time. It has outperformed the rest of the world for quite a number of years, and should the dollar decline, that adds a little kick to overseas investments, as when profits are repatriated, a weaker dollar makes those profits even larger coming back home. So it's an interesting point of view from a strategist and a very large firm that has long been associated with buying U.S. bonds and in many cases U.S. equities. In this case, they're looking overseas for better opportunities, certainly in the short run, possibly in the long run.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Boss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
This is Danny Braden with Fleet Feet Houston. For all of you runners out there, Fleet Feet is the best place for all of your running needs. Whether you're a marathoner or just starting out, the experts at Fleet Feet can help. Stop by one of our 7 Houston area locations. We've been running Houston since 1987. Because of our growth, we turned to HR&P to manage our human resource and payroll needs. Fleet Feet wins every race with HR&P.
Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. Get started at hrp.net.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The Giants, they sent a jet for John Harbaugh. Rich Eisen Show. He person watching us or listening to seeing phone lines lit as soon as I say a word. That person watching us or listening to seeing phone lines lit as soon as I say a word. That's all good in our hood. And Rob Lowe's back here on the program right in the middle of the show. It's going to be a lot of fun. He is here to support On Location, which is the spot that leads to I guess a stadium experiences, sports experiences. He's here because he's going to the Super Bowl along with On Location. So the man known for wearing a shield on his hat is representing the shield on the hat in a way.
Do you have to wear the shield hat?
I don't know. I can't wait to see Rob here. Can't wait to maybe talk with him about what was up with the shield on the hat. And I shouldn't say anything because I've been wearing a shield on my figurative hat for about 24 years.
You get accused of that, yeah, of course.
So, at any rate, he's the On Location's first ever brand ambassador. So we're going to talk Super Bowl with Rob friggin' Lowe.
Love it.
Hour number 2. Josh Pate is going to join us, talk a little college football with Dante Moore saying he's staying put and Timo Mahomes is saying, well, I'm here.
Come on. He has a name.
Dylan Real.
Okay,
thank you. It's amazing. Every single time I see him, I'm like, is he trying to be Patrick Mahomes? And in hour number 3, Albert Breer is going to make heads or tails of this crazy football world in which we live. Good to see you, Chris Brockman.
Hey, Rich, how are you, man?
Good to see you, Jason Feller.
Hey. Are you kidding? This is a dream.
Good to see you over there, TJ Jefferson. How are you?
Me and Adam had a conversation about Raiola the other day, Rich.
Adam Chudwin, our call screener.
Adam, our call screener, and he thought it was weird like you did. But I'm like, if you're growing up in this generation, like our generation, everyone wanted to be like Mike.
Sure.
The next generation was Kobe and AI. So, yeah, if you want to make it as a quarterback in this generation, why wouldn't you emulate
Of
Patrick?
course. That makes complete sense. But when you're saying like Mike, are you saying Dylan Raiola's only good because he's wearing Patrick Mahomes' shoes? Is that what you're saying?
Wow. Maybe.
That's a deep pop culture reference right there.
Easy, Isaiah Thomas.
Was it in a movie Rich was in?
All good, yes. As Stuart Scott, by the way. That was my that's my IMDb. Look it up. Rich Eisen is Stuart Scott, like Mike. At any rate, 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the show. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
We start today's show. I love doing this sort of stuff. We start today's program here on the second Thursday of this new year, or third Thursday of this new year. We start today's program in the middle of January on November 18th, 2007. That was the day the New York Giants went into Detroit and beat the Detroit Lions, thanks to Eli Manning's arm, 16-10. Oh, reason why I bring this up, it was on this day. Tom Coughlin, who had joined the Giants organization just only a couple of years ago with 68 career wins from his Jacksonville Jaguars tenure, he won his 32nd game as head coach of the New York Giants, giving him, we'll do the math for you, 100 career regular season wins. And at the time, that was a rarity because no other coach has stood on a Giants sideline since with 100 career coaching wins. The last time the Giants had somebody stand on their sideline with 100 career regular season coaching wins, it wasn't Bill Parcells, who won only 77 games, starting his career as a Hall of Fame head coach with the Giants. Steve Owen, who holds the record for most career wins by any Giants head coach with 153. And here he is on the sideline talking to his New York football giant, as they were known back in those days. That's Yankee Stadium. Behind him, he's talking to Tom Landry right there on the screen.
Like looking at that,
that is Tom Landry, who played for the Giants before he became, as we know, an all-time great, winning games for the Dallas Cowboys. That's it. That's it. Those are the coaches in Giants history who have stood on the sidelines with 100 career wins until week 1 of next season. Because John Harbaugh is going to be the next head coach of the New York Giants. Right. 21st full-time head coach in Giants history, the New York Post. Their headline this very day, Harbaugh. All signs point to championship coach taking charge of Big Blue. And this is a rarity for the Giants, not just because of what I just said, but John Harbaugh will be the first head coach in the history of this franchise to stand on the sidelines for the first time to coach them with a Super Bowl ring in his back pocket or in his home closet or a championship figuratively inside his playbook. Nobody's ever taken the reins of the Giants who's either already won a Super Bowl or an NFL championship. As you know, we're going way back here. So John Harbaugh's coming, and it's after 18 seasons with the Ravens, second most seasons with one franchise entering a new job with another franchise, the only guy with more seasons with one franchise before joining another, Curly Lambeau. 29 seasons with the Packers before he moved on to the Cardinals.
Whoa.
That's it.
Some historic stuff.
Curly Lambeau, John Harbaugh. This is the sort of stuff we so rarely see. And this, for the Giants fans, they have got to be out of their skulls. Can't imagine that when they fired Brian Daboll in the middle of the season, after Daboll didn't work out, and after they kicked the tires on Pat Shurmur, right? Kicked the tires on Ben, don't call me Bob McAdoo. After doing all of that, with Joe Judge in between. That's the bridge. Daboll, Judge, Shurmur, McAdoo to Coughlin. And in the middle of all that, an unfortunate boat trip prior to a wild card weekend contest from which the Giants have not recovered since that time. This is exactly what the Giants fans wanted and needed, which is somebody saying, you've had some issues around these parts. Let me bring what I do for a living to you, which is why they sent him a private jet and apparently offered him 5 years, $100 million. And he's like, sold. Sold.
Thank you.
Sold. Now, let's not dive into the fact that the Giants just had 5 losses in 2025 in which they held a 10 or larger point lead in the game. And part of the reason why Harbaugh is available is because the head coach there in Baltimore, why he's not there anymore is because the owner essentially said in his press conference, we've lost too many fourth quarter leads. Let's not go there, even though I kind of just did. Because John Harbaugh will tell you things didn't work out in the long run in Baltimore. But the 18 seasons are exactly what the Giants fans want in, say, 10 with this guy? He's in his early 60s. You want to get another 10 years out of John Harbaugh? Go on the sideline and just stop the carousel and searching for the next John Harbaugh? Honestly. The guy also knows the division. He went to Baltimore from the Eagles. Yep. He knows Andy Reid. He knows the whole business. He knows what it takes to win in this division. He knows what it takes to win in any division. He knows what it takes to win with a quarterback who can run it and throw it. He knows what it takes to win a division where you want to run the ball downhill with somebody who knows how to run downhill because that's all he knows how to do because he figures the defense is like a brick wall. The guy who's going to be coaching the Tango and Cash of the National Football League, Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo.
Tango and Cash.
And then you throw in Malik Neighbors on top of it. And a defense that can rush the passer with just 4 sets of hands in the dirt. That's what the Giants want to do. Yeah. And John Harbaugh will know how to do it. And he'll step up there with his Harbaugh demeanor and his Harbaugh smile. And he will charm the pants off of the New York media market. Certainly those who've been covering the Giants with a bunch of coaches that are trying to get their bones, trying to just even match what Tom Coughlin could do in his tenure there. Grand slam, home run, touch them all. That's it. And they can't believe that John Harbaugh is available for them to fill this void. And fill it he shall. Let's go. Apparently Todd Monken's coming, too. Yep. This is OC. Say what you will. Ravens fans will just fill your ears about what they didn't like, how things went crazy. And Giants fans will be like, so did you make the playoffs that year? Yeah, we did. Did you win your division that year? Yeah, we did. Guess what we don't do around here? Guess what hasn't happened around here? And the fact that the owners like Joe Shane and he apparently is fine, like, fine, let's do it. Check boxes, man. And the Giants haven't had a box checked like this in the head coaching department in a long time. So I will say this. I will ask this question. John Harbaugh's coming to the Giants. Do they make the playoffs next year? Let's do it. That's a sports talk radio conversation.
Yeah, I threw it
You
out.
love this sort of stuff. It's the middle of January.
I did.
We haven't seen a damn thing. John Harbaugh hasn't said a syllable yet.
Right.
There's not even ink drying. We're jumping the gun here.
I threw this out on Overreaction Monday this week. John Harbaugh, no matter where he goes, is going to win more games than the Ravens this year. Yes, the Giants make the playoffs.
Okay, so the Giants make the playoffs. TJ Jefferson.
No.
Okay, and why is that? Why is that? Because the Dallas Cowboys. Why can't they have? Why can't they have three teams come from that division?
Well, I'm saying I truly believe the Washington football team is going to be better next year with Jaden Daniels hopefully staying healthy.
Okay.
Even though I don't like them, I don't like to see a young man hurt.
Oldest roster in the NFL.
True, but I don't know. I think that this is going to be a competitive division next year, so I can't say for sure that that's going to happen.
I would argue they're the best team in the NFC East.
This year?
Yeah. What
no, going into next year, they're the best team. Eagles, dysfunction. They're going to look really different. New OC, A.J. Brown, probably gone. Okay?
They've had new OCs every year, though, and they still do well.
Dallas, you aren't a serious franchise. Washington, the Giants are still better at nearly every position. We don't know what Jaden Daniels is going to look like next year.
Yeah,
give me the G-Man.
The Giants went from 4-13 to what? What are we going to say next year? Well, your team completely reversed.
We went 10+. I'm going to say 11-6 Giants next year.
There you go.
Win the division.
TJ Jefferson, yes or no?
That they're winning the division or going
to the playoffs.
No.
Okay. What am I going to answer this question?
We know what you're going to answer.
Which is what?
You love the Harbaughs, so you're.
Of course I do.
So you feel like the Giants are going to be better. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying it as a diss.
Let's see what they do in the draft, too. They got a heck of a draft choice at the top of this draft.
And that's also goes back to my Cowboy thing, something no one's talking about.
That they draft well.
Not only that, the reason I was kind of rooting for the Bears so hard is we get that Packers pick at 20. Now the Cowboys have 2 first-round picks within the first 20. And we do draft well, so I'm hoping we don't mess it up.
Who in the playoffs now doesn't make it because the Giants make it, Chris?
Oh, the Eagles.
The Eagles are out.
Yeah.
Well, it's every other year they find their proper offensive coordinator. They reset after an OC goes and takes another job. Everybody's wondering if Sirianni knows what the hell he's doing. Everyone wonders what the hell happened to the offense. Are the Eagles now done? Is the window now closed? Then they find another offensive coordinator who gets it right. Then he leaves for a new head coaching job. Then they spend another year wondering what the hell's happening around here. Does Sirianni know what he's doing? Next year's getting the offensive coordinator right.
Mike Tomlin is going to be.
And then that person's going to leave for a new job. That person's going to leave for a new job.
Yeah. Mike Tomlin, Eagles collision course, 2027.
I don't know, later on in the program, you're going to hear somebody who knows Mike Tomlin very well thinks Tomlin's never coaching again. We'll hit that later on in the program. But I will say this. I'll just say things look really good for the Giants because all you have to say is 5 losses if they protect 4 of them. They got 8 wins this year.
Good point.
Okay? And Tango and Cash are coming back healthy, right? I think Monken is going to love using Cam Scatterboo in his offense.
And they got Tyrone Tracy still.
They're going to end up drafting well on top of it.
I think you're forgetting, though. You're mentioning Dart and Scatterboo a lot, but Malik
Neighbors coming back, too. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
Problem.
I'll say yes.
Thank you, Rich Eisen.
I'm not going to say who's out.
Why?
Because I need to see other pieces.
That's not what we're doing here.
Sure it is what we're doing. I'm not saying the Eagles are out. That's crazy talk. I think that's crazy talk.
Someone's got to go.
You know, we got to go to break. Okay. Josh Pate coming up next. We'll talk some college football. Dante Moore says, I will take Phil Knight's money rather than Woody Johnson's. Am I getting right? Am I getting warmer?
Look, I like this one.
What the hell? How many kids are in the portal? I want to know the answer to that.
That's an excellent question.
I've seen something like 10,000.
I'm going to look that up.
Look it up. I don't know if we actually know. It's probably half that. Josh Pate will join us next. The Ball Brotherhood's about to expand on this program.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com. Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Surroundus. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Surroundus has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Surroundus, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Back on ESPN Radio, along with our Disney Plus and ESPN feed from ESPN, making his maiden voyage here on the Rich Eisen Show, Josh Pate, ESPN college football analyst galore. Good to see you, Josh. How are you?
Good to see you guys. I feel strangely, almost suspiciously at home.
Yes, you should, Chris. You get that's Chris Brockman right there.
Yep.
There you go. Jason Feller took off his hat just to be involved in this this moment.
This is my welcoming.
Hey, good for you. There you go. There's TJ. You want to say hello to Josh Pate?
Josh, sorry, I can't.
Oh gosh, let's go.
I understand. Man. We were all there. For me, it was third grade, but yeah, we've all been there one time.
Good to see you, Josh. Pleasure to have you on here right now. We were just talking about the ticket prices of and the ability to get tickets to the national championship game. Are people even hitting you up to say what's up for this?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty cool.
By the way,
yes, sir.
I was at the semifinal game.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to some of the Miami dignitaries and what have you. And their big conundrum that they already saw on the horizon was not just the ticket situation. Every other play in a Miami game, you get a shot of the play, and then you get a shot of Michael Irvin. Now Ray Lewis been on the sideline.
Yep.
And so every other former player is out there watching that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So every other former player has it in their mind that, wait a second, national championship game. In our building, certainly we have unlimited sideline passes.
Oh,
certainly I could just get myself down there. And they were already preparing different methodology to break the news that no, in fact, we do not control who's on the sideline. No, this is not like if we're playing FIU in week 3. We can't just flood the sideline. It's not like a homecoming down here. So it is a tough time. It's a tight little situation they have themselves down in there right now.
So we're going to see who's in atop the pecking order of the U here, right? I mean, do you have to have a gold jacket? That's what Irv would say. I'm sure Ed Reed would say that. Irv, obviously Edgerrin James, Andre Johnson, Ray, right? Sap. These These guys probably have to be up here.
It's got to start somewhere.
Then of course there's the Clinton Portis contingent who could say who else was Uncle Spanky Janky. You know what I mean? From back in the day.
Sheriff going to get him?
Sheriff going to.
Coach Spanky Janky.
Josh, this is the intrigue. This is the grist for the mill we appreciate. Very much.
This is why I think you pull up at some point in the game. You just pull up the spider cam, and you don't even focus on the game so much, but you focus on who made the cut, like who got down there, whose feelings are hurt, who's permanently got friction with their own university because we thought it was a cane sting and no one else understands, and it turns out we did not understand ourselves. And then the college football playoff the whole time is really the bad guy.
Of course, this could all be a Curt Cignetti palooza at the end of the day. Josh, can you explain to me why Indiana has been able to do what it has done so quickly with Curt Cignetti and how the current landscape of college football might have leveled the playing field for this to happen?
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of people doing that whole how good is this team relative to 2020 Alabama, 2019 LSU. People always do that. Right. I never like doing that. But if you look at those teams, those sorts of teams don't exist anymore. The teams that are knee-deep in future NFL talent, you go to practice, and the twos, and in some cases the threes, are going to end up being first and second-round draft picks a couple years down the road. No one's roster looks like that anymore. And as a result, when you add in the factor of injury throughout the year, when it comes to the big-time programs, the tops of the tallest trees, Rich, just don't look like they used to. They're not as insurmountable as they used to be. So then you got that, the elite teams aren't quite as elite. And then you got this other concept of this guy coming in from James Madison, importing some 22, 23, 24-year-old guys with him, bringing his coaching staff. He's got an environment that guys want to stick around in. And everybody's searching for the secret formula, secret ingredients. And he keeps telling people, and people don't believe it because they think it's got to be more complicated than just defining your process, and then people yawn. And then, it's got to adhere to the process. He's really, really good at player evals. Saban had him doing it once upon a time at Alabama. So he's really good at evaluating. They're obviously really good at developing, but it's just a bunch of old guys who know how to play football really good against teams that in the aggregate aren't as elite as teams would have been 5 years ago at this stage in the playoff.
Well, what about the fact that their average age mirrors a National Football League team that's on the younger scale, and that there's grown-ass men with, extra eligibility due to what? I guess we're on the back end of the COVID year even still for some. Yeah. The transfer portal and things of that nature, that they also now have got the money for the portal, thanks to Mark Cuban and others. And what about that? That they're coming in as a highly experienced team, and obviously the Canes winning this game with somebody like Malachi Toney would be sort of the antidote in a way for that. It's just an interesting aspect of the Indiana Hoosiers that is an outlier as well, right?
Yeah, John? But if you also think about who would be theoretically throwing Malachi Toney the ball. He's a seventh-year guy.
That's right.
Carson Beck, I saw a headline the other day that when Carson Beck committed to Georgia, Toney was 11. I think he was 10 or 11 years old. So,
Josh, we had two wild card weekend starters in the National Football League who were in the same class as Carson Beck being recruited in Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
When they made the eligibility rule post-COVID the way it was, you could look out over the horizon. None of us obviously knew to pinpoint Indiana, but you could look out over the horizon, and you knew for the next half decade you were going to be dealing with the after effects of that. And you were going to have some 23, 24, 25-year-old guys in some cases playing college football, and then it's going to move past. Like, I don't want to get way in the weeds here, but now you're starting to look at these conventions like the coaches convention that just happened in Charlotte. One of the big topics of conversation was redshirt rules, because one of the sicknesses in college football right now is they got a 4-game where you could play and still redshirt if you don't play more than 4 games. Well, you understand the intent of that rule, but people had started to abuse it. Guys play 4 games, feel themselves out, and then they just say, I'm done for the year. Not a coach's decision, a player's decision. And so the coaches are looking at it saying, can we just have 5 years for guys to play 4 and just be done with it, not worry about this? And then the lawyers said, that may run afoul in the courtroom. So then they arrive at this ridiculous conclusion yesterday, which is, all right, instead of 4 games, let's make it 9 games you can play.
That's nuts.
And still redshirt. No one knows. I have no idea. My hands have been up for 24 hours. I have no idea where they're going with that. I also was just on the phone with someone before I came on your show, and I finally asked the question maybe not enough people are asking. Hey, everyone says legally this won't hold up. Does anyone actually have evidence of that? Like, does anyone really know the legal ramifications if you just institute changes to the red shirt rule? Or does one person just say it and it echoes throughout the college football halls because most of us don't have legal degrees?
Well, I can answer that question for you, Josh. It's our colleague and fellow, Ball Brotherhood individuals and Jay Billis. Jay probably would know the answer to that in 2 seconds flat. And that just puts in my mind's eye, I gotta have him on the program as well, in short order. Josh Pate here on the Rich Eisen Show. How many kids are in the portal? Do we know that?
Okay. All right. I did the research during the break. Okay. So in all of college football, all levels, we got over 10,000 right now. So we could sell out most home basketball arenas easily with the amount of players who are in the portal. Just FBS right now, we have 3,824 players in the portal, and it closes in like 2 days.
So what happens to the kids who don't move? Do they just go back and just go to their coaches and say, sorry, my bad, can I come back? Or it's
You
over?
can attempt it. You can attempt that. In a lot of cases, it's just over. I've watched this happen every cycle. Like, guys just disappear. They have no idea when they enter the portal that they just ended their college football career until the door closes in their face and they've got nowhere to land, and it's over. Their college career is just over. And look, I understand that everyone in this equation is over 18 years old, and they're being paid money now. So like everyone wants to treat them like 40-year-old adults. I understand the sentiment there. I have not crossed that Rubicon mentally myself to where I look at a college football player no different than I do an NFL player. Like, there's still a part of me in my mind that thinks those are still kind of sort of kids, and I still kind of sort of think it's garbage that the entire representation / agency model, or lack thereof, is in college athletics what it is. Because to become an accredited agent in college football, all you got to do is go to your Twitter bio and put agent in it. That's it. There is no other process, not like the NFL. And you can give the worst, most horrific advice possible, and you can leverage the system. I mean, in a lot of cases, Rich, especially this past cycle, I've been made aware of programs just passing cash to the agent to keep information from the player they represent when it comes to other offers on the table. Now, you may think to yourself, that's crooked. That should be illegal. Yes, in a sane world, it would be crooked. Well, it's crooked no matter what. Yes, in a sane world, it would be legal. That would never happen in the NFL because you have guardrails. We don't have that here. So it's just a bunch of uncles and a bunch of cousins and a bunch of dudes who call themselves agents who have given advice to every player. Go in the portal, man. At worst, you'll just be able to go back to where you were. And in some cases, that happens. In other cases, once you go in the portal, I'm your head coach, I'm your GM, I'm looking and saying, no, you said goodbye to us. You're not coming back here just because you didn't find a better offer, just because you didn't find a better landing spot. And if you tell me that you got bad advice, we tried to warn you. So we're moving on without you.
How is this good for the kids? I mean,
It's not.
If it hits, if you hit and you're getting $5 million to play quarterback somewhere, or you're getting $3 million to play running back somewhere, I guess so. And I understand. I want the players to get their taste because they're the ones who are serving up the full course menu in terms of revenue to the conferences and to the coaches and to everyone else. So I understand that they're getting a taste, but if this is the way they can get their taste and thousands of them wind up now wondering what the hell just hit them, that's not good either. That's terrible, as a matter of fact. So who are the adults in the room here to fix this? Because no one can really like this. No one wants to have a situation where they have to recruit their own team every year, and it happens just in the middle of the college football playoffs because people are scheduling this thing in the worst possible way. No one can like this, Josh. So who are the adults here to step in and do something?
You got one group of people who like it. I just described them. Just jackals masquerading as agents. That's it. That is the only group of people that this current system serves. It does not serve the players. You had Greg Sankey on this show a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Greg's really good. Like, I saw him a couple of days later at the A&M game. I told him, you are really good at when someone presents the problem, reminding them, you just started on chapter 3 of the book. Let me tell you what chapter 1 and chapter 2 includes.
Yeah.
And I think people should go back and listen to it, because I thought he articulated the current state of affairs on your show about as well as anyone has. And so it's like, it's not that he's stupid or that he's blind to the issues. He's just trying to say, hey, there are layers and layers and layers of nuance to this. But you asked me who the adults have to be in the room. Ultimately, it's going to be the conference commissioners. I really think that's the case. And I think, like, Ross Dellinger, for example, just did good reporting on this in the last 24 hours when he talked about, more so than ever right now, college football administrators, college football leaders, that just means presidents, ADs, coaches, et cetera. They are looking and they're saying, if we're not going to get help from the NCAA, if it looks like it's a failed attempt to get antitrust exemption from Congress where we can enforce our own rules, well, then it looks like the conferences have no recourse but to take matters into their own hands. Now, full disclosure, I've always thought that was the direction the funnel was ultimately headed, unless Congress did something. Here's the question. When the rubber meets the road on that, what's possible? And does that include the necessity to, break away from the NCAA? Because that's sort of been the unicorn that people whisper about. But I think over the past year, that's become a little more tangible. Like, the Jell-O's been put in the fridge. I think it's congealing a little bit more, whereas it just used to slosh around the bowl in the past.
Josh Pate here on the Rich Eisen Show. What happened in Oregon with their quarterbacks? What's this now going to shake out now that Dante Moore went on ESPN and said, I'm staying, day after Dylan Raiola says, I'm coming? What is this? What's happening?
Yeah, I just think it's Dylan looking at the situation and saying, Dante Moore once upon a time went to Oregon knowing Dylan Gabriel was there, and he committed there anyway, and he was happy sitting behind a guy for a year and marinating in a new system because he thought it would serve his best interest. And lo and behold, now Dante Moore's been the starting quarterback at Oregon, and he's shined. And so Dylan Raiola's looking at that saying, I'm leaving Nebraska. I want to go to Oregon. Now, scenario A, Dante Moore goes to the draft. I'm the starting quarterback up there. Scenario B, I'm okay with too. And that is what happened, which is Dante Moore comes back. Worst of worst case, I sit behind him for a year. Maybe it ends up being the best thing that's ever happened to me because, you watched him. You watched Dylan Raiola just like I did and the rest of America did this year. You saw flashes. You saw glimpses. You didn't see anything close to a finished product. You didn't see anything close to consistency wire to wire like you would need from a top flight quarterback, a guy that's going to be a playoff caliber guy, a guy that's being mentioned one day in mock drafts in his own right. So I think he went up there, and then you saw the announcement happen, and those announcements now. You give all the credit in the world to Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson had a mega offer on the table from Miami the other day. And you're talking about north of $6 million to come back and play another year of college football as opposed to going and testing the NFL draft waters. It's not nearly the feast or famine proposition that it used to be when you're deciding, do I go to the draft or do I come back and risk injury and leave myself totally broke and my family's future ruined? You're getting tons and tons and tons of money, just like Dante Moore just did, to come back to school for one more year. So it's probably right for his development. It also makes the pockets a lot deeper in the process.
So then I guess in the end, at the end of the day, where does the rich alumni base that now out in the open can give money to players rank in terms of the most important aspect of building a winning program in college football? Where does it rank with who's the head coach? Where does it rank with best recruiting class coming out of high school, facilities, school? Where does it rank? Is it number one now? I think it's number two. Okay.
I would make it number two. A lot of people are going to argue number one. To those folks, I would direct their attention to several mega payroll teams that were sitting at home for the playoffs. And I would ask them if that's the most important factor. Obviously, you could throw Indiana in their face, but you could also say, what about these big spending teams that sat at home? Obviously, it takes a little more than just having a bunch of cash and acquiring these commodities and toss them all together. I thought that's what was so impressive about Texas Tech this year. Texas Tech spent a ton of money. They were never shy about admitting that. But from day one, just the team dynamic, like the mortar between the bricks, in other words, that it normally takes a lot of time to put in place was there. That's the key. Like, it's not, can I go buy the best seeds? It's, what kind of garden am I tossing these seeds in? Yeah, I want to toss the highest price seeds in there. But am I tossing them in topsoil or am I tossing them in gravel? Because a lot of folks out there just trying to toss the seeds in gravel and thinking, well, you know, we paid enough money, just voila, it'll happen. It's no different than when you go pay a coach a whole lot of money and you think that circumvents you around the process that it takes for that coach to develop. Like at Oregon right now, Dan gets paid a ton of money, and yet they're still coming up in the playoffs and they're getting blown out a couple of times. Well, he's 39 years old. So you can either look at that and say, yeah, but he gets paid a ton of money, so he can't be losing like that. Or you can look at it and say, it doesn't matter if you pay him $10 million or $10 billion. You don't just get to pop coaches in the microwave and speed up development, just like with teams. You don't get to spend your way around the non-negotiables that it takes to win as a team. And that's why, like, with Indiana right now, no one's really going to pull off duplicating the Indiana blueprint because it's a kind of unique situation. But if people want to chase that model, I will relish in all these big spending programs chasing how to cultivate that kind of dynamic in their building. Because those are the sorts of things that I would love college football programs to be chasing instead of what many of them are chasing.
Well, is it fair to say Indiana just used the right amount of money on the right players with the right system and the right coach and, you know, and got the right kid in Mendoza from Cal at the right time and it's a lightning strike? Or is this something that with the finances that Indiana has, they could just keep repeating over and over and over again, as long as they have the right guy at the top and Cignetti and his staff identifying that kid there is perfect for our system, and we don't have to spend as much money on that kid because he's not a 5-star. He's not coming from a program that just won 12 games or anything like that, right? I mean, is that it? Is that it? I
think the skill is in putting yourself in position to compete for the title every year. And then there's a little bit of luck that goes into it. But to answer your question, yes, I think Curt Cignetti will have them in that picture every year. I'm firmly convinced of that.
Me too.
And I think,
Me too.
Think about this, though. Okay, so two sides to this coin. When we were down in Atlanta last week, when they were playing Oregon, I think the entire state went down there, totally took over Atlanta. And they kept on saying, man, think about this. Like, our story this year is great, but this will be the least talented team that Curt Cignetti ever has. And I'll grant you that's probably true. Like, they're getting attention from a lot of guys that they never would have gotten attention from before. But I want to caution people. I don't think you'll ever have a better team in the purest sense of what a team is. Yeah. I don't think you'll ever have a better team anywhere than Indiana and Curt Cignetti were able to have this year. Because with all the talent that comes in, there are just different consequences to that. I remember listening to Saban when he was first at Alabama, those first couple of years, they get that first round of recruits through, and they go up against Tebow and Urban Meyer, and they fall just short one year. Then they beat him, and they win the title the next year. And people were saying, man, and now imagine how much more talented Alabama's going to be under Saban. They did go on to put many more talented teams than those early teams on the field. But if you listen to him talk about his time at Alabama, he always talks about the dynamics of that first team and how he was never really fully able to replicate that. So that's a catch-22. But then on the other side of it, Rich, they are going to be there because they are not a have-not. One of the big misnomers about Indiana is they're a have-not. They are not a have-not. They are a has-not. The trophy case is barren, nice. So they have not done anything, but they are not a have-not. So as much as Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State are able to have juice in the talent acquisition space, Indiana, from this point moving forward, is able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them.
I love it. Josh, great first chat on this program. I already look forward to the next one. And everyone check out Josh Pate's college football show on YouTube and, of course, everything else he does with ESPN and everything else he does outside of that. Great to see you. Appreciate the time.
I don't know how much you shy away from people saying they grew up watching you, but you know I did, and so I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
I appreciate you saying that, Josh. Let's chat some more. That's Josh Pate, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We got to beat it because we spoke too long to Josh. We're back in a sec.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. 832-779-5000. That's 832-779-5000. GreenlightOffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
Hyundai Hope on Wheels. I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. Part of the reason why I love telling you about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. You may not know that for the last 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. All right. Number of texts I got, number of, stuff I got in terms of online engagement. When Dante Moore went on ESPN and said this, I've lost track.
When it comes to me just making my decision, of course, I want to feel most prepared and, this is best for my situation, especially as a quarterback. And with my decision, it's been very tough. I prayed a lot about it, talked to many people, my mentors, and people I just look up to. And with that being said, of course, I'll be coming back to Oregon for one more year and being able to play for the Oregon Ducks and, of course, reach our goal and be national champions.
There we go. Part and parcel of the 21st century. It's not a kid saying I'm coming out of high school and I'm choosing Oregon or choosing a hat or anything like that. It's just like, hey, I'm not going in the portal and I'm not going in the draft. I'm staying put and I'm going to take a lot of money from Phil Knight. And again, that's the reporting, $7.5 million is what he's going to make. He could have made more as the second overall pick in the draft or the first overall pick in the draft had he decided to go in the draft and competed with Fernando Mendoza and at the Combine or wherever else in pro days and what have you. But Dante Moore staying put. And that is being called a repudiation of the Jets. Don't wish to be a New York Jet. Don't want to be a New York Jet. And to that I respond, good for you. Flat out. Good for you. Because guess what? The Jets aren't ready for you. So you may have looked over the steering wheel and said, I don't want to be the next Zach Wilson. I totally understand that. I totally understand that 100%. When you could stay put and make $7.5 million for an Oregon Ducks team that will 100% be in the mix to win the Big Ten again, 100% be a playoff team again, 100% be in the mix for the Natty again. Makes total sense to do that, but it also is a Mariano Rivera type save for the Jets because this kid's not ready for the pros. It doesn't appear. Because a pro team was right in front of him in the national championship semifinal, and they absolutely treated him like Michael Irvin has been treating Gatorade jugs on the sideline for the Miami Hurricanes. Okay, so it was also a glimpse, I think, for the Jets to say, I don't think this kid's ready. I don't even know if they would have chosen him second overall. I have no idea. But if they thought, we need a quarterback because when are we going to pick second overall again? We don't want to do that. That helped things out, too. And on top of it, folks who are tweeting at me or posting at me or whatever you're saying or texting me this sort of thing, too. I don't know if the Jets were interested in Dante Moore anyway. It's not like they... It
wasn't a given.
No, because when they had a choice of which draft to amass multiple draft choices in, they chose the 2027 draft on purpose. Ask a Dallas Cowboy fan. So... put it all together, Dante Moore looked over the steering wheel and saved himself some trouble, and he saved the Jets some trouble that they were potentially already avoiding.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Home ownership can be a headache. Property taxes keep going up. You know you're paying too much, but protesting that tax seems daunting and not worth the fight. That's why you need Ownwell. Ownwell's going to fight that fight for you. Ownwell saved me money last year. I'm excited to see how much they'll save me again this year. Plus the benefits of compound savings year after year. Sign me up. Finding your property tax has never been easier. Head to Ownwell.com and sign up in just 3 minutes. That's it. That's all you have to do. 3 minutes. No collecting data, no hearings, no expensive lawyers. Ownwell.com. 3 minutes to sign up and done. 140,000 Houston properties use Ownwell. 500,000 Texans have had their property tax lowered thanks to Ownwell, and Ownwell saves their customers over $1,100 on average. So what are you waiting for? Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The Giants, they sent a jet for John Harbaugh.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
If you're flying your candidate via PJ, you want his
The Rich Eisen Show.
Jay Hancock on a piece of paper.
Earlier on the show, ESPN college football analyst Josh Pate. Coming up, actor Rob Lowe, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Rob Lowe's in our green room, everybody. I'm just going to lead with the headline for hour number 2.
I saw him.
It's always a delight having him here, man.
It really is.
We can go in any pop culture direction with him, and he's here on behalf of On Location, the global leader in premium experiences, hospitality, and travel for the world's biggest sporting events. The Super Bowl is included in that. This just in. That's not the headline. I think everybody knew that. So Rob's going to the Super Bowl. With On Location. And I guess he wants to talk about how you can do so as well. So,
I mean, we'll be there.
We will be.
Well, technically, we won't.
You won't be at the Super Bowl unless the Patriots make it. And then I think Michael by the way, if the Patriots make the Super Bowl, I may need to make up the same meme as Michael Irvin.
Well, for your family members.
Did you send him a text, by the way?
Please. Huh?
Did you text him?
I did, and he responded. I don't know if we have that. Did I send that to you yet?
That's probably right there.
No, that was the tweet.
I'm just saying that was probably what he sent you back. No, he sent you something.
He's crying emoji. We are looking for tickets. I'm +3, and then I got the 3. I got 3 crying emojis. I don't know if it was. That means we're in.
Yeah.
Well, that means one of us is in.
Okay.
That means I'm out. Sorry, Felly.
No, I'm +3. That's yes. You got it. Those are the 3. Yeah. Okay.
They're even bald. Let's go.
I did say to him that I had Josh Pate on in hour number 1, and he's concerned about the number of credentials for Miami greats. That is yet to receive a response.
Okay. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good, Rich.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Rich is going. Mike's going to be in.
What is the hierarchy? Is Irv one?
Because he predates Ray, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
To get him with these hands.
Yeah.
Right. I think he predates Ray. He definitely predates Ed Reed.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes way back.
He's got
the Jimmy. But I'm sure there's some Howard Schnellenberger people around there saying, wait a minute.
I guess.
We're in front of you.
So some of the top 10 Miami Hurricanes, Chuck Foreman, running back from the Vikings.
Like if Jim Kelly wanted
Andre
to go.
Johnson.
Kelly. You could, I'm sure. Yeah, Jim Kelly's from the Howard Schnellenberger era.
I mean, right? Gino,
Toretta?
Won a Heisman.
I love that. Every single time I see him on the Heisman House commercials, I text Marshall Falk saying, where are you? No, I don't. But I did come up with that idea with Marshall about having a Heisman runner-up house.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Right?
That's
because that would arguably be more talented than the Heisman house.
Ooh.
That's a bold statement, Richard.
Ooh.
You look at the Heisman runner-up house.
All right, I'm going to go back to 1990.
Take a look at the Heisman runner-up house.
Okay.
And I understand the Heisman's a college award in the same way that the MVP is the regular season award, and it doesn't matter what they've done after college. But if you include after college, I think the Heisman runner-up house, it's close.
90 runner-up was Rocket Ismail.
Okay.
91, Casey Weldon, not as good. 92 is Marshall. 93, Heath Schuler. 94, Kajana Carter. 95, Tommy Frazier.
Steve McNair was third in 94.
Troy Davis.
I think you could say runners-up house.
Peyton Manning was second.
Because when you look at some of the third-place guys, you got Jim Harbaugh in 86. You got Aikman came in third.
The Heisman runners-up house.
Major Harris.
Michael Vick was third. And Drew Brees was fourth.
I'm just saying.
Which one throws a better party?
Good question.
Ryan Leaf was third.
Depends on what year.
Drew Brees was third again. Daniel Tomlinson was fourth.
Matt Leinart.
We digress. Let's go to David in Ohio. Phone call from David in Ohio here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, David?
What's up, Dave?
David, you there?
I'm just like, I can picture
Oh, my word.
He's on hold and not knowing.
I tried, man. Everybody, when you're calling in, head on a swivel.
Turn your radio down.
Radio down.
TV down.
Television down. Let's give David in Ohio one more shot. You there, David?
Yes, I am.
What's up, David?
Hey, Rich. I got a comment for you on the Mike Tomlin situation.
Okay.
I'm really sad that he's gone, and he brought a Super Bowl to us. But I really think Ben Roethlisberger might be a good head coach next year.
Oh my goodness, David in Ohio.
Whoa.
You went higher register. You really think Ben Roethlisberger would be the good replacement for Mike Tomlin, David?
I think he would be great.
Well, speaking on behalf of everyone, thank you for the call, David, and everyone in the media, that would be wild. That would set records in terms of hot takes. That would set records in terms of the Rooney's zagging, as opposed to doing their usual once every generation zig, looking for a head coach. It would be great media availability. The Ben Roethlisberger Coaches Show would be must listen and see. Can you imagine? That would be great. Throw deep. What are we going to do? Here's the offensive play.
All right.
We're just going to fade back, then let the quarterback be hit, then run around forever and make a Hall of Fame play.
Somebody get open.
And on occasion, we'll throw for 500 yards. Yeah. That's what we'll do in a game. That's it. Very good.
DK Metcalf just run around. I'll get it to you.
How about that one right there? That was didn't expect that one from Dave. I'm glad I got Dave in Ohio another shot right there.
High register.
So, now that John Harbaugh is about to be named the next head coach of the New York Giants, I do have a couple friends who are like, why didn't we wait for Mike Tomlin? I'm like, I just don't know if Tomlin's going to be coaching this year. We talked about it with Jerry Dulac. We heard from Art Rooney II yesterday that Tomlin's given an indication that he's not planning on coaching this year. You have to figure what is he going to do this year if he doesn't. If he does have a place in the public eye, in football, NFL media, it would be interesting since he's the king of, I'm blocking out the outside noise. The outside noise means nothing to us in this building, that he would then leave coaching to be part of the outside noise. It would be an interesting plot twist, an O. Henry-like plot twist. He'd be great at it. If all of the drops that we have of him talking about not knowing what's in the hot dog, and if his aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle, all that sort of stuff from him. His response to, are you interested in the USC head coaching job because they're interested in you? And his response was...
never say never, but never.
That one, he'd be great at it. I think he'd be great if he could master the art of getting in and out of... a broadcast in between plays. He'd be an incredible live game analyst to say, this is what we did, that's what we did back in the day, this is what I think this team should do. That's not a penalty. I remember when I was on the competition committee, he'd be incredible at being a game analyst. If he gets down the cadence of speaking concisely, I think he could get that because he's a wordsmith.
I think he'd be better as a studio guy.
I don't know, man. I think he'd be great in the middle of a game, and Brady's become exactly that right now. And his passion would come through the broadcast. And then he could lord over the coaching hiring process. Every single team would be like, what about Tomlin? Because next year he'd be 54. I mean, that is a great age for a coach. You've been there, you've done that, you could still be there and do that. Unreal. Opportunity for Mike Tomlin about choosing where he wants to coach. And that is what happened with Bill Cowher when he left the Steelers. And he went to CBS, and every single year there was a coaching opening. It would be like, is Cowher interested? And he would keep saying no. And he's still sitting on the CBS set since 2007, by the way.
Crazy.
And he never went back to coaching. And that may happen for Mike Tomlin, too, which would stun me. Somebody who knows Mike Tomlin, Rondé Barber, and he knows Mike Tomlin because he was in the secondary that Tomlin was coaching up in Tampa Bay back in the day. Rondé Barber, when you're a Pro Football Hall of Fame inductee, you get to choose who puts the jacket on you in the jacket ceremony. Night before, You get your bust, you make your speech, you get your jacket at a special ceremony in downtown Canton.
It's great.
And now what they've asked you to do at the Pro Football Hall of Fame is choose any current Hall of Famer to put the jacket on you. When Barber went in, they were still saying, you choose whoever you want. He chose Mike Tomlin to put the jacket on him. As a matter of fact, I saw Tomlin at that after that ceremony, and he was cracking a beer open with Bill Cowher. And very rarely do I ever want to just snap a picture of a moment. But I really wanted to. And just show that to all my Steeler friends, like, hey, this is happening right now. Not post it. Could you imagine? But anyway, long story short, I say this to set up that Rondé, what you're about to hear from him, if anybody would know, he'd be at the top of the list. He thinks Tomlin might be done coaching, period. Hit it.
Mike's a friend, man. He's like family to me. We vacation every year, and there's a lot of stories out there about Mike coming up and wanting to take 1 year off and go coach. I'm going to tell you right now, dude, I think he's done. I think he wants to be done. Last year I was in Long Island with him, and he told me then, he said, I think this is my last year. And didn't say anything to anybody else for the entire year.
Wow.
On the Rondé Barber Show. So believe it. That's no joke. Could you imagine if Mike Tomlin is done, like done? That would stun me too. He just strikes me as a guy who loves to do this. He loves the challenge, is what he says. And I do believe what he says. I don't think that's an act by any stretch of the imagination. But for him to be sitting, what are we talking, the Hamptons? What we're talking about, Long Island? Probably. If you're summer vacationing in Long Island?
Not bad.
That he's like, I think this is my last year. Then he's definitely thinking about stuff that he doesn't share with a lot of people. Certainly not on his sleeve. Certainly not in press availabilities. But you're not hearing his name for any of these cycles. I kept saying throughout this process that the Giants have a job opening, and the family that the Giants sit next to at the owners' meeting every year are the Rooneys. They are tight. And if there's anybody that could call him up and say, what about Mike? It would be them. And they just continued on with John Harbaugh, who they think might be a better fit. I don't know. I'm just throwing it all out there.
If he never coaches again, is Mike Tomlin a Hall of Famer?
I think so, yeah. I think so. I mean, the same issues that Cowher had getting the Steelers to the winner's podium. He won once. Let me see how many coaching wins, because stuff does matter here. Yeah. I have the list open right here. Mike Tomlin is 10th on the all-time coaching list with 193 regular season wins, the same number as Chuck Noll.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely getting it.
Bill Cowher had 149 career wins. Mike Tomlin's 193.
Win percentage?
Win percentage 628, which is better than Chuck Noll's, better than Schottenheimer's, just right behind Curly Lambeau, better than Tom Landry's, 628. Also better than John Harbaugh's.
And Sean McVay, Harbaugh, great. Well,
I mean, yeah.
I don't know if just the one ring came in his second season, and then
I hear it all. Like it was, he had Dick LeBeau as his defensive coordinator. He had Bill Cowher's team and all. That's whatever, man. Ben Roethlisberger. Let me just put it this way: Ben Roethlisberger was a young game manager that when Tomlin came in, it was a totally different ball of wax for him. It was just like, hey, kid, I know you were just a kid with Bill, but you're the guy here. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. Be accused of caping for him again, but I think so for sure. For sure. He's 10th on the all-time coaching list. Sean Payton is going to pass him because it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Sean's got 184. Harbaugh's got 180 in terms of active guys. Al in Dallas, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Al? You ecstatic or what, buddy? That's you there, Al?
Yeah, there is joy in East Rutherford.
Right?
I mean, I am ecstatic. Ecstatic. This is finally it happened for us. Wow. I'm pretty shocked.
You sounded. You need to take a seat? You need a drink, Al?
I mean, I'm shocked. You know, my biggest concern right now is, the Super Bowl in 2027 is right down the road from your office. So I'm wondering whose couch I'm crashing on.
Oh, wow. Now you sound like Brockman.
I got you, Al.
Well, Brockman said 11 and 6.
Let's go, Al.
Let's go.
Come on, baby.
Let's go. Hey, Brockman, you got room? I can sit there. I can cuddle with the dog.
Oh,
always.
My God.
Feller offered up the couch.
Yeah, I got you, Al.
Unless the Giants.
Yeah, I know my man TJ. I know I can chill with him. I mean, we'll just,
right.
Yeah.
What's your couch, Jay?
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, unless it's going against the Patriots and Wan'Dale Robinson is getting ready to pin a football on his helmet to try and beat New England.
Easy.
Al.
Yeah, but listen, this never happens to us. Like, this is a monumental signing to the likes of when George Young took over the organization. Like, this is how big this is. This is huge because it started the trajectory of the Bill Parcells and started this whole thing. We've been just flopping around since Tom Coughlin, and now we have an adult in the room. And now I can stop talking about him, Rich. There's so many things going on in sports, and all I do is call you guys about the Giants. I'm sick and tired of talking about the Giants.
Right. The Giants had 5 different full-time head coaches during Harbaugh's 18-season tenure in Baltimore.
I mean, if this is an adult. This guy commands respect. He's going to bring in a real staff. This team had talent. They were in a lot of games. This team had talent. So you need an adult. He's going to bring in real coaches, real guys that he can work with. The organization will be in lockstep. And then, when things don't go well for the Jets, they could get with Aaron Glenn and get the first pick in the draft.
Ladies and gentlemen, a high register from Al in Dallas. Good to speak with you, Al.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, Harbaugh won 10 or more games 11 times as the Ravens head coach. And the Giants have had 10 or more wins 3 times since Harbaugh was hired by Baltimore in 2008. Last time they had double-digit wins was 11 in 2016. That was the famed boat trip year. Right, Christopher? 2016?
Yeah, buddy. 2017.
That was the calendar year 2017.
Right.
So, that's why Giants fans are all excited. And I'm sure, again, Ravens fans hearing Giants fans saying, we could have won all those games that we were leading in this year if we had John Harbaugh on the sidelines of a talented team. Ravens fans are hearing that, saying that's why he's your coach now.
That's a very good point.
And but I think it's a small bug in the Harbaugh system. Again, the Giants desperately need somebody to come in here and say, I've got it. And I've got it because I've had it somewhere else. And I know how to handle the media. You're not going to get a call saying, you hear what John had to say. He's going to love up his quarterback because that's what Harbaughs do. It's going to be fine and potentially better than such. We take a break. Rob Lowe is here. He's coming out of the green room. We're going to talk Super Bowl with Rob Lowe when we come back here on The Rich Eisen Show.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
The football playoffs are here. Brad, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long. Because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 when you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands, or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why Sanjac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Whether in sports or in business, fundamentals still matter. Most IT and cybersecurity issues don't come from advanced attacks. They come from missed basics. At EAG, our IT outsourcing approach focuses on strong foundations, secure access, monitored systems, reliable backups, and consistent support. As an IT managed service provider, we help organizations reduce risk through discipline and visibility, not guesswork. Because fundamentals don't just win games, they prevent losses. EAG, built on fundamentals. Learn more at EAGinc.com.
Lance Zerline here with Craig DeSurf. Okay, I'm curious why you have so many ladies in your service department.
Because guys ain't worth a
Yeah.
Actually, I think the women are more caring. You know, they have a lot of empathy for the customer, especially on service department, whether it's just a quick oil change or something bad. They're real good with taking care of the customers.
They stay on top of it. When I've had vehicles in there, they text you, they call you, they let you know what's going on. And that's what I want.
Yeah. The customer satisfaction in the service department is second to none.
Find your next vehicle at LanceZCars.com.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not
in like a creepy way, you know what? Just follow us on social media. Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Here on the Rich Eisen Show, On Location's first ever brand ambassador attending Super Bowl 60. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Lowe is back here on the program as our radio audience with our Disney Plus audience and also our ESPN app audience. And so On Location, exp.com to learn about available hospitality packages.
By the way, when we say available hospitality packages,
yes, sir.
Makes it sound like you're going to walk into a room and there's going to be like hot dogs over sterno. We're talking, bro, you want to go to the Super Bowl and play Pebble Beach?
Sure.
We got you. You want to go to Private Sting concert?
Yeah.
We got you.
But what if I do want a pig in a blanket over a hot sterno? Can probably get that too, right?
If you give us enough advance, you're going to get whatever you want. How about them apples?
And have you chosen your headgear for this?
I've got a lot to live up to. I've got a lot to live up to.
Because you are representing, in a way, the Super Bowl and experience of the Super Bowl.
What am I going to do?
So it would be fitting if you did show up with a hat on and the NFL shield on it. Rob.
You know what? Every time I get to spend any time with the commissioner, and
yes.
Roger's he's a great guy and obviously the best commissioner ever for any league ever. He's like, man, that hat. We sell more of that hat now.
Is that right? Does he say that to you?
Yes, he does.
Do you ask for a piece?
He said, if there's ever anything I can do, I said, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind being part of an ownership group.
Yes.
Come on, let's go.
And he's like, and look at the time.
Yeah, he's like, and I'll be out of here.
Yeah. So what is the story behind that hat? Yeah. By the way, every time we see it, we just showed it. Your awesome son is sitting right to your left, so we give some.
I know Matthew Lowe sitting right next to me.
Yes, indeed.
The hat was they gave me a choice of hats to wear. I was at the game, so they could. It was a Fox game.
Yes, sir.
I had a show premiering on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
So they were like, would you go for promotion? We'll cut to you in the audience.
Okay.
I'm like, you had me at just go to the game.
Sure.
I love sports.
Yeah.
And so they're like, here's a hat. And they were all like these loud, half one team on one side and half the other team on the other, and like super busy, and like those special game hats were just bad.
Yeah.
And then there's this one simple NFL hat, which I'd never seen before. I'd never seen that hat before.
Usually, I don't normally when you see something like that, it's
a ref.
Right, and it's white.
And I'm like, oh, that looks like I'm definitely going to wear that simple thing.
Damn straight.
And people, it's become a meme of someone who is agnostic to everything. That's really what it is. If you're agnostic to everything.
Yes.
If you're just like, hey, go teams.
Yeah. Go teams. What game was that, by the way? Do you
it was at Levi Stadium. It was
so were you going to be for Super Bowl 60?
This is where it happened.
So this is a full circle moment, potentially.
This is full circle. This is what, 5 years ago? San Francisco Green Bay.
NFC Championship.
Oh, so it wasn't a big audience that sat around and saw the whole damn thing.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Dude.
Literally, my phone started blowing up like you could not blow. I was like, they just put me on the air, obviously. And then it kept going and going and going. Oh, something's up. Little did I know, but how many years later I was talking about the damn hat. I have it, by the way.
You still do?
Of course.
Oh, gosh.
It's in my archives.
Okay.
So with my
Can we have it here for the studio?
No. Let's go to the Smithsonian. Well, that's what this is.
This is kind of like we're a Smith. We're a Sonian.
What's your best piece of memorabilia?
Oh, God.
Most valuable.
We can go, most valuable. I mean, we got a Joe Namath autographs 1969 Jets helmet.
Oh, okay.
Chris, you've got a Jim Brown Syracuse helmet right in front of you. Like a series. Wow. Yeah.
Here's what I'll do.
We have a ball with Dwight Clark, Franco Harris, Terry Bradshaw, and Joe Montana.
Yeah, so the catch and the immaculate reception all on one ball. And that's valuable.
That might be the most.
The most unique one is we have behind Chris 2 Rose Bowl seats there, and any guest that we've ever had in studio who's played in the Rose Bowl or called one signs those seats.
Wow.
We have all that. But the Rob Lowe shield hat autographed by Rob Lowe.
That's up there.
Quite something.
Okay.
I mean,
here's what I'm
there.
willing to consider.
Okay. Okay.
I'm willing to consider.
Okay.
But you know how like people have really valuable art and there's it's at the Guggenheim for the next year.
Yes, sir.
Like if
it's on loan. You want to put it on loan?
On loan.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll
Can we do it on loan?
Yeah, of course. What you want to wear it again? You want to wear it again?
Yeah, I'm not giving that up. I mean, it's like I don't have much, man. It's like
Right.
I've got that hat and I've got the saxophone from St. Elmo's Fire. That's all I.
Do you really?
That's good.
I do.
You have the saxophone from St. Elmo's Fire.
I do.
Where is it?
It's in my office. It's next to my E-Channel Golden Hanger Award for best outfit that Joan Rivers gave me. That's all I've got.
Really? When was the last time you've actually played that saxophone?
I never played it.
You never played
It's all
it?
fake. Movie magic.
Wow.
I can fake play a saxophone. You know the story where I fake played the saxophone for Bill Clinton and then he wrote me a letter inviting me to come to the White House?
I don't know this story. I would like to hear it. You've got the greatest stories, Rob Lowe.
Well, this one, in fairness, is in my first book. No, Stories I Only Tell My Friends.
Yes,
you
sir.
can get it now on Kindle or wherever the hell you get books anymore. It was a political fundraiser back in the day, and my friend David Foster, who wrote St. Elmo's Fire song, was like, "Hey, you want to come up and do that thing we sometimes do, where you kind of..." And I did it. There's a real saxophone player behind a curtain, and I'm up there, like blowing like no other. But there's no sound coming out of it,
right?
And Quincy Jones is in the front row.
Oh,
and Quincy Jones is like, "You blow, Rob Lowe." and Clinton is in that this is happening. And then my actor's ego got involved.
Yeah.
Because I was going to do that old joke where somebody's on a player piano acting like they're playing and then they take a sip of water and everybody knows it's I was going to do a version of that.
Sure.
But then my ego got involved. I was like, they think I'm murdering. I'm not going to... I'm going to pretend like I murdered. And I just went. and then I got a nice little letter from Clinton saying, "Come to the White House and play saxophone."
Oh, no.
That was my reaction. Yeah. My reaction wasn't great. Mine was, "Oh, no."
Yeah.
So I called David Foster, who was in the, by the way, I called David Foster. I'll never forget it. He was recording Barbra Streisand. And he says, "You have nothing to worry about. I told Barbara the story, and Streisand called Clinton." And so people always ask, when did you first know you were a success? And I knew when I got into a shame spiral involving David Foster, Barbra Streisand, Bill Clinton. I knew I'd made it.
And Quincy Jones. So there's a point in time as you are performing this, because it's a performance.
Yes.
Where you're thinking, all right, I've got to give up the ghost.
Yep.
Or commit. Fully commit.
It was
and own it.
It was
and not admit it and roll with it and accept the accolades I have no business accepting. There was that split moment in time.
Stolen valor.
Stolen saxophone
but you know
valor
what? Here's
would
the
be
thing.
a great fantasy football team.
Let me tell you, if Quincy Jones, who is sitting 2 feet from what they call the bell, it's the bell of the horn.
Yes.
Doesn't know there's no sound coming out of it. That's not my problem.
Oh, my God.
Not on you.
That one time where Count Basie was fake playing the piano, right? And Quincy had no idea.
Exactly.
You know, you were just doing what Count Basie did back in the day.
You think Count Basie was really playing on Blazing Saddles in the desert?
Absolutely not,
Of
right?
course he wasn't. Come on.
I'll never forget that. That's right. That did happen in Blazing Saddles.
Count
Basie's orchestra played in Blazing Saddles.
Do you think they were playing to attract people?
Oh, my gosh.
Use you of your...
On location, Rob. So what should people do if they want to go to the Super Bowl like you're going,
or the Final Four?
Okay,
or FIFA World Cup.
Yes,
WrestleMania is on there. Yeah,
almost any cool sporting event. You just go to the website, and there's a bunch of different packages.
On location, exp.com,
and I will see you there.
All right. So who do you know where you're sitting? Do we have tickets yet? Do we know, or you just know you're going?
The 50.
Okay. Well, also,
but by the way, that stadium,
you got to which
you
side?
Gotta be careful.
Well, that's why
I was there for the Peyton Manning Super Bowl.
Yep.
When Cam Newton decided he was above going for the ball on the ground.
Look at you, Super Bowl 50.
I remember
years
that.
Ago.
I'll never forget Cam Newton looking at that ball spinning on the ground and going, "Yeah, I'm not getting down and picking that up."
That happened. Well, Von Miller was in the vicinity, sir.
I understand.
That'll make you make a business
decision. He had a big game.
He sure did. And so I think you're referring to there's a sun side of the field.
There's a side that is like an aurora borealis. It's like the seventh ring of hell.
I was sitting on
hot.
I was sitting on that side, okay, of the Super Bowl, and I don't have the flowing mane that you have.
Dome just overheating.
I would have taken any NFL Shield baseball cap I could possibly find and wear it 100%.
So the hat is even more important.
Yes. This is it. These are the experiences that I'm looking for. But again, on loan, I just want the hat on loan.
We got to talk placement.
Where do you want it? I mean, we could put it...
What gets the most airtime?
Well, anything in front of those two gents right there gets the most airtime. Okay. We could place it there.
It's going to go in front of one of you guys.
How about this one? You could see, put up that screen one more time. All the way on the right, that is a brick phone, one of those old school 80s brick phones prior to cell phones, autographed by both Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen.
No way.
Yes, sir.
That's really...
Now, that's a one of one as well, right?
Okay.
What if we put your NFL hat right there?
That is, I think, of equal cultural significance.
Correct. Since you and Charlie Sheen go back like the old proverbial car seat, right?
100%.
Okay.
That's a good. Okay, great.
You must have a Michael
Sean's
Douglas.
Sitting over there. Sean, we're going to get this going.
You have Sean. You have nodding in approval, right? I mean, okay. So there we go, and then we'll place it right there. Do you want to? If you autograph it, then you won't be able to wear it. I imagine.
But if I autograph it on the inside, you can say it's autographed. No one will be the wiser.
Okay.
You don't want to ruin the aesthetic. You don't.
Well,
it's so simple.
I imagine you've never worn anything of yours that you've already autographed. Like that's never happened in your
That has not happened yet.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Okay. You must have a Michael Douglas story, right? You must have come across him at some point.
So I do a podcast called Literally. If you guys haven't ever, please. It's really fun. And I have everybody on it. I'm doing Chris Pratt later today.
Fantastic.
Michael Douglas was one of my favorite guests I had on the podcast. We talked forever.
I bet.
We've never worked together.
Ever?
Oh, no, wait, what am I talking about? We did Behind the Candelabra together.
Of course you did. That's right, you did. That's right, yeah.
That's one of my... Pull that photo up.
Yeah.
Me and Behind the Candelabra.
That's right. You and Michael Douglas and
Matt
the famed
Damon.
Liberace and Matt Damon. Yeah,
I
of course
played
you
a
did.
plastic surgeon with a terrible facelift. It's one of my favorite things I ever got to do.
So you have Michael Douglas stories for days, I'm sure.
For days. He's one of my icons.
Okay.
He's done everything.
So that would be a fitting spot for the location.
And listen, I was on location
Yes, sir.
of Wall Street.
Yes.
Because I was shooting a movie called Masquerade down the block all the time.
No kidding.
And that was a real time in life. None of us were particularly sober. Nobody. What? Oliver Stone.
Yes.
Mickey.
Yeah.
Mickey Douglas.
Yeah.
And
Charlie.
Yeah.
And
me.
And you.
And New York in 1980.
Oh my
85.
God.
Oh boy.
See, this is exactly why we need the hat and we need it right next to that brick phone. It'll be constantly shown, you know.
We'll do it.
That'll be a new
We'll make it happen.
Wait for it. A new on location for the hat, ladies and gentlemen. On location, exp.com, Super Bowl. So who are you going to the game with? Do you know?
Well, who do I want to?
Sure.
I want the Rams.
Okay. And?
Agnostic, like the hat.
But your Rams fans, you will take the in the home of the San Francisco 49ers. That would be particularly provocative. That might be more provocative than we're.
I think the 49ers have been overachieving for this whole. I think the Magic's going to run out.
Oh, you know who thinks that same way too is your guest later on today, Chris Pratt. He's a diehard Seahawks fan. So then they're the ones who could potentially end that 49ers campaign to play in their home stadium for Super Bowl 60.
It could be interesting. I'm excited about the Bears.
Yeah, they're playing pretty well too.
Yeah,
is that from your About Last Night days?
Years ago,
being a Bears fan,
when I did About Last Night, we shot the end of the movie. The very first day, it's good. It's really, I love that movie.
It is awesome,
and the end is so it is. And we shot that scene, lost the light, and I walked from Grant Park to Soldier Field. It was a Monday Night Football game, Green Bay Bears, and it was the Refrigerator's first touchdown.
Are you serious?
First time he lined up, a guy that size came up and lined up, and people lost their minds. Remember how big literally big the Refrigerator was?
William the Refrigerator Perry just constantly getting the football became a pop culture iconic moment. He actually scored in Super Bowl 20, much to the dismay of everybody. Thinks that obviously Walter Payton should have gotten that gimme bunny touchdown. But so you're saying you shot the end scene of About Last Night, which was actually the first scene shot of the film.
That's right.
Walked from Grant Park to Soldier Field.
Yeah, for that game. That's a good memory. That's a really good memory.
That is.
Monday, October 21st, 1985.
There you have it.
Yep.
No kidding. And pretty cool.
Yeah.
So the Bears being in the Super Bowl would be of interest, obviously.
Yeah, I have great affinity for them. And I love their fourth quarter comebacks.
Did Demi Moore go with you to this game? Who else went with you to this game?
No, it was just
Belushi, you and Belushi?
No, just dudes from the crew.
That's it?
Yeah, guy. Oh, I think our camera operator had home seats.
Okay.
Yeah,
David Mamet didn't go, and none of that.
No, none of it was. Although Belushi was a big Walter Payton fan.
I bet.
We actually do a bit where we do Walter Payton in the Refrigerator in the middle of the movie, where we screw around going through a crowd. I use him as a blocker.
What a time, man!
Those are good times.
These are good times. Again, on location, exp.com to go to any big time event in the manner in which you should. How does that sound?
VIP all the way.
VIP all the way.
No lines. Come on.
And I finally asked something of you other than just of your time to come and hang out here. That hat. We just got to get that hat.
Listen, we've been buddies for a long time.
We have.
I entrust you.
Thank you, sir.
With all of it.
I will do that. I will treat it with the respect it deserves, with the agnostic respect that hat deserves.
Yes.
Plus, every single time my kids say something, I say point to the ceiling. I'm like, the NFL put that over your head. So. You know what I mean? So the shield, obviously.
The other thing Goodell told me is it's the most shared NFL meme in history.
Roger told you that.
He says it's in their what is it? What's when you go for investments and you go and talk to people?
Oh, it's in their PowerPoint?
It's in their PowerPoint.
Rob Lowe wearing a shield hat.
By the way,
I had no idea the NFL has PowerPoints. I thought their PowerPoint is like
they're the NFL.
You should come down. Yeah,
we're the NFL.
That's their PowerPoint is like we're the NFL.
Yeah, I think that is the PowerPoint.
We'll have no presentation here today.
We're the NFL.
We're the NFL. And in case you're wondering, here's Rob Lowe with our hat.
Closed. Deal closed.
And scene. And
Deal closed. International licensing closed.
Oh, my God. And appearance. Rob Lowe's latest appearance here on the Rich Eisen Show now in the books. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Will be rolling on this very busy agnostic Thursday.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit us at eaginc.com.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like replacing my bike in case of an accident?
Progressive's total loss coverage can help with that.
Great. And you also agree with me that my riding club should ride to the aquarium instead of cruising around a mountain, right?
Actually, we just do insurance. We don't vote in riding clubs.
Nice. 2 votes for the turtle exhibit.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
What are you, some kind of turtle hater?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Well, sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Guess who's always got the winning game plan? Pella Windows and Doors. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs. Their experts then install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. What a blast with Rob.
It's a cool helmet.
Rob Lowe. You know, isn't it?
Always cool.
It is cool. I mean, oh yeah, that's right. I did, Barbara Streisand story, and Quincy Jones, and that's right. I forgot. I worked with Michael Douglas.
Oh, I was Bill Clinton. He invited me to his house where he lives, the big white one.
Like, don't worry, your jig is up because Barbara Streisand smoothed it all out. What?
Imagine that phone call.
Huh? What?
Bill, it's Babs. Listen.
He is something else, man. Been there, done that. Oh, yeah. We did the first About Last Night scene was really the last in the movie. And then I went to the Monday night game where the Fridge scored his first touchdown. Oh, okay.
As he was sitting there talking about the saxophone he had from About Last Night, I started mentally making a note of different artifacts from different Rob Lowe movies.
Look at that right there. There it is.
You know, what if he had, like,
not playing
Soda Pop Curtis's gas station attendant shirt from The Outsiders, or Dr. Austin Powers, he had an eye patch.
Austin Powers.
You know, an Orr from Oxford.
Dude, he's not playing in that picture.
Not playing. Faking it.
Fantastic.
It's called acting, Rich.
Great story.
Yeah.
Derek in Missouri, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show, one of our long times. What's up, Derek?
Oh, not a whole lot, Rich. I was going to say, if you have Bert Kreischer at the Super Bowl this year, just make sure he doesn't have any vodka with him, and Gronk and Edelman have wings so you don't get sick again like you did 2 years ago.
Well, I hear you. And at least if Rob Lowe's saying he's going back to the Super Bowl and he was there Super Bowl 50 for the Broncos win, there you go, Derek. Got to feel good about it. Just got to get there. That's all. Just got to get there.
No doubt. Speaking of that, Rich, I will actually be leaving for Denver tomorrow. I'm going to be attending Bills-Broncos on Saturday.
Attaboy. Let's ride.
And if anything, Rich, I'm a little more anxious than excited. I mean, just because Buffalo's going to be no easy task, and they never are, just because of number 17. Josh Allen is just it's hard to root against the guy, but I have no choice on Saturday. I'm surprised the guy didn't end up in a body cast after that game against Jacksonville last week. The guy just took a beating. And for Denver, I mean, hopefully having this first-round bye is to our advantage, but then he's given Saturday or Sunday, Rich, and hopefully I'll be a doozy, and hopefully we're on the winning side. And if we play Houston or New England, bring it on.
Travel safe, Derek in Missouri. Travel safe, sir.
That line is flipped, Rich. It opened Buffalo -1.5. It's now Denver -1.5.
All right. What does that mean? Money showed up somewhere? Is that what it means?
Usually, yeah, usually.
Interesting that he says that he's surprised that he didn't show up in a full body cast. Josh Allen speaking a couple days ago, because quarterbacks usually speak on Wednesday. He spoke Tuesday because his game's Saturday. Had this to say about how he's feeling.
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks. I know it's a Tuesday for us, but on a Wednesday type mindset. So, I feel good.
Okay. Now, hold on a second. I know where you're going. Let me say it.
Okay.
Because I'm excited to hear that he's feeling good. And Bills fans should be excited about feeling good. But this is a Thursday.
Yeah.
And on this Thursday, he practiced fully.
Okay.
It's not limited.
All right.
He's practiced fully, which means he's full of opportunity being Josh Allen. But this is a Thursday. Replay that, because it sounds like you went higher register to start. Hit it.
I feel good.
Oh,
good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks. I know it's a Tuesday for us, but on a Wednesday type mindset. So, feel good.
Oh, he went he bookended. Which means if you double higher register, that means you're.
Does it cancel out?
I think it might.
Is it like negative times
What's the
negative?
math? I was told there'd be no math. Did they cancel it out?
I don't know.
He started higher register, then talked, and then finished high register.
I think that's a double down.
What is that? It's a double down.
No.
Yeah. Oh.
And Mike Hoskins, our coordinating producer, the Bills Mafioso. By the way, it's like Bills Mafioso Row back there with Hoskins in the control room and Liz Weld in her office. The two Buffalo Bills fans here. Do they cancel each other out? No, they don't. They double down.
No,
they double down.
No.
That's what I thought.
Oh, higher register Thursday. That's coming up in hour number 3 with Albert Breer on The Rich Eisen Show.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin, so the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all these businesses, they have fencing, and if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great, and we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go. Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why Sanjac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The Giants, they sent a jet for John Harbaugh.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You're flying your candidate via PJ. You want his...
The Rich Eisen Show.
Jay Hancock on a piece of paper.
Earlier on the show, ESPN college football analyst Josh Pate. Actor Rob Lowe. Coming up, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We just said farewell to Rob Lowe here on the Rich Eisen Show. He is, in fact, going to deliver us on loan, like we're a museum, the black NFL shield hat that he wore in Levi Stadium for the NFC Championship game years ago between the Packers and the 49ers. That is coming to the Rich Eisen Show studio. That's going to be great. We're going to have it, and we're not giving it back.
No, of course not.
What's he thinking?
Send back a ring.
That's why we're not getting that.
What's he thinking?
Okay.
What's he thinking?
That's never coming here, bro.
Oh, really? You don't think so?
What's the over-under on that? I'll take the over on that.
Yeah, I'll take over.
Well, you just admitted you're not
I just
getting
went high register.
You just admitted he's not getting it back after he told you he wants it back. So
I shouldn't have said that.
Not in the
Rob,
microphone.
It'll be great. Thanks for
Not out loud.
I can't wait to give it back to you.
He's in the car.
You don't even have it yet.
He's still
That's
in the back.
Joining us here, top of hour number 3, one of our favorites. Appreciate him taking time out. I'm sure his phone's blowing up. Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. Good to see Albert. How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Albert. Does he have more than one of them, though?
No. He said it was given. It was a choice that when he got there from Fox, choose these hats. He said that the hats available were some garish mashup of both teams playing, and he didn't want it, so he just grabbed the one. Because he said it looked like a ref hat, and he's never seen it in a version of a black hat. He says he still has it. And I'm like, I want it. And he said no. And then I pressed, and he said yes, on loan. So that's
how'd you convince him?
Oh, just ask nicely, over and over again on live television and radio. You know?
So what about the hat? What about
By the way,
hat?
you love this. He's from Ohio, so his brother Chad is a diehard Buckeye like you, and he said that when it comes down to the rivalry, obviously he's on your side of the fence, Albert. So you got Rob.
Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. That was my thought. But my thought, by the way, was that it's a ref's hat.
That's what he said. His first thought. He goes, but it's not white, so he grabbed that one because the other ones look garish. He said he had no idea that he would be the meme for what did he say for something perfectly agnostic.
Yeah.
Like yay teams is what he said. That was
if you were him though, you might want to lean into it. So maybe you would buy a bunch more just in case there are people who want them like yourself. Yeah. So maybe you're not getting the real one. Maybe he's got some backups.
He also said RG1 told him that's the most shared meme in the history of the National Football League. Is what he said. So he said they use it in a PowerPoint. And I'm like, I had no idea the NFL had PowerPoints. I thought their PowerPoint was where the NFL do business at your otherwise we'll move on to somebody else. At any rate, Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. So we're in the finalizing of John Harbaugh with the Giants, right? And so this marriage, it seems so obvious. And sometimes it's rare that the obvious actually happens in the NFL. Right, Albert?
Yeah. I mean, I think the fit was obvious to all of us from the beginning, right? I think was what you're referencing there.
Sure,
and, but look, the Giants still had to win this, and when he was let go 9 days ago,
crazy.
He heard from almost all the teams, all the teams that had openings, and then a couple other teams on top of that. and so he launched himself into research mode. And from what I understand, he has been so thorough and so diligent. He was talking to the teams over the course of the last week and trying to fact find. And he did, quarterback study on each of the teams. And, he got to the point where he was looking at Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza when he's considering the Raiders. And, you keep working it and trying to narrow it down. And so, I think more or less the Browns and Cardinals were eliminated. The Raiders actually was an interesting one. I heard he didn't want to go there because it's his brother's division,
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if that was exactly what he was looking for, nothing against the Raiders. And so then it was, the 4 teams that were sort of left. And, the plan had been to go to the Giants yesterday, meet with the Titans today, and then, be with the Falcons either Friday or Saturday. And to me, like the two things that he was looking for outside of like the roster stuff, the quarterbacks, the 2 words I'd heard was alignment and commitment. And so it was, John Harbaugh has a really strong vision of what, he wants in a football team, and he's very adaptable and adjustable, and he is a player's coach, but he knows what he's looking for in players. He knows what sort of play style he wants. And so he wanted a place that would share that vision with him, which obviously he had over the years with Ozzie Newsome and Eric DeCosta in Baltimore. And then commitment from the team. And anybody who's been around the Ravens knows, that's one of the most built-out organizations in all of sports. Other teams, they'll have a couple analytics guys and they'll farm the rest out to, the different companies, the PFFs and True Medias and all that. The Ravens actually have their own systems, their own analytics systems in-house. It's just an example of how far they'll go to make sure they're on the cutting edge of everything. And so I think going to a place that has that sort of commitment to football was important to him. And this is just me guessing, right? But knowing John the way I do, I think it probably appeals to him too, that the owners there, the Mara family, there's no other businesses with them. This isn't like an owner who's got 15 different businesses and helicopters in on a Tuesday. You know what I mean? Yep. It is their family business. You go in there and John Mara is, in the office working. And, so I think that part of it appealed to him as well. But those are the 2 words is that their alignment and commitment. And I think, in meeting with John Mara, Chris Mara, Tim McDonald, Joe Shane, Brandon Brown, all of those people, Steve Tisch at the Giants facility yesterday, getting a chance to sit down with Jackson Dart, running into Cam Scatabo in the training room. I think he kind of felt that sort of alignment that he figured he would have, which I would guess was part of the reason why they were his first stop.
And it's obviously a blue blood franchise in the National Football League. That's a feather in a cap for somebody who, ordinarily wouldn't be able to find it somewhere else because he's already feathered his own cap with his resume, and as a coach that comes to the sideline in a manner that few Giants coaches have come to the sideline, which is with all these wins and with he's the only coach in the history of the Giants to show up with a championship already won. So there's that. What's your reporting on Mike Tomlin and why he decided it was time? And he's been thinking about it for some time. I'm sure you heard what Rondé Barber said, that he even said prior to the season to him in confidence, I guess, that he was out, that he thinks it was his last year. What's your reporting on all of that, Albert?
I think it's, one thing that I had kind of heard pretty consistently was how the way the roster was built, was kind of a tell. And, how many older players they were relying on. They've been knocking on the door for the last few years. And it's sort of I guess it felt a little bit like that. They're that 45-win NBA team. You know what I mean? Can you get over the hump? Do you have the wherewithal to get over the hump? And you go and get Aaron Rodgers in an effort to get over the hump. But, that starting lineup, the 22 players, by March, 8 of them will be 30 or older. You have cornerstones in there, TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Jalen Ramsey, of course, Rodgers himself. And so it was a natural breaking point where it's all right. Once you get through the season, Aaron's probably not coming back. And so you're probably looking at a pretty extensive retooling. And do you want to be around for that? Do you want to gut it out for 3 or 4 years and go through that sort of of rebuild without knowing who your quarterback's going to be, right? Or does it make more sense to take a beat, go into TV, or spend the year traveling and visiting different teams and seeing the way different people do things, and then maybe finding a more ready-made situation in 2027 or 2028? Like, I think that's sort of the thinking behind the whole thing, is that the team was naturally at a place where it was time for them to reset, and that gave Mike Tomlin, kind of an organic point to say, you know what, it's time for me to reset too.
Well, I mean, I'm also reading an athletic story that I'm sure you saw come out today about what happened behind the scenes when Tomlin told the team, and that TJ Watt kept saying no, no, no over and over again with his eyes welling with tears. Rodgers saying, I'm sorry. I guess he felt that they wound up short, and he feels this way about it. Why do you think? I don't even know what the follow-up
He's the
question is
most
here. They love him, man, and I know that many of the fans fell out of love with him. But
here's the thing about Mike that I think is really unique. You and I both know how many people are in those buildings, right?
Yeah.
So the coaching staff has 20, 25 guys on it. You have 53 guys in the roster. Some of that churns over the course of the year. You go back and, you look at deeper, it's like 20 guys in the practice squad, and then all the scouts and the personnel people, and it's a lot of people. And, one thing that was really cool that I always heard about Mike, and I dove into more in a story that I did this week, is how he had a unique relationship with everybody, and he found a way to carve out a different relationship with everybody based on who that person was. And then you start to hear the stories about what he would do when he was in the pro day circuit. And I thought this was really interesting. And I wrote about this a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. He would get to a pro day and they'd walk into Clemson or Georgia or wherever it was, and he would ask to see the social media manager. And the social media manager is probably 20, 21 years old, still a student, right? And he would go to them and he would say, show me what your players are reacting to. Show me what you're using for recruiting. And I remember talking to Mike about that. Mike was like, yeah, I mind my kids for that sort of information too. I need to find a way to connect with people. And then you'd hear about how he'd get to the combine and the other coaches would be blown away. Like when they'd sit in a formal interview with a guy who's going to be drafted in the third or fourth round, and Mike would already know everything about that person. It's like, how'd you do that? Like, we just got out of our season. We're trying to get caught up on what the guy's name is. Like, how do you know this guy's background, And so, that enabled him to build, I think, really unique relationships with everybody he came across. And that's why he's able to get the most out of people. And that's why, I think that's the key when you talk about the people who've been through there, some of the more troubled players, whether back in the day it was a Joey Porter or a James Harrison, it's just a different personality, an Antonio Brown, a Mike Wallace, a Le'Veon Bell, Ben Roethlisberger when he was younger, he just had a way of reaching people and connecting with them and getting the most out of them. And that allowed the Steelers to cast a wide net looking for talent because they didn't have to rule people out that some other teams might have to. And so, I think that part of it is why it's so emotional for people, because everybody had that sort of relationship with him. I was talking to Todd Haley about this, and he told this story about how when he was there out at a practice one day, Mike walked over and goes, you know what you got that's priceless? And Todd goes, no, what? He's like, everybody knows you're an a-hole. He's like, so you don't have to worry about anybody.
Yeah.
He's like, that's worth $1 million, and walks away. And he couldn't have that conversation with everybody, right, but he knew Todd would think that was great. You know what I mean? It's just having that sort of unique relationship with everybody, I think, is why you get that story of Aaron Rodgers welling up because he went there to play for Mike, or TJ Watt, almost being in denial over the idea that Tomlin be gone.
Yeah, man. I'm just sifting through this while we're talking. An unnamed player, every single player in that building wants to play for Mike T. Were guys upset with coordinators? Yes. Was it the head guy? No. Mm-hmm. And that referred to the meeting where he stunned the room by saying he's leaving, called it like a funeral. And that one player, unnamed player, recalling this for this report, said basically, you're going to make me cry again. He just recalling the conversation. So that's seeing this sort of stuff. And, Tomlin relishes this connection. He's an expert at it. He not only relishes it, it makes me think that he wakes up for this sort of connection. So when I hear Rondé Barber, who would know, say, I think he's done coaching, I'm kind of stunned. Do you think he's done coaching?
Yeah, so I've thought about this because, I think we all would think back to the last time this happened with the Steelers and Bill Cowher.
Yeah, right. We thought he was coming back. We thought he's just going to CBS for a brief bit. You know what I mean?
I mean, that to me is the ultimate example, right? Like Bill Cowher, I can remember specifically him being linked to the Giants when there were murmurs about Tom Coughlin's job and the Dolphins. And Omar Khan, who was the cap guy at the time, he's going to come with him and be his general manager. And it never happened. And I think and even a Gruden, John Gruden, I don't think anybody expected John Gruden was going to be out of it for 9 years, right? I think what happens with a lot of these guys is that you put so much into it and you're so invested in it and it becomes such a big part of your life that Mike called his office the hole, right? I'm going in the hole, right? When he'd have to study and come out with something. So, but if you spend your whole life, you spend so much of your life in that hole, and then you come out and see the light, I think it can sometimes be harder to go back into the hole, if that makes sense. Sure. So he doesn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. His kids are grown. He can do whatever he wants for the next year.
He can see the world. You could live how the other half lives. I totally get that.
And I think that's part of it, where it's just I don't think even he knows, and it could be, he's a football coach, right? That's the other thing about him is the people who've been around him say, I don't know how there are enough hours in the day to get done what he would get done. He would come into the special teams meeting, the offensive meeting, the defensive meeting with cut-ups ready to go. Here's what we're looking for this week. Not telling you what to do, but here's another resource, another set of eyes to help you with, what we're trying to accomplish this week. And his thing was, how do we engineer a win this week? He's that passionate about it. So it's definitely possible that he gets to October and November and he's itching to get back and he can't wait.
Right.
It's also possible, because this is a very human thing, that you come out of it and you're I kind of like this. This is kind of nice. And maybe I want to take a few more years and just live my life this way. And, I think that's what Bill Cowher was, and then he never wound up going back. So I wouldn't rule anything out because I don't think that, these coaches know what it's going to be like when they come out of that life, because most of them have been living it since they were 22 years old.
Right. Yeah. What did we hear yesterday? He's been on a team. Well, he said this last week, right? He's been on a team every year since 1980.
Yeah.
That's what he said. That's what he said to us. Isn't that funny? We're where do we hear that from? Well, actually, to us. He said that last week.
8.
Yeah. Since 1980, he says he's been on a team. So maybe, 2026, he doesn't mind finding a new team. That's not coaching, I guess. Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. I'll just throw it open to you. Your thoughts on divisional playoff weekend. What leaps out at you? What should we be looking for? What do you think the storylines are? I know I just gave you a million different things, but you always come at us with a reporter's notebook and an opinion at the same time. What do you think, Albert? What do you got for me?
I just saw how wide open it is, which is exactly what I think I said to you guys last week, right? It is. I think that part of it is fantastic. And, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I legitimately can look at all 4 games and see both teams and all 4 of those games winning.
Yep.
I'm interested to see what the top seeds look like. That Buffalo team, I used the term the last week, hard to kill. I think they're very hard to kill. And I think you can see the way Sean McDermott managed that Jacksonville game and that he was conservative in 4th down situations as a get me to the end and I've got the trump card and he's wearing number 17. So what does Denver look like? Can Denver be the team that knocks out Josh Allen? And then Seattle, who I'm not sure people realize how good they've been. And so now they have this Saturday night showcase against a really beat up Niners team. So I think, seeing the top seeds and what they look like, because I don't think we view them the way we would look at Kansas City with Mahomes as a number 1 seed. I don't think the public views them that way. So what sort of show are those two teams going to give us on Saturday? And then Sunday, Bears, Rams, I just, the scene at Soldier Field, I can't wait to see that. And, for me, like a big piece of this is like Matthew Stafford versus Caleb Williams. Stafford's got the finger issue. Is that going to be an issue in the game? How does Caleb Williams look on this stage? He handled the last big stage on Saturday night so well, so can he do it again? And Houston, man, Houston, New England. So you've got the Drake May, Mike Vrabel thing. Do you starting to get the feeling the Texans are like the 13 Seahawks or the 15 Broncos, way they're playing defense?
Hell yeah, man. I mean, that's no joke, Albert. I mean, it's for real. Again, I saw it calling in the game in Week 17. They're fast. They're everywhere at every level.
It looks like there are 13 of them out there.
Suffocating. Yes. And I mentioned that they're up there with the 2000 Ravens, which is heresy. I get it, but brother, that's no joke, man.
Okay, so I'll give you like this anecdote. Like I'm doing my all-pro vote. I think you have one too, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm making all my calls to scouts and coaches and trying to be as thorough as I can. And guys' bonuses are riding on it, so I try to check every box I can with that. And so because you vote, like how exclusive these groups are at these positions, right? Mm-hmm. It's first team, second team, that's it. Like 7 of the 11 starting defenders for Houston got mentioned from coaches and scouts. Now, they didn't all make my list, but 7 of the 11, which is an insane number when you're talking about that rarefied air of what a player is, and that the coaches and scouts that are evaluating these guys would mention 7 players from the same defense being of that level. And, it was Hunter, it was Anderson, it was Al-Shaair, it was Petrie, it was both Lassiter and Stingley, and it was Bullock. You didn't
even mention Toe, who's all over the place too, man.
Right, or Sheldon Rankins, who scored a touchdown.
Unreal, yes, for real. And
they come at you in waves, and it's just when I watched them play, like what stuck out the other night, and I think like this was in your game too, right, where you had them against the Chargers. Mm-hmm. When a quarterback checks the ball down and throws it underneath in the middle of the field, how fast they are there, because it's like, okay, like they've got you covered over the top. And then all of a sudden, like, okay, we're throwing it underneath. It looks like there's some space there. And that space closes like that, So D'Amico's done a fantastic job there. And like, to me, so much of this is going to come down to what version of CJ Stroud shows up. It looks like probably won't have Nico Collins. I think the Monday night thing hurts them there just from a timing standpoint, whether or not they're going to be able to get him back. So how do their first-year players play? The 2 rookie receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, the rookie running back, Woody Marks, the rookie left tackle, Ariante Ursary. So to me, like those are that's kind of the swing factor in that game. But that defense is dynamite. And when I picked it before the playoffs, I had Houston and Buffalo in the AFC title game, and wouldn't that be something else to see Josh Allen against that defense again?
One more time, yeah, for sure. Before I let you go, I know we're already up against it, but to heck with it. I'm curious your thoughts on the Rams doing it for the LaFleur family against Ben Johnson. Seriously. Again, I understand there's players involved. There's the execution of game plans. There's the complication of a frozen tundra actually hitting the stadium that could be an equalizer. I get all of that. But, Sean McVay has called Matt LaFleur like a brother, and his offensive coordinator is the actual brother. What do you think?
That relationship goes back a long way. In fact, I think if you ask those guys, they may still have some videotape of Sean and Matt LaFleur being the stars of an adult flag football team in Northern Virginia about 15 years ago. So
nice.
The bonds are very tight there. I think you don't need extra motivation here.
You don't.
But like that is there. And you and I talk about rivalries a lot. Mm-hmm. Like the idea that Bears-Packers is going to have this sort of jet fuel strapped to it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
For the next 5 years, presuming that LaFleur and the Packers get the contract done, is pretty cool, And so I think I'm interested to see what the Rams look like, because I do think we saw some cracks. I picked them to win the Super Bowl, but we saw some cracks in some areas they haven't invested as heavily in the secondary and the offensive line against Carolina. And so can Caleb Williams and the Bears offense exploit some things in the secondary? Can the Bears defense exploit that offensive line? It's going to be interesting to watch, and maybe you have a little extra if you're the Rams. If you're Jared Verse or Byron Young or Kobe Turner, maybe it gives you a little extra to help Sean McVay cover up any weaknesses they might have on the back end.
Albert, you're the best. Thanks for the time, man. We'll chat over the weekend, obviously. Just us staying in touch, and then we'll chat again in short order. Appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
Everybody follow Albert on all the socials. It is worth all your time. And, of course, the MMQB must-read material from Sports Illustrated. We'll beat it on down the line right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Hire, register your phone calls to finish up this Thursday show.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
Danny Clark here of Collectors Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. You have some guns collecting dust in your closet? We want to buy your guns. We're the strongest buyers for one gun or entire collections. If you have a big enough collection, we can come to you. Modern and antiques of any kind. You could be sitting on a gold mine and not even know it. Come see us at Collectors Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 248243, Equal Housing Lender.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands, or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com. No rush. People are immortal.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment,
but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why Sanjac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Eight 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the show. What a great Albert we just talked about Harbaugh, Tomlin, and this weekend, right? I mean, and there's so many other coaching gigs that are open. And he even said at the end, you know, how the Packers-Bears rivalry is supercharged, you know, if they could figure out their deal with LaFleur. You know, that's still out there. And again, LaFleur's got 1 year to go. So there's that. And then again, this article in The Athletic, everyone should seek it out. If you're wondering if Tomlin lost the locker room, if you're wondering if the players wanted to play for Mike Tomlin and what it means to play with Mike Tomlin as your coach.
Basically crying.
Oh my God.
Screaming no.
Joey Porter Jr., who, as you know, was a babysitter to Tomlin's kids who are now grown and out of the house, hyperventilating at the news.
Jeez.
So, yeah. Then you're like, oh, why would the Rooneys want to consider Tomlin to stay another year? Well, there's that. And the question is, why didn't it work out in the playoffs? What happened? What would happen to this team in the playoffs?
Yeah, how many consecutive double-digit playoff losses? Yeah, I don't know.
844-204-RICH, number to dial here. Let's go to who's been hanging on the longest. Trey in Richmond, Virginia has been. What's up, Trey? Line 3, Jason. What's up, Trey?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's going on in your mind, sir?
Thanks for taking my phone call. Second time, long time. Hey, Brockman. Hey, Felly. Hey, TJ.
Hey, this is great.
Trey. Just had a quick question. Now it's like, players, choosing to stay in college, with the NIL and everything. I know the last NIL was the next NIL will be in 2030. And do you think they'll have better leverage going into the CBA? I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. But
take your time, Trey. All good.
The next CBA is coming up in 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe before that, we'll see. But you think the NFLPA will have better leverage going into that CBA with all of these players now with their NIL deals? Because I remember last time, I remember even J.J. Watt was trying to tell people to hold on the deal.
Are you saying,
But a
Trey,
lot
like
of
that there may be more leverage because the rank and file will be more wealthy because they're coming in from a college career that pays them and some significant money? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Interesting. I don't know. I haven't really thought of that. I try not to think of labor disputes. That's how I became a bald man. 2011, hosting NFL Network in a lockout. That is what we would call sucks. I don't know, Trey. I obviously, I hope it doesn't get to a 2030, that something gets hammered out between now and then. And thank you for the call. I think, if I can channel my inner Florio here, the Players Association needs to get its own house in order first, right? Before we start even talking about what the landscape is and what it's looking like. And, the league is going to want an 18th game, apparently. And what will that look like in terms of scheduling? And what will the players require from the NFL for that sort of thing? And, I don't know what the needs and desires are going to look like even next year, 2 years from now, let alone 4 years from now. But, yeah, may there be no labor disputes anywhere.
Here.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's go to Doug in Virginia, hanging on for some time as well. What's up, Doug?
Hello. Hello, guys. Good afternoon. Happy days to everyone.
Yes, happy days. Correct, yes.
You were talking about the coach and not Harbaugh, but our Pittsburgh coach who's no longer coaching. And, he is among the most qualified as far as the leaders go.
Yes.
In the sports world.
Correct.
I think we can all agree on that. And so well respected. I would love to see him as the new NCAA Grand Poobah commissioner or whatever and fix the mess that they're in.
Tomlin fixes college football?
Step in and say, here's what we need to fix this and get everybody together to save the NCAA from itself. So I'll leave that there.
Okay.
But the real reason for my call is about the upcoming game Monday night between Miami and Indiana. And having been a Virginia resident for basically my whole life and watched him coach at JMU while my grandson was at school there, we got to see a lot of games by the coach. And we were sad to see him leave. But I'm glad to see his success, and I would hate to see him go to the NFL. I think he could be the master of his domain.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in college football.
Doug in Virginia. Doug in Virginia making a lot of food for thought right there, Doug. Thank you very much. It's Doug in Virginia.
Wow.
Master of his domain. Good one right there. A good Seinfeld reference. Tomlin is the new NCAA commissioner.
Never say never.
Hey, never say, but never.
Never.
I don't think so either. I mean, that's just not his.
Because it's high on my damn agenda.
Definitely is not.
That is not.
I bet it is not.
Whatever Mike T decides to do, he's going to be just fine.
I think so, too.
One thing we never mentioned, I mean, this isn't football related, but something I wanted to ask you earlier, because he is under contract, do you think something may be going through his head where he doesn't want to take a job now because it would handcuff the next team because they have to give up money or draft picks? Or is it too early even?
I have no idea. But for somebody who clearly has a bond with the players in his locker room, and it clearly has the love of that relationship and the bonds and things of that nature and the challenge of the game plan and things of that, for him to just step aside, walk away, and never do it again would be stunning, shocking to me. That said, he may have been on occasion, as he's in what he refers to as the hole for his drafts and this and that, and going on a pro day visit to this SEC spot, that Big 12 spot, might be like, why am I not on safari right now? Why am I not seeing the world? Why am I not going to Europe?
Life is short.
You know what I mean? Like,
in the big picture,
I've always wanted to go to Australia. I have no idea if he ever sits there as he's game planning. I don't know.
Rich, he's never.
We have no idea
about it. He hasn't had time for even though his kids are grown, he hasn't had time for a proper Christmas in 20 years. Little things like that will kind of add up.
They will indeed. It sure will.
Yeah. You know?
And again, I believe he's an empty nester, so he can just take off.
Right. He's never had that opportunity.
He's never done that. He's never done that.
And also outside of football, guys, like you think about the amount of money that he could command going to corporate meetings.
Sure. He could do all that stuff too. For sure. But the first order of business is I'm sure there will be a line out the door of saying, do you want to be part of this draft coverage? The draft is in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's super mandatory there.
And so who better to talk about player development, player relationships, going through a draft process, figuring out this person, that person, this person. How does it fit into your scheme? What do you think of this kid? What do you think of that kid? What did you think of that kid when somebody else drafted him? And by the way, here we are in Pittsburgh, PA. I mean, does he want to do that? Because he'll have his choices. Yeah, stay by your phone.
I don't know, man. It seems like that city didn't love him anymore, man. So I don't know.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. 2 orders of business still to come. Our Thursday going into divisional playoffs higher register. We've all got one. And Howie Roseman has been asked a question in his exit press conference of the season that is of interest to many, involving A.J. Brown.
Oh.
That's still to come as we go out the door Thursday. Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
The football playoffs are here. Brian, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long. Because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 and you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Well, you should. As well, you should. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident that you're riding and finding top talent and hiring right the first time. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Adam Chudwin, our call screener, is sitting out here. Just spent the TV-only segment talking about what this Bears win over the Packers meant to him, saying it's one of the greatest moments in Chicago Bears sports history. We're going to clip that. We're going to send it to our friends at NBC, and they're going to put it on an iPad to hand to Michael Jordan. That'll be great.
Hashtag weird.
Listen, hey, Mike, you know that wild card win they just had over the Packers?
Don't try to downplay this, Rich.
John Paxson, whatever.
You're trying to ruin this week for me right now. What are you doing?
The Utah flu? Well, whatever.
I think what Adam's saying is that the Bulls were supposed to win all those titles.
I got
the Bears are not supposed to be this good.
This soon.
And because we have PTSD from so many bad losses, we're down 21-3 against our hated rival. And then we're like, here we go again. This is happening again. This is a nightmare. And for us to break through, I mean, it's the most joy. Okay, it's not the most important NFC game, playoff game for the Bears in my lifetime. Obviously, the NFC Championship in 2006.
Where you had your heart broken, I understand, and Rex broke your heart.
No, but we still won the NFC Championship the year. Right. But I'm saying this game was the most satisfying Bears win for me in my entire life.
Wow. Well,
it meant that much.
I hope this weekend tops that for you, bud.
So do I.
Yeah, and so do all the Bears fans. All right, so Adam Chudwin's sitting here. Do you have a high register for your Bears?
Ooh.
Yeah, make one up.
Make one up.
You're a comedian. Here we go.
Yeah.
It's time for a divisional playoff round. Higher register. Hit it.
There's a chance.
The Rich Eisen shows
that there could be
higher register. Take of the week.
All right, everybody. Chris Brockman, what do you got for me over there for a high register?
We can agree. This has been the craziest NFL season that we can remember, right?
Well, it's wide open.
Totally wide open.
Anybody could do it.
There's really no favorite.
There really is no favorite.
The young quarterbacks who have risen.
The young quarterbacks are rising.
It's unbelievable.
It's truly unbelievable. I can't believe it.
And when it's all said and done, guys, it's just going to be the 1 and 2 seeds winning this weekend.
Oh, really?
It's just going to be the 4 best teams.
Really?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, are you going high register because you don't believe that, or are you making poo over there? What was that noise you just did? what was that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, very good. What do you got over there, TJ Jefferson? I just said the words making poo.
Adorable.
And I don't mean Winnie. What's up, TJ? What do you have over there?
When I was a kid growing up.
You were a kid?
Yeah, man. Living in Pittsburgh, my winter gear, guys, used to be a starter jacket, Tim boots, and jean shorts.
Okay.
Right, I didn't care about the
jean
cold.
Shorts and
I'm talking 8 inches of snow. It didn't matter, 20 degrees. I just didn't like pants.
All right.
And then I moved to Los Angeles. And all of a sudden, that kid stayed back in the East because
the blood's thinned out.
Blood is thinned out. So I'm thinking about this. It's going to be cold in Chicago this week.
That is correct.
Right? So with the possibility of single-digit weather Sunday in Chicago, the cold, it's going to keep Los Angeles out of the conference championship.
Oh, so you're saying that it's going to that's going to be the difference.
When you get used to this Southern California weather, and then all of a sudden you got to go into some cold, no matter how you used to adapt to the cold back in the day, there's a little bit of a shift now.
Are you going full Irvin tweet on me right now? That's what you're doing right now?
We was cold.
Why not?
Man, in that cold weather, when we played in that cold weather, it was cold.
Man. It's cold out there, and these cats ain't used to that. No.
2 degrees, 20-mile-an-hour winds, maybe snow in Chicago.
I don't know, man. We got Blake Corum on tomorrow's program. He didn't play in Southern California.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
But he also lives out here.
I understand now. He lives out here now.
And our blood, like you said, blood thins quickly.
Did you come up with one on the spot?
I did.
What do you got?
Jalen Johnson is going to be able to lock down Puka Nacua.
Oh, okay. I like it. Okay, at the end of the day. You never know. I'm going to go opposite of you, Chris.
Opposite?
Well, you remember last week, every single pundit, every single expert we had on, I said, hey, I'm setting the over-under at 3.5 road wins for the wild card weekend. You taking the over, the under, and everyone's like, I could see all of them winning, but not most of them winning.
Sure.
And at the end of the day, 4 of them won. If you took the over in my silly gambit, you won. I don't know what you'd win, other than just a laurel and a hearty handshake, to use the Blazing Saddles phrase. And it would have been 5 if Adams Bears didn't pull one out of their Ben Johnson orifice again. By the way, great fantasy team named Ben Johnson Orifice. Okay. So I'm going to go higher register and say, you said the 1 and 2 seeds are going to win anyway?
Yeah.
So, no road teams win, you say. I'm going to say, once again, I think more than half the road teams are going to win divisional weekend too, which means 3. It means 3 of the 4.
Well, like last week, call your shot.
3 of the 4.
Call your shot.
I'm going to go everybody but the 49ers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's what I'll say. What? What are you smiling? What are you smirking about over there?
Just think maybe TJ should bring back the jean shorts.
Maybe she's bringing back the jean shorts. Maybe you shouldn't. I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
John Cena retired.
Maybe he shouldn't. Maybe he should not. I don't know. But the weather is a big factor. I think the Texans could absolutely beat the Patriots. I think you could be absolutely in trouble. Yep. I think the receivers might have trouble getting open. And I think that Drake may be running for his life, and that could be a main engine of your offense. But if it's a snow game, then guess what? If Will Anderson can't get off on Will Campbell and use his advantage, SEC on SEC, then Old Man Winter takes that away from the Texans.
Yeah.
And if the defensive backs who can plaster don't have the ability to get their footing, that takes that away. And the Rams love winging it around. If it's 2 degrees out, that takes that away. So I have no idea. But I'm thinking maybe 3 of the 4 road teams win this weekend. We'll find out. Maybe it's somewhere in between.
Good one.
Where are you going to watch the game? You want to give any more shout-outs to your buddies?
Yeah. I'm
Where are you
thinking probably the Naughty Pig. It's on Sunset. Cool spot.
Oh.
I like there. I like Gino's East.
What was that noise for?
The Naughty Pig.
Yeah, and you went, hey.
Sounds like my ex.
That's not creepy at all.
Just an interesting bar name.
But the truth is, I'm nowhere near as nervous for this game than I was for the Packers.
So it's house money now.
It's house money. I still think we're going to win, though. I really genuinely believe that.
But now you've got a shot. Now this is for real.
Yeah.
Now this is for real. And you could get the Niners in your house, or you can go visit Seattle for another NFC Championship game. Why not at this point in time?
And you can feel the confidence building with the team, with Caleb. Colston Loveland, by the way, is a star. You were right about that, Rich. I was so upset that the Bears didn't pick Tyler Warren.
And what did I tell you on the spot?
You told me he's going to be a great player.
Yes, sir.
And I'd already rather have him than Warren right now. I think he's going to be I think right now he's a top 3 tight end. He's that good.
I
can feel it.
More hot takes from Adam Chudd when I told him wasn't so hot when he was first thinking it on our next edition of the Rich Eisen Show. All right. You can call the phone lines again, everybody. That'll wrap it up for this program.
Bear down.
Blake Corum, Christian Kirk on tomorrow's program with Tommy P. Tom Pelissero.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes. Interception! Did you see that? No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that give me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, I'm out there and I'm saying, well, what metal do I need powder coated?
We do bicycles, we do wheels, we do bumpers, we do patio furniture, we do antique items such as sewing machine bases. Some people will have light posts in their front yards. Yard art is also a big thing. When you have Round Top with the antique festivals in the spring and the fall, tons of things you can find there that are vintage.
Boat parts, anchors. How about gas lamps?
It has to be carefully taken apart, but anything that's metal on there and cleaned off, we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Trailers, we do barbecue pits. Really, if it's metal, give me a call and let's talk about it.
You had frogs in one woman's backyard that you did.
Yes, it was a frog that represented all 5 of her kids, and then she also had 8 grandkids, and each one had a frog.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief
Hello, Houston. He's not Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here, too. Happy to have you with us this Thursday. DJ Baname is filling in for Joe George. DJ, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Which mic am I talking to? This one or this one?
I think you're good. No, just talking to both of them the entire show.
Cool.
No, you don't need the other one on the headphone thing.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm doing good though. You know, it's been a while since I've been in here. It's probably been over a year to be honest.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Things are a little different here now.
A lot different
since they were a year ago.
A lot different.
Unfortunately.
Shout out my dog Paul. But it's good to be here. I know we're gonna be disagreeing on a lot of stuff.
Why do you think that? Why do you think we're gonna? I think we agree more than we disagree.
I agree on that, but I think that
you already agree. You're 1 for 1.
I think that if there's anything you even slightly disagree with, you will jump in to disagree. Like even week 18, where I'm like, someone should tell D'Amico that.
You calling Jeremy argumentative?
Oh,
never.
That is like saying water is wet. That's like saying the sky is blue.
A lot of times I just like to have the conversation, talk through the conversation, even if I don't disagree. Like my opinion's my opinion. Like I'll give you my opinion. A lot of times I'll ask questions to see where you're at on things. Not you specifically, people in general. Especially when you have 15 hours to talk about things.
Yeah.
And I live on the internet, so
yeah.
There is that. What happened week 18?
When I just said someone should tell D'Amico to score the Titans-Jags game, and then you realize someone should tell him the seeding ramifications. Man, it's like, well.
I wasn't coming at you, though.
I know that. Yeah. But I knew you were kind of disagreeing with the premise of, they should pull their starters.
I'm trying to remember exactly why I thought that. I think it was the fact I didn't want them to slip to the 6 seed.
Yeah, it was seeding.
I wanted them to keep the 5 seed. Yeah. Now, they won the game. They won the game while resting guys. So, that was the ultimate. That was the ultimate success. But, no, I didn't want them to lose that game because I didn't want them to be the 6 seed. That's what it was. I want them to play Pittsburgh, not at Jacksonville. I thought Pittsburgh was a better opponent for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think they did beat the Jags either way. For me, it didn't matter to me what seeding they had. Cause I thought with their defense, they could beat anybody. So, whether, I think the best argument of that is 5th seed, there's a chance they could host the AFC Championship game, which is not a realistic, possibility if the Bills beat the Broncos and then they beat, Patriots this week.
That was part of it too.
Yeah,
I wanted to be the 5 seed for that, and then the chances you wouldn't have to host or you wouldn't have to go to Buffalo if you played Buffalo at some point. Now you can make the case that maybe the divisional round would have been easier though. If they're the 6 seed, is it better to go to Denver or to New England?
I would say it's probably better to go to New England. They've never been there before. I'm like, well, let me not say they've never been there before. Cause both quarterbacks haven't been there before. I would say Denver has a better pass rush, and they're better with some of their sim pressures and exotic looks. As obviously they lead the league in sacks by a wide margin because of some of that. That communication is for sure the biggest thing that you need on the road. And playing in Denver, Mile High, that's tricky. I've even had some guys tell me I don't want to go to. If I had to choose, Denver's the least place I want to go.
Really?
I think, in my opinion, the least place you want to go in the January is probably Buffalo if it's snowing, obviously, for clear reasons there. So
yeah. I always feel like whenever you do a show with somebody for the first time or for the first time in a long time, it's kind of like the first date a little bit.
Yeah.
You have to know where they're at, or it's just, or you're just kind of you're just figuring out where their mindset's at, right? You have to establish. For sure. You have to establish the foundation to see where you can go from there. So where are you with this Texans team as they entered the divisional round?
When I was, I've been all over the place. I've been critical of D'Amico and them.
Sure.
We can talk about that. I've been, critical of offensive line at times, Kaylee, et cetera, et cetera. But I remember on Texas Cookout with Chancellor, Sarge, Jonathan. I think it was after the Chiefs game. I was texting them because we got a group chat. I texted them. I just said, man, that. I'll be honest. I don't mind if the Texans season ends earlier. Just generally speaking, not I'm not rooting for them to lose.
No, you're unbiased.
I'm unbiased in that aspect. Obviously they win. It's better for me individually, career wise. Mm-hmm. But I'd be lying if I would say that them losing early doesn't start my offseason earlier. I'm not gonna lie about that. I have no gripes about even admitting that. Now I'm not gonna wish for them to lose.
No. There's pros and cons either way.
Right. There's pros and cons either way. So whether they win or lose, if they lose, It's like, all right, cool, whatever. Like, now I get to enjoy my off season. If they, if I have to work through January or through February, all right, cool. Well, now I'm covering the Super Bowl, which I've never done before. So I've always been saying, like, either, like I said this last week, I get back to the original point, that the Texans, for me, what I viewed it was, if you win in the wild card, go all the way, or don't go. Don't win the wild card game.
I hear you on that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me to the division around me, work a week extra just for you to lose, and then now, I could have been in my offseason a week earlier.
What are you trying to do this offseason?
No, I mean, like, I actually have a decent amount of endeavors that I actually did dive into now. Like, I'm a personal trainer now. Like,
no way.
I'm a speed coach now. So
I see one person you could help.
Yeah. So, I these are things that, like, I actually enjoy also. And in the offseason, there's just more flexibility.
Sure.
To, like, dive into some of the extra stuff. But getting to the Super Bowl, all right, cool. Like, just for the ESPN aspect, all right, now that's dope too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But after the Chiefs game, I remember texting in the chat, like, I told Jonathan, like, hey, get ready to go to San Francisco. So I think they can. If I had to put, like, a favorite out of the AFC, and everybody knows, like, I'm not a homer. I'm not biased. Like, I'm pretty straight down the line. I think they're probably the best team in the AFC right now. I think Denver's, like, right there behind them. Like they're kind of splitting hairs. It kind of just depends which defense makes more game-changing turnovers that day. I don't think either offense will score that much in that game, especially in that environment. But, yeah, I think the Texans are the best team in the AFC right now.
You're out on Buffalo?
I think Buffalo does not – the Texans have Buffalo's number because they just match up so well.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico's scheme, dating back to before D'Amico, Saleh, Jeff Ulbrich, they all give Josh Allen issues. It's kind of funny because, like, before Saleh got to New York in 2020, Josh, I think on Monday Night Football, I guess the Niners tore him up. That was kind of like Josh Allen breakout year and whatnot. But since Saleh got to New York in 2021, granted, one game, if you look at the box score, it says 45-17 or 21-1-2, but I think Mike White was starting that game or whatever. He threw like 4 picks or something like that. And but the defense kind of, like, held up most of the game. And a lot of points. Obviously, they gave up some explosive, et cetera, because they had, like, guys like Guidry guarding Stephon Diggs one-on-one down the sideline or whatever before half. But then I remember in week 18, 2021, Saleh really had that game, a one-possession game, with their just strictly off the defense, because the offense actually had our franchise record low amount of yards they've ever had in a game. I think it was like just might have like 65 yards, something like that. It was insane to watch because, like, Zach was throwing to guys that had never – because they lost their top 3 receivers or 4 receivers for that particular game. But either way, so that showed me, all right, he might have some ideas on how to slow down Josh. And obviously in 2022, they gave Josh everything that he could handle. They actually beat Josh at MetLife with Zach at quarterback. And then in 2023, similar ordeals. Like, they beat Josh on Monday Night Football. And obviously in Buffalo, like, the game was tight. Obviously the Bills won. And then obviously this season, obviously, D'Amico and Jeff had a lot of success with Josh. So my point is that scheme, for whatever reason, they have a beat on how to slow down Josh. And then they don't have the receivers to, like, match up with the Texans secondary. And that's just going to allow the O-line to, like, feast. And, like, I think in those games, Josh just kind of, once he gets hit a couple of times, that's when he kind of turns to, like, I'm going to try to take over the game mode. And that just falls right into the hands of the Texans, how they want you to play. So it's not that I don't think the Bills aren't a good team. I just think that they match up poorly, as poor as you could match up against a specific team against the Texans.
I agree with you. I also don't trust Josh Allen in big moments. I think he can be kind of reckless with the football.
In big moments?
Yeah, big moments. I think he can be
What
reckless.
big moments?
How about that 2-point conversion when he had a wide open tight end in the back of the end zone?
But, like, he's had a bunch of big moments before that.
No,
like, you're not going to be almost with perfect.
He can make no, right, but he's also never been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily his fault.
Sometimes it has been.
Yeah, I would say the last couple times. I would say the last year, whichever year where they got stopped on 4th down. Where, he got blitzed off the edge, didn't see a blitz coming, ran around, blah, blah, blah. That might have been last year, actually.
Yeah.
But the year before that, they drove, and then the kicker missed the field goal to go.
Don't put it in the feet of the kicker. Kickers cannot be trusted in the playoffs.
Yeah, but I think even, that's fair, but, like, still, though, like, you got to rely on your teammates. In the year before, 2021, right? They're up 13. They're up with 13 seconds, and the defense.
That's one where you can certainly let him off the hook. No argument there.
Right. So
I think that he does things on a football field that nobody has ever done and can't do.
For
Maybe
sure,
Lamar,
for sure.
But Josh Allen has power that like Lamar doesn't. Right.
Right.
They're both great runners in kind of different ways.
Yeah.
But I also think that Allen struggles with the simple sometimes, and I think that simple is underrated, and I think sensational is overrated. But I actually think that I think the Bills are going to lose this week at Denver. Actually, so I agree with everything you said about like how it's a matchup advantage for the Texans against Buffalo.
Yeah.
But I actually don't think that we're going to see that matchup because I think Buffalo is going to lose. Why are you negative on D'Amico? I think the thing that I remember is about the little rabbit with the clock. I think when that's the thing that stands out to me.
Yeah.
Why have you been negative on Cap?
Well,
I love Cap.
I'm not as negative on him anymore. I think he made some tweaks, but I would say at that time, he's just like he's a hard coach, but I think sometimes you have to like read the room a little bit and just know how to like reach guys a little bit better in that aspect. And I think he's done a great job of that. Since that interaction, since we had our interaction, I don't think he's lost a game since.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not taking credit for that.
I take credit for it.
I'm not taking credit for that.
I'm single-handedly responsible for their 10-game winning streak, though, DJ, because I've been picking against them every single week.
Good. I haven't, I won't take credit for their turnaround in that aspect, but I would say, like, he just done a better job of, like, communicating with guys. And I would also say that, guys just started playing a little bit better, and they were just finishing games better, and the defense took it up a whole nother notch. I would say. Granted, they were always great, but I think they went from great to me, a historic level.
Yeah.
So, now again, like a lot of that falls on the feet of D'Amico, and he's been a better overall CEO of the team, having a good pulse on the team and things of that nature. So I think I wasn't negative on him. I was more critical of him.
I think it's fair.
Yeah, I was more critical of him. Somebody had to be critical.
Like there's great coaches have negatives to their game. Like everybody has positives and weaknesses, like strengths and weaknesses. D'Amico's no different. I love D'Amico. I think D'Amico's a great coach, great leader.
For sure.
He has his weaknesses as a head coach. I think he can be a bit conservative. I think that, like what you said a little bit, where early in the year maybe he wasn't getting the most out of guys or communicating, things like that. I think he struggles with game management, quite frankly.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think he struggles with
2 minute?
game management. Yeah, I put that a little bit on the quarterback, though. Like, I look more at, like, timeout usage. I don't love how he uses players late in games when they're up big, as you know. I think that can be a little bit reckless at times. Like what happened? Like he actually got Tank Dell hurt a couple of years ago. Tank Dell got concussed like in a 17, 20-point lead late in the fourth quarter. Like little things like that. It was on the road. It was the game where he got concussed because he missed the next week.
He got concussed against the Falcons.
I'll have to go back and look
specifically.
specifically.
He got concussed against the Falcons.
I'll find it.
Yeah. That I remember. Because he got concussed against the Falcons. I remember.
Did he get concussed twice?
You're talking about when
it might have been his knee.
No. So what you're talking about?
He ran into a cart.
It might have been no. I mean, he wasn't out for the year though. He wasn't out for the year.
No, I'm not saying he was out for the year, but yeah, it was the Minnesota game was way over.
Yeah, because they were down by a lot, and then he got hurt.
Okay,
at the end
could
of the
have been
game. And you're probably thinking they should have pulled him. But, y'all kind of get a little sensitive with Tank. Y'all kind of treat Tank like he's not a football player. So,
two things. One, I'm always consistent with bringing players out of games in big leads. Secondly, absolutely, I favor Tank. That's my baby. That's my mijo. I love Tank Dell.
Clearly.
Go Cougs. Now, I mean, he is one of the smallest receivers in the history of the game. I do think that you have to be mindful of that.
Yeah, but, I mean, he's out there. I mean, I think you can't really, like.
Should you use him to block in the box?
You can't. you just can't. You can't. Well, that, I look at it both ways, but, it was funny, though, with the Tank situation, right? When he broke his leg, like, it was very clear everybody was just, because people were like, should have been Noah Brown out there blocking or Robert Woods, so, like, everybody just wanted somebody else to break their leg. Like, nobody wants to admit that, but that's what people were thinking. Like, if it was Noah Brown, would have been fine. That's basically what it was. Like, let's be honest.
I don't like the design there. Like, I don't think you should.
I don't love the
Tank
design
the
either. But like, again, like, okay, so who else do you use there?
I don't want Tank in the box. I want Tank running a go and taking his defender with him.
Right, but again, you need your slot receivers or your receivers to block, and so who would you want it there? Because you're not saying.
I mean, you mentioned them. I mean, I'd rather have those guys blocking than Tank blocking.
And then what's going to happen to them in those situations? Their legs are going to what?
They're going to break, but they're not as important to your offense.
There you go. So that's all I want people to do. Just be honest about it. Like, y'all wanted somebody else to break their leg. Like, if you just say that,
well,
all right,
that's
cool.
not fair.
It's not fair.
No, but that's not what I want. I don't want any slot receiver blocking the spot. I want him running a go route and taking a defender with him.
But that's not.
But it was the goal line.
It's the goal line. So where are you going to take him to?
I mean, they have to run with you. They have to defend you running the route. If you run into the back pylon, they're going with you.
Go route. They're on the 3-yard line.
What do you mean? If you're in the slot, you run a corner, your defender that's marking you is going to track you.
Because theoretically, if they're in zone, let's say they're not, man. Let's say theoretically they're in zone. That would change. Yeah, then like they're looking and they see, oh, okay.
That would change things admittedly. If you're in man, he is going to track you. If
yeah,
you're in zone,
yeah. So it is what it is. They're like, it's okay. Like it's not.
Noah Brown always gets hurt anyways. Like if he doesn't break his leg on that play, he's going to break his leg next week anyway. DJ.
I mean, I get what you're saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like I just want to in that particular situation, I wanted people just to be honest with themselves. Like
that was also a previous OC. Like blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, with this OC, a lot of inside, a lot of slot guys have to block linebackers, and they got to get in the nitty gritty.
Yeah.
Now I will say here, they go more 13 personnel down there, but yeah.
They do a lot of that.
Yeah.
They do a lot of that. So what's your beef with Caley?
I don't have much beef with him. I think he's
negative. You said you were negative about him.
I was at one point, but I think he's solid. You know what I'm saying? I think he's solid. I think he's gotten much better throughout the season. I think he kind of knows what his identity is, knows what he's good at calling.
Yeah.
I mean, his pass game is still kind of mid, but run game, I think I see the vision. Like if they had Joe Mixon, they'd probably be if they had Joe Mixon, they probably would have been 14-3.
Do you want to tell us what happened to Joe Mixon?
I mean, it's just his foot messed up. Like, it just never healed. I think it's pretty simple as that.
Oh, it wasn't like any sort of re-aggravation?
Nah.
Shot himself in the foot?
No Plaxico. No Plaxico. Nah, he ain't doing nothing like that.
That's crazy that it's
because if he did anything crazy, it would have got out. Like somebody would have found out.
I agree.
Yeah. My dog Aaron would have found that out eventually.
But he's only right half the time.
He's right more than he's wrong.
I know. He's 90% of the time he's right.
Yeah, he's 90. It's just like his 10 be like crazy misses.
Yeah, like CJ with his knee and
or D'Amico not coming.
Gonna be ready by week 1.
Yeah.
I love Aaron. I love Aaron. We're just having a little fun.
Yeah,
having a little fun at Aaron's expense.
But yeah, I think with with Mixon, it was just the foot just never healed.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he played on it in that playoff game in Kansas City, right?
He was fine.
So what? I mean, excuse me if I'm naive on how his foot was last year, but it feels like if he could play it in Kansas City, how does he miss the entire year the next year?
I mean, I guess
unless something.
Remember, he's on the N. He was on the NFI. Is that what it's called? Yeah, he was on the NFI.
He was away from the team, right?
He probably got hurt away from the team.
Okay,
so probably rehab, maybe.
Yeah, so whatever he was doing, that was that. But his folks don't want any information on that out. Like. It's pretty funny. Like, his agent's a nutcase.
Really?
Yeah, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't even mind saying that publicly. Like, like I don't really care for most of the agents, to be honest.
Crazy attacks Tracy.
Yeah, I don't really care for most of the agents, to be honest. Like,
you don't deal with them?
Nah, not really. I don't text agents for real. Like, they're all liars, and they be capping. Like, like, but I understand where they're coming from. Like, there's some that I am cool with and I rock with, but like most of them I couldn't care much about. Like I'm not gonna kiss I don't kiss that you know what. You know what I'm saying?
You rather get it through the team.
Yeah, because they're more likely to, somebody's more likely to tell you the truth because it's so many people that are part of a team. Agent is like just his viewpoint, and he only gonna talk in a way that makes his team look good. I remember I had an agent tell me.
They're biased. I mean, they're representing their client.
Yeah, exactly.
That's their job.
Yeah, for sure. So like they're like, there's like you can't. The only valuable information you can get from an agent for is transactional, and all the relationship with agents are transactional. You know what I'm saying? Like, which is why like you see the same people breaking the same stories because they have the relationship with agents, and that's no knock to them because if I'm an agent and I give information to Adam or I give information to Ian, and then like I get a deal done or whatever, and they at me, that's gonna let everybody know. All right, I'm the one who got the deal done.
Free pub.
It's free pub, and that's gonna increase the likelihood that you get more clients. So like it makes sense. Like I'm not gonna act like agents are tripping for how they operate, But I'm just not gonna play that. I played that game when I first got in the industry. I'm not doing that no more. Like that's just wasting my time.
Y'all have different jobs.
Exactly.
They have an agenda. You have a job. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I'm curious where you are with Stroud. We'll get to that on the other side. Also, Patriot fears that I have. I went back. I mean, of course, I watched the game live, but I went back and watched the condensed game yesterday. A few fears that I have, and I want you to put me in check because you're good at that. You're good at putting me in check. So I want some of the fears that I have for them. Maybe they're not fears. Maybe I'm being radical. Maybe I'm being crazy. Plenty to get to today, though. 713-780-ESPN, the HR&P listener line. We'll get to some stuff around the NFL, too. Harbaugh's going to the Giants. How do we like that fit? Plenty to get to. On Twitch, be careful. Twitch.tv/ESPN975.
A fat guy in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
DJ. Twitch should have jobs. They're in there all day. All day. YouTube, ESPN Houston. You can follow along on TikTok at ESPN975. Also on Twitter at ESPN975. DJ's at DJ Bieneme on Twitter. You can follow him there. Always putting out some good stuff. Of course, he reports for the Texans for ESPN. And then I'm at Jeremy Branham. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. We'll get to where DJ's at with CJ Stroud after a rough outing in the wild card round. Some rough, maybe some good. We'll see where he's at on that. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
DJ's in for Joe today. Rocky on the YouTube says Mixon shot his foot. Let's get real. Who would just make that up? The internet. The internet makes up everything. Text line is roasting me. Thanks to you, DJ. Appreciate it.
For
DJ's
what?
calling you a contrarian, and he's accurate.
Yep.
DJ, Branham just likes to hear the sound of his own voice when he's wrong, just like my wife.
Well, dang.
I actually don't like talking much outside of when the red light is on. I'm actually very quiet, truth be told.
It's hard for me to believe that.
Well, I know, because that's all you hear is like whenever you see or you hear something, right?
I mean,
you don't hang out with me 24 hours a day.
A radio guy not wanting to talk. And
I would, DJ, I'm a unicorn when it comes to radio guys.
I can confirm before he steps into the studio, Jeremy says nothing to Joe and I.
I don't like talking. It's not that I don't like talking. It's just I'm not a huge chit chatter. Like I'm not great with like small talk. Small talk's not my thing. I rather listen than talk. Like I'd rather like learn and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Would you rather lose this weekend or lose in the Super Bowl? Because you could still cover the Super Bowl though if you lose. Like I think it's easily losing the Super Bowl.
Yeah, easily. 'Cause at that point, like Super Bowl's dope. So yeah. I would rather that. I would rather that without question.
Like the exposure and then like all the work that you're going to be doing is the same.
Yeah,
whether you win or lose.
Yeah.
It just might have a different narrative once it's done, or a different tone to it once it's done.
Right. Correct. So I agree there.
Hey DJ, let me ask you: shouldn't we be giving more credit to Matt Burke than we seem to be giving?
No.
Wow.
Nah. It's still D'Amico's defense.
But he's calling plays.
Yeah, it's still D'Amico's defense.
You think he should be a head coach?
It's tricky. It's kind of like my answer would be: do you think? I mean, I don't know. I don't know because it's not his defense per se. Like he calls the plays, but D'Amico has a lot more, influence on what's being called, and not even what's being called, but like he just has more influence than we realize. Like a lot. So there's a good amount of times where like let's say there is a particular type of defense D'Amico wants to run in these certain situations. That's what's gonna be ran. Yeah. Even though Burke is calling the plays, but that's still what's gonna be ran.
He still has a boss as he's calling plays.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Joe sounds cooler and more intelligent today. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I won't actually say the rest of that sentence. There was more to that text that I'm not going to say.
That's good. Being a good teammate.
So where are you at? Well, actually, yeah, I guess we'll go with that. Where are you at with Stroud?
It depends what the question is. Like, where am I at? Like, in what sense?
How much confidence do you have in him right now today?
I still got a good amount of confidence in him. Yeah, I still think like he's arguably still a top 10 guy. It's just, yeah, that's still the game. It was a weird watch because like there was no midline. It was like like when you watch a mid quarterback play football, there's rarely any highs, rarely any lows. It's very much like dink and dunk. Guys get yacked. Like kind of like watching Alex Smith in the playoffs. Like you weren't gonna get nothing too crazy. You don't get nothing too low.
Smith catching strays.
You know what I'm saying? But that one was like you saw explosive plays.
Yeah. And
then you would ask yourself like, people were asking me, yo, is he playing for the Steelers also? Like, does he want to go home too? And so that was that. I've never seen him play like that.
Right.
Yeah, I've never seen that type of outing. Because usually, cause we've covered him for like the past, he's been here for the past 3 seasons. Like in big games, he usually plays well where you think you have a shot, right? So like that was one of the few big games that like if the other team had like some semblance of offense, it could have got kind of wonky early on. So yeah. So that was a weird game, but I still have a lot of confidence in him overall.
The fact that they went over 400 yards and you mentioned like some of the explosive plays you mentioned. He had some brilliant plays. Like it gives me confidence that it's there, and I know I've always felt that it was there. I agree with you that he has like top 10 potential. I'm not sure he's played to a top 10 quarterback this year, but I think he has top 10 potential. It's just the bad in that game was like, oh my goodness. Now I will say that he usually doesn't have that kind of bad. Like he doesn't fumble the ball.
Right.
Like, I think it's an anomaly. That interception, like that's one of the last few weeks he's been thrown in the front row.
Right.
Like it was weird.
Yeah. Like even like I think the next series where he took a sack where it was like very clear like he wasn't gonna do what he just did the previous drive where he threw that pick. So like it was a very, very uncharacteristic type of performance where at times he looked a little rattled for a few possessions. Because there's been times where he's told us like, cause we have a lot of conversation where like, there've been times where like, all right, he might get a little shaking up. Might be a big hit or whatever. But he shakes it off. Like that one felt like he was a little bit in his head for a little second, but he was. Then you see him uncork a 46-yard throw to Christian Kirk. You know what I'm saying? So like,
I almost feel like he gave too much respect to their pass rush. Like I think that kind of influenced the botch snaps a little bit too. Because you go back and watch the replays of some of them, like before the ball's even in his hands, he's like looking up to see where the rush is at. Like, it's almost like he's like gave them too much respect.
Interesting.
My kind of like big picture view on Stroud. I like Stroud. I'm pro Stroud. I think Stroud has top 10 potential. I don't know. Probably not the day for this sidebar conversation. Like, should they pay him $60 million? Like,
we got that conversation. Yeah, later on. But yeah, go ahead.
Would you pay him $60 million?
I don't think I pay any guy $60 million for real. Like, there's not. Because like it just limits how much you can put around those guys, and I think now we're kind of ushering into a new era where like not overpaid, highly paid quarterbacks. Eventually, that's going to catch up to you because you're not going to be able to give them the pieces they need. Because, like, I don't know why we got into, like, this idea that, like, like, for example, like, a couple years back, I'm not going to mention the other quarterback's name, but, like, let's focus on Brock, right? Brock had all these weapons, blah, 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 and, like, people use that as a negative. Like, every quarterback needs weapons and protection to succeed. Like, and, I'm glad that we kind of saw it this year with Mahomes, right, where, like, he didn't have what he needed and he struggled a lot. And I'm glad we was able to see that. Or at least not, at least media was able to see that. So then, like, they can start having these, nonsensical conversations about, well, we're going to ding this guy because of the weapons that he has. Like, I think that's stupid. Like, in all honesty. Now, if you want to contextualize that, like, hey, this guy's doing a little bit more with less. All right, that's a fair conversation. But, like, dinging his overall production because he has good players, bro, newsflash, everybody that's good that produces has good guys around them, period. Like, you need teammates. Like, it's almost like sometimes we forget, like, football's not basketball. Like in basketball, like, one guy can go and average 30 and lose a bunch of games, but he's averaging 30 because he can really do it by himself, right? Football, you can't, So I don't really think you should pay anybody $60 million, in all honesty.
Yeah, I like this take because it's too big. It's too big a slice of the pie.
Yeah,
because the salary cap makes it. You have a pie. Here's how much money you can spend. I would even piggyback that to say, especially with this team. Like, this team's built on defense. Are you going to pay CJ Stroud? At the expense of losing one of your defensive players. Like,
well, it depends which one you lose, though.
How many guys can you play? You can actually pay top dollar because Will Anderson's going to get top dollar,
right?
If CJ Stroud gets extended, he's going to get at least 55, I would think.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I would say like it's fine, but like it's fine to pay a quarterback 55.
But is it? Is it with this team though? Because if it cost you, let's say it cost you Kamari, and
I don't think it would cost you Kamari though.
All right, who would it cost you then? Like what?
It could cost you.
Trickle down.
It could. The guy you'd have to worry the most about is Bullock.
Yeah,
it could cost you Bullock because Bullock is going to generate a lot of money on the free agent on the open market, right? Like, Kamari plays obviously in people's eyes a premium position.
Sure.
That we've kind of, fair or not, we've seen the Texans kind of rotate through safeties over the years.
No doubt.
Like the only corners we've seen on the outside since D'Amico's got here is really Sting, Nelson, and Kamari for the most part. They play a lot of time.
And then like depth guys,
exactly,
options,
right?
But
we can name. It's a long list of guys that you can name that play safety for them since D'Amico's been there. You can go with Jimmy Ward, DeAndre Carson, Houston, who they picked up off the street, Kayvon Wallace.
Even Reed's a 6th rounder.
Yeah, Reed. Like there's a lot of guys that you can mention that play. Like Miles Bryant plays a decent amount. Like they'll have guys that were on practice squads get called up and they're playing a lot of minutes. They're playing a lot of snaps.
Yeah,
for the Texans defense. So
you go back to San Francisco. Remember they had that rookie who was 5th, 6th rounder who was Pro Bowler his rookie year.
Mufanga.
So they can kind of like get a lot of production at the safety position from a lot of people. I think they can do that at defensive tackle too.
For sure. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's more like, the question is, do you lose a guy like Bullock or do you lose a guy like Daniil, right? Because Daniil's mentioned, like, is Daniil willing to take friendly cuts or whatever. So I think it's more of that than anything.
If it's Bullock, though, like, would you rather have Stroud and some, like, random safety, or would you rather level down slightly a quarterback to keep a Bullock?
Oh, I'd rather keep CJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd be okay with that if you can pay all those guys. Like, if you can pay CJ, keep Nico around, obviously build a solid offensive line, because I still think that they could certainly use a talent-boosted offensive line.
For sure.
The corners are big to me. Like, I think those are premium positions. I think defensive ends are premium positions. So, if you can keep all those guys, cool.
For sure.
I'm willing to sacrifice, safety at the expense of keeping CJ.
Yeah,
if I had to sacrifice a Lassiter, then I feel differently.
Right. Yeah. The only thing you got to worry about, like, if Lassiter's agent is trying to demand, like, 20-something million per
Which
year.
you can understand if he would be.
Yeah, then at that point, it changes the math now, because it's like, all right, well, do you really want to pay? It's kind of like, do you pay two receivers? They're almost $30 million, right? Like, I think the Cowboys going to be in a situation, and obviously the Bengals, and it's the same thing on the opposite side. Do you pay, or you got one guy making 30, do you pay another guy like 20 plus, right? So it gets tricky there, right? But like again, like Kamari is clearly, I think, and it goes without even saying, like I was thinking about topic when I was on the, dating back to yesterday, like Kamari would be a number one corner on so many teams in the NFL right now. Like,
sure.
Like if you just went through the list, like he'd be number one for Buffalo, Miami, New York, Dallas, Giants, Commanders, Ravens, Bengals.
Top 10 money.
Bears,
top 10 corner money.
Lions, Packers, Vikings.
Right.
Yeah, I'm still going through it. I got a hot one. He'd be number one corner for the Colts.
Hey, that is spicy.
Yeah, but I mean, Kamari fits more of my play style that I want for my cornerback.
You want a guy who can kind of pop a little bit and cover
and take the ball away.
Like, would you agree that Sauce
can't take the ball away?
Would you agree that Sauce is a better coverage corner?
He might be a little bit better, but he gets away with some ticky-tack stuff. But like, I'm not gonna hold that too much against him. No. But like I would rather, like, let's say Sauce is like an A at coverage theoretically, but Kamari's at like an A minus, but his ball skills are like an A plus.
Agreed.
Sauce is like a D plus, C minus.
Yeah.
Like, talking about getting your hands on the ball and being able to take it away.
Sure. He can cover you, but he's not going to get a whole lot of interceptions.
Right.
That's valuable, especially to D'Amico.
Yeah. 1,000%. Like Coach Dino told me one time, like the most important thing for him in a cornerback is, can you take the ball away? Like I remember there's one DC that I was talking to at Senior Bowl, and he mentioned that he could not stand his corner because let me not say couldn't stand his corner. But he mentioned that one of the real flaws he had, one of his corners, was he couldn't take the ball away.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that matters so much to a lot of defensive coordinators.
He was saying this in general or about a specific player?
About a specific player.
You don't want to say it was?
Nah,
fair enough.
I was just, you know what I'm saying? Because then that's gonna tie it all together.
I wasn't trying to be messy. I thought I was wondering if I missed
No, he didn't. He was talking about a very specific guy, right? But again, like he was just saying like that matters a lot. Now, he did also say at that time that he wouldn't love a guy like Trayvon Diggs because Trayvon gave up too many explosives for him.
Okay.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? So
it's like a happy medium.
Yeah. So it's like a happy medium. Like, can you take the ball away? Why not giving up too many explosives? Because people gonna give up some explosives. Like, that happens. But like, that can't be like your weakness that you give up a bunch. You give up explosives. Then all right, that kind of cancels it out. So like theoretically, the best of Trayvon Diggs, I would rather have Sauce over the best of Trayvon Diggs versus the best of Sauce, right? But if they're kind of equal in the coverage aspect, I'm gonna always go with the guy that can take the ball away. So yeah. So, like, that's another team, number one corner. Will be the number one corner for Tennessee. Will be the number one corner for the Saints, the Bucks. Trent McDuffie's tricky. Call it a wash. Yeah, that's a wash. I'm going to wash. Raiders, Chargers, Cardinals, Rams. And then it's a toss-up between the Niners and the Seahawks because Witherspoon's pretty good. But the thing about that,
how many teams was that?
We're talking about like at a wash where you take a guy like
25 teams.
That was at least half the league.
That's what I'm saying.
He's gonna get top 10 money.
Yeah. So that actually, now that I think about it, we talked it out. All right, now that kind of changes the math there a little bit. Like it's like okay,
what's top 10 money looking like these? I'll look that up.
Top 10 money is over 20. Yeah, like Lenore got 20 and J.C. Horn got 25.
And you don't get the fifth year with Kamari too, so you got to make that decision earlier.
Yeah, you got to make the decision after next season.
See, that's kind of the calculus. Like, if you can figure it out, cool.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take away from the defense. Like, to me, like, you have this, you called it earlier, what you call it, generational or historic.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a generational historic defense, you can't tear that apart. You can't. You got to keep that together. It's how they're built. And plus, you have D'Amico as a defensive-minded coach.
Yeah. But, you know, end of the day, right? If you want to keep it, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's tricky, man. That that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I say no quarterback to me is worth like 65.
Yeah,
Cause like at the end of the day, like you still gotta rely on talented guys doing the job. So like, it's not 7-on-7. It's not pitch and catch. You know what I'm saying? It's not routes on air. So it's kind of gets tricky because like of all the other pieces you could potentially lose, because you're gonna be paying Will top. You're gonna be paying Will top of the market. CJ close to top of the market. Stinky top of the market. Nico's gonna want his deal redone. He got Drew Rosenhaus. His deal whenever, 'cause I think like he could probably redo it next offseason. That's gonna be top of the market.
Yeah.
Or close to the top of the market. Right? Like you're gonna have to figure out what you're gonna do with Titus, right? Because Titus, you have to make a decision on that, whether you want to trade him or re-up, and he knows that. Right? You're gonna have to, redo Aziz's deal, right? Because he's going last year of his deal. You're gonna have to figure that out. Granted, like Aziz, you don't really, gotta worry too much about that. So yeah. Right? So yeah, so that's kind of where that's at, man. Like, so it's like, no, I wouldn't pay CJ 60. 55 is it's a little different, right?
This offseason?
It depends on the playoffs finish.
Because he's eligible, of course.
Yeah, it depends on the playoffs finish. But yeah, it depends on the playoffs. But like I if I was Nick, I would have no issue paying him. So like,
okay,
yeah, I think it's more like from their side. Like I wonder if they still want to see a little bit more. But like,
I'm sitting on something D'Amico said and is mic'd up that I'm not going to do yet because people get mad at me whenever I talk off-season stuff during the playoffs.
Okay.
He said something during that mic'd up, and that 15-minute mic'd up. That was like, it caught my attention.
Okay.
Caught my attention. But I'm sitting on it, DJ.
All right, no problem.
Sitting
no
on
problem.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. WEEI, they do radio in New England. They're very confident in the Patriots, DJ. We're going to play some sound from one of their hosts up there that is very confident in the Patriots. A bunch of people asking questions for DJ, too. We'll get to those as well. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
DJ B Anime's in for Joe today. Brian's trying to be hip today. I can't imagine why. I'm trying to...
This song has literally been on my
Usually
playlist
he's playing like
for
grunge
months.
music and stuff, like Metallica and Nirvana.
I don't play Metallica.
His rejoins are a lot different today.
You mean this song that's been on my quick start page for months?
I don't know what's on your quick search page.
I play this song all the time.
This song sucks.
This song sucks.
You were like jamming with it. You were not.
Nah, not really. I was probably
your
looking.
head
I was
back
probably
and
looking.
forth.
I was probably looking at something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie says Lassiter's not better than Kool-Aid.
Junkie? Kool-Aid? We'll get up out of here, man. You drinking the wrong Kool-Aid. Talking about he not better than Kool-Aid. He's talking about the dude from the Saints. Come on, man. Be for real.
CJ single-handedly the most important person playing in the playoffs right now, depending on how good he plays, is going to be the outcome, I believe, for the Super Bowl, says a junkie. Another junkie. Can you ask DJ if he knows if CJ is just in his head? Is he losing confidence in himself? He doesn't seem like the old CJ.
I would say CJ is a different person now than he was as a rookie. I would say that. I think that has a lot more to do with, like, his journey and his faith and things of that nature. So he just has a different approach now compared to how he was before. So, like, yeah, he's just a different guy. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think, like, he's lost his edge.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not as roller coaster from an emotional standpoint. I think he's more even keel. So there's pros and cons to that. I know people were trying to say, like, he was pouty on the sideline. But actually, like, when people were starting to say that, like, I grabbed Sarge's binoculars and I was just staring at CJ for, like, I think it was after the last turnover.
Yeah.
And I just kind of, like, watched him for, like, that entire series.
I am having a lot of fun, though, with the he lost his smile thing. I'm really getting a kick out of that. Not that I think it matters or it's tangible.
Yeah.
I think he just has resting B face. I have resting JB face. I know what it's like. People think I'm mad all the time. I'm not. I just have resting JB face.
Yeah, he should be that's just how he looks a lot of times.
Yeah, he's even talked about it.
Yeah, like, it's not. But it's funny, though, like, he's, like, super approachable. Like, he's a nice guy. Like, he's overall a nice guy. Like, there's a lot of conversations him and I, some of the other people on Beat have had that are, like, beyond, like, football, where we're just really diving in deep into conversations and just talking about different perspectives and whatnot. Like, he's a very introspective guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like sometimes, he's admitted sometimes he can be a little moody, but
I mean, aren't we all?
Aren't we all? Like, there's times where I wake up and I'm just, like, annoyed that, like, like,
I'm annoyed that I woke up.
Yeah, I'm annoyed that I woke up, but not in a sense like I'm not grateful to be alive, but I'm annoyed that, like, dang, I woke up at 7. Why didn't I wake up at 8:30?
Same.
Like,
Same.
so that's that. So that's everybody. Everybody's moody to an extent, man. Like,
I'm very moody, by the way.
Nah, that's unfortunate. You're too old to be moody.
Yeah, well, I'm
always moody. You
hey, what? That. Hold on.
You too old to be old. You say you moody a lot. You too old for that, though.
How do you know how old I am? How old do you think I am?
You gotta be like 40.
Dang, you nailed it. You hit it right on the head. You know ball.
Yeah,
you know ball.
You don't look 40 per se, but, like, you're 40. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not. Like,
I'm a man.
Yeah. You married, you got kids.
It's true.
Yeah, so, like,
I have a family, DJ.
Yeah. So
I got to put food on the table.
Yeah.
People are like, why do you tweet so much? I got to put food on the table.
He's got a mortgage to pay for.
I got a mortgage, DJ.
I got a mortgage, too.
Those
I get it, bro.
property taxes are going up. It's why I use Ownwell.com. Fix those property taxes today.
But I'm getting property tax exemption.
How?
I don't know. I let my fiance handle that. I just fill out what she told me to fill out. All right, cool.
You're marrying well.
Yep.
You're marrying well.
Because, my fiance is a lawyer. So, all that legal stuff, I just let her handle that. Because it's like, why? That made no sense.
Don't get in the way.
Why would I get in the way of that?
Don't get in the way. Where'd y'all meet?
Instagram, about 5 years ago, actually.
You hop in her DMs or she hop in yours?
I hopped in hers. But I wasn't even like, I wasn't really like shooting my shot. I was just more or less complimenting her. I wasn't really shooting my shot.
Is that one and the same?
That feels like one of the same.
Is a compliment the same thing as shooting your shot?
Nah, because sometimes you just shooting a compliment, you just shoot a compliment. Not every time,
Yeah, but you're hoping that it goes a certain way.
You're a single man, though.
Yeah, but, like,
would you have done it if she was ugly?
I might, not if she was ugly, but, like, if she was doing something dope, though, I'd be like, oh, that's what's up. That's dope.
I hear you on that.
Yeah. Not every shot, not every shot is, not every compliment is you shooting a shot. Sometimes, you just say, oh, nah, like, you look good today or whatever. I could tell you, you blah, 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 and that's that. You know what I'm saying? Nothing more.
I think if you're
less.
commenting on her looks, though, I think it's a shot.
Maybe.
Like if you're giving her like praise for like an accomplishment, I can see where that's not.
All right, but all I
shot.
said was, but here's the thing though, right? Like my comment couldn't have been shooting a shot because I told her, "Hey, you look really beautiful." I think it was like day after Valentine's Day or day of. I was like, "I hope you didn't spend Valentine's Day by yourself." So like
that's a shot.
How's that a shot?
That's
if
a shot.
I'm telling
100%.
you better not have been by yourself.
Because you're like, I want to be that guy next year.
No, but that's
If
not.
you're lonely, let me slide next.
Nah,
year.
but that's not.
what you're saying.
No. Because if she would have said that because she said she was with somebody, whatever.
Oh,
but like, even if she said she wasn't, I was gonna be like, oh, that should have been me. Like that's corny.
It is corny.
Yeah, so I wasn't gonna say that. I was just gonna be like,
but you were planting the seed.
Maybe.
Yes.
But like I wasn't shooting my shot
you
yet. And then a month later I came back around.
That's like getting to your spot though and getting ready to shoot your shot.
There you go.
So
Oh
wait,
yeah. So I might be playing seed, but I wasn't like
But that's
full blown shooting my
I
shot
think
there.
I mean, but I still think
But
the
she was
shot's the mindset.
She was with somebody, right? And you said
Yeah,
you came back
yeah.
a month later.
Yeah, I came back a month later.
So were you
Followed
stalking to find out when she broke up? And then you hit her
Nah,
up?
she wasn't with somebody like in a relationship.
It was
She was
just
just
a
like,
Okay,
that type of
all
thing.
right.
Yeah, it's Valentine's Day. Like, most women that are single are out with somebody on Valentine's Day. You know what I'm saying?
Look, we're arguing like the semantics if you shooting your shot. I think that's great game.
Yeah,
for what it's worth.
for sure.
I'm not
It worked, though.
knocking. It worked
Clearly.
Not
Shooting-
blaming, not blaming
Shooting your shot or planting the seed or however you want to describe it's pass fail. It worked or it didn't work.
That's facts.
And you're with her. It worked. Doesn't matter what he was doing.
That's facts.
He's engaged. When did y'all get engaged?
May 30th. No, was it May 30th? Yeah, May 30th
you
of
might wanna remember
2025.
that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and put in that Google calendar.
Yeah. May 30th, 2025.
Congratulations.
So.
I didn't know you were engaged. Congratulations.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
I don't.
awesome.
I put. I don't really get too public on
I hear
Twitter
you on
what I
that.
got going on. You know what I'm saying? I kind of like keep that, to me. But if you check my Instagram, you'll see it. Generally speaking, not at you, but just generally speaking, I try to keep, not
I'm
kind
the
of hiding
same way.
stuff, but it's just more like,
Yeah.
It's a lot of weirdos on Twitter. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
no.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
a lot of weirdos on Twitter.
I'm the same exact way. I don't really put a whole lot of my family stuff. I'll talk about them and every now and then, but not too much.
Like you'll never catch me like at my fiance or soon to be wife on Twitter. Like
the only time I'll do that is whenever, because my wife's a realtor, so every now and then I'll do a little bit.
Oh,
like,
okay, that's
hey,
smart. Yeah.
So if you need a realtor, get at me.
There you go.
713-780-3776. If you need a lawyer, get it at DJ.
Yes.
Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Malcolm, you're in with Jeremy and DJ. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man? This is Big Mac from Lamar.
Hey, what's up?
And I hear that the New England people are confident, but I look at it like this. When I looked at the stats, it said Drake May had 2 turnovers last game against the Chargers. I don't hear nobody talking about that. And the Chargers defense is nowhere as good as our defense. I also think that the guys he'll benefit from playing a bad game. I think that CJ's a guy that you can talk to, and he'll probably do that. He'll probably correct himself more than anybody else because he'll feel like he let his teammates down, but they were still able to win. His best game he played this season, if I'm correct, is when Nico wasn't there. And then when the Saturday game comes, and if Buffalo beats Denver, that's even more incentive for us to beat New England to bring that AFC division game home, and we can exercise those demons of when Buffalo and Frank Reich came back on the Houston Oilers. And also, you got to look at our team. Our team is more hungry. They've been together 3 years. CJ, Denico, Will, the lead on the defense. This is Mike Vrabel's first year there, even though he played for the Patriots before, and he's not a new coach. Drake May, second year, we gave Drake a lot of trouble last year. So I feel like when it comes down to it, we have a Super Bowl talented defense. We had guys that are more hungry on our team. They wanted more. Houston doesn't have anything. We've never been to an AFC division champion. AFC division championship. They get to write their name in the history books for that. If we make it to the Super Bowl, they get to write their names in the history books for that. This team will never be forgotten. Some things are preordained, and that's just my opinion. And I think the AFC championship will be played in Houston, hosted by Houston.
All right.
And Houston Texans will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
There you go. Appreciate it, Malcolm. He's preordained. Texans will host the Bills. I hope he's right.
I mean, why even watch
I
now?
hope he's right. Well, for the entertainment aspect of it. Still very entertaining.
So the Patriots don't want it? This is what I took from Malcolm's call.
You got to want it more. It's one of the keys to victory.
I guess my question, first off, he said big Mike or Big Mac, as you said. Like, I wonder, is he actually big or is he just like, is he tall? Like, I'd be wondering that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it does. Like, you could call anybody big. Like,
Yeah,
I've seen like 5'5", 125 pounders called like big.
Yeah,
God,
I know.
you
I'd be wondering, like, do they call him that because he like the OG?
Yeah,
you know
I
what I'm saying?
wonder
I'd be
why
wondering
they
that.
call him that.
That.
Or if it's like a parody to his actual size.
For sure. But I would say,
That's so true.
I would say, I don't really buy the cliche that like they want it more. Like, that's
I
a
don't
cliche.
either.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, like everything else he said made sense though. Like CJ, you know, blah blah blah. And now Chargers defense is close. I ain't gonna, it's not better, but it is close to the, you know, whatever. And we saw obviously what they did to Drake May and whatnot. So obviously we know what the Texans defense could possibly do. But yeah,
I thought May was okay in that game.
Yeah, he was all right.
The interception was tipped by T.R. Tart. Like,
yeah.
Whatever. The fumble was the fumble was legit. Like, he got hit and fumbled the ball.
Yeah. Nah. Do you ever? Well, you're on the air when they're on. Do you ever watch First Things First?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So
I don't watch any like sports stuff before a show.
Okay. Nah. So I watch. The only show I consistently watch is First Things First. But like I watch like clips. I gotta watch some First Take here and there.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. But
bounce around a little bit.
Yeah. But so like one of the hosts named Kevin Wiles, he argued up and down with Nick Wright and Chris Broussard that like it was ludicrous to even think that May could have a bad game. He think it was ludicrous to even think that because he was having an MVP season. And it was just funny that.
I mean, against the Chargers, I would say he was probably. His game was somewhat similar to Stroud because he made some big time throws and like some big time runs. He also like took a couple of sacks, and you can get to him. Like he takes some sacks
for sure.
But like I don't think I wouldn't call his game against the Chargers like a good game. He was fine, but it wasn't a good. I think he played better than Stroud did last week.
I mean, debatable to be honest. I mean, they both had multiple turnovers. Like I would say that
I think May using his legs though sets him over the top. Put him over, specifically in their games, like in their wild card games. I think May played better.
All right, that's fine. Like, you know.
But I don't think it was leaps and bounds. I think it was like, just one level up.
Yeah,
one rung up.
Yeah, maybe.
But I wouldn't call May's performance good, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. No, I get that.
So I wouldn't say that it's ludicrous that he like couldn't have a bad game.
Yeah, like he couldn't have had a bad game to start his playoff, career or whatnot, which is, lunacy. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. But the one point I did want to touch on when you mentioned that people in Boston are super confident and whatnot.
All right, let's hit that on the other side. Let's hit that on the other side. Plus, I got a little audio for that, too, from the boys at WEEI. We'll do that when we come back. DJ's in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. DJ's in for Joe. I'm still me. Eric the Buyer says it was 100% a shot, DJ. Look how it worked out, though. You're getting married and have no property taxes. You win. Ownwell.com, though. Maybe you'll lower your property taxes. Big Shot DJ says Wheat Straw. DJ the Sniper shooting shots from a mile away. J-Bone strikes me as the type of guy who's been spiritually 40 years old even when he was 20 years old. Man, I was spiritually 40 years old when I was 14. 20. That's insulting. No, I've been, I've always... I don't know if I want to use the word mature. I don't know if mature is the word. I've just kind of always been an old head, I think.
I don't know if I can say I've always been an old head.
No, you're young and hip. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of got more like leveled out recently as like within the past couple of years. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're getting wifed up.
For sure. But, I just, I had to grow up in a lot of aspects.
Everybody does, though. Yeah. That's part of life.
Nah, for sure. That I don't disagree. But yeah, man. I mean, here I am now, 31 years old now.
You're young.
Ish.
That's pretty young.
Yeah, but I mean, all the kids I speed train, they all call me Unc.
I would start putting a lot of your money in the 401ks. That's the one thing I tell everybody that's younger than me. Invest your money, DJ.
No, I'm for sure gonna do that.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, I think you're in a good spot.
Yeah.
With
I'm
the,
for sure
the
gonna do
missus.
that. Yeah, I'm for sure gonna do that.
They call you Unc.
Some of the kids, yeah.
You're 31. They call you Unc.
They call me Unc. Yeah,
Sheesh.
like.
And
then when we talk about music, it's crazy. It's like we're speaking different languages. Like they do not care for any of the current age anybody's rappers, R&B singers.
They listen to like Mr. Beast.
Like there's one guy called Fat Mac. Another kid tried to put me on this one called B65 or something like that. I know I'm butchering that, and someone else tried to put me on this guy named Prada Bag Shoddy.
I've never even heard of these people.
I didn't even know you could put those.
Is that guy?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I didn't know you could put those letters together and create a theme. You know what I'm saying? Like Prada Bag Shoddy is the craziest one.
Had you heard of any of these before?
No,
I
didn't hear any of these. The only guys.
How old are these kids?
Something like 15, 16, 17.
Did you listen to them? Like, what do they sound
like?
I
would play it during the workout, and then I would tell them, man, this is trash.
Yeah.
I tell them this is trash, especially Fat Mac. Prada Bag Shoddy is terrible, too. The B65, 92, whatever, he's decent. Like, he good
the best
workout music. Yeah, for sure. They don't like Kendrick. They don't care for, like, and I mentioned some older guys that be like, oh, my dad listens to him.
Really?
Yeah, like I remember Rick Ross, one kid was like, yeah, my dad listens to him. Or like, Jeezy, my dad listens to him. Lil Wayne, my dad listens to him.
Well, how did they feel about like Paul Simon?
Who? Paul Simon?
I do not know this man.
You don't know who Paul Simon is?
Who's Paul Simon?
You can call me Al.
I just.
You can call me Al. That's probably
Paul
Simon's is a legend.
Do you listen to Paul Simon when you're 14?
An American singer and songwriter.
You Can Call Me Al was my favorite song as a little kid. I'm not even kidding. My mom would like put it on.
That's a fact.
Like it would settle me down.
He was born in 1941.
For real. Like he would. You Can Call Me Al would settle me down as a kid, and I was a very hyper ADHD kid.
Yeah, I got ADHD
because they do like Chevy Chase is in his music video, and they do like the dun 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 dun. You've heard You Can Call Me Al.
I doubt it.
A little bit soft in the middle now. Yeah, Brian will play it coming back from break next time.
Right,
you've heard You Can Call Me Out.
All right, play on
you've heard
call
it.
from next break.
Yeah, he'll play it coming out.
I doubt I know it, though.
I think you do.
I haven't heard this guy ever in my life.
He's like
Paul
5'5".
Like, think about it. The man's name is Paul Simon.
Yeah, he's got two first names.
Like, you know how many Pauls on
Who would
the
do
earth?
that? Joe George.
a lot of Pauls.
Facts.
There's a lot of Pauls on the earth. Paul Simon might be the most popular Paul.
Yeah, actually, I have a friend. I think he has two last names. I think his name is Rodriguez Alexander. So really, his name is Alex.
I think he's got two last names.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Two last names. Yeah, he got two last names. Yeah,
I've never. That's an interesting first name, Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I kind of like it though.
I met.
Is he Mexican?
No, he's just straight black.
And I'm Mexican.
I guess if his name was Alexander Rodriguez, there would be a better chance that he was Mexican.
Yeah, it's crazy because like he's like just black American as it gets. Like it's like.
I like that
Afro name. American as it gets. Yeah. Like,
what is that supposed to mean?
No, like it's like there's no like
I couldn't
there's
say that.
no like for where I'm from in South Florida, right? Like a lot of people I grew up around, they weren't just African American. They're either black / like Haitian or Jamaican.
Yeah,
or
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like everybody was ethnic to an extent.
No doubt.
Yeah, like even my friend like Trevor Trout. It's DeWarren Troutman.
Is he related to Mike Trout?
No. The Trout guy, what you think about? He just coaches. But either way, DeWarren, he is. I think he might got some Jamaican in him. You know what I'm saying? Like someone might got something. Nah, Ra was just straight down the middle. Straight down the middle. Just African American. No nothing. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't speak a lick of Spanish if you wanted him to. So yeah, nah, he's not, Rodriguez. But back to the Patriots and the Houston Texans.
I was wondering how we were going to segue there.
DJ.
I was wondering how we were going to do that. I'm glad that you did it because I didn't know what I was going to say.
Yeah, nah.
Speaking of,
from Rodriguez to WEEI, where they don't know what a Rodriguez is.
I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Over there is either you black or you white. So yeah.
Here was WEEI. I think this was yesterday. One of their hosts talking about the confidence that the Patriots have and how they're better everywhere.
I think you have everything better except the defensive ends. When you start to look at you put it on paper and you go, all right, let's look at the Houston Texans. Coach quarterback, I'd give the edge to the Patriots.
Quarterback.
I look at the running game, I'd give the edge to New England. I know that's Nick Chubb, and what's the other kid, Sean? The other
Woody Marks.
Woody Marks. I'd give the edge.
What a name!
I'd give the edge.
He's at a USC
to the Patriots. The receiver group is, you might, if Nico Collins is healthy.
Who gets the edge in the play-by-play booth?
Oh,
Sosi or the Texans?
Well, who are the Texans?
Oh, that's messed up, man. Vandermeer's taking shots from these WEI guys. How do they not know who Woody Marks is? How do you not know his name at this point of the NFL season?
He said, did you hear President Mox? But you hear
breaking my heart.
Nah, but y'all missed the crazier part. Did you hear somebody in the background say, what a name?
What a name.
Imagine if they found his real name.
What
he
you're right.
actually goes by. Cause I can't even pronounce it.
Yeah.
It's like, I ain't going to even try.
I think he sounds a little bit like Mike Tyson, by the way. He's got like that
oh,
tenor
yeah,
voice.
I can see that.
We
Spinal.
Yeah, he sounds a little bit like that.
Yeah. I can see that.
What a name. What a name.
Is that the whole clip?
That's the whole clip, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're insane.
That dude's tried to say Kaimi's name.
Where do you think they're most insane?
Woody Marks is a hell of a name.
Just the defensive ends. Like, they're a better secondary.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's like even debatable. Like,
very disrespectful to the secondary.
Yeah. Like, that one was like, oh, nah, you are, like, you're on drugs. Like we got to act. But that go back to what we talking about in the break room. Like, most guys don't watch the other teams. They just kind of watch their team. And whoever from that team, the opposing team that media talks about. That's literally it. Like,
you're talking about how the media conditions our thoughts.
Yes,
CJ?
yes, absolutely.
We don't do that.
Yeah, no, it's really funny though. Like, I got so many takes about media, and because there's a chance I could leave media. Like, there's actually a chance, like in a few years or whatever, I could leave like the industry as a whole, and then like I just get my bars off about the whole entire industry as a whole. But
I want to hear that.
It's crazy though that like if just enough people in media say something, then like everybody just takes it as fact.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, like
I'm kind of anti-media, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I kind of am because I have the same exact thought that you do. That's why I like to point out like hypocrisy, and contradiction.
For sure.
And I do it in my lane. I'm not doing this like big picture things. I'm doing it in sports, which is trivial and silly.
Right, right. For sure. Like none of this
it's
matters,
fun.
Right?
It's fun.
Now, in the political lane, that's a
right.
whole different
I don't touch
mess.
that. Don't touch
you know what I'm saying? That's a whole different mess. But
not interested in that.
Again, like, right? If let's say the Texans, let's say they were in Dallas, or they were the same exact team. Dallas, Philly, Jets. So Jets or Giants, one of the two. Or I'm trying to think of another big market.
LA?
Nah, the LA teams they're not a big market. San Francisco. Chicago. Man, like they wouldn't be saying what they're saying, right? They'd be like, oh man, because they would just have more knowledge because we as a media cover only like the bigger teams or whatever, right? Like we don't really like the Texans they have no motion outside of Houston. Like none. Zero.
Right.
Niche, nada. Like fans travel, whatever. But like they have no motion like at all. Like it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I know y'all noticed, like I've not been on SportsCenter, right? Because like they're like, there's just not a market for them.
No.
Right? On a national scale.
It's not a big brand.
Nah, it's not a big brand, right? So like I'm not surprised that people in Boston don't know. Like they didn't even know who Woody Marks was until like you could tell like they were like, you got Nick Chubb and who's the other kid? Woody Marks. Like you if you've been paying attention, you would know Woody Marks has been RB1 since like October. Like he's been, you know what I'm saying? But like that go back to how
he's legit too.
Yeah, like but that just goes back to how the Texans are not a big market, so like people don't really know. Like if you really watch the Texans, you understood you would. There's no argument, zero, that the Patriots have a better secondary than the Texans. Like there's no argument at all, right?
They have they got some players, but no. They
That's not to say like Gonzo ain't good,
Right.
and like I like Carlton Davis, right? But like Stingley clears Gonzo. Kamari is right below, right there with Gonzo, maybe a notch below Gonzo, however you want to slice it. Like he's right there with them. Like their number 2 is right there with your number 1, right? And safeties, like let's be for real, like right, like Bullock is, in my opinion, one of the best safeties in the league. Like I think his ability, because he's not a weakness in the run game, but his ability to take the ball away,
he's elite almost.
Yeah, like there's a lot of plays, right, where like when they pass certain coverages off, because they're really good at match coverages and passing things off and things of that nature, where Bullock is cutting off guys that are running like, over routes and whatnot, and like boom, he's right there, to where the quarterback has to like hesitate because like they know he's good at taking the ball away, right? Like he's elite at that. You know what I'm saying? So for me, there's no argument in the secondary and there's no argument on the D-line, right? If you want to argue linebackers, cool, whatever. But even then, like the Texans have a Pro Bowl linebacker. Like the fact to even say like, their D-line, like, the defense, because they basically were saying all they got is better than D-line. The Texans had 3 All-Pros on their defense. How many All-Pros did the Patriots have?
No idea. I hate All-Pros.
Really? Why you hate All-Pros?
I don't love the voting process. Like the whole Jalen Petrie, like nickel safety. Were you part of the voting process?
Nah.
Did you hear about that controversy?
Yeah.
Like they had to
yeah,
change
yeah.
his position or
To
something.
nickel.
Or the Texans
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
him listed as a nickel.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is a nickel for what it's worth.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah,
weird
yeah.
how like it was like a last second like email into everybody's. Oh, by the way, we're not looking at him as a safety, which you're right is fair, but it's just probably something that should have been communicated. I care about all pros more than like Pro Bowls. Don't get me wrong. Pro Bowls is a joke.
Yeah. And listen, players care about All Pros way more than Pro Bowls too. I can say that much. Well, guys that haven't made it before, I would say care more about the guys that made it already. Care more about All Pros because like.
All pros matter. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a career and you're like a 3-time All Pro, that is significant.
Yeah,
I don't look at Pro Bowls at all.
No,
whenever you have these Hall of Fame resumes, like he's like a 5-time Pro Bowler. I don't care.
Yeah, if you're not All Pro,
they put Tyler Huntley in the Pro Bowl one year.
They did. I think what's going to happen with All Pros and Pro Bowls and we're going to Hall of Fame resumes is like, did you make the Pro Bowl off of were you alternate or you a first selection?
That's fair.
Which then I think that's fair. And All Pros. Now, guys want that All Pro nod because I think if you're that type of player, fair or not, they start thinking about Hall of Fame. So, they know that, like, for example, if Stingley has 2 more good seasons and he becomes All Pro 2 more times, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer without question. Like, there is no debate. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer because being All Pro at corner 4 times, you're first ballot.
Yeah,
that means you're one.
That
means you're one of the best in your era because it's hard to even get 2, much less 3, and obviously getting 4 is unheard of, right? Like I think Revis might have made 4, and I think
it's so hard to sustain that level for that many years.
Exactly. So like guys care a lot about that, but the Patriots, I don't think they had many All Pros on their defense. I know they had All Pros on. I know that they had Pro Bowl on offense, right? And they had Marcus Jones. Right, Kamei was also second team All-Pro.
Greatest punt returner in the history of the game.
Yeah. You sound like
statistically speaking.
You sound like
depending on how you look at it.
His name's escaping me. Frank Ross. Today he was
saying that was. I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, he was saying today that Marcus Jones is the best returner in the league.
He's the all-time NFL record holder in yards per punt.
Yeah, but he's not no Devin Hester.
Punt
I'm
return.
playing though.
No, Hester. I mean, Hester's got him cleared in touchdowns.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Hester has. I looked it up today. Hester has like 14 touchdowns in his NFL career, just in punt returns.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, that is.
Marcus Jones is at 3.
I was gonna say, but yeah, like the Patriots have no All Pros on their defense. So like, even make it even seem like it's even. Just you got to remove the DN. Like, nah, bro. Like, I didn't mind. They got 2 All Pro DNs.
I hadn't looked at it that way. Like that is very much a biased.
That's
point of
as
view.
biased as it gets.
You're right. It's like not even being familiar with the other.
Come on now, like just objectively speaking, if a team got 3 guys on their entire defense on one unit that are all pros, come on now, like there's not much to discuss there.
Every metric too, like all pros, yards per game, points allowed per game.
Come on now, quarterback percentage, quarterback rating.
Yeah.
The Texans We're one of a few teams that had more interceptions than allowed passing touchdowns. Top 10 in run defense. Like there's a reason why they're viewed as the best defense in the league.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody's ever said that about the Patriots defense this year. You know, that's not saying they're not a good unit, but like, let's be for real.
Right. You had a secondary comp that I saw you tweet. I want to discuss that on the other side for the Texans. We'll do that when we come back. 713-780-ESPN. DJ filling in for Joe. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You already know that I love being on Underdog. Underdog's my favorite place to be. Football playoffs are here. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all season long. And you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog, too. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players are go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, much, much more. If you get them right, you can run to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, Underdog's always taking care of you. Free plays, insurance, injury insurance, profit boost. They're always doing something for you. Also, if you download the Underdog app, use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, you're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. And a lot of picks here in this Texans-Patriots game that might intrigue you. How about the quarterback position? Drake May, 219.5 passing yards. You like the higher or the lower there? CJ Stroud is at 206.5. Higher or lower there? I haven't made my picks yet, but the one that I'm most interested in, Woody Marks. Woody Marks is at 55.5 rushing yards. I think he clears that. I like the higher there. Ball, go prove it. What are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
DJ Anime filling in for Joe George today. Follow him on Twitter. Covers the Texans for ESPN. So DJ made a comparison the other day on Twitter that caught my eye. Compared this Texans secondary to the Legion of Boom. Why'd you go there?
I think that they can dominate a game in ways that remind me of that secondary and like the Broncos secondary when they won the Super Bowl. I think that Stingley's as good as Sherman was at his peak. I also think they're doing it against better offenses, more creative offenses. Not to say like, Seattle wasn't doing it against good offenses.
No, yeah.
I won't say that, but regardless, though, they were doing it because, again, like Seattle was seeing some of the best quarterbacks that we've seen ever, in my experience, at least on a top-end standpoint. I think this is probably the best cast of talent overall, but I think the top end doesn't match to the other top end, but that's what I'm here or there. But, Sting, I think he's as good as Sherman. I think the slight difference is obviously Earl clears Bullock. Now, I think Bullock can be one of the best safeties in the league. Earl was just the best guy.
Yeah.
So that's a little different.
A little different playing styles, too.
Yeah. I would say, it's going to sound like a hot take. I think Petry's a better overall player than Cam Chancellor, in my opinion. I think overall.
Petry's been great this year.
Yeah, like Petry is good in coverage. Obviously has good ball skills. Obviously, Cam was a lot more physical, but Petry is a plus in the run game, right? And obviously, Kamari poops on every cornerback two they ever had out there. Whoever you could put Byron Maxwell and Jeremy Lane together, combine them together, they wouldn't be a better player than Kamari, in all honesty. Even though Byron Maxwell got paid, but Eagles released him after a year, went to Miami. Obviously, he was there for a couple of years. I got a funny Byron Maxwell story, but that's not proof for on air. But yeah, so that's kind of my viewpoint there. In that aspect, I think we'll make it a little tricky, right? Because they're more three down linebackers. The Texans more 2 down linebackers. Mm-hmm. So, we just talking about the secondary of Legion of Boom, right? Like Petry, do you include Malcolm Butler into that group?
Yeah.
For LOB, right? Just specifically that. That doesn't, or KJ Wright. You know what I'm saying? Do you include him in that? Obviously, Bobby wouldn't be including that because I'm not including Aziz in that overall discussion. We're talking about secondary.
Strictly secondary.
Yeah. So that's where it kind of gets a little tricky, but I think the Texans' 5 guys are better than the Seahawks' 4 secondary guys plus whoever linebacker not named Bobby you would put in there.
Yeah. I don't really have a pushback other than that maybe that second safety for the Texans brings down the average a little bit.
Yeah, that's true, though. Yeah, for sure. Because obviously Cam and Earl clear Bullock and whoever.
It's been a revolving door there. Not that it's hurt them, obviously.
Yeah,
obviously.
Obviously.
It's not like a big name. It's not another guy that you would put in the mix of Lassiter, Stingley, Petry, Bullock.
Right. So, yeah, so basically, it's really like, therefore, like Petry, Bullock, Kamari, Sting versus Earl, Sherm, Cam, and whatever other corner you want.
How was the feedback you got on that? Because I saw that. I was like, yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a good question. I don't really read too many of the comments. I read comments here and there, but I don't really,
you didn't get roasted for that one?
Not get roasted.
I feel like it was a fair one. I feel like
yeah. I didn't really get roasted per se.
Anybody arguing, clapping back?
Some people, you know what I'm saying, but it was more like, wasn't really rooting on football. One guy called me a homer. Which is very
I love when I get called a homer.
Yeah.
I get 6 people calling me a homer. I get half a dozen calling me a hater. I love being there. I love being there.
Yeah, So I don't know. I think it's a fair take. But if you want to go like the whole entire defense, it gets even like interesting because it's like the Texan D-line clears Seattle's D-line.
What do you think's a better duo? The corner duo of Stingley Lassiter or the edge rusher duo of Anderson and Daniel Hunter? We got asked this the other day on the text line.
That's tough.
Yeah, it is.
That's tough. That's so tough. I would say that's so tough. I think I would say Daniil. All right, so I'll make it clear. I think Stingley is their best overall defensive player, but I would say Daniil and Will are a better duo than Kamari and Stingley. I would say that the Texans secondary is a better group overall than the Texans D-line. You know
okay.
Yeah, I would say that. But I think if I had to pick, it'd be between those two duos, I'd say Daniil and Will. But they both benefit. Both of those duos benefit off each other greatly.
Relative to the rest of the NFL, are they both top in the NFL? Best corner duo and best edge rusher duo?
Yeah, I don't really see who else has an argument.
I don't think that anybody has an argument. I mean, Myles Garrett's so good that like whoever he's next to, like you probably have to put in the conversation. Watt and Highsmith are very good.
Yeah, they good.
I'm not saying they're better.
I'm
saying they're probably going to be top 5.
I think T.J. Watt at this point in his career more named than he is. Like his name, like his actual production doesn't match who he is as a player now, in my opinion. Like, he's still a good player, but like when you hear T.J. Watt, you immediately think 2020. You know, when he had 22 and a half sacks.
You live on the name for a little bit.
Yeah.
Our opinions are like slow-moving ships. It takes us a while to get off of certain things.
Right, absolutely, right. Like you just hear the name. Oh man, it's T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt. Well, like guys get older. Like he's not as good as he once was. And on top of that, I have this one take that, because people like one thing that grind my gear. Shout out Family Guy. Like when people say, like I used to hear a lot, like, oh, you just gotta, get after the quarterback, and then with the D line and blah blah blah, and that should be able to help the guys in coverage. Not necessarily. If you cannot cover, it don't matter how fast you get after, because you have to basically beat the guy within 2 seconds to get to the quarterback. Like they both, like it's more like it's because people make it seem like it's like 70-30. Because people talking about, oh, you can let a good cover guy go. You can just get a good set, keep the D line and let the good cover guys go. If you don't have a good cover guy, you can't. You're not gonna hold up, and the D lineman not gonna be able to eat. Like the year the year that T.J. Watt got 22 and a half sacks. Did you know that they allowed almost 270 yards passing per game?
No, I did not know that.
They allowed a lot of passing yards per game because they didn't have a good secondary.
Yeah,
you don't got a good secondary. Those are splash plays. So those will happen. But if you can't cover consistently down by down, you're gonna get tore up.
Yeah,
you're gonna get tore up. So,
what do you think is more important?
In my opinion, I think man, it's tough.
Because I think you're arguing the margin, right? Like you're almost arguing the ratio. Some people might say it's 30 or 70% edge rush, 30% corner. It seems like you're kind of like 50-50.
If I'm building a defense,
45.
and you give me the option of good secondary, elite D line, or elite secondary, good D line, I'm going elite secondary, good D line.
Okay.
Because if you take away a quarterback's first read or his first option or his go-to guy, that can thwart him completely. A lot of guys that thwarts completely.
What about the counter argument, though, that the defensive line can impact both the passing game and the running game?
So that's the real argument.
Because I think I'm with you on the ratios too great for edge rusher. Like I don't think it's 70-30. I think it's like 55-45, 60-40. But why I would give it the
60-40. I would go
you go less
52-48, 55-45.
Okay, so you're in the 50s. Like
for sure.
The reason that I would lean the defensive line more than the corners slightly. Like I'm pretty close to you.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Slightly would be because they can impact
the run game.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree there. Like I think that's a fair argument.
And I think Will's actually better against the run than he is against the pass. He's great at both. Obviously.
Yeah. It's hard to move Will off the ball.
Yeah, he's a freak.
Yeah.
So is Hunter though. So.
Yeah. You splitting hairs. Like I think
sure.
You can build out I'll say this, right? Like you can scheme up pressure. You can't scheme up coverage.
No, can you hide it a little bit though in zone? Like if you have great edge,
nah,
you know what I'm saying? Like
if
you get into the quarterback quicker, you can hide it a little bit more in zone.
But how quick are we talking though? You can't. Most guys not getting to the quarterback in 2 seconds. Like that. But I'm saying with sim pressures though, you can do that where you can scheme a guy open. Like not scheme a guy, you can scheme a guy free.
Yeah.
Which is what I'm worried about against the Texans.
You get creative with stunts too. Yeah, Patriots do that a lot.
Right. Or just sim pressure. Like how many times did we see guys come off the edge free against CJ in the Chargers game because their sim pressures were getting there.
Yep.
Sim pressures are way more like that's what I'm saying. You can scheme some of that up.
Yeah,
now,
you're
granted, right. Like you can only do so much of that, and it's better to have dudes, right? But I think if I had a choice, if I got bad, if I have a bad D line. And a really good secondary, I would probably take versus really, really good secondary. Really, really good D-line, bad secondary. I would probably take the good secondary. I've seen teams with bad secondaries with a good be horrid. Like in 2021, like the Jets actually had a good D-line.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Quinnen, you had JFM, because JFM is doing this thing with the Broncos, and Quinnen has been All-Pro multiple times, and I believe they had Foley Fantakasi, who ended up getting money free agency the following year. I forgot. And they had Bryce Huff, who got money with the Eagles and now with the with the Niners and whatnot. But they had like a dreadful secondary, and they ranked dead last in yards allowed and total points per game. So like,
edge guys make more money though.
Yeah, they do make a little bit more money. So no. I mean, I understand why edge guy makes more money, but it's only like a couple guys that can earn that type of money though, right? Like, but I get it though. Like, it's a fair point. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we said D lines though. We didn't say edges. We said D lines.
Good point.
The whole thing. Now, edge versus corner. Yes, edge is gonna. Yes, I'm gonna take the elite edge over the elite corner. But when we talk about the entire group, yeah. I'm taking an elite secondary with a good D line versus a good D line. I mean, an elite D line with a good secondary.
I want to hit you with my fears with the Patriots. Do that on the other side. DJ filling in for Joe, Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-ESPN, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 97.9 HD2. Oh, it's so much fun to watch the home team basketball team, by the way. They're maybe aren't playing the best right now, but they're still a fun watch. They still got some superstars, right? And you can watch the home team basketball game anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street. You got to get out there. This is your new Friday and Saturday home game day destination. You get to watch with other fans, like-minded fans for you. Always a great spot to watch the other games that are going on around the league. A great spot for a drink, too. One of the best spots, and it's right there in the heart of downtown. 2 hours before tip-off, Tom's comes alive with live DJs, team swag giveaways. If it's free, give me 3. Themed cocktails and surprise guest appearances all season long. You're going to love visiting Tom's Watch Bar right there in downtown. If you're headed to the game, come early, park free at Green Street with Tom's Validation. That sounds nice, too. And then walk over with the crowd. It's the rally. Then come back to Tom's Watch Bar after the game, enjoy a good drink, and then watch all the highlights on the 65 screens that they have at Tom's Watch Bar. High energy, all H-Town fans. It's Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Find the full schedule, tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies. That's tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
DJ filling in for Joe George today. Here are my Patriot fears, DJ. Drake May running the football.
What?
What? What do you mean, what?
What in the sense of like why does that make you fearful?
The Texans can at times allow mobile quarterbacks to get loose on them.
When's the last guy to do that?
Critical downs.
Bo Nix?
Fourth quarter.
Bo Nix?
Yeah.
You know how long ago that was?
It cost them 2 games with Bo Nix and Baker Mayfield.
DJ.
People gonna lose games. You're gonna lose games, bro. It happens. Like, I get it.
You can't lose this week. Your season's over.
That's true, though. But, like,
it's the way he escapes, too. Like, he escapes through the middle of the offensive line. Like, and the Texans like to, go wide 9 at times. So his escapability through the A and B gaps, it's like, like that's something that I'm looking for.
If they, but we saw what they did against Josh. So, if they just had Aziz spy him a decent amount. So, like, I wouldn't be too much.
Do you think he draws a spy?
Nah, not necessarily. But again, Justin has some good runs, but Justin was running for his life. I think that's a little different.
For sure.
He was running for his life. Yeah, I wouldn't be too much worried about that because, like, what was the last quarterback that actually hurt them with that?
Allen had 70 yards against him.
Allen?
Yeah.
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's running for his life, and he got beat up. He had sacked like 8 times. Like they beat the you-know-what out of him that game. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be worried about that because regardless of Drake May running and not Drake May, Bo and Baker running, their teams scored a combined 38 points in those games.
Okay. Fair enough.
They just,
although, what is that? That's a 19-point average. That might be enough to win.
It might be. Yeah, for sure. It might be. But at that point, like, it's a coin flip. You know what I'm saying? Like those low-scoring games are always like a coin flip. Like, at that point, right, it's just whoever gets lucky at that point, to be honest. That's why I've always been like.
It's who wants it more.
I hate that cliche so much.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Now that I know that.
Yeah, who wants it more? You know what I'm saying? Like,
the laziest analysis in the world.
Everybody wants it.
They have to want it more.
Yeah,
it's about who wants it more.
Now, I will say that can happen in basketball, though.
You have to like seriously 50-50 balls.
Yeah, I think that can happen for sure. Cause I remember like the Pacers even acknowledged that when they were playing the Knicks, like they kind of wanted it more. Pascal Siakam said like they kind of wanted it more, and then somebody pushed back or whatever. But like that happens. I can see that happen in basketball. But like in football, it's almost impossible to kind of like quote unquote want it more than the other guy in the playoffs. It's a physical sport, so like you have to like lay your body on the line to an extent. So it's harder to like want it more than somebody else, because what are you specifically wanting more?
The victory.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody wants the victory more.
You want the victory more. Yeah. Some guys want it more than others, DJ. That's what it's going to come down to. It's
sure.
At Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Mass. On Sunday afternoon. My second fear: Marcus Jones is a freak. The freak show. He's the greatest punt returner in the history of the game. Go Cougs.
Okay. Anyway,
most yards per punt return of anybody that has ever done it. Number one.
You know he's not the greatest punt returner in the game.
Statistically, in punt return yards, he is number one.
Hey, it's about scoring touchdowns. I get it though. Like I get like they're a good team, so I get things you got to worry about.
He doesn't fair catch it much, by the way. Something to like maybe you can take advantage of that actually.
And what? Break his leg?
No, force a fumble.
By breaking his leg?
No, by any means necessary, right? You're trying to win a game.
Hey,
if you had to break a leg in order to win a football game.
I'm just saying one thing that's fact. Like players will if they know you come in there gimpy, they 1,000% will try to make that worse.
My counter argument to this is: do you think that a defensive football player is going to let up on an offensive football player when they hit him? No, they're vicious.
Yeah,
they're ruthless. They're going to try to take your head off. Within reason, within the rules.
That's why it's
sometimes.
That's why it's kind of interesting that like their two hardest hitter are two of the nicest guys.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Aziz and Petrie are like.
I think it's a mentality though. Once you step between the lines, like I think that there is something you can click. Like you get into that, your game face.
But it's either you kind of got that or you don't. Like
for sure.
Yeah. Like
some people are built that way, some people aren't.
Yeah, I think that's like something you're kind of born with. Yeah, like it's funny because like
dog.
You could be a dog without.
I'm a dog.
Arf. You could be a dog without necessarily having to like flip that switch. Like they've had some dogs, like dogs that like some guys don't flip the switch. Like Steven Nelson does not flip that switch.
Mike Tyson does not flip that switch.
Right. Like Steve is a dog at all times.
Spinal.
It's about my back. So yeah. But it's interesting though. Like they're like their two hardest hitters are like the nicest humans you ever meet off the thing.
That's what they say about me too. And like you get him on the air, he's a dog,
Yeah,
hardest
dog.
hitter, and then off
Is that accurate?
outside the lines, nicest guy you'll ever
We
meet.
need more dogs. We don't need no cats.
Oh yeah, I forget that guy. What was his name?
I forgot.
That was
He
the coach for
Coastal Carolina.
Coastal
He was
Carolina,
like Signetti
yeah.
before Signetti.
Yeah.
running backs in the passing game with Henderson and Stevenson.
That don't worry me.
Really?
What running back outside of a Genty? But Genty's like that was a little different.
This is a different breed here.
What running backs have like really killed the Texans in the pass game?
They haven't been killed anywhere defensively all year.
So why would you be worried about that?
Because I think it's the strength of the Patriots, and I think it's I don't want to call it a weakness because I'm not sure the Texans defense has a weakness, but of the things they do less well.
Is what? Guard running backs?
Yeah, what would you say? Like if you were going up against the Texans defense, what are their less well things they do good?
If I was going against the Texans defense, you got to find ways to try to like win. Like you need guys to win their one-on-ones, and you kind of like you need them.
And were they going to win their one? Stevenson and Henderson versus their linebackers.
That's what you got.
That's their best chance.
You need, and it's funny. I always talk about this with one of my friends, Mike Dugard of the Athletic. You need You need a man at quarterback. Like you need a real man.
What about a May at quarterback?
Oh, May? That's a good one. Well, we're gonna find out if May is a man because like you're gonna have to make man throw like
for sure.
Like there were throws that Aaron Rodgers could have made that he just didn't. Like you can't be scared at all. Like you, I was thinking, I mean, man, like, I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers wasn't man. Like prime Aaron would have let it rip. Like, you gotta let it rip because like, bro, there's the windows are tight and you gotta like be able to make some of those tight window throws. But I would say like there's ways to attack it, but you got to remove Jalen Petrie out of the equation. You have to remove Jalen Petrie out of the equation. And there's ways to do that. Obviously, I won't, I don't want to, because last thing I want
Vrabel's listening to us.
Yeah,
DJ,
you know what I'm saying? You got to remove Jalen Petrie out of the equation. So you got to basically have people running dummy routes all day in the flat.
Is it better to spread them out, you think?
When you say spread them out, what you mean
like
by
more
that?
11 personnel than heavy?
No.
It's not like the Texans defense is super reliant on the linebackers anyway. Like there's stars on the secondary and the defensive line. I don't think that like spread them out in the old days was trying to take a linebacker off the field. I don't think that's a worry with the Texans.
Yeah, but it opens up the middle a little bit because you have less bodies. Like you say, it kind of takes Jalen Petrie out. Like if you're spreading everybody out, the Petrie's going to have to
But what
be
does even spreading out even mean though? Like, because like regardless, if you're spreading them out, like you're going 11 personnel, if you go like doubles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then like they'll kind of know based off of the receiver's alignment where you trying to go. Like if a receiver is, let's say if he's on top of the numbers, Kamari and Stingley automatically are gonna say, all right, he's on top of the numbers. He might be trying to run a route in breaking, right? So they're already gonna know that. All right. So like now they're covering you differently, right? And if you try to go outside, all right, cool. Now you have to work. Now you need your quarterback to make a perfect throw.
Well, I'm talking like in the running game.
In the running game?
Run out of 11.
Nah. I mean, if you go running game, you kind of it's gonna be tough. Because
what would you do as an OC? Let's tease that 713-780.
What I do as an OC, man, that'd be tough.
And what fears you with the Patriots? DJ's crapping all over mine. Maybe he'll crap all over yours. 713-780-3776. DJ filling in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Something that he will not crap all over though is Ownwell.com because property taxes keep going up and you need to stop paying the hikes. We understand that home ownership, property management can be a headache. We get it. Fighting property taxes can be a headache. We get it. It's complicated. It's time-consuming. Nobody wants to hire expensive lawyers. Why would you want to do that? You don't want to go to the hearings, the long waits, confusing rules, inconsistent appraisers. It's a nightmare. We get it. It sounds daunting. It's a hassle. Don't worry about it, though, because Ownwell.com is ready to fight the fight for you. Well, I don't want to waste all my time signing up on Ownwell. It takes you 3 minutes. 3 minutes to sign up. Ownwell is going to be in your corner like that. I used Ownwell last year, saved me a few $100s. I'll be using Ownwell again this year. And then what really excites me is the compound savings you get year after year. So you should be doing this every year to get those compound savings. Really excites me. 140,000 Houston properties use Ownwell. 500,000 Texans, more than 500,000 Texans, have had their property taxes lowered thanks to Ownwell. And 60,000 property owners switched switched to Ownwell last year because it's easy to do. You sign up, you wait for their email, and then you only pay if you win. If they don't save you money, you don't pay a dime. So actually, you're not being an adult if you don't use Ownwell.com. And then get these numbers too. Ownwell customers save $1,100 on average. Isn't that enticing? Of course it is. Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
DJ, BNMA, in for Joe George. DJ covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com.
Go Texans.
He's not fearful of Drake May escaping the pocket, or escaping from the A and B gaps and running all over the Texans like he did the Chargers. He's not fearful of the running backs in the passing game, Henderson, Stevenson. So I'm challenging DJ. If he was an OC, how would you attack this Texans defense?
Well, obviously, you got to establish a run. Obviously, traps, whams, up the A and B gap would work. Well, would be my idea. Obviously, like, you depend on what type of O-line you got. But if you got a good O-line, like, really try to keep it in, like, I think that's one of those games where you do have to, like, almost to an extent, run the ball, even when it's predictable, because you're going to have to keep yourself out of third and longs.
Yeah. I told somebody, I was doing a podcast in Boston today. I told somebody that too. I was like, run on first and second down, getting third and manageables.
Yeah, you have to. Or, like, if you get, like, on the first, you run the ball for, like, let's say 2 yards, 2nd and 8, you might,
it's a small win.
Yeah, that's a small win, and maybe, maybe you could throw it, quick game on 2nd down to get you in 3rd and manageable, or you get the 1st down, and, like, kind of you have to stay ahead of the chains. So, obviously, try to do that. Obviously, some outside zone, but like more where you're kind of allowing the running back to cut back inside, or at least you're setting it up that way. You could say mid zone, whatever.
You think they have the backs to do that?
For sure.
I think so too.
They got some good backs. I don't know if power will work that well because like Will is so damn good that like you wouldn't really be able to move him off the ball, and like that would just clog everything there up. Some guys have tried it and it's been decent, but it's not. No, I wouldn't love that aspect. And in the pass game, I would say like you got to get Petrie out of the picture. You got to get him out of the picture to an extent. Obviously, you have to occupy him. And then you have to also, in other instances, occupy the safeties with some vertical routes. So then you can get Kamari and Stingley one-on-one and hope and pray for the best. You know what I'm saying? Like, pray for the best. You know, like.
Hope your defense has a great game.
Right. You got to get some 3x1. You got to get some 3x1s. So then you know, for the most part, Kamari matched the one-on-one. And then at that point, you got to I would put my best receiver, whoever that is, backside, matched up with Kamari.
Who do you think it is? Think it's Diggs?
Yeah, but he obviously does most of his best stuff in the slot. Yep. So it's tricky there. But I'm just talking generally speaking, right?
What do you think of Kyle Williams?
I think he's good, man. I ain't like people call him a TikTok route runner. I didn't like that at all. Like,
what does that even mean?
Nah, because
a TikTok route runner.
So at the
you learn your routes on TikTok.
At the Senior Bowl, like he was kind of doing like some of that cha-cha slide stuff and whatnot. Well, you know, so I think it was like a funny tidbit, but like he was way more than that. Like Kyle Williams got routes, but obviously he hasn't done much this year. But I think he can.
He's had a better second half.
I think he'd be a decent player. I think he'd be a solid player in the NFL. But yeah, like, or you just get. But the thing is tough though, right? Because like, usually, right, or like when you get in those backside situations, you kind of might need to go have a running back that can win his one-on-ones against Henry, right? So
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
You have to create the one-on-ones. You cannot. Yeah, like you cannot. Like you got to think about it up. Yeah, you got to think about a lot of third downs. You got to think about it. It's one-on-one matchups. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what you got to think about it. So you have to create the one-on-ones and try to hope that your guy wins. And yeah, you got to hope your guy wins. And if that guy's not open, make sure there's a route that is aligned with that to where if that guy don't win, you can turn over here and get the ball over there. That's what I would say. And like, 3x1s take advantage of the fact that if you run somebody up, down the seam or something like that, there's a chance, and you occupy someone with Jaylen, there's a chance that, not saying all the time, because they could always hit you with like an inverted cover too, where it looks like it's gonna be, man quarters / like some variation of match 3, and then I look like 2.
Yeah.
But regardless, if you think it's gonna be those earlier coverages, there's a chance that you'll have Stingley having to guard you, even though he has outside leverage and there's a bunch of space over the middle. That's, you have to figure out ways to consistently do that / like get your running backs matched up against, Henry To'oTo'o and whatever.
See, that's where I think they can win their one-on-ones. Like, I think they can win their one-on-ones with their running backs. I think those are their best chances to win those matchups.
Yeah, but I don't think, like, how Genty scored a touchdown being, guard, obviously Henry was guarding him one-on-one and they went like 5 wide or whatever. I don't think there's going to be too many cases where they let Henry guard in that situation because Travion Henderson is arguably the second. No, he's not. He is the second fastest back in the NFL.
Yeah, he's blazing speed.
Yeah. And he's like
who's first?
Gibbs.
Okay.
Yeah. But only thing with Travion is like he's a glider, so like he gains ground in that sense. So like once he like breaks through and like he's picking up the knees and he's really rolling, like it's hard to keep up with him in that aspect.
Talking like a sprinter.
Yeah. Gibbs is more like
I'm a mutter. My mutter was a mutter.
Gibbs is more like crazy turnover with good stride rate. Travion is just his force production rate when every stride is just insanity. But I don't want to get too.
You're talking over my head, DJ.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, so I agree with you that can be a problem.
I just think it's their best chance to win one-on-ones.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah. So you got to create the one-on-ones. But I think Josh McDaniels can create those one-on-ones. Like, you got to create those one-on-ones. Because you saw Aaron, he tried to do that, like, especially on an early drive where they motioned Gainwell out into the slot. And I kind of knew he was matched up with Henry To'oTo'o.
You think To'oTo'o slipped or got shook?
Nah, I mean, the ball went out of bounds.
I'm thinking of a different play then. Remember the play where Gainwell caught it and then To'oTo'o like fell down? I think it was on a third and manageable, maybe.
Yeah. He probably slipped or whatever. But
bad sod there.
Yeah, but I would say like that. Those are your best bets. Like you have to create the one-on-ones. So like you might even have to do that on early downs, in that aspect. But you have to create the one-on-ones. Like you cannot. You're not gonna win like trying to like have your quarterback kind of read the match coverage. Like, nah, that's not going to happen because they do such a good job of passing. Like, they do such a good job of trying to pass those things off. So I would try to, keep it in third and manageables, obviously. because then like the D line can't necessarily like tee off the same way.
Yeah,
because they're 30 manageables because you still have to like worry about the run. So yeah, that's kind of my view. When I say worry about the run, I'm talking about 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2 in those instances. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and you kind of need your center guard to like dominate the D tackles. That's what it can give you your best chance to consistently move the ball. But obviously, a lot of teams have probably thought that way, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Kayshawn Booty had some comments about the Texans secondary. We'll hear those on the other side. The text line also, they have some thoughts on what the Patriots would have to do against this defense. DJ filling in for Joe George, 713-780-ESPN. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You might be in the market for a new vehicle, pre-owned vehicle. Maybe you have a commercial fleet and you're in the market for commercial vehicles. Well, Monument Chevrolet should be at the top of your mind. Best dealership in Houston for, at least in my opinion, I think in a lot of people's opinions too. It's why they've been around for 50 years and been a pillar in the community. And one of the great things about Monument Chevrolet, they take care of their salespeople. And why is that important to you? Well, don't you want to go to a dealership that has salespeople that you can trust, that isn't trying to take advantage of you, that's going to be honest with you, not hassle you over pricing? You don't worry about that stuff at Monument Chevrolet. It's why Monument Chevrolet has been around for 5 decades and people keep coming back, is because they trust Monument Chevrolet. It's still family-owned. They have an unbelievable culture, and it's palpable, too, the moment you step foot in their showroom. 2026 is here, as you know. You probably have resolutions. Is one of those resolutions upgrading your ride? If it is, look no further than Monument Chevrolet. They're ready to start the new year strong. They're offering exceptional deals on new vehicles. Tell them your budget. They're going to work hard to meet whatever it is. Whether you're looking for a durable, dependable Silverado or compact, stylish Trax, Monument Chevrolet has the vehicle you want at the price you want. Also, the car of the week this week, how about the Chevy Trailblazer? It's sporty good looks, excellent fuel efficiency, and spacious interior. The Trailblazer provides style and savings. This month, you can get special financing as well on that Trailblazer. Visit Monument Chevrolet, Beltway 8 and 225. Ask for GM Jeff. GM Jeff is over there. He wants to meet you, wants to talk to you, wants to make sure you get into your new ride at a price you're comfortable with. So make sure you ask for GM Jeff when you stop by at Monument Chevrolet. Check out their full inventory as well at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. No Joe today. DJ BNMA in for Joe. Joe's gonna be out tomorrow too. We'll have Rahil with us tomorrow. So Kayshon Boutte asked about the Texans defense. I think he was asked if the Texans the toughest defense you're facing. He said, I wouldn't say one of the toughest. At the end of the day, we know we're going to get man coverage. We've got to beat it. It's that simple. I think they're just physical cornerbacks, but at the end of the day, I'm physical too. So it's a matchup I like every day of the week.
See, yeah, like that's what I was saying before the break. Like, you're going to have to win your one-on-ones. You're going to have to create the one-on-ones. Because I don't necessarily think they play zone that turns into man because they match a lot of their stuff. So,
yeah. How in vogue is that in the league?
Is what?
Starting off in a zone and then switching into a man. I guess every zone has man concepts.
Yeah, because
at some point.
Yeah. Because like if a guy comes to your zone, what you gonna do? Not cover him? You know what I'm saying? So like that's why the term zone corner is a little interesting. But it depends though. Like if a guy's just bailing in his deep third, and like obviously that corner is in zone. So it kind of depends. But most corners, most of the zones turn into man of some sort, right? And then like, not everything is. If it looks like cover 3, it's just cover 3. Sometimes, like, the backside guy might be man up in the situation or, because there's a lot of, if they do this, then we do this, rules that are in every single defense.
Do you think that they get a bad rap, that they're the Texans defense, that they get a bad rap that they're simple?
Yeah, 1,000%. Man, I've talked to a lot of the guys about their defense. Man, it is far from simple. Like, it might look simple because they make it look simple. Or
start simple.
It might look simple, but they make it and it's executing look simple, but like it's way more complex than they realize because they got a lot of rules. It just allows them to play. They got a lot of rules, but they're able to drill down on the fundamentals and master it. Like I remember having an argument with Charles McDonald of Yahoo about this because he was trying to say like Brian Flores is a better defensive mind than he was inferring that Brian Flores is not even like he's way better as a defensive mind than Saleh because he's more detailed and technical with a lot of his schematic stuff, and Saleh is more like drilling on fundamentals. Which in a case like you're also saying that about D'Amico because they both basically run the same defense, right, with some tweaks. But regardless, so like one might look more complex, but at the end of the day, like theirs has a lot more. Like they got rules in theirs, and it's not easy to pick them up on the fly, which is why the first 3 weeks we seen a lot of explosives. Well, not a lot, but we saw explosives happening because obviously one guy was struggling to pick it up, and now once he was gone, the explosives reduced a lot more.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So like that's how I kind of look at that. You know what I mean? Like it's not. I think they get a super bad rap. I think it's stupid actually.
Right. To
say like their defense is simple. Like people just think like, oh, they just line up and they tell you what they're gonna be in, and that's like, nah, bro, like it's not like that because in that sense, right? Like a simple defense schematically that looks like, from my naked eye, it looks like Pittsburgh's defense on the back end. They line up a man, you're getting man coverage, and that's that. The Texans, it's not necessarily like that. It's a lot of if they do this, then we do that. Right.
Yeah.
Obviously I won't. Like I've asked them very specific. I wouldn't divulge what they've told me because
sure.
Yeah. Cause I do think if teams figured it out, that could, in a sense, kind of erode the schematic of the defense, right? And obviously so, right? Any defense, if you figure out their rules, like it's kind of clipped. But yeah, so. I think they get a super bad rap.
Chat on the YouTube is he's so fast he's unable to shadow. Says attack Petrie in the passing game.
What? Petrie's been one of their best cover guys in the passing game.
Yeah, I used to bash him for that. I'm off of that though.
Yeah. Like I can't even. That's not even a good one.
Two things scare me: the weather and what happens if our offense can't put up a single touchdown. So watching the Patriots game, like their pass rushers by name probably aren't better than the Steelers' pass rushers by name.
Mm-mm.
But Vrabel's really good at disguising like where the blitzes are coming from. He's really good at the stunts, which Texans had issues with last year. I haven't really seen them have issues with that this year.
They struggle more with sim pressures. They don't struggle as much with stunts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they struggle more with sim pressures. And I don't know who that's on, whether that's on CJ or if that's the O-line. Like that one, you can kind of remove a little bit more from the coaches in that aspect compared to last year.
Right. So, I think they're going to send bodies, though. I think they're going to force Stroud to beat them by pressuring him. And, if you can beat him, you beat him.
But CJ this year's been good against the blitz. So, I don't know if that's a good idea. But Nico's probably not going to play this week.
Right.
So that's not a bad idea either.
The back of my mind, I think second half Chargers, second half Chiefs. Like if I'm Vrabel, like I'm doing a bunch of that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. My only thing is, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Let me not say that, but like it looks like second half against the Chiefs was. I mean, the Chargers was not. They wasn't just sending like extra bodies. They would have guys at the line of scrimmage.
Oh yeah, they're disguising it.
Yeah, they're disguising it a little bit better, and then like they're dropping. The Steelers did this to an extent too. Like there were some plays where when guys were coming free at some times, like it was a play where like Echoes came free and TJ, and when you had Trent having to block one of the two. And I think one of the running backs had to pick him up. But regardless, though, like they had guys along the line of scrimmage, and then you had Highsmith drop out in the coverage and kind of, because again, like they thinking, all right, we got something over here, we're gonna shift it to the left, and then he drops out, and now you got these two guys coming in. So I think that's what you got to worry about more when they simulate the pressures, or it might simulate it with an extra guy. Those are the ones you got to worry about. Stunts, you don't got to worry about that no more. They do a good job of that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that come up all year, really.
Nah, Maybe like last time it was like a thing. It was like the Jags game early on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be worried about that at all.
Junkie, I would attack Toa. Again, I love him, but he's the weakest link on this defense. Run at him, force him to cover, and throw right at him.
I wouldn't say run at him is that effective, but I would say for sure try to get him matched up one-on-one. Try to get him matched up one-on-one. So you got to design some. And I'm sure Josh McDaniels is probably thinking that. But yeah, that'd be another way.
You can exploit them with a very good tight end. Pats don't have that.
Which tight end has quote unquote exploited them? Trey McBride.
McBride and Bowers, but those might be the best two tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
I think Hunter Henry's. I will say
Solid.
this. Yeah, I think Hunter Henry's better than the texter lets on there. I wouldn't call him a very good tight end, but I think he's solid. He's good.
Right.
Austin Hooper also was wide open in the end zone against the Chargers, and May overthrew him. He could have very easily had a touchdown in that game too.
Right. We'll see though.
Yeah.
We'll see though.
Here's the issue I had defensively is the offense is the same. The pressure, extra bodies if they do it, disguise it. Mm-hmm. The stunts don't really worry me. I'm with you on that one. Injury report, you kind of alluded to that a little bit. Nico did not practice today.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be a miracle if he plays. Is it even feasible here? With the practices
so,
left?
Because you have to practice. You have to practice. Basically, long story, you got to practice twice.
Yeah.
And you have to be a full participant in one of the. You can't go no practice, full participant. You go no practice, limited, then full participant. So basically, you're going to run out of time.
Which we also thought, when he left the game, okay, it's going to be a miracle he plays anyways. And now the days are starting to, catch up to him a little bit too.
Yeah.
Trent Brown did not practice.
Yeah.
Does that worry you at all?
Maybe. I mean,
you think there's a chance he doesn't play?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
wow.
If he practices tomorrow, then it changes a little bit. But the Texans this year, they've done way more of before the first 2 years of D'Amico, if you didn't practice Wednesday, Thursday, you weren't playing.
Mm-hmm.
Only Dalton and Nelson were the only guys the first 2 years that did not practice the first 2 days, and then practice on Friday, and then they played that week. But this year they've done it way more. Schultz has had multiple games where he's missed, the first couple games. First couple days of the week. Sting, Kamari, the list actually kind of goes on and on and on. So, that worries me a little bit. Because that's gonna hurt you in the run game.
I guess you'd move Titus to right tackle again.
Yeah, but now you got to bring in a guy. Think about it, you got to bring in
Patterson
Juice
or Juice.
Yeah, but you think about it, you moved.
Wasn't it weird that Juice was a healthy scratch? I think it was the first time all year, wasn't it?
Nah, but he don't fit the scheme though. He more of a wide zone type of guy. This is a downhill. We trying to knock you out. That's why I like Caley's running attack. I like his run ideas. Right, I'm super anti outside zone unless you're Kyle Shanahan. Or Clint Kubiak. I'm super outside because I just to me it's just
you don't like it.
Yeah, it's anti-football at times. Because try to run outside zone when it's
finesse
20. Yeah.
It's not physical. It's finesse.
Yeah, and playoff football you got to be physical. Now you like it. You like it. That you like it. I love it. Whatever. But you got to be physical when it comes December, bro. You got it. Well, January. You got it might snow on Sunday.
I hope it does.
And you're going to be out there trying to run. The most disgusted I've ever been with Mike McDaniel was when they were in Kansas City, when people were losing fingers, losing toes, losing limbs.
I remember that.
And you running outside zone. Come on, bro. You supposed to run downhill. Run downhill and try to run through somebody's face. Because you're not going to be able to throw the ball. Your quarterback got a limited arm, so you're not going to be able to throw the ball. And I get the outside zone stuff, but, like, bro, it is.
It's not the day for that.
It's not the day for that. It's just not the day for that. You got to, even if it's not working, bro, you just got to run downhill, man. Like, I know I sound ancient.
I like it, though. I'm a little old school myself.
Yeah. Like, just like, you know, like in that clip, D'Amico kept saying, wear them out. And the way to wear somebody out is really just run at them and move them off the ball. It's way more, here's the thing, it's way more demoralizing when people are moving you off of the ball, moving you off of your spot, because you feel like as a man, like, like
you're being manhandled.
Yeah, where if I'm moving laterally and you kind of move me, that's just annoying. You know what I'm saying? That's just annoying. But if you move me off the ball and I can't stop you from moving me off the ball, that can break the will of a team.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. I mean, D'Amico was saying that. He was like, they're going to tap out.
That makes
people,
people, that's going to make people tap out.
And they did. I mean, look at the fourth quarter explosion. Of course, that had defensive help, but Woody Marks exploded in the fourth quarter too. I think it actually came to fruition. Harbaugh's going to New York. He's going to be the new head coach of the Giants. How do you like that fit with Harbaugh going to the Giants? And what other jobs are out there that you find attractive? 713-780-ESPN. DJ filling in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
DJ Anime in for Joe George. Covers the Texans. Does great stuff.
Go Texans.
I probably read all of your stuff, DJ. I'm like a proud parent of yours. I read everything that you do. Why are you looking like that, Brian? Brian, look at
proud
like
parent,
bitter beer face. Yeah, he called me old earlier.
Yeah, you're 9 years older than him. Proud
yeah, but
parent?
I'm not going to big brother him. Yeah, proud.
Thank you, CJ, for not
like a
big
cousin,
broing.
an older cousin.
Yep, there you go.
I'm a proud older cousin.
There you go.
Read all his work. You do a good job, though. I'm not
Appreciate
just
that.
I'm not just BSing you. I
appreciate that.
I think I probably wouldn't do that.
Yes.
I think you would.
I wouldn't BS
in
people.
person.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say anything at all.
He just wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right.
I wouldn't say anything at all. Like if I didn't respect your work and think you were good at what you did, I just wouldn't say anything.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah. And if I didn't think you were good, I would talk bad behind your back.
Like a proud parent.
Like a proud parent.
Yeah.
With Nico out, who's Houston's most important offensive player this week, and then we'll get to the other candidates.
It's always CJ, no matter what. It's always still CJ.
He. Oh, my bad. I didn't read the rest of it. With Nico out, who's Houston's most important offensive player this week, other than CJ?
Other player, I would say, it's probably both of these, Ariante and Titus for sure. Or you could say Titus / I'd say those two because you're gonna have to give CJ some protection.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because he likes to scramble outside, right? Like he doesn't really scramble up the middle.
Kind of annoys me.
He scramble outside, so you got to give him that window to escape out of that. He's not necessarily a scramble up the middle guy. The one time he did recently, obviously he got knocked out.
Yeah, but he ran the wrong way.
Yeah. Well,
he didn't follow his blockers. Ran right into a defender.
Well, I mean,
You know what annoys me about him?
What?
At times is he's gotten way better at this. Is whenever he drifts back.
Oh yeah.
But I haven't seen him do it in a minute.
Yeah.
I think he's been mindful of I can't do that anymore.
Yeah. He did that a lot against Seattle.
Yes. Yeah. He just drift back, and Mahomes does it a lot, but Mahomes he's Mahomes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, I would say the tackle duo.
See, I was gonna go with Woody.
Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, because he can't eat without the.
No, that's the thing.
He can't eat
it's
without.
kind of correlated. Those guys help Woody.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, so John Harbaugh is going to be the head coach of the Giants. The big fish out there, Ravens. Maybe surprise move. Moved on from him. What do you think of the fit with Harbaugh going to New York?
I think it can work. I mean, it's not like their roster is dreadful. They got some pieces. Obviously we'll see more about Dart. I'm always curious about concussion quarterbacks. Obviously now I would say, Tua, I don't think concussion is why his play is falling off. It's just been under discussed. He missed the rest of the last season with a hip injury to the same hip that he had surgery on.
Wow.
So I think his arm is shot.
I think he's done.
Yeah, I think he's done. Unless he reconfigures his body, but still that hip, he's kind of shot in my opinion.
He could go hold a clipboard somewhere for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, he's kind of shot in that aspect. And obviously, Darts has some concussions and whatnot, and even CJ, right? CJ don't run as much as he did once post the most recent concussion, which is understandable, right? So I'm curious to see how that evolution is. But I think they got some smooth pieces, especially on D-line. Dexter Lawrence, you got Brian Burns, right? Kayvon Thibodeau is an interesting cat. Obviously you got Abdul Carter. Who else?
You're talking both sides of the ball, or just defense?
That's just defense, and obviously on offense you got. We'll see when Lee looks like.
I think Neighbors is a freak.
Yeah, but that knee injury kind of concerns me.
Was it ACL or was it more
ACL?
than that?
It was ACL plus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think LCL also or something like that. Maybe. Obviously, you got Andrew Thomas. So I think it's good building blocks. People, I'm not really as high on Scatterboo. I mean, he broke his leg in a nasty way, and he wasn't already fast to begin with. He was way more brute force. And the kind of the cliche that he wanted it more. He ran like he wanted it more. He's one of those guys you can say that.
I think he's a bona fide psychopath.
He is.
He's the dude. He's the kind of guy who would dive into a brick wall.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah. I don't know if I'm saying that as a positive either.
Yeah, for sure. But I would say here's my thing, right? So this is where I go back to my media discussion.
Okay.
I think that that's a good hire, right? I don't think it's a bad hire. But I do think, based off just some of the commentary, I think, man, as us as media, just generally speaking, we've done such a terrible job. Now, whose fault that is, that I don't know, because at the end of the day, like, you kind of, for you to, like, explain, you kind of need people to play ball. We've done a terrible job at explaining what head coaches that don't call plays actually do. Like, if you don't call plays as a head coach, people automatically assume that you just holding a clipboard, right? Like the narrative of Nick Sirianni is so far left to me. And it's strictly because he does not call plays, and the offense don't look good, but he don't call plays, right? Like, and I find that just absolutely ludicrous. Like, people have this conception that it's really like your scheme is what makes you a good head coach. No, man. Like, Mike McDaniel had a smooth scheme, but like he wasn't a good head coach because there's so many other things that go into being a head coach that people, the general fan, and it's not their fault, they shouldn't know that don't know that. And a lot of people in media don't know that. Just because like there's so much that goes into the product that is put on the field on Sunday for those 3 hours. There's so much that goes into that goes way beyond just like the schematics. Like, how are you teaching the schematics? How are you going to come up with a game plan? Like, people assume that just because you don't call plays, that the coordinators just, hey, we just gonna run this, see you later. Nah, like they discuss it and they go into depth. Like, all right, what's the best ways to, like, they might not, like Pep told me that like Lovey never told him what to run offensively, right? But like, do you think Pep was the one who came up with the 2 quarterback thing? Hell nah. Like, let's be for real. Like, and ironically, that was when their offense looked sneakily like the best that year. Yeah, they moved the ball the best they've ever moved it, outside, when Damian Pierce pop around or whatever. But yeah, so like, it's not strictly like, oh, well, his scheme is nice and, blah, blah, blah. Like people do not have a clue at what makes a good head coach. And there's just so much that goes into it. Like I just hate how we as generally speaking discuss Nick Sirianni, because it ignores the fact that he wins a lot of games.
Yeah.
And he's made the playoffs every single year. He's been to multiple Super Bowls. He's won a Super Bowl. As if like that's just because of the talent. No, man.
Right.
That ain't because of that.
If you were a poor leader, they wouldn't have the success.
Come on.
I can't stand Sirianni because of his demeanor.
Yeah.
But I respect the heck that he's won what he has won.
Come on. And like, let's be real, like he has a very, like, is he the best coach in the league? No.
Right.
Like I wouldn't say that, but he's a very good coach. And I would say like he's winning with a limited quarterback. Like Jalen Hurts is it's fair to say he's a limited quarterback.
Would you call him a tight end playing the position?
No, I wouldn't call him a tight end playing the position. No,
I like Jalen Hurts. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
You're preaching to the choir here. I think we overrate scheme at the head coaching position, and we underrate leadership, organization,
detail,
culture building, all of that. I'm a huge proponent for that.
Right. Like that goes because that's what allows you to execute the scheme.
Mm-hmm.
It's all those things.
Look
right?
at Rabel. Look
at
Rabel
come on,
in
man.
1 year.
Come on, man. Like it's funny. Like what scheme what scheme did he take from? Remember, he was a DC with the Texans. The Texans,
and they weren't that great that year.
They weren't that
had
great.
Injuries, but they weren't great that year.
Right, and then obviously he goes to Tennessee and makes them. They were a number 1 seed.
They were AFC Championship game.
Yeah,
Tennessee.
Yeah,
bad ownership.
Yeah,
no quarterback.
With Ryan Tannehill threw for under 200 yards in those 2 playoff games that they won. Like he was winning. That's what I'm saying. Like
we underrate that stuff. You're 100% right.
We underrate it so much because you know what? It's not quantifiable, right? You can't see it. Yep. So since you can't see, you have to make yourself feel like, oh, I know what I'm talking about. You have to post this clip or that clip to make it show like, oh, this will make this guy good. Like I've asked coaches, like they've all said like that's a part of it, but it's not as big of a part of it as you think. Like it's not like Mike Tomlin, like. Every year they find a way to win, double-digit games or have winning season. Never had a losing season, and a lot of that speaks to like how good of a coach he is.
With
now,
inferior talent, I think.
Right? Yeah.
No quarterback play.
Now obviously he doesn't have as high as a ceiling as some of that was quarterback play, but obviously he's such a floor raiser, and that goes back to a lot of the things that we discussed. Right? Are guys showing up on time to your meetings consistently? Like, do guys respect you? Like, that's why Miami and Mike McDaniel, they start off so hot. Now, granted, Tua get hurt, Mike get hurt, Tyree get hurt, whatever. And they fell off so fast beyond the fact that, obviously Tua is limited and teams were able to catch up. But again, as a head coach, you have to find ways to work around when teams are, and they did that sometime, this year, when teams are now adjusted to what you're trying to do. You got to work around that and find ways to still get wins, whether it's, you're playing, you're managing the game a little bit differently where like, it might not look pretty, but like you're, if you get to midfield and instead of going for it, you say, all right, we're going to punt it, pin them back. You know what I'm saying? Now they're inside their 10. And now if they get a couple of first downs or they drive the football, but they only get to midfield, now they got to settle for a punt. And now we get the ball back. And, just those little things that make a gigantic difference that we don't.
We don't quantify that.
No,
stuff.
we don't quantify that stuff at all. There's no stat to that.
Coaches will say the word complimentary football.
Yeah,
and it's 100% true.
1,000%.
100% true.
1,000%.
But then some people look at give me a top ranked offense, top ranked defense. Like a lot of the games are one of those margins that don't show up in the box score.
Don't you can't pull up a stat that just says.
So you think Harbaugh is like a good leader though?
Yeah. I think a good leader.
You're a fan of Harbaugh?
Yeah.
You think he'll do good there?
I think he'll do well. I think he'll do well. I don't really have any qualms about it. It's just. Obviously, we'll see if he can win a chip, but I mean, you bring a guy in like that, you're trying to win big.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can ever get to that point. But so much of those things are just not quantifiable.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Now it helps if you got both, right? Like Kyle, Sean McVay, Andy Reid at one point. That could take you a long, long way, obviously. And that can keep, the train rolling. But at the end of the day, man, and you got to develop players. And you got to develop players through your staff. Who are you hiring, right? Who are you putting in position to develop these players, right? If you hire a bad coach in a certain group and they don't get back, if you hire a bad O-line coach, that can derail your. That's probably the most important hire that you make for, maybe second, but the most second or whatever third most important hire, for sure the most important position hire that you make for your group, right? No disrespect to Chris Strouster, but that hire derailed the 2024 season, right? Because he couldn't get the O-line to do what they needed to be done. Now, granted, in that Washington Post article, he took a shot at Bobby.
Yes, he did.
He took a shot at Bobby.
Football is football.
But again, if you miss on that, your offense can't even. It's only so good it can be. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there's a governor on the offense if you can't protect or
run block. So man, there's just so many other things that go into it, and I'm gonna ask D'Amico on the off the record tomorrow and just ask him. I want to hear his perspective because, he don't really give us much information like some off the record. Some guys were not in Houston, but other teams, they'll tell you hey, we're gonna do. I remember this one reporter that I know, the team he was covering, the coach gave them the opening script of what they were gonna run.
Wow.
Yeah, and they obviously ran all that. We're going. Some guys they aren't as paranoid, or some guys, they trusted me. Because for real, if you think about it, if you give me that and I leak it or whatever,
you're toast.
The reporter has way more to lose than than a guy like D'Amico realizes. You know what I'm saying? But I ask him some more of those philosophical questions because I'm philosophy questions because I'm always curious in that aspect because I feel like that makes so much more of what makes a coach good or not. Not.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, not can you design fancy play, bro? You could design a fancy play on Madden.
Yep, and a great football mind, like you're talking about, they can find the guys that are good at play calling.
Yes, exactly. They can find those guys, and if they hire those guys and they're not succeeding, we can still win in spite of that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We could figure it out. Because again, you're a good head coach. You're coming up with a way to win games. So which is why where D'Amico earned my next level of respect is when CJ goes out and you go 3-0 in that stretch.
That's pretty good.
Against some good teams. Titans weren't good. But
Jags, though.
Jags were good.
Duval.
What was the other one? Jags,
Bills.
Titans was that's right.
Yeah,
Bills on a Thursday night.
Yes.
Yeah. That's right.
Come on now. I
couldn't remember the Bills.
Yeah, to me, the sign of a good sign of a good coach is what do you do when your quarterback not there?
Yeah, a little adversity.
I hear you. They should start Davis Mills this Sunday. I hear
No. I ain't saying
DJ
that.
Benjamin heard it here first. Yeah, the 0-3 too, though. You're 0-3 adversity. I didn't think they were making the playoffs after 0-3. I didn't think they were making playoffs after 3-5.
Yeah. I didn't either.
3-5, and then Stroud gets hurt.
Yeah, I thought it was over. I thought it was over. I thought it was over.
It should have been.
Yeah, and they found a way because again, it might sound like a cliche, but D'Amico's biggest message he always preaches. Not every coach preaches this. Is finishing and trying to figure out how to finish. That's one of his biggest messages, and you see that permeate through the team, which is why they lose those first 3 games, one possession, and actually their first what was that 4 losses were like
out of 5.
4 out of 5 were
yeah.
like last drive. Since then, they haven't lost a game on the last drive. Think about that. Even against the Colts, when they bench their guys, they don't lose that. And that goes back to the culture that you're building. And a scheme cannot account for that. You know what I'm saying? A scheme accounts for highlights.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here. So one of the 9 NFL head coaching jobs is closed, is official.
Yes.
Harbaugh going to the Giants. There's 8 other jobs. Which of these jobs do you like? 713-780-ESPN. DJ in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Are you looking to escape the rat race, stress, anxiety, whatever's causing you stress? Maybe it's the hustle and bustle of the job. Maybe it's just traffic. Traffic in the loop is awful. I have the best idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You don't have to worry about that stuff. Don't have to worry about the job. Don't have to worry about traffic. Don't have to worry about coworkers belling on you ahead of an important weekend. You don't have to worry about that stuff because you're going to be out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort enjoying yourself. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. They love to take care of their visitors, too. That's one of the best things about Two Creeks Crossing Resort is that they're always looking for ways to take care of you, whether it's just some live music, maybe it's a food truck, maybe it's some things for the kiddos. They have a bunch of things that they do to make you feel at home. The hospitality there is fantastic. But you're there in 90 minutes, too. It's not far away. You're going to be enjoying the open green spaces, wildlife, majestic trees, some of the best fishing in Texas, Two Creeks alongside their property, the big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is good for the kiddos. But you're there in 90 minutes. You're there in an hour and a half. You're not waiting at the airport at the gate for your airplane to show up. A delayed TSA screening. No, you're not in the vehicle all day. You're there in an hour and a half. You don't have to go too far to enjoy the great outdoors. Hike on their 92 acres of property. You can kayak on the creeks up there. They got pickleball for you. You can have a drink at Swampers. Who doesn't want to have a drink at Swampers? And they have plenty of stays for you, too. Plenty of options. Glamping, which everybody loves these days. The cabins, which are right alongside the creek. They have a big tree house out there. We stayed there when we went. The kids loved the tree house. Or if you already have your own RV, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
DJ in for Joe today, 713-780-ESPN. Someone said that DJ is the Socrates of NFL reporters. You good with that? Socrates of NFL reporters?
Socrates?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Socrates was the...
Means you're a philosopher, I think.
Like great philosopher back in his day.
All right, yeah. No, I like yeah, I for sure think. It's funny. I call people like I it's funny, like most of the people I talk like about this stuff where it's like people that are not in the industry, like that play football or whatever, and I just be just talking with them. And so some people, obviously I'll talk to that are in the industry and whatnot. But yeah, I like to think beyond just like the surface level stuff.
Yeah, and you do. It shows too. He considered a founding figure of Western philosophy. He was the first Greek philosopher to delve into ethics, and his influence on ancient philosophy was so profound that earlier philosophers are known as the pre-Socratics.
Nice.
So there you go. Nice. You're the founding figure of Western philosophy when it comes to the NFL media.
We could just be so much better. Like, I think it's just that's all it is. I think we could just be so much better. Like, like actually try to like figure out things instead of like just kissing butt.
Surface level, yeah.
You know what I'm
you
saying?
see a lot of that too, man.
What'd
you think of that Jacksonville question the other day?
So like,
I guess it wasn't a question.
Yeah. So like, it's two-part, right? Like from an ethics standpoint, like I say, it's multifaceted. Like from an ethics standpoint, obviously, like that's a no-go. Yeah, but like I'm also not stupid enough to go on Twitter and be like and condemn it. Like,
right.
Like that, you just being like, like what are you gonna gain?
Just let it go.
Yeah,
it's
like
not worth the fight.
It's not because it's gonna come beyond that.
Yeah,
right?
Now
like,
you're being the ace in the hole.
Yeah, like now people gonna call you an a-hole or whatever. Even though you're standing for for ethics standpoint. But I think the only people that I think it'd been fair to do that are the people that were in the room. Cause like let's say that actually, cause I seen people put the hypothetical of people love to do this on Twitter. Boy, that was me in that situation. And I got to write on deadline. Well, you were in that situation. You don't got to write on deadline.
So if John McClane did that, how would you react, DJ?
He would never do that.
You're right.
He would never do that.
I know.
But
I
would say,
if Sarge did it, how would you?
Sarge would do it. Sarge would not do that to that extent because he know I would get on him afterwards. But in the moment though, I wouldn't like I'm not gonna ostracize you in public. I'm gonna just talk to you on the side.
Right.
Yeah. Like there's one time he asked CJ like a hat question, and I told him like that's a waste of a question. Like. I get why you asked him. That's a waste of a question. Like,
which Houston media member is most likely to do it?
Oh, it's none of the people that show up on a weekly basis. There's a guy, I forgot where he is currently based out of, but he comes sometimes. I forgot his name.
He's the most likely. I think I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name either,
he'll ask questions about Chris Boyd. One time he asked a question
Was it the guy that like whenever Blake Fisher didn't report or was called for a flag, maybe reported, but they called him for a flag for not reporting, and he like, I saw the ref do it. What did he say?
Oh no, that's
that guy.
That's AD. Not AD wouldn't do that. Right. Like AD wouldn't do that. It would the guy. I think he's based out in Gilmore or something like that.
Is he kind of country?
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about. I don't know what his name is.
I forgot. I they would saying his name, so I forget. But he one time after the Texans lost by a lot to a little to the Washington Commanders, he asked Lovie Smith on a positive note, because we were peppering him, like asking him about benching Mill. We were peppering. It was crazy. He asked something along the lines of, well, on a positive note, what did you think about you guys converting some fourth downs?
Very.
Yeah. So, but like he's more likely to do that. But to answer the question overall, though, like it ain't. Like I'm like, all right, yeah, nah, that's not the place for that. Cause you can literally wait till the cameras are not rolling.
That was my thing.
Yeah,
you can say it off the record,
and that's cool. Like at that point, like people do that all the time. Like what I'm saying, like these guys, like some reporters act like they're perfect across the board. Like everybody breaks ethics to an extent. Like
sure,
every reporter, media guy, they break it to an extent. Like what that extent is, everybody does it. And if someone say they don't, they're lying.
A lot of it's unwritten too, so it's like what?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like we know what it is, but like a lot of people break it, and like I'm not gonna knock those people for breaking it. Like, do you? Like, it was a human moment. Like, so I would say no, I wouldn't. I wasn't gonna comment on that. Like that's just silly. Cause now like your whole Twitter gonna get a million views.
What's wrong with that?
it's gonna turn into.
What's wrong with a million
Just
views?
throw this crap out
Ain't
there
nothing wrong with that.
to get clicks.
I just don't feel like dealing with all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like dealing with all that.
I got a family to feed, though.
Yeah, I feel you on that. You should have commented then.
713-780-ESPN.
Jeremy puts a roof over his kids' heads with a game show farming.
That's right. Elon sends me a check every month. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in with DJ and Jeremy. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Thanks for having DJ on. Right before the break, you asked what's the best open head coaching job right now in the NFL after the Giants got Harbaugh. And I think the obvious answer is the Ravens, obviously, with Lamar Jackson. But I think the best job, I don't know if you guys agree, I think the best opening is the Las Vegas Raiders.
Crazy.
You know, they have the number one pick in a 1 QB draft with Mendoza. They've got Gentry. They've got Crosby. They've got Bowers. Tom Brady's in the fold. Mark Davis can spend some money. It's a really, they've got last place schedule. Would you say the Raiders is the best job?
I don't think the Raiders are the best job. I see the points though. I think I'm interested to see Mendoza in the NFL because he don't got that much mobility to me in tight spaces. So I'm curious to see what it actually looks like.
What is his best athletic comp? Because I've heard him called Goff. I think he's a little bit more athletic than Goff, though.
If he's a little more athletic, I mean,
like he's like halfway between Goff and I don't want to say Burrow. Burrow's too high.
So maybe
CJ.
Nah, CJ more athletic than Mendoza.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'd be good with pro. For me, if you're gonna be the number one pick, I need a guy that
is a dude.
When everything breaks down around him, he can still make something happen. That's for me. Like if I want number one overall pick, like Caleb did that, Jaden did that, May did that, Cam Ward did that, Stroud did some of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause we saw that against Georgia. Bryce, granted some of a rejection, he did that a lot at Bama. You know what I'm saying? So like, for me, the number one pick is we can put the game on your shoulders and you can carry it. Because that's what wins now big, right? Like guys, to an extent, right? Hurts can do that at times, but it's unique. Mahomes, right? Obviously, Brock to an extent can do that. Obviously, you guys are Super Bowl, whatever. But like guys that can, because it's not for me. It's never about. You don't want him relying on that. But there's gonna be 3 to 5 plays where you're just gonna have to make a play, and is either you make it or you don't. And if you make it, that flips the game, right? Cause right, CJ drops. Now, granted, that's not the same exact situation. But he drops the snap. Next play is like 3rd and 15. He makes a 46-yard throw to Christian Kirk. That flips the field, that changes the whole tenor of that game.
In the bucket, too.
Right. And I think that drive ended with a field goal, right? Something like that.
Points.
Yeah,
they got a critical moment, too.
Yeah,
Wasn't it when it was still like a 1-point game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's when they had 10-6.
Right. And then the next drive, the Texans basically shut the door with Sheldon, scoring and whatnot. So, like, I'm always big on, like, you're going to need quarterback. Now, granted, that's not that exact scenario. But against the Chiefs, right, I forgot what the final score was, but there were a few plays, right?
Where a big run and a big throw.
There was some time where CJ was making something out of nothing, throwing all, back foot to Nico. That was like a 50-some yard gain. I think that ended up in field goal, whatever. But like still, like those game-changing plays, and it's not because again the margins in the NFL are so small. Like those 3 to 5 potential plays make a big difference. Justin Herbert, right, against the Texans, those few plays that he kept the play alive and kept a drive alive made that a game to where it was like, all right, Chargers got a shot.
Yep.
So I don't know if Mendoza has that in his bag, but I think he's a good pro. Obviously, the Raiders, I don't think that's the best job, but I see what he's saying.
Yeah, you think it's Ravens?
Oh, wow. Well, 1,000%. You get Lamar. Like, if I was, I like Salah in that situation if you can bring Mike McDaniel.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, if you can bring Mike McDaniel, I like that situation.
Yeah, but then they're running zone. When it's cold outside.
That's my only thing that's gonna make my tummy ache.
Yeah, I wonder if McDaniel is a little too cloying for them. 713-780-ESPN, our junkie of the day. What is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. DJ in for Joe, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. This is just like the biggest screw up of the day, that sort of thing. Junkie on the text line. I don't think I've ever heard Jeremy say in a minute. I wonder why. I say that all the time. Wrong.
I don't
You're
think
wrong.
I don't think he's wrong.
Absolutely. I say in a minute. I say in a minute to my wife.
Okay, I haven't heard it on this air.
I'm tempted to throw this person out, but we're kind of up against it. Finally, a good co-host and got the Ken Giles off the show.
Whoa.
Joe George is the Ken Giles?
That's rough.
That is rough. DJ, I did enjoy it. Appreciate you sitting in.
For sure. No, it
you.
was a lot of fun. I mean, it flew by.
Yeah, it went quick. That's what happens when you're having a good time.
That's a good point.
It goes by in a minute.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Twice
what?
in one
Twice
show.
now.
Wait, what?
Twice now
I'm not
for the
sure I
last
actually
4
used
months.
that well. I think I used that poorly, actually. I should have said it in a New York minute. All right, do you have a junkie of the day, DJ?
No, not really.
That's okay. That's fine. Alex has one for you. He's going to put the junkie of the day, Joe George, for not doing the show. Soft. You think he's not going to the Bears game, is he?
No, he's there for a Chicago Cubs fan event.
What a nerd.
That's what it
It's
is.
a
That's
good
why
week
he's
to
there.
do it, though. They did sign Bregman.
Yeah.
What is this, like Cubs.com?
I guess. Like, he booked this, like, in November.
What
so he
is
obviously
that?
had no idea the Bears would be playing, but
He's going to CubsCon at Wrigley.
yeah, that's what he's doing.
What a nerd. My junkie today is Team USA and the WBC. They're doing a Make-A-Wish with Clayton Kershaw. They're Make-A-Wishing Clayton Kershaw onto their roster today. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Clayton
I don't
Kershaw's
like
a Make-A-Wish. They don't care about winning the WBC.
Maybe he just pitches mop-up duty.
Although I will say this, I'm glad they took Kershaw, not Hunter Brown.
Yeah,
Happy about that. I'm selfish with my pitchers. I don't want you pitching for Team USA. Brian, do you have a junkie?
Yeah, I'll quickly nominate this guy who knows ball.
I look at the running game. I give the edge to New England. I know that's Nick Chubb, and what's the other kid? The other
Woody Marks.
What a Mox.
Woody Marks.
I give the edge to.
What a name.
I give the edge.
What a name,
to the
man.
Patriots.
Up to Boston.
The what a name guy, my junkie today.
I've never heard of that Woody Marks. He ran for over 100 yards in the wild card.
Woody Marks parked the car.
We'll have a New Englander, Brian Barrett, on with us tomorrow.
Does he sound like that?
No, he doesn't. He sounds very. He worked here for a while. Rahil will fill in for tomorrow with Joe. For Ken Giles tomorrow as well. Somebody else junkie today is that Vanderbilt-loving fool Keith and his ridiculous Raiders take. All right, who's winning?
I think
WEEI guy?
Yeah.
The Baston
The
guy.
what a name guy.
All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He was DJ. Make sure you follow him. All your Texans news at DJBNMA on Twitter. I'm Jeremy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston. Goodbye.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Brian McDonald behind the glass, following up the prior show here tonight. Just typing something here to let people know we're on the air. 713-780-3776 is the number to join in here tonight. We're streaming at ESPN975.com. Barcelona today winning their 11th in a row. Hansi Flick and company with a 2-0 victory over Racing Santander. Got a lot of good information here tonight. Milan wins today 3-1 over Como. So there are results. The world of soccer never slows down. Christian Pulisic did not get a goal in that one, 3-1 today. All right. We got a lot to talk about here tonight. I mean, obviously, my career has changed a little bit here in the last couple of days. This is the way things go sometimes. But I do really want to start off by just an incredible heartfelt thank you to everybody who reached out on social media, texting, all these different formats. Honestly, it was overwhelming. It was a real touch personally. It was a pull at my heart. And what I did notice about it was we're all really like-minded. We're just passionate about this game. We love the sport. There's just something special when you really are rooted deeply to this game. And we'll talk about that tonight, and I'm hoping to get your calls here. I do want to get through some things here in the first segment. But again, to call in tonight, it's 713-780-3776. And I do need to correct a couple of things that was out in the media. So the first, I have to say, it was put out by the Dynamo that it was mutual and amicable. That's not true, number one. Number two, the reason I was told that I was removed after 20 years in the commentary position and 30 years overall in Major League Soccer. So this will be the first year that likely I will not be calling Major League Soccer in 30 years. So that's a big different type of thing. I think the day to be concerned about me is opening day. Nothing I have ever said to the Dynamo and the criticism is anything that in the NFL, the NBA, or Major League Baseball that would really be considered outrageous. The problem is down here, the sensitivity level is beyond belief, and the controlling of the narrative is beyond belief. So I want to tell you how I was removed, just so I can get this off my chest. You will know, and then that's it. So I wanted to have Pat Onstad on the show, and I have to tell the story, so I have to mention Pat. And Pat said, no, I can't do it. And I noticed he was going on local podcasts and stuff. And I thought that was kind of strange. And then I was like, I think I know what's happening. So he asked me for a cup of coffee. We went. And he tells me the story that, they wanted to end my association. I would, in my opinion, I would call that fired. But whatever it is, relieved of your duties, whatever it is. And we had a coffee, and I told him they were going to send somebody else who I don't think I know, or maybe an email. I don't know. But Pat said he stepped up in a meeting and said, no, you can't do that. I'll go and tell Glenn, which honestly is a real character piece for him. And that's why I put out what I did yesterday, because this has nothing to do with Pat. Pat stepped up, and honestly, it was unfair to put Pat in that position to have to go tell me that, the job is over. So anyway, that's what happened. And I was told that it was because of finances, which I found interesting, because my salary has declined the last 3 years, every year, as the offloading of expenses continued. So that's how that happened. Then I saw, and then the Dynamo put something out when everybody was, commenting. And then I saw something in the Chronicle, or somebody pointed it out to me. They said they look to a new voice and an altered brand, which I'm not really sure what that means. I know what look to a new voice means, but I don't know what altered brand means. So if anybody knows what that is, you can let me know. 713-780-3776. So that's how that happened. Listen, the stuff that people have said is amazing, and really looking at some of this, and I read them all, and I want you to know I read them all, because when you take the time to write me, I am going to read every single one of them. Now, I wish I could write back to everybody. I was like, can I possibly do that? I don't know. But it's pretty remarkable. I'm walking in, my phone just dinged, and Bob Bradley, former U.S. men's national team, sorry about it. People like him saying what you've done for the game in this country. I mean, that's pretty overwhelming stuff. And from you, the soccer fans, because we do have a relationship here in Houston. We really do. And that really, your reaction drove it home in a big, big way. Oliver Luck sent something. Dominic Kinnear. And by the way, Dominic and I butted heads. Bob Bradley and I butted heads. But we're all cut from the same generation. When we look at each other and we might have a differing opinion about something, we walk away knowing that we're all striving for the same thing. And I don't feel that anymore. I don't feel that anymore when when ownership is out of town, nobody speaks. We're promised more transparency and communication. It doesn't come. I would say Pat Onstad gives us communication and transparency. And I would say Ben Olsen does, because he has to do the press conferences. Outside of that, I mean, where is somebody in the front office? We got Ted Siegel and Tim Howard at a press conference, and I found it honestly disrespectful, and I mean that in a fair way. That's my opinion. It may not be yours, but it's mine. And it seems just the continuation of, we're throwing it at the wall and we're going to see what happens. Maybe people don't care that the stadium's half empty, because the payoff's at the end when you sell a team. Maybe that's the way it's going. That's not the way I see it. I want us to mine the cultural and the social aspect of this game in this city. I want us to mine that. I want every seat filled. Nobody ever talks about the fact that the stadium's half empty. Nobody talks about that the team's not relevant. It doesn't even seem to bother anybody. I know it bothers you, the fans. But, where's the bar? Okay, we're going to get excited because we're making player signings. That's great. But what's the consistent future? What's the 5-year plan? What's the 10-year plan? Are we going to develop our own here and really be community and have kids from the community that make this team and are given opportunity on this team? Are we going to hire some people in the front office that have the institutional knowledge of Houston? I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. Are we conditioned now where, we accept? And maybe that's okay. If some people just don't want to worry about the BS that I'm talking about in the long term. But we're a city of 2 million soccer fans. We're about to host the World Cup. The World Cup is coming to Houston. 7 games. 4-time World Cup winners, Germany. The Dutch. The Buffalo Bills of national World Cup finals. They can't win a World Cup final. The Dutch think it's their year. They're already lining up to come here. 6,000 to 9,000 of them probably. So I don't know. Maybe am I too into this stuff? I know that people out there feel the same way about it as me. I wish we had a local owner, honestly, with all due respect to Ted Siegel. I mean, the fact that he brought in Tim Howard to blow smoke and try to tell us about running an organization. Come on. We've gone through this enough, over and over and over again. We've been through this. We make the big signing for Hector. We're excited. Where's it left us? Back at square one. Great, we made the playoffs. Great, we won a Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. But we're not on the ascent. Maybe we will be this year again. Maybe we'll have a good season, and then we'll drop off as we offload expenses again. Yeah, so it's kind of hard for me. It's truly kind of hard for me. So I met with Ted Siegel twice. I spoke to him. I laid a blueprint out of things that would need to occur to turn this around. Deaf ears. Twice I met with him. I tried. There's people who should be a part of this organization in a bigger way. And by the way, when you have a press conference and Ted Siegel and Tim Howard fly in, but your president's sitting on the side, who does the day-to-day operation of the business and doesn't address the press. I don't get that. Why was Pat Onstad not there? He was a sporting director. I'm not talking about today's presser. Okay, well, there's a lot to talk about. The homework was not done here to understand the context of where this team is and has been for so many years. Once Oliver Luck left, you may not have seen it because we had the novelty of the stadium. The leadership was not there. The ego was. The leadership wasn't. You could see it going down a mile away if you were really paying attention. And our game's co-opted down here by non-soccer people. And I'm not talking about the competitive side. I'm not talking about the players. I call the games for the players and the fans, and the men who play the game and the women who play the game. I can thank the Dynamo for giving me a paycheck for 20 years. I can do that, absolutely. Okay, let's start off with, let's start with Sean. How about that? Let's start with Sean. Hi, Sean.
Hi, Mr. Davis. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. First off, I just want to say, as disheartening, as it may be, getting, that your time with the Dynamo has come, I just want to say that you were that you were the voice of Dynamo for over 20 years. Your just passion and enthusiasm really just resonated with the team and its fans.
Well, that's very kind of you, Sean. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and then going on the Dynamo itself, I agree. It feels like that it feels like we're just at this directionless point where we're just doing things without rhyme or reason. I told a lot of my when the news that Hector Herrera had signed back with the Dynamo, I had a lot of my friends saying, no, this is a bad decision. He's too old. I don't know why we made this. It feels we're going the wrong direction. So, what's your take on it?
Well, I'm going to get
it feels like there's no.
Yeah, I'm going to get to Hector later, Sean. I don't want to jump into that right now, but I will talk about what I think this signing is and could be in my opinion. But I want to thank you for the nice phone call. I appreciate it. There's others I want to get on, but thank you so much for that. And I will address what you said about the team. I do agree with you. I think we kind of go year to year. We don't see the plan. I would love to go in the office and say, okay, show me what the 5-year, the 10-year plan of this club is. I want us to be like a Seattle or a Portland. I think the fans want to be like that also. Let's go to Christian. Christian.
Good evening, Glenn Davis. I'm sorry if I'm not saying that with much more candor in my voice, but after what happened the last week with you and the Dynamo, it's deserving that I don't do that. But still, though, couple things. First of all, thank you for basically being the guiding light to Houston soccer fandom for the last 4 or 5 decades, especially the last 2 on this medium called audio. You know, you have done a lot for folks in the English and Spanish-speaking soccer communities in this area, and your work will never be taken for granted, especially at this station.
Well, thanks for that, Christian. You know I enjoy every bit of it, believe me. So I never got into soccer because of, you know, what my wealth and building of a financial empire was, and that's why I think people from my generation, and a lot of the ones I just mentioned, they, you know, we all grew up fighting for the sport, right? And we were calling the guys like Dave Johnson in D.C., J.P. Dellacamera, all of us were calling the game to star build the players because we wanted it to be better. And that even hit home for me a little bit more because, you know, I played in leagues that were shaky, teams that you hoped your paycheck was going to clear. So, you know, through my lens, I've seen a lot, and I have a lot of reference points. So, you know, it means a lot.
Come to think of it, Glenn, didn't you play on, like, dirt pastures back in the day?
I played on dirt growing up as a youth player, not in the pro game as much. But I'm just saying that, you know, you go back generations, and then you see where the sport is now. And when you were on the air calling MLS games, you wanted it better for players, you know. When I see an Amin Bassi or a Kovalchuk making $500,000 in Houston, you go, that a boy, this is great. People can actually make a real living at the game. The infrastructure has changed. But, you know, the Dynamo, I think, are on a little bit of an island here. I think they have a front office that is totally out of touch with the competitive side. In fact, I know that.
Me on. I'll talk to you on Instagram.
You got it. Thank you, Christian. Chris, Justin, others calling 713-780-3776. Have your take tonight here. The what did Jim Rome used to say? I'm going to give you a vine? Give you a vine or something?
Well, I think you were going to say have a take and don't
I was
suck.
on Rome's show one time.
Yeah, callers would thank him for the vine. Yeah. And he would tell callers, have a take, don't suck.
My God, I don't even want to tell the year I was on the show, but yeah, at the Fox
do you have the audio of that? I'd love to hear it.
I don't remember what I said. I think he was trying to bash soccer, and it was a World Cup year.
He was. Yeah, he hated soccer until, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, what happened was the guest that was supposed to be there didn't make it, so they pulled me from what I was doing on the World Cup to just jump in there so they had a guest. And, he went after it. All right, quick word here as we go to break. Slip Sliders, 1802 bins. Get down there. Beef. They got the Backyard Burger, the Signature Slip, the Swiss Miss, the Hickory Dickory. Chicken, Southern Comfort, the Buffalo and Blue with the blue cheese, exceptional. The Caribbean Chick for health-conscious people. Shrimp Shack is my favorite. Captain Jack, you got the, for all the English out there, you got the lightly battered British chippy. And by the way, we're coming in red hot. And we're going to keep coming in red hot on the radio. So for all the people that were asking me, are we still doing the radio? This is an independent show of the Houston Dynamo. So, you know, we're a little unbridled now. And we are going to tell the truth as always, but it can go a little bit farther. And there's some pretty interesting things that are going to be said here tonight. All right, 1802 bins. It's Slip Sliders. They keep it simple. All these sliders are made to order. We'll take a break. Peter Tosh takes us there.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Classic song. Incredible bass line in this. Cactus Music. Big shout out to them. Vinyl. By the way, CDs are coming back. I've been mentioning that. Get down to Cactus Music for all your vinyl needs. This song's called Heartbreaker from the Goat's Head Soup album. It's a cool cover. All right. 713-780-3776 as we welcome you back. Do want to remind you about the Lamont brands. Good friend Jerry and Mel Lamont, all your printing needs. So I put a picture up about the show, and it had, because I'm sure you're tired of seeing these videos I do. I'm certainly tired of them, but I'm told I have to do those types of things. But we put some pictures of the hats up, and a lot of people were like, how do I get one? LamontBrands.com. LamontBrands.com is where you get them. And you can order them. They'll send them and ship them to you. You might get one up at Senate Avenue Brewing, because we're going live next Tuesday. Live show back up there, Andrew Mitchum, Senate Avenue Brewing, all that great craft beer, those beautiful shiny vats when you walk in, the big patio. Yeah, so come up and join us next week. By the way, we will have a former Premier League player, and you want to get his autograph from Aston Villa, an excellent player. Earl Barrett will be there live. So if you want to get autographs, Aston Villa's Earl Barrett will be there. I know we have a Villa fan group down here and a bunch of great guys who support Villa in our great supporters culture here in Houston, Texas. All right, let's hit phone lines again. Let's go to Chris. Chris.
Hey, Glenn. Let me tell you, if the Dynamo went away tomorrow, nothing would change.
Yeah, well,
Glenn.
I don't know. We want it to turn around.
I'm telling you right now, look, you're the whole reason why I watch and listen to soccer every day. You are bigger than the Dynamo. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Chris. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. That's pretty heady words, but I appreciate such a nice comment. I am local. I have been local since 1984. So the reason my connection goes deep is, so I played on a pro team. And believe it or not, and I have people that every once in a while come up to me and say, oh, I watched you play at, Butler Stadium or Del Mar Stadium, because we played in a high school stadium. Then we go on the road and we might play in an NFL stadium. But then I segued into youth coaching. Well, if you hang in youth coaching for a long time, you have this wonderful ability to make an impression on kids. Youth coaching is one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. Now, let me just be clear here. Youth coaching in my day was, you made, if you were lucky, $30,000 a year, but you got to be involved in the game you liked, because after you retired, there were no opportunities. There was no going into TV. There was no going into being a general manager of a team. The sport was just trying to survive. That's why our owners were so great. Peter Kane and John Gaughan, the late, great Peter Kane, is because they pumped money into a game that they believed in at a time where a lot of other people didn't believe in it. We'd get coverage in the Houston Post. We'd be in the back. I think we got on the cover of the Post one time. It doesn't even exist anymore. When we got to the league final. But, it's very, very different times. But those times to now in the youth community are very, very different. But we produced a lot of really good talent from Houston, and a lot of those kids now are actually running and coaching, in the community out there. The community, from a youth soccer standpoint, is alienated. And that was because the Dynamo made a brutal move by creating a thing called Dynamo Dash and trying to put a uniform on every single kid in Houston. And what that did was it created a lot of angst and a lot of caustic type stuff. And that stuff has not been repaired. And that's why the relationship is not good. So let's move it on. Let's 713-780-3776. Imagine being a professional soccer team, your relationship with the youth community. They'll tell you it's great. It's not. Can you imagine that? And why you see empty seats to the degree we do see them at the stadium. And sometimes I wonder, how hard are we really trying to fill those seats? I hope there's more investment and promotion. Maybe we're pushing people with the reaction of you, the fan, but you have spoken in response to, me being released. That's fine, or fired. And that's okay, because there's maybe something good will come out of this. 713-780-3776. Justin, what's on your mind, Justin?
Hey, Glenn. So I just got to say thank you for the 5 really fun years of stats. Man, if I could probably write a mini book of some of the fun stories that we have behind the scenes.
Some of it was X-rated, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah. We did have a great time.
I do want to shine some.
By the way, let me just, for the record, tell people who you are. Justin, when Eddie Robinson and I were together, and by the way, big shout out to Eddie, everybody that was in production and television, and all the people that I worked with. They are the real people. The producers, directors, from people that pulled cable to cameramen. These are the real superstars, as well as Justin, who did the stats. So Justin was with us. He had overlap with Eddie and I, and then when everything really changed in the Dynamo, he didn't even want to do local TV, by the way. They came to me one day and they said, no, we don't want to do it. The league forced them to do it. So I want you to understand, they didn't even want to do local TV or radio. They didn't want to even have an Apple local call, which is shocking to me. I don't know how you can think you're a professional soccer team. You imagine the Texans without radio, the Astros without radio, or the Rockets. Come on. You look amateur hour if you don't have that. By the way, I have heard through the grapevine they are going to bring radio back now. So that's interesting. Okay, so go on, Justin.
So I guess what really summed everything up was, with the last Open Cup run, Dynamo didn't put their effort forward. And I remember it was a last-minute thing. I brought an old TV that I had at my mother-in-law's house, a Roku stick or a Fire Stick, just to call the Open Cup game at the studio.
You were a hero.
And what people what people don't really understand is like the prep that you would put in. And I mean, how many hours do you think you probably put in for a game? 6 hours per game?
Yeah, probably. And then you watch the teams prior. So what Justin's referring to is when the Dynamo were in the Open Cup final against Inter Miami, and Brian's shaking his head.
I was on the board that night.
Brian was here, and I was just at home one night, and I'm going, wait a minute, this is an iconic moment in the history of the club. We got to get this on the radio somehow. So I went to the president, Jessica O'Neill, and they had no plans of even covering it. I said, we can pull it off. And Justin came through big time and brought in, a monitor in here and the stick. And that's how we called the game. I think Bobby Boswell did that game with me. I don't think it was Eddie at that time, because I think the Dynamo had released and fired Eddie. Yeah. People don't know these stories, and these stories are going to come out now. By the way, I did a couple games from my house, doing the same type of thing Justin just described, because they weren't carrying road games, and I was like, God, the fans got to hear this.
I have, just quickly jumping in, Jeremy Branham, who was on before you, obviously called games on radio on another station for, I think, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, back, yeah.
It was like 2016,
yeah, 'cause he'd
17,
be out
18,
there when
something
we were
like that.
doing TV.
But same situation then. Like whenever there was a road games, Jeremy would be in the studio of that other station calling it off of the TV broadcast.
Yeah.
So nothing's changed from even 8-9 years ago.
Yeah. The only difference here being, I took the initiative to do it myself, because I felt the fans needed to have this, and we needed consistency, because, as you know, and as all our the Bill Browns of the world, the Milo Hamiltons of the world, all these guys are the storytellers. Right now, Mark Vandermeer, Matt Thomas, you are anointed the storytellers of the franchise. Now, in my case, because of my background, I might have taken it to a place they didn't like, because I want it to be better. And I didn't really go out the way I think I would want to. That's going to weigh on me a little bit more in the future. But honestly, I had to remain honest. Okay, Justin, so you take it away.
And then the Dynamo always had a knack of blowing games towards the end of a game, whether it be a draw or a loss. I'll never forget just the looking over in disbelief, like, did this really just happen? We had a lot of those, especially with you and Eddie when we were upstairs. But man, it was a fun 5-year ride for me.
Well,
and I appreciate every moment.
You did great work, and I appreciated everything you did to me. I know I pushed you a little bit sometimes, but it was because we wanted the best broadcast we could possibly do with the tools and the resources we had.
Oh yeah, it was. I wouldn't even say anything negative, to be honest with you. It was well worth it.
It was a blast.
So,
Justin, thank you so much.
Maybe we'll have some more ESPN stuff soon.
Thank you for calling in tonight. Appreciate it. All right, so that's Justin Finger. He did our stats and data for a lot of years, and it's kind of strange. I mean, I did the Apple broadcast with David Obert as the engineer. Justin would be there the last, I guess, 2 years. No analyst, so I do, and I'm capable of doing games by myself, but it's not as much fun. You want a partner. Because you talk during the week, you're trying to bring things up and ideas and position things about how the game could be played tactically, how it's going to work. And, it was just, it's like the only Houston employees were, that I cross paths with were, those that were working in PR, and then Noonie Oaks, who helps do the in-stadium stuff. As far as upper management and stuff, nothing. And that's another problem, too, that I think we have to think about here. 713-780-3776, the revolving door of employees. How do you ever create a culture when employees are constantly in and out of the club? 2 years. How do you – because we all know to be a soccer club, you got to have the front office and operations – working with the competitive side. Pat Onstad shouldn't have had to been the person who comes and tells a commentator he's losing his job. That's unfair. That's not right. I'm grateful that he stepped up, but it's not the way it works. Revolving door of employees. What does that mean? Either you're not going for the best, or people are coming simply to get a job in between jobs. Maybe like there was a highly talented guy, I can't remember his name, but the Dynamo put out a big press conference. He's a game changer, all this stuff. And he came from the Astros. I don't think he got the job. He was up for the job that he wanted at the Astros, didn't get it, came to the Dynamo, and I think he's gone in 2 years. And I hear through the grapevine that it's not run very well. It's not professional enough. And until we get that side of it going better, and we get a blend of, I believe, and this is just my opinion again, and for those of you out there, if you want me to be quiet, I will. But the opinion that I have is that you have to have a blend of soccer passion and vision in that front office. And I'm not talking about people in sales. That helps. But whoever the visionary is, we don't know who the spokesperson or the face of the franchise is. Who is it? It's not the president. Doesn't talk. Yeah, you got to factor these things in. So if it's just you're looking at player signings, that's great. We might have a great season this year with new players. I don't know. It's being turned over. But I don't see the consistency, and that consistency won't come unless you've got a well-oiled machine and a front office and vision and plan and passion. And I'll say that again, passion, because doesn't have a lot of passion in that front office that I see. And honestly, I have to say this. The last thing I said to Pat Onstad when Pat let gave me the news, which I was kind of expecting, I said to him, I need you to please go to the owner and the president of the club. And that after 20 years, all I wanted was a phone call. All I wanted was a phone call from one of them to tell me that I was being relieved of my duties. 20 years, 30 in the league. I don't even think they know I've been in the league 30 years since its inception. And guess what? Exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. Never got a phone call. Let's take a break.
You're listening to Soccer Matters
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
It's a pretty good driving punk song. Band's called The Professionals, and the song's called Join the Professionals.
Kind of reminds me of a Ramones sound.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Just the driving guitar and the bass.
Song. Yeah.
I like the name of it. Join the Professionals. Yeah. Who knows what you're going to see? Okay. Welcome back. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, presenting sponsor of this show. John and his firm, personal Personal attorneys, they'll handle your case. Car, boat, motorcycle accident, you name it. They've got you covered. Listen, I know I say this a lot. They keep us on the air. And what I have not always told people, I've let it slip out a few times, but this is my show. I have to provide dinero monthly to get it on the air. So that means I have to go out and be a salesman. I can sell soccer. I'm not as good at selling sponsorships, though. I wish I could leave that to the pros. 713-780-3776 tonight. 713-780-3776. Again, a big thank you. Overwhelming the response on social media, LinkedIn, text messages I got from people, lots of colleagues in the industry, ex-players. I mean, one came in today from Ethan Finley, who played for Columbus. And, I mean, that kind of stuff. Man, when you get something from guys that played the game that appreciated your game calling, and you might even have been critical, that means a lot. That means a lot. It means a lot from you, the fans. I don't even know how to describe it. Because once I put the letter out, I kind of put the phone down and went and laid down, actually. And, yeah, when I just saw everything coming in, it was pretty amazing. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number. By the way, there's a lot of comments coming in over on YouTube, Soccer Matters. So keep them coming. If you want to take the airwaves over, it's 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Look, I'm going to come and go. There'll be somebody else calling the games. It's the prerogative of the person who owns the team to do whatever he wants. That's a fact. I don't have to like it. I can walk away. I don't believe it's because of the way I called a game, because I made sure that I always separated my game call and any feelings I had about the organization. That was very separate from the radio show. But I think this radio show and some of the comments that I made might have upset people. And I do think we're overly sensitive. I really do. I think our soccer world is overly sensitive. I think we're definitely overly sensitive down here. Just got something from Giovanni. He said, "Glad you told us what happened. Keep it up. Now be more free to say whatever you want." I'm kind of saying that. I think I've said a lot of this before. I don't want people to lose respect for me because I don't want this. You know, you have to manage the way you say things. And I'm a passionate guy, definitely an emotional guy. But, you know, I was not going to be honest with the fan base and then go out and say it was all rosy and nicey-nicey, because it wasn't. It wasn't. It's people who don't like me in the organization. That's life. And you know what? An owner who puts the money into the franchise can do whatever he wants with a commentator and everybody else who works for him. That's it. So, you know, I can continue to use my platform to maybe push in a healthy way, hold the dynamo to the fire, hold the owner to the fire, hold the president to the fire, and the visionaries of the club. And we can hold the team, the players, and the sporting director to the fire. That's what happens with every NFL team. That's what happens tomorrow morning when John and Lance are on. They're going to be critiquing the Texans, the Rockets, the Astros, and everything else. We're not there. We're not there. We're not even close to being there. The coverage of our team down here is like a PR wing. You can see it. You can see it by everything that's out there. And we don't have mainstream media. And I don't see anybody working on us grabbing mainstream media. 713-780-3776. Other than, hey, here's a press release. Would you mind reading this for us? Oh, okay. There's your Dynamo coverage. There's nobody critiquing tonight much. And it definitely doesn't happen during the season. 713-780-3776. Does that disturb you that there's not more coverage as a fan? By the way, there were way back some years where the Dynamo put a little into the radio show. They took that all away. They were offloading expenses. Sadly, this league, because it's centralized, it can entice the investor-only type owner. And that means you're playing the appreciation game, and I'm not the best economics guy, but I can figure this one out because I see it and I feel it. You can definitely buy a franchise. You can sit on it. You can have a half-empty stadium. You can take away expense from a lot of areas of the club. You can, in a timely manner, all of a sudden spend a little more when you need to create the narrative of fully invested in the community. And do all the social media in the world that you can. Reshape things from a narrative standpoint. And then you can sell a team and make money at the right time. All right, let's go to the phone line. 713-780-3776. The payoff comes at the end when you sell the franchise. 713-780-3776. Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Glenn, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you, Chris?
I'm good. I just want to, first off, I just want to say thank you, Glenn, for everything you've done. Me and a couple of my friends, we have a podcast called Dynamo Faithful, which you've come on.
Oh, of course.
If it weren't for
Chris.
you.
Yes.
Yes. If it weren't for you, Glenn, there's so many of us, Bayou City Soccer and Victor Ariza, so many other people that wouldn't be able to express their love for this team in the way that we do if it weren't for you kind of being the trailblazer for us. So, number one, I want to say thank you for that. Number two, my question. You were just talking about how the MLS structure incentivizes this investor-only, almost like venture capital, bottom-line kind of soulless owner. And honestly, Glenn, I've watched this team. I became a fan in 2010, and I've watched us lose our championship drive, our culture, and now it seems like even the ambition to be good is now gone. What can we do as fans, if anything, to help induce this team, the front office, the management to show that they want to win and bring joy back to the Houston professional soccer scene like that? I'm at a loss. Do you have any ideas?
Well, first off, thanks for the kind comments. I've always used my platform to try and, I've brought, I think, every podcaster that does a Dynamo in studio at some point, because I also felt this show was a place that I could showcase others that were trying to, promote the game, talk about the game. So I was doing the pay it forward thing because people have done those types of things for me. So that's something I wanted to make sure I said right there. What can you do? Well, you just did it, to be honest with you. Once I put that letter out, and I wrote a very important line in there, and I really was, I rewrote that 3 or 4 times because number one, it's about you, the fans, and the people that have supported me in Houston. That's why I've stayed here ever since I moved here, and I came here as a 23-year-old. Number two, it was the people in the industry like Brian McDonald, who's producing tonight, that make people like me look good, okay? And then number 3, you, the fans, spoke out. If that's not a litmus test of sort of a test to show you what people are thinking, I don't know what is. And this has happened before. I mean, over and over, we've had you, the fan base, speak out. Now, this was in a really, really big way. It went around the country. It went around Major League Soccer. Other people are talking about it. It was picked up here in the local media in a bigger way. And you as fans have made an incredible statement. I'm just the vessel that speaks, I believe, I can't say fully, but I think I believe that I speak a lot of the same language you are in what your wants and desires for this soccer club is. I want to win. I don't want to be a social platform. I want winning to be the priority of this team. I want winning championships. I want an attractive product. I want the stadium full. I want the bar set higher. Those are things that I want, that I think all of you want out there. And we want to see some consistency. And we were promised more transparency.